Qin Shao awoke in a cold sweat, sitting upright in bed. Where am I? He surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings, baffled. Wasn't he at home, drifting off while watching a movie? Qin Shao had a detrimental habit of clutching his phone while watching films until he surrendered to slumber. He would even fear his phone dying and kept it plugged in while indulging in cinematic distractions. Perhaps it was the scorching summer heat, or perhaps his phone had encountered some overheating issue. Just as he was fading into a daze, an explosion echoed through the air. Yes, his phone exploded. Had he transcended into another realm? As he grappled with the bizarre situation, a torrent of memories surged chaotically within his mind. After a prolonged moment, he began to comprehend his present condition. It was undoubtedly a form of transmigration, landing him in a parallel world akin to Earth. The individual he had become shared his name, but was beset by a tragic fate. His parents had met with an untimely demise, and relatives had deceitfully claimed nearly all of his inheritance. Summoning his courage, he had mortgaged his home to embark on a business venture with a friend, only to be betrayed by both his friend and girlfriend, leaving him destitute and burdened with insurmountable debt. Then, Qin Shao glanced at the bedside cabinet, where a bottle of highly toxic herbicide lay, commonly known as paraquat. The cramped, decrepit rental was a repurposed garage on the ground floor, stifling and damp. With over 3 million in debt and merely 500 yuan to his name, he felt utterly betrayed by those he once considered closest. What a dismal beginning. Even the original Qin Shao would be overwhelmed with despair. The transmigrated Qin Shao felt an overwhelming urge to end it all. What a wretched situation. Maybe he should try to die again and see if he could transcend once more. He cast another glance at the paraquat on the bedside table. Perhaps it would be wiser to refrain. It is better to endure than to hastily embrace death. For should he perish, he would lose everything. It was merely Deb that could devise a plan. After all, this body was only 23, a lifetime lay ahead of him. Qin Shao reassured himself. While contemplating his next steps, a voice suddenly resonated in his mind. World entry detected. System binding in progress. A pleasant surprise? Qin Shao perked up, sitting up straight and lighting a cigarette. After about 20 seconds, a sound echoed in his mind. Binding successful. System activated. Host, Qin Shao. One world entry discovered. Would you like to transcend immediately? Wait. Don't just leap into transcendence. First, tell me what functions you possess and what this world entry entails. Qin Shao hastily thought. This system offers the host transcended services. By completing tasks, you'll earn points that can be exchanged for various items in the system mall. Let me see them all. What can I exchange? Host permissions are insufficient. The mall will unlock once tasks are completed and points are earned. The system's voice was devoid of emotion. At least give me a glimpse of what's available. Skills, genetic enhancements, currency, and more. For detailed information, please unlock the mall as soon as possible. Though the system's responses lacked detail, Qin Shao understood that his golden opportunity had arrived. What about the world entry? What does that signify? Qin Shao posed another question. Transcending to other worlds requires coordinates. Residual world coordinates have been detected on the host. This time, the system was accommodating, not only answering his query, but also projecting an image into Qin Shao's mind. It was a scene he recognized all too well, a massive, cumbersome iron suit, raising its right arm at the entrance of a cave, spewing flames into the outside world. Surrounding, it was an endless expanse of desert. Iron Man. Qin Shao realized that this was the very movie he had been watching before his phone exploded. The world entry leads to Iron Man's universe, the Marvel Cinematic Universe, a realm teeming with superheroes. What task could he possibly fulfill with his current physique? System, this world seems perilous. Could you provide some advantages before I enter? Otherwise, I fear I may be unable to complete the tasks. Qin Shao negotiated in his mind. One must invest to reap rewards, surely. You understand this principle. Besides, considering your current predicament, what else is there to lose? Damn. Qin Shao discerned a hint of disdain in the system's unwavering tone. Yet, the system was correct given his dismal state. What was there to fear? After all, he had miraculously transcended and acquired his esteem, must seize this opportunity. Let's do it. Transcend immediately. Qin Shao had little hesitation. This place was a mess. Without the system, he would be left with debts to shoulder while seeking employment to survive. The thought of seeking justice for the deceased Qin Shao seemed a distant dream. Congratulations, host, for your commendable courage. Before transcending, please note that time in the real world will halt during your journey. You may proceed without concern. After completing the designated tasks, you can choose to return to your original world. The transcendence is about to commence. 3.2.1. As the system's countdown concluded, darkness enveloped him, and he lost consciousness. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself on a dilapidated street. There were few people around, and the ground was littered with trash and fallen leaves. The two-story buildings appeared quite run down. It was evident that this was a severely impoverished community. System, tell me where this is? Qin Xiao inquired within his mind. Identity has been loaded, relevant memories have been generated. Please review them at your convenience. The memories provided by the system were peculiar. They seamlessly merged with Qin Xiao's consciousness. Unlike the memories of the deceased Qin Xiao, which felt foreign and required active engagement to comprehend. Qin Xiao, 22 years old, had graduated from the University of California, Los Angeles, excelling academically and earning a scholarship from Stark Industries. This opportunity had granted him an internship at Stark Industries. The system seemed promising, at least providing him with an identity relatively close to the protagonist. Although the chances of an intern meeting Tony Stark were slim, it nonetheless offered a glimmer of possibility. Muttering to himself, Qin Xiao continued to peruse the memories. Then things became intriguing. When Qin Xiao was 13, a group of Hydra terrorists invaded the neighboring black family's home, and the ensuing battle spilled over into theirs. His parents perished in that conflict. Perhaps out of guilt, the black man had been sponsoring Qin Xiao's education and living expenses ever since. They had maintained a strong bond over the years, and now Qin Xiao had come to Baltimore, Maryland, to share the exciting news of his internship opportunity at Stark Industries with him. That man was none other than Isaiah, the original super soldier before Steve Rogers. Chapter 2. The original super soldier Isaiah Qin Xiao found himself perplexed as to why the system had bestowed upon him such an identity. Nor could he fathom the reason for his abrupt arrival in this place. When he inquired of the system, it merely suggested that he explore on his own. However, given the current identity and experiences he was encountering, it was evident that the system's efforts were not in vain. In order to better assimilate into this role, Qin Xiao diligently perused the memories associated with Isaiah throughout his journey. After traversing what seemed to be a single street, Qin Xiao arrived before an old dwelling. Hesitating for a moment, he reached out and pressed the doorbell. Who is it? An elderly man with a head full of graying hair and a weathered dark complexion emerged. Yet his appearance belied his true age of 88 years. He looked no more than 60. It is worth noting that Qin Xiao had arrived in the year 2008, prior to Tony Stark's abduction. Oh, Qin Xiao, my child, how have you fared? Upon seeing Qin Xiao, Isaiah warmly opened the door and enveloped him in a hug. After a brief moment of hesitation, Qin Xiao placed his hand on Isaiah's back, reciprocating the embrace. What troubles you, child? Has something occurred? Isaiah sensed a hint of unfamiliarity from Qin Xiao and inquired with concern. Oh, it's nothing. I merely reflect on how you have remained unchanged since my childhood. Now that I have graduated from university, it evokes a certain nostalgia. Qin Xiao replied cleverly. You know, my aging process is somewhat slower than that of an average person, and my physique is notably sturdier. Thus Isaiah spread his hands, speaking with a tinge of resignation. The abilities conferred by the super serum had brought him more suffering than benefit. The 30 years of being confined and subjected to human experimentation haunted him relentlessly. Come, let us not dwell on unpleasant matters. Please, step inside. Isaiah ushered Qin Xiao into the house. According to the narrative orchestrated by the system, Qin Xiao had encountered Isaiah's superhuman side during his childhood. For a considerable time following the demise of Qin Xiao's parents, he had lived with Isaiah, sharing a bond devoid of secrets. Eventually, fearing the return of Hydra operatives, Isaiah had sent Qin Xiao to a social welfare institution for his safety, discreetly providing him with financial support. Didn't you mention you were seeking employment in Los Angeles? What brings you all the way to the east to find me? It was evident that Isaiah was elated to see Qin Xiao, yet he disapproved of his unexpected visit due to safety concerns. I have acquired an internship opportunity at Stark Industries, and I felt it necessary to inform you. Qin Xiao endeavored to project an air of pride. Oh my God. Stark Industries. How magnificent. I always knew you could achieve this. We must go out and purchase some provisions. Let us celebrate with a drink tonight. Isaiah exclaimed with delight. Rising to his feet. Bang. They had been seated across from each other, but upon hearing Qin Xiao's announcement, Isaiah abruptly stood and took a couple of steps to the side. At that moment, a gunshot rang out, and a bullet whizzed through the window, narrowly missing Isaiah's head at the spot where he had just stood. The bullet plunged directly into Qin Xiao's chest, catching him entirely off guard. He felt a sharp twinge in his chest, followed by blood gradually seeping through the fibers of his clothing. What terrible luck, Qin Xiao muttered, tilting his head before succumbing to unconsciousness. In the darkness, he sensed his entire being ablaze, as if every cell in his body were boiling. It was an itch that penetrated deep into his bones, akin to thousands of ants incessantly crawling within him. Soon, immense pain followed, as though a colossal hydraulic press had mercilessly ground his body into pulp. Qin Xiao's consciousness felt ensnared in an abyss of darkness, enduring the extremes of both pain and itchiness, yet devoid of a vessel to struggle with. Time lost its meaning until he slowly opened his eyes once more. The first sight to greet him was Isaiah's tear-streaked face. You finally awakened, child. God bless. Damn it. I told you not to return to me. Isaiah's expression was a tapestry of joy, guilt, and self-reproach. What happened? Did I get shot? Qin Xiao struggled to sit up. The room was dimly lit, resembling a basement. On the bedside table lay a heart rate monitor, accompanied by a tray containing surgical instruments, tweezers, and some bloody gauze and cotton. There was also a bullet, stained with blood. It seems I'm not in dire straits after all. Qin Xiao exerted himself to sit upright. Strangely, he felt no anticipated pain. What? Qin Xiao glanced down at his body, astonished to find his wound had already healed and scabbed over. There was no sensation of pain at the injury site, only a slight itch, indicative of the wound nearing complete recovery. How long was I unconscious? Not more than 3 hours. Isaiah replied, glancing at his watch. Am I wound? Qin Xiao pointed at his chest. You lost a lot of blood. After dealing with the assassin, there was no time to take you to the hospital. I had to take the risk to save you myself. Thankfully, I had some essential medical equipment on hand. As for your wound, I told you there wasn't time for the hospital. I remembered that your blood type matched mine. I know this was perilous, but fortunately, you managed to endure the serum's transformation. Isaiah said, a hint of guilt in his voice. A wave of joy washed over Qin Xiao. Did this mean he had inadvertently received a super serum injection? His thoughts stirred, causing an imbalance of strength in his hands. As he exerted a slight force, he realized that he had accidentally crushed the metal railing beside the makeshift bed. Have I become a super soldier? Qin Xiao gazed incredulously at his hands. I came here unprepared, took a bullet, and awakened to find myself transformed into someone akin to Captain America? I shall fetch you a glass of water. In contrast to Qin Xiao's exuberance, Isaiah merely sighed and quietly rose to fetch the water. System? What on earth is happening? Do not claim that this has nothing to do with you. Qin Xiao called out to the system within his mind. A novice gift package, in this perilous world. The system must provide the host with a modicum of sustenance to survive. Does this not come as a pleasant surprise? Qin Xiao nearly spat out a mouthful of blood. Being a super soldier is certainly advantageous. Yet could you not have given me a heads up? Furthermore, must it be conveyed in such a manner? Qin Xiao articulated his sentiments directly, challenging the system. This approach is intended to facilitate the host's seamless integration into this realm and to elucidate the origin of their abilities. I hope the host can appreciate my earnest intentions and refrain from acting like a dog biting El Dongbin. I dare you to show yourself. See if I can't slay you. Chapter 3. An unconventional method of acquiring super serum. Could it be that a super soldier could directly transfuse blood into an ordinary person, successfully birthing another super soldier? Qin Xiao found this notion rather absurd. Yet, this is the Marvel universe, where one might transform simply from a spider bite, especially with a system at his disposal. Regardless, it seems he has acquired a modicum of self-defense capability, does he not? Earlier, Qin Xiao casually tested his newfound strength on the road, effortlessly lifting one side of a pickup truck with a single hand. although the angle limited his feet to just one side. The sensation indicated that the weight of a car posed little challenge to him. In light of these extraordinary events, Isaiah felt a profound sense of guilt. After earnestly advising Qin Xiao to refrain from showcasing his abilities and confirming that Qin Xiao's injuries were no longer severe, the poor old man, with reddened eyes, urged Qin Xiao to leave his clandestine underground sanctuary. Qin Xiao understood that once he departed, the old man would likely relocate, making it difficult for him to be found again. Although their relationship had been orchestrated by the system, the genuine affection Isaiah harbored was undeniable. Perhaps there would be opportunities to repay him in the future. According to the narrative, Isaiah remains alive and well following the events of Avengers Endgame. For now, however, Qin Xiao must prioritize his own well-being, as the system had issued its first task, to approach Tony Stark, successfully capturing his attention and ensuring he remembers Qin Xiao's name. Facilitating subsequent tasks. It is worth noting that while the host is equipped with a system, he is still a newcomer, and it is prudent to seek the favor of the affluent. The task, however, is formidable. Tony Stark is a genius scientist, the CEO of Stark Industries, and the wealthiest individual in America, and indeed, the world. Especially considering his current demeanor, he is notoriously difficult to engage with. It would be imprudent for Qin Xiao to rely solely on the powers derived from Isaiah's blood to approach him. Not only would that potentially attract law enforcement, but given Isaiah's past experiences, Qin Xiao is averse to becoming a subject of government or military experimentation. Solutions will arise in due time, but in just a few days. It is time to report to Stark Industries. Qin Xiao purchased a plane ticket, traversing the entirety of the United States from the East Coast to Los Angeles. Stark Industries boasts a significant presence with offices in both New York and Los Angeles, and Qin Xiao's internship is situated at the headquarters in Los Angeles. His role is that of a laboratory assistant, essentially a junior aide or laborer. His duties involve assisting at Stark Industries, copying documents, and serving tea. Thus, Qin Xiao has embraced the life of a 9-to-5 employee within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, navigating between Stark Industries and his modest apartment. Fortunately, Stark Industries offers a commendable salary, and the laboratory work is sufficiently uncomplicated. Life is relatively pleasant, yet the task remains a distant prospect. After working for over 2 months, Qin Xiao has yet to come close to Tony Stark. In fact, he has not even laid eyes on him, though he has encountered the villain from Iron Man. A bald man named Obadiah has visited the laboratory several times, yet Qin Xiao has only glimpsed him from afar. Continuing in this manner is not a viable solution. When will he complete his mission? It is now April 2008, and who knows when Tony Stark might venture to Afghanistan. Once he becomes Iron Man, approaching him will undoubtedly become even more challenging. Qin Xiao found himself lost in thought, cradling a cup of coffee in the break room when a middle-aged man clad in a lab coat, sporting a Mediterranean hairstyle, entered with a cup in hand. "Qin, why do you appear so glum? Have you been jilted by your girlfriend, or have you encountered some trouble? Come, share your thoughts with me. You know, at my age, I can always offer some sage advice to the youth." "Oh, Dr. Rex, I appreciate your concern. I merely feel that this job differs somewhat from my expectations," Qin Xiao replied, concealing his true feelings. "Ah, young man, do not be so pessimistic. Every newcomer begins as an assistant here. You must cultivate a tranquil mindset. If I recall correctly, you have been here for nearly 3 months, yes? Congratulations, your internship is nearing its conclusion." Casting a glance around to ensure no one was listening, Dr. Rex leaned in conspiratorially. "I've heard that during this round of internships, the big boss will personally conduct interviews and assign suitable positions. This is a rare opportunity, so you must muster your spirits, lad." "The big boss?" Qin Xiao inquired. "Tony Stark, my goodness. What is the name of our company?" "Stark Industries. Who else could it be? I've given you an A-grade rating. Prepare yourself." At Stark Industries, it is customary for new employees to intern in different departments for 3 months, after which department heads provide evaluations that the HR department uses for interviews and reassignment of roles. Dr. Rex, the supervisor of the laboratory where Qin Xiao is interning, possesses crucial information. If it is indeed Tony Stark who will conduct the interviews, Qin Xiao must contemplate how to capture Stark's attention. The 3-month deadline approached swiftly, and this morning, Qin Xiao arrived at the laboratory only to be informed that he need not work there today. He was to proceed directly to the top floor for an interview. Elated, he recalled that after several months at Stark Industries, he understood the top floor was Tony Stark's personal domain, containing not only a small laboratory and office, but also rooms for fitness and entertainment. Aside from a select few, such as Obadiah and Pepper Potts, no one else had access to that level. Being summoned for an interview there indicated that Tony Stark was indeed present today. With renewed excitement, Qin Xiao ascended to the top floor. He was first led into a small conference room where Tony Stark's personal bodyguard, Happy, made his entrance, conducting a thorough security check on everyone present. A sequence was arranged for over 10 interns, and unfortunately, Qin Xiao found himself as the last in line. After sitting in the conference room for approximately 10 minutes, he finally saw Pepper Potts enter, clutching a folder and calling out names one by one. Perhaps due to a disparity in aesthetic appreciation, Pepper appeared slightly younger than her cinematic portrayal, yet she did not entirely align with Qin Xiao's tastes, particularly when compared to the female characters from Marvel films. He found himself preferring the earlier renditions of Black Widow and Scarlet Witch. Oh, it seemed he might have the chance to meet both of them after all. An inexplicable excitement began to stir within Qin Xiao. Tony Stark's interviews progressed swiftly, with each candidate taking merely 3 to 5 minutes. Soon, one by one, the individuals in the conference room exited. Finally, Pepper returned, opened the door, and called out Qin Xiao's name. Xiao Qin. She mused with a hint of confusion as she smiled at him. You may come with me, Mr. Stark is awaiting your arrival. Chapter 4. Tony Stark in the interview room stood a boxing ring, a space that evidently served as Tony Stark's personal gym. It seemed quite familiar to Qin Xiao, who pondered for a moment and recalled that this was the very place where Tony Stark auditioned Black Widow in Iron Man 2. This perfectly aligned with Tony Stark's character. Sitting in an office with a stern expression was hardly his style. Are you Korean? Tony Stark inquired as Qin Xiao entered. Me? I am from Huaxia. Qin Xiao replied, pointing to himself. Yes, Tony Stark exclaimed, raising his fist in a victorious gesture. Nearby, Happy, with a grim expression, pulled out a $10 bill and placed it on the table. It was evident that the two were wagering on Qin Xiao's nationality, which made him internally scoff as he approached Tony Stark. To be honest, I am not particularly fond of facing others. It's not personal. I just dislike confronting strangers, especially men. Were it not for my commitment to the board this year, I likely would not have come here to review your internship reports. Now, let us expedite our discussion. Firstly, congratulations, Mr. Qin. Your internship report is exceptionally impressive. Your lab supervisor awarded you an A grade, stating that you are quite helpful in the laboratory. Now, there remains one question. Would you prefer to continue in the lab or transition to the legal department, where your skills may be more suitably utilized? Qin Xiao's credentials indicated he was a law graduate, which prompted Tony Stark's inquiry. To be honest, I am indifferent. It depends on how you wish to arrange it. Also, Mr. Stark, my expertise does not actually lie in law. Qin Xiao spread his hands in a gesture of openness. Oh, Tony Stark glanced down at Qin Xiao's credentials, reassured of their accuracy, and jested. Could it be martial arts from Huaxia? Indeed. I possess some knowledge of Huaxia martial arts, though I am not particularly formidable. I could handle, well, about 10 of such imposing figures as your bodyguard here. But that is not the point. Wait, I must interject, Happy interrupted, unable to contain himself. You just claimed you could handle 10 of me? Apologies, boss. But I must intercede. This is a matter of my dignity. Happy had been by Tony Stark's side for over a decade, making his candidness quite natural. Their banter piqued Tony Stark's interest, and disregarding Happy's interjection, he turned to Qin Xiao with curiosity. You still haven't answered his question. Are you certain you can take on 10 of him? Tony Stark appreciated Qin Xiao's confidence, but he found it hard to believe someone could take on 10 opponents. However, it was typical for youth to exaggerate their capabilities. Yet, Qin Xiao nodded with utmost seriousness. Approximately, yes, a maximum of 12, as he does appear quite formidable, and it would require a fair amount of stamina. At present, Qin Zhao's physical prowess is such that even 100 ordinary individuals like Happy would be effortlessly subdued with a single punch. Yet, it matters little. He has captured the attention of Tony Stark, and fulfilling his mission is all that counts. However, Happy, clearly irked, stood as Tony Stark's personal bodyguard. It was one thing to have his combat abilities questioned, but quite another to be challenged by someone who appeared so frail and youthful. Listen here. I am uncertain whether your martial arts skills are as formidable as you boast, but I shall grant you an opportunity to retract your words, otherwise. Happy stepped forward, clenching his fist towards Qin Zhao. With a slight smile, Qin Zhao chose to disregard Happy's provocation and approached a punching bag instead. He twisted his torso, inhaled deeply, and then lunged forward, delivering a powerful punch to the bag. Bam! The bag was obliterated by his strike. Oh my god! Oh my god! Tony Stark and Pepper Potts exclaimed in unison, astonished by the display. My martial arts training is not particularly aimed at combat, and I struggle to control my power. Are you certain you wish to continue? I must inform you, I cannot cover any medical expenses, Qin Zhao remarked, observing the pronounced swallow of Happy's Adam's apple as he gulped audibly. All right, come back, Happy. That punch was more powerful than a world champion's. You need not worry about losing your position over this, Tony Stark said, rising to pat Happy on the shoulder, diffusing the tension. He then turned to Qin Zhao and inquired, how did you accomplish that? I mean, what just transpired was evidently beyond the realm of normalcy. It appears rather unscientific. Do you comprehend my meaning? Tony Stark was clearly intrigued. Qin Zhao finally exhaled in relief, for the system's notification had sounded. Congratulations, host. Your recent display has left a profound impression on Tony Stark. Your name is now etched in his memory. Mission accomplished. Reward, 500 points. The system store is now accessible. Having successfully completed the task, Qin Zhao felt a wave of relief wash over him. Yet he had no time to peruse the items in the store. Instead, he smiled gently at Tony Stark and said, it is merely a technique of instantaneous explosive power, honed through years of rigorous practice. Years of training, you say? Tony Stark murmured thoughtfully. If I were to learn this fighting technique from you, would I be able to reach your level? He gestured, mimicking the action of obliterating the punching bag with a punch. I regret to inform you, Mr. Stark, but these techniques require tedious, repetitive, and often painful practice. I do not believe you possess the fortitude for it. Qin Zhao shrugged nonchalantly. Tony Stark was genuinely intrigued, and Qin Zhao found himself at a loss, having no real skills to speak of. After all, he had merely become this way due to Isaiah's erratic blood transfusion. Without the system, he couldn't even ascertain whether he could withstand the mutations. However, such behavior, in the eyes of Tony Stark, became a source of disdain. Do you doubt me? Do you believe I am incapable? Tony Stark declared with a hint of defiance. Initially, he had merely inquired out of curiosity. Though he possessed a certain self-importance, arrogance, and a belief in his own superiority, he was by no means devoid of self-awareness. He was acutely cognizant of his strengths. Yet, for reasons unknown, Qin Zhao's words instilled within him an unusual sense of discontent. It was reminiscent of his childhood when his father would often extol the virtues of Captain America, Steve Rogers, while criticizing Tony for his perceived shortcomings. Chapter 5. A chance encounter at the bar. Pepper, do you think I could learn his martial arts? Tony Stark turned to inquire of Pepper Potts. A look of consternation washed over her face. Tony, today you are assigning positions to those who have passed their internships. Perhaps we should complete our tasks before delving into the matter of learning martial arts. No. I have already secured a commendable position for Mr. Qin as my personal combat instructor. You are responsible for scheduling appointments and discussing his remuneration, Tony Stark asserted with unwavering confidence. I must return to my laboratory now. I have a set of missile data that requires my attention. Please arrange the timing, Pepper. Farewell, coach. Without so much as consulting Qin Zhao, Tony donned his coat and departed with a sense of self-importance. This was quintessential Iron Man. Even in his former life, Qin Zhao had relished the Marvel films, with Iron Man being his favorite character. A surge of impulse to deliver a punch to Tony's arrogant visage arose within him. After all, had he even been consulted? Yet, in the interest of fostering rapport, Qin Xiao offered a self-deprecating smile and remained silent. Pepper stepped forward, offering an understanding tone. I apologize. Tony has always been this way. I hope you won't take offense. Qin Xiao shrugged nonchalantly. It's quite all right. At the very least, I know he won't disappoint me when it comes to salary. Will he? Pepper chuckled in response. As you wish, he certainly won't let you down. Basic super soldier serum, the type Captain America was injected with. It initially transcends human limits, alters genetic sequences, significantly enhances strength, speed, and metabolism, and possesses certain anti-aging properties. 1,000 points. Money, real world 1,000,001 point. Upon exchange, funds can be directly transferred to the host's bank account, secure and without future repercussions. Basic combat skills, equivalent to the proficiency of elite special forces combatants. Amalgamating various martial arts, characterized by speed, precision, and lethality, emphasizing a single decisive strike. 200 points. Basic weapon mastery, competent with most melee weapons, having a foundational grasp of the techniques required for each type of weapon. 200 points. E-class combat suit, capable of disguising itself as any ordinary clothing. It can withstand any known ballistic ammunition, excluding special munitions such as vibranium or URU metal, offering significant damage mitigation against small firearms. Besides being bulletproof, it also provides protection against damage from common melee weapons. 300 points. E-class melee weapon customization, a weapon tailored to your needs, greatly enhancing your combat capability, especially against formidable opponents with high defenses. E-class power, comparable to the E-class combat suit. 300 points. Qin Xiao had anticipated that the system's mall would open up all items directly, yet it merely revealed a rudimentary level of commerce. With just 500 points in hand, he felt it insufficient. Fortunately, the effects of the basic super soldier serum were already within his grasp, saving him the expense of the priciest option. After considerable contemplation, Qin Xiao ultimately opted for the basic combat skills and the E-class combat suit. Firstly, it is due to the fortunate acquisition of 500 points. Secondly, the elementary combat skills are now particularly advantageous for him, serving as the most effective means to enhance his combat prowess at this moment. As for the combat attire, it is equally motivated by the precise allocation of points and the necessity of defense against firearms in the initial stages. Furthermore, according to the unfolding narrative, whether confronting the Iron Overlord or engaging in the conflict in Afghanistan, this combat suit alleviates many of Qin Xiao's concerns. At least he has not yet reached the point of invulnerability. The secondary marketplace requires a cumulative total of 5,000 points to unlock fully. Consequently, Qin Xiao can only exchange for these two items to bolster his capabilities. Currently, the system has not assigned any tasks, but Pepper Potts has offered Qin Xiao a weekly salary of $100,000, which certainly enhances his comfort in this world. However, since their last encounter, Tony Stark seems to have immersed himself in his laboratory, neglecting to invite Qin Xiao for lessons, leaving him somewhat aimless. Reluctantly, Qin Xiao has resorted to frequenting bars in the evenings to enrich his nightlife. Due to Hollywood's presence, Los Angeles boasts bars of world-class caliber, teeming with celebrities and affluent individuals. Recently, Qin Xiao discovered a bar that resonates with his preferences, the Roger Room. This establishment is primarily frequented by young patrons, couples, singles, and aspiring actors striving for recognition in Hollywood. Compared to other bars, the atmosphere here feels more genuine. Although Qin Xiao initially sought to indulge in flirtation, he wished to avoid encounters with overly seasoned individuals or those solely interested in his wallet. Most importantly, he detests individuals with a heavy aura of experience. After several days of discreet observation, Qin Xiao finally identified a target, a girl with dreams of stardom, possessing a remarkably delicate appearance. Having quietly watched her for days, he decided today would be the day to make his move. Just as he prepared to rise, a sultry yet gravelly voice interrupted him. "Hey, are you leaving? Why not sit for a while and share a drink with me?" Instinctively, Qin Xiao turned around, nearly exclaiming in surprise. The woman before him was none other than the famed Black Widow, known as the Scarlet. Unlike her fierce portrayal in films, she appeared more youthful in this reality. dressed not in her signature skin-tight black suit, but in a gracefully flowing crimson dress. Her angelic visage bore no hint of the ruggedness often associated with Western beauty. Her porcelain skin shimmered under the lights, and her alluring figure was accentuated by the fabric of her dress, revealing a tantalizing glimpse. Absolutely stunning. Qin Xiao found himself at a loss for words to describe her. If one finds the current appearance of the Black Widow less appealing, a glance at Scarlett Johansson's early films reveals an undeniably angelic visage. Let this serve as a correction of her youthful beauty. As one of the original heroes of the Avengers, her mere presence left Qin Xiao in a state of unparalleled astonishment. However, despite the shock, Qin Xiao remained composed, reflecting internally on whether he had attracted the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. or Hydra since arriving in this world. The only potential intersection would be the assassination linked to Isaiah, likely orchestrated by Hydra operatives. Nevertheless, it is presumed that Isaiah has dealt with the assassin, and the system's design has shielded him from their scrutiny. He should be safe. Chapter 6. Flirting with the Black Widow. The Black Widow, a premier agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., made her presence felt in the bar, and Qin Xiao was acutely aware that her appearance was not without purpose. However, as long as she was not approaching him with ill intent, he was unperturbed by any ensuing complications. Setting aside her significance as a pivotal character, one could hardly overlook her angelic visage paired with a devilish physique. It seemed almost a travesty to let such an opportunity slip away. In an instant, Qin Xiao's thoughts danced through various possibilities. Observing his silence, the Black Widow parted her crimson lips and inquired, "Is something amiss? Are you unable to comprehend English? Or do you simply wish to remain silent?" "My apologies," he replied with a glimmer of mischief in his eyes. "I was contemplating how to entice such a stunning lady to my apartment for an enchanting evening." With the weight of uncertainty lifted, Qin Xiao smiled faintly and turned to take a seat. "That will depend on your skills," the Black Widow responded with a charming smile. "Waiter, please prepare a drink befitting the grace of this lovely lady," Qin Xiao called out, snapping his fingers as he casually handed a $100 bill to the server, indicating the remainder as a tip. "Thank you, sir." The waiter, taken aback by such generosity, bowed slightly in gratitude. "There's no need for thanks. Should your concoction fail to match her elegance, I shall not hesitate to make your life exceedingly uncomfortable," Qin Xiao jested, a playful glint in his eye. Having frequented the bar daily, he had established a rapport with the bartender, who now hurried to prepare the Black Widow's cocktail. "Your humor is quite charming, young man," she remarked, her laughter ringing sweetly. Qin Xiao noticed her gaze occasionally drifting towards a table at the back, where 3 burly men were seated. He chose to disregard it, instead focusing on the mesmerizing depths of her eyes. "I have many facets that could earn me points with you. You have ample time to discover them all. Most Asians I know tend to be rather reserved. It's rare to find one as forthright as you," she commented. "Perhaps you have yet to meet enough of them," he countered playfully, and their banter continued for some time. After about 10 minutes, he observed the men rising to leave. The Black Widow, feigning nonchalance, glanced in their direction and declared, "I need to use the restroom," before making her way away from the bar. Qin Xiao understood her intention to confront the 3 men and chose not to expose her motives. Instead, he offered a subtle smile, encouraging her to proceed as she wished. System task. A true gentleman must never allow a lady to engage in conflict alone. Assist the Black Widow in subduing those 3 men, ensuring she remembers you. As one of the original heroes of the Avengers, forging a connection with her will facilitate future endeavors in this realm. P.S. Even from a man's perspective, how could such beauty be easily disregarded? Host, do your best. Thus, what began as a simple endeavor to charm a beautiful woman had now unraveled into a troublesome predicament. Yet, recognizing it as a task with potential rewards, he resolved to take action. Silently, he followed the Black Widow out the back door of the bar, noticing that the 3 men were almost at the alley's entrance. The Black Widow stood poised in the alley's center, addressing the trio in a tongue he could only discern as Russian, though the content of her words eluded him. However, it should not be considered a compliment, for the Black Widow spoke in a single sentence. One of the men attempted to draw a gun from his pocket, only to be restrained by another. The handgun lacked a silencer, as they wished to avoid trouble. It was evident that they did not regard the Black Widow, a mere woman, with much seriousness. As for Qin Xiao, who had just exited the bar through the back door, he, a seemingly frail Asian man, was automatically dismissed as mere background. The three men exchanged no words, only sneered as they charged toward the Black Widow. Yet, who were these three to underestimate her? With a slight smile, she performed her characteristic head tilt before preparing to accelerate toward the three burly men. However, before she could even begin her run, a dark shadow zipped past her. At that moment, Qin Xiao, imbued not only with the super soldier serum but also clad in an E-class combat suit, possessed combat skills rivaling those of the world's elite soldiers. With a few deft movements, he reached the trio, seizing the foremost man by the face. Without halting his momentum, he forcefully slammed the man's head backward, causing it to collide with the nose of the man behind him. Releasing his grip, he delivered an elbow strike to the side, catching the last man unprepared and striking him at the temple. In a matter of seconds, the trio lay incapacitated on the ground. Qin Xiao then delivered a swift chop to each of the two men, clutching their heads and noses. In less than 2 seconds, he had dashed past the Black Widow, effortlessly dispatching the three assailants. With a smile gracing his lips, he turned to strike a more appealing pose. To his surprise, he nearly collided with the dark muzzle of a gun. "What the hell are you doing?" he exclaimed, startled by the sudden confrontation. "Who are you?" The Black Widow's expression grew serious. The three men were no ordinary foes. Even she would require several exchanges to subdue them. Yet here was Qin Xiao, having incapacitated them before fully grasping the situation. "A man." Qin Xiao raised his hands in a gesture of surrender. "Look, I mean no harm. I merely observed you fighting outside. I should at least display some chivalry, right? You could have invited me for a drink, but instead, you point a gun at my head," he said with a grin, setting aside any thoughts of the Black Widow's murderous intent. Qin Xiao was confident he could evade a gunshot at this range, not to mention his attire's resistance to blades and bullets. Although the Black Widow sensed no hostility from him, she nonetheless took 2 cautious steps back, keeping the gun trained on his forehead. "Step away. I need to take these three with me." "All right," Qin Xiao replied, slowly retreating a step, just as the Black Widow sighed in relief. Qin Xiao propelled himself backward with his right leg, executing a Z-pattern maneuver that evaded her aim, closing the distance to her side before she could react. With his right hand, he had already seized the mini pistol from Black Widow. In the film, the Black Widow is portrayed as an ordinary individual endowed with extraordinary combat skills and physical prowess, unlike her comic book counterpart, who has undergone genetic modifications. Qin Xiao possesses a super serum that has propelled his speed and reflexes beyond human limits, allowing him to outmaneuver her effortlessly. With the gun pressed firmly against Black Widow's head, he pinned her against the wall. "What do you intend to do?" she queried, her expression impassive, though her right hand stealthily approached her thigh. "I shall punish you for your ingratitude," Qin Xiao replied with a slight smile, dismantling her small firearm with remarkable ease. Basic combat skills inherently include a rudimentary understanding of firearms. Proficiency in shooting may vary, but knowledge and usage are not problematic. He discarded the fragments on the ground, holding aloft a bullet that had been ejected from the pistol, and tossed it gently towards the center of her attire, where it nestled between her bosom. "Did you know that Cupid wields more than just a bow and arrow? Occasionally, he dabbles with handguns as well." With a mischievous grin, he playfully brushed his hand against her slender waist. Qin Xiao then swiftly retreated, laughing heartily as he made his way back to the bar. That damn scoundrel. It was not until he returned to the bar that Black Widow's right hand slowly emerged from beneath her skirt, brandishing a small electric shock device. She had been on the verge of launching an attack moments earlier, unsure whether Qin Xiao had calculated his escape or if it had been mere coincidence. Although she felt a surge of curiosity about his true identity, her current mission took precedence. As for Qin Xiao, she would have ample opportunity to investigate him later. With a mixture of annoyance and an indescribable sensation, Black Widow retrieved her phone to summon her colleagues to clean up the aftermath. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, who had accomplished his task, he had undoubtedly left a profound impression on her. Other matters could be addressed at a later time. Satisfied with the day's events, he resolved to leave before encountering agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. While he harbored an interest in Black Widow, it would be prudent to maintain distance from S.H.I.E.L.D. at this juncture. The memory of the bullet sliding into Black Widow's attire ignited a fervent heat within him. Upon entering the bar, he hastily searched for the girl he had been observing for several days, only to discover she had already departed. Alas, time to return to sleep. Chapter 7. The combat coach takes his position after visiting Stark Industries twice and receiving 2 checks for $100,000 each. Qin Xiao finally received a call from Pepper Potts. Tony Stark had finally remembered his combat coach. In truth, despite Tony Stark's notorious arrogance, he demonstrated considerable respect for others when it came to learning something new. He had specifically dispatched Happy to escort Qin Xiao to his residence. Perhaps it was the profound impact of Qin Xiao's punch that had shattered the sandbag, leaving Happy feeling the need to enhance his own professional standards. En route, he expressed his desire to learn martial arts from Qin Xiao. To this, Qin Xiao replied that he had no objections, provided that his employer approved. Seeing the mansion in person was far more awe-inspiring than the depictions in films, resembling a medium-sized shopping mall in scale. To add to the absurdity, this vast abode was devoid of any servants. Aside from his bedroom, Tony spent most of his time in the basement, engrossed in his inventions. One might wonder the purpose of such a grand house. In contrast to the property itself, the nascent artificial intelligence known as JARVIS did not evoke the same level of astonishment in Qin Xiao. After all, the impression JARVIS left in the films was not significantly different from the one experienced in reality. Thus, with a sense of retribution against the avaricious capitalist and Tony's previous arrogance, Qin Xiao commenced his first lesson with Tony. The session began with a fundamental martial arts stance well known to all Chinese practitioners, the horse stance. Lower your thighs and calves to form a 90-degree angle. Drop your hips slightly, but do not arch your back. Oh, for heaven's sake. Happy. Are you attempting to seduce me with that ample backside? Lower it. Tony Stark, not yet well acquainted with Qin Xiao, refrained from allowing him into his underground laboratory, opting instead to take him to the expansive balcony outside. I am here to learn martial arts, not to practice these ridiculous postures, Happy grumbled, struggling to maintain the stance. This is a basic exercise in Chinese martial arts, Qin Xiao explained. I have practiced something similar. It strengthens your lower body, making it more resilient against adversaries. To Qin Xiao's surprise, he discovered that Tony had indeed practiced Wing Chun for a period and had even trained under a Wing Chun master. In reality, it was the actor Robert Downey Jr. who practiced Wing Chun, not Tony Stark, but this detail is repurposed here. At this moment, Tony appeared quite at ease, effortlessly explaining the significance of the stance to Happy, who, under the boss's directive, had no choice but to squat once more, vigorously adjusting his position until it was correct. However, a question lingered in Qin Xiao's mind. Given that Tony had practiced the horse stance before, he had initially found it quite easy and had even taken time to chat with Qin Xiao. You mentioned that your Wing Chun master is a highly esteemed martial arts figure in your culture. Why does it seem he lacks your prowess? Qin Xiao inquired, reclining on a chair he had somehow procured. True mastery of Kung Fu is, at its core, a lethal art, rarely shared with the public. The majority of what is presented as traditional Chinese martial arts today consists largely of flamboyant performances devoid of substance. To put it simply, it is akin to the distinction between Hogwarts and the magicians outside. Do you understand, Muggle? Qin Xiao's assertions are not unfounded. Let us not forget the Marvel Universe, which later introduced characters like Shang-Chi, embodying authentic martial prowess. In the context of our previous world, genuine martial arts have indeed waned in this era, making true masters nearly impossible to find. Whether it be renowned martial arts schools or celebrated masters, they all engage in mere theatrics. Recently, perhaps due to Tony Stark's newfound leisure, he has been having Happy pick up Qin Xiao almost daily for training sessions. This has compelled Qin Xiao to approach the matter with earnestness. Although he lacks proficiency in authentic Chinese boxing, he finds it feasible to entertain Tony and Happy, both of whom are novices. Each day, he has them practice stances and engage in an hour of physical conditioning, culminating in bouts where Qin Xiao offers guidance. Notably, over the course of nearly a month, the duo's fighting skills have indeed improved remarkably. An unexpected benefit for Qin Xiao has been his growing camaraderie with Tony Stark. Through their month of interaction, he has discovered numerous similarities between them. Both harbor a disdain for superficiality and a distaste for overly serious individuals, whom they deem hypocritical. This sentiment is common among many, yet most individuals succumb to the grind of reality, becoming dulled in the process, much like the former Qin Xiao. Tony Stark is fortunate. His identity and innate talent allow him to maintain his principles in a world rife with conformity. However, after traversing into this new realm and acquiring a system, Qin Xiao's own carefree spirit has begun to resurface. A significant point of connection between them lies in their shared penchant for dark humor. For instance, Happy has recently been bestowed with several amusing nicknames, such as Fat But Butter and the Elegant Booty Dance Man, which have left him hesitant to train alongside them. Tony Stark, possessing considerable natural talent, has been progressing rapidly in physical training under Qin Xiao's guidance, rendering Happy increasingly unable to keep up. This situation is undeniably a grave insult for a bodyguard. Rumor has it that he is contemplating a transfer to the security division of Stark Industries. As Qin Xiao busies himself with Tony's training, gradually nurturing their friendship, we shift our focus to the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters in Washington, D.C. In Director Nick Fury's office, the bald man maintains his usual demeanor, standing by the window, observing the scenery with a cold detachment. Behind him stands the Black Widow, clad in a sleek black suit. Compared to their last encounter in the bar, she appears even more striking and formidable in her combat attire. Almost all the agents have taken their own lives, leaving only 2 remaining, who steadfastly refuse to divulge any information even under intense interrogation. The Black Widow spoke calmly. "It matters not. All our clandestine operatives within the United States have been neutralized. Their intentions are rendered futile, and whether they possess knowledge is of little consequence. Tell me, how does it feel to confront former colleagues with your own hands, Agent Romanoff?" Nick Fury turned to her and queried, "In my past, I have committed numerous errors. I am more than willing to leverage my understanding of them to thwart their endeavors. For me, it serves as a means to atone for my previous misdeeds." The Black Widow's demeanor was serene, as if she had completely emerged from the shadows of her past. "Oh, if you truly feel that way, then that is splendid. This matter is concluded. We need not discuss it further. As for those 2 agents, let us grant them a peaceful departure. I find myself quite intrigued by the Asian individual you encountered last time," Nick Fury remarked, gesturing towards a document on his desk. The first page of that document bore the name and photograph of Qin Xiao, and beneath it lay the conspicuous files pertaining to the Avengers Initiative. Chapter 8, Under the Watchful Eye of S.H.I.E.L.D. Hawkeye and Black Widow epitomized the pinnacle of martial prowess on this planet, excelling in speed, physicality, and strength. According to Black Widow's description, Qin Xiao is an entity that could effortlessly overpower her. It is precisely this incongruity that compelled Black Widow to draw her weapon against Qin Xiao, even in the absence of any overt hostility. This sense of overwhelming might is something she has only experienced once before in her career, courtesy of the legendary Winter Soldier. The significance of the Super Soldier Serum cannot be overstated. Therefore, Black Widow relayed the entire narrative, along with her analyses and conjectures, to Nick Fury. Nick Fury was aware that the military still possessed incomplete samples of the Super Soldier Serum, making the creation of a genuine super soldier impossible. Consequently, he speculated whether Qin Xiao had inadvertently undergone some form of mutation. He proceeded to investigate Qin Xiao's life trajectory, scrutinizing every individual who had crossed his path. The resources at Nick Fury's disposal far surpassed those of conventional intelligence agencies. In no time, the intricate history of Qin Xiao's upbringing was thoroughly examined by Nick Fury. In the 20-plus years Qin Xiao had spent here, The only two anomalous events were the tragic shooting that claimed his parents during his childhood and a recent shooting incident that transpired shortly after his arrival at Isaiah's residence. However, a figure had been deliberately erased from both occurrences: Isaiah. Isaiah is a being that the United States government refuses to acknowledge. Having been drained of his last vestiges of utility and subsequently living in hiding after receiving a presidential pardon. Once Nick Fury learned his name, all confidential files were laid out on his desk within a few hours. With this information in hand, Nick Fury was able to piece together the broader implications. A super soldier predating Captain America, the first successful test subject? Black Widow remarked incredulously. Indeed, there are always scoundrels within the government who indulge in unsavory deeds. Isaiah had served his country valiantly, having once staunchly opposed Hydra, only to be imprisoned in a laboratory for 3 decades. Nick Fury felt a profound indignation. Isaiah's plight was undeniably tragic. Yet, he understood that Isaiah, despite his formidable strength, could not independently extract the super soldier serum to forge a super soldier. Thus, the only plausible explanation was an accident, some unforeseen event that allowed Qin Shao to assimilate the serum, perhaps even that very shooting incident. Nick Fury had analyzed the situation with remarkable accuracy, regardless of the correctness of his deductions. One fact remained indisputable: Qin Shao was unequivocally a super soldier who had transcended human limitations. Serendipitously, he had a plan that required a super soldier. Romanov, your task in the coming days is to get close to Qin Shao. I require a comprehensive psychological evaluation and character analysis report, as detailed as possible. Understood. The Black Widow acknowledged with a nod and exited Nick Fury's office. Nick Fury sighed, redirecting his attention to the Avengers' plans. This scheme had been entrenched in his mind for over a decade. Few in the world were aware that extraterrestrial beings truly existed, their individual prowess and technology far surpassing that of Earth. The planet needed super soldiers, exceptional individuals, a coalition of superheroes capable of resisting foreign civilizations when the time arose. During this period, Qin Shao expended the 500 points awarded from his previous mission in no time. He mastered E-level cold weaponry and even commissioned a Dao. The system, ever accommodating, ensured that the weapon was easy to transport. In its initial state, it featured only a hilt. The blade was segmented, concealed within the hilt. When needed, a simple flick of the hilt would reveal the fully formed blade. Each joint was artfully obscured by a dragon motif engraved upon the blade. The weapon was predominantly black, with only the edge emitting a faint glimmer of the alloy's cold sheen. Qin Shao tested it and found that ordinary metals could be effortlessly cleaved in two. Only certain specialized alloys could withstand the force of his Dao. Armed with this formidable weapon, Qin Zhao's combat capabilities surged significantly. Qin, if you have time tonight, accompany me to a charity gala, Tony Stark declared from the underground of his villa, still recovering from a recent defeat at the hands of Qin Shao. Lying on the arena floor and staring at the ceiling, taking deep breaths. Tony, I am not your date. Why should I attend some charity gala? I lack the funds to engage in such philanthropy, Qin Shao replied, while retrieving a bottle of mineral water from the fridge. I am Tony Stark, my friend. I never require a companion for galas. My mere presence sends all the women into a frenzy. However, you won't get to experience that. So, are you going or not? There will be plenty of beautiful women, including several Hollywood actresses. The mention of alluring ladies piqued Qin Zhao's interest. Listen, you are only 22. For heaven's sake, at my age, I attended parties every night. You should take this opportunity to meet more people. Come on, let us unwind a bit. I'll be heading to Afghanistan in a few days to sign contracts with the military, so consider this a pre-departure celebration. Afghanistan. Qin Shao silently repeated the name of the country. It appeared that the plot was about to unfold, and he wondered what kind of tasks the system would assign him and how many points he might earn. The journey to Afghanistan would be a pivotal moment in Tony's life and the birthplace of Iron Man's transformation. Thus, despite the brevity of their acquaintance, Qin Shao and Tony had developed a solid rapport. Ultimately, Qin Shao refrained from advising Tony to exercise caution and instead agreed to accompany him to the soiree that evening. At such gatherings, Individuals typically congregate within their own circles, engaging in casual conversations in small groups. Tony, despite often being surrounded by beautiful women, seldom interacts with others. This time, he had decided to bring Qin Xiao along. Tony, I've just realized you're quite the deceiver. You told me this was a charity gala, yet it appears to be a celebration for the military awarding you a patriotic trophy. Just look around. It's filled with old men in military uniforms. Where are the Hollywood stars you mentioned, you scoundrel? Qin Xiao discovered he had been misled. This was clearly the awards ceremony from the beginning of the Iron Man film. Relax, I might have misremembered. I merely agreed to attend. I never claimed I would patiently wait for an award. Follow me. I'll take you to find some lovely ladies. True to the film, Tony dashed into the hotel casino. However, unlike the movie where a throng of bodyguards accompanied him, only Happy was present with Tony and Qin Xiao. Come on, lighten up. Let us get some chips and have some fun. Soon enough, an endless stream of beautiful women will flock to us. I promise you can choose first, provided they are willing to forsake me. Tony handed a large stack of chips to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, muttering, with your fortune, these ladies must be out of their minds to follow me. Convinced he would have no luck with women that night, Qin Xiao resolved to help Tony lose a bit of money. He fiercely placed all his chips on the number 1 betting area of the roulette. Oh, for heaven's sake, have you never gambled before? Indeed. Number 1 is not a wise choice. 1 is rather solitary, isn't it? If I were you, I would choose number 2. The words of Tony Stark were interrupted by the familiar voice of a woman as she spoke, simultaneously pushing Qin Xiao's chips to the number 2 position. Chapter 9. The plot commences. Black Widow. Today, Natasha donned a charming ensemble featuring a white base complemented by a light blue faux two-piece dress. The skirt's hem gracefully draped in sheer white fabric that cascaded just above her knees. Her smooth, shapely thighs peeked through, a stark contrast to the more playful attire she wore during their previous meeting at the bar. Yet, amidst the casino's atmosphere where women flaunted tank tops and hot pants, her outfit exuded an allure that was undeniably captivating. To illustrate this enchantment, one need only observe Tony Stark, whose eyes widened in astonishment upon catching sight of Black Widow. Hello. While I am certain you are well aware of my identity, allow me to introduce myself. I am Tony Stark. Of course, who in this nation does not recognize Tony Stark? And you must be Natasha Romanoff. Black Widow did not shy away from revealing her true name, perhaps deeming it unnecessary or perhaps confident in the confidentiality of her information. With a polite nod towards Tony, she turned to Qin Xiao and said, I apologize for leaving abruptly during our last encounter at the bar. I am here to make amends by accompanying you for some gambling tonight. Absolutely. Qin Xiao did not hesitate to extend his arm, allowing Black Widow to link hers with his. The roulette wheel began to spin. The small iron ball danced across the numbers before finally settling on number 2. Tony observed as the rare beauty approached Qin Xiao, and while he initially intended to make a sardonic remark, the outcome of the roulette compelled an involuntary gasp of excitement from him. Yes, this sum of money was trivial for Tony. Yet winning on a single number among the 38 choices of American roulette was undeniably exhilarating. As it became evident that the enchanting woman was indeed drawn to Qin Xiao, Tony could only casually inquire of Happy, how much did I give him earlier? I believe it was 180,000, right? With this win, he's up 6 million. Damn it. Qin, you ought to express your gratitude to this lovely lady. She deserves her share of the winnings. The principal was my stake. We'll split it evenly, and you can give her your portion. Happy, take half of these chips and come with me. Though Tony was enamored by the beauty approaching Qin Xiao, he recognized it was best not to linger. Instead, he opted to seek solace elsewhere. Leaning in to whisper to Qin Xiao before departing, do let me know the name of your favorite bar. I'll find you when I return from Afghanistan. Tony, be careful. Qin Xiao could not help but offer a word of caution, although it appeared Tony paid little heed. Once Tony had taken his leave, Qin Xiao turned to the enchanting Black Widow. You cannot claim this evening as a mere coincidence. I refuse to believe it, Miss Romanoff. Very well. I admit I came specifically to seek you out. However, we can discuss matters later. For now, let us enjoy ourselves. I have a stake in these chips. As Stark mentioned, Black Widow replied, her demeanor reminiscent of a lively young girl, eager to partake in the festivities. Guiding Qin Xiao through the casino, they meandered from table to table, placing casual bets. It's worth noting that the Black Widow, at the tender age of 24, is only 2 years older than Qin Xiao in this realm, which indeed categorizes her as a mere child. One wonders if her luck is genuine or if their companionship simply brings forth fortune. As they carelessly wagered at various tables, they managed to amass a staggering 4 million in chips. However, when it came time to exchange the chips, the Black Widow stated that money held no value for her and declined to take a single cent. Qin Xiao, unfazed, deposited the entire amount into his account. As they exited, they happened upon Tony Stark at the hotel entrance, entering his vehicle with a female journalist. Before departing, he winked at Qin Xiao, suggesting a camaraderie between them. It seems you two share a good rapport. As far as I know, befriending Tony Stark is no simple feat, the Black Widow remarked as they lingered at the hotel entrance. Is that so? Perhaps we simply connect well. But I find it a tad more challenging to have a seasoned operative like you leaning on me like that, Qin Xiao replied. How did you discern that? The Black Widow inquired with a playful tilt of her head, clearly amused. Is it really that difficult to guess? Running to the back of a bar in the dead of night to confront 3 burly men, either a killer or an agent, and you didn't harm them, he responded, despite knowing her esteemed reputation as a world-renowned operative. Still, he felt an urge to ruffle her hair. All right, you've guessed correctly. I am indeed an agent. Now, it's my turn to pose a question, she said as they strolled leisurely down the street. Go ahead, Qin Xiao said, pursing his lips in indifference. How did you acquire the super serum? Is it due to Isaiah? She asked directly, having no intention of withholding information. This time, Qin Xiao found himself incredulous. The efficiency of S.H.I.E.L.D. was astonishing. Based on his singular involvement, they had traced so much. Yet, since the Black Widow was being so forthright, he decided to divulge everything that had transpired. In the end, I was merely fortunate. Did you approach me for the super serum? He asked, harboring a slight wariness. Although for him, his relationship with Isaiah was merely a construct of the system, Isaiah genuinely regarded him as a child. He certainly did not wish for Isaiah to be subjected to further experimentation because of him. No, we have no interest in the serum. It is far too unstable. Moreover, we have no intention of disturbing Isaiah. Instead, we aim to discreetly eliminate those with nefarious intentions surrounding him. My target is you. Unbeknownst to them, they had wandered into a park, where the Black Widow released Qin Xiao and seated herself on a bench. Oh, Qin Xiao took a seat beside her. Is it truly me? Are you saying that the last bullet pierced your heart? If you bring up that matter again, I shall turn your head into a sandwich. The Black Widow exclaimed, her voice tinged with irritation. All right. I shall never mention the incident of the bullet lodged in your chest again. Now, could you elucidate what you mean by the target is me, Agent Romanoff? Qin Xiao feigned surrender, raising his hands in mock defeat. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Natasha Romanoff, Senior Agent of the Department of Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics. We are tasked with monitoring all threats to global security and individuals of concern, she declared. Do you perceive me as a threat to this world? Qin Xiao reciprocated with an introduction of his own. You possess strength, speed, and reflexes that transcend human limits. With a modicum of training, you could become the most formidable assassin, capable of eliminating key figures, even a nation's president. I assure you, no one would be able to stop you. Do you truly believe we would overlook you? What do you intend to do? Imprison me? Qin Xiao inquired, gazing intently at the Black Widow. Certainly not. My role is merely to observe and prepare a risk assessment report. If you exhibit no signs of antisocial or inhumane behavior, we will not detain you, she replied, deliberately avoiding any mention of Nick Fury or the Avengers Initiative, instead opting for a more circumspect approach. Well, I must confess, I am quite the lecherous individual, easily dizzy and enamored by beauty, especially someone as striking as you. Does that count as a threat? The Black Widow, astute as ever, recognized her own exposure before Qin Xiao and chose to be forthright about her identity. They conversed as if they were newfound friends, engaging in casual dialogue. Each word, each expression, and every gesture from Qin Xiao was meticulously analyzed by her, ultimately to be reported to Nick Fury. Thus, the two sat in the park, exchanging words until the deep hours of the night before parting ways. The following day, just before dinner, Qin Xiao received a call from Happy. Tony Stark had gone missing following an attack by terrorists in Afghanistan. The plot was finally taking shape. After inquiring with the system about why he could not return after completing 2 tasks, he learned that he must await Tony Stark's transformation into Iron Man and assist him in vanquishing the Ironmonger before he could return to the real world. For Qin Xiao, whether in the real world or the Marvel Universe, he remained a mere traveler. However, the tangible nature of the real world felt more reassuring. Coupled with the memories of his past life, a multitude of matters awaited his attention. The prerequisite, of course, was to accrue points, enabling him to exchange them for substantial wealth upon his return. Chapter 10. Commencing the rescue as a premier operative, Black Widow possesses a keen insight into people's true natures. Despite the seemingly aimless banter between them, she discerned that Qin Xiao harbored no interest in joining the Avengers Initiative or the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization. The notion of excess being detrimental is universally acknowledged. Nonetheless, for the time being, Black Widow and Qin Xiao could be considered friends, prompting Nick Fury to divert his attention elsewhere. However, the extent of his covert surveillance remained known only to him. Meanwhile, Tony Stark had been missing for nearly 2 weeks. The U.S. military and the FBI were fervently scouring Afghanistan, yet their efforts yielded no leads. Romanoff, have you missed me? On the 14th day of Stark's disappearance, Qin Xiao received a mission from the system to rescue Tony Stark. He had anticipated waiting for Stark's return to commence the storyline, defeating the antagonist in due course. The unexpected nature of this task took him by surprise. Although he had watched the films, he was far from omniscient, particularly regarding the specific location of the cave. The military and FBI had scoured Afghanistan like locusts, yet they found nothing, let alone Qin Xiao alone. Thus, he dialed Black Widow's number. In contrast to his current predicament, he found himself yearning for her presence, feeling that her work seemed akin to a vacation. Black Widow's voice boomed through the phone, accompanied by the sounds of gunfire. Are you on a mission? Perhaps we should discuss this later? Just give me a moment, she replied coolly. Qin Xiao could hear various sounds of chaos, a cacophony of gunfire, muffled groans, and the thud of bodies hitting the ground. Finally, a man's prolonged and anguished scream pierced through. Shortly after, Black Widow answered the call. Do you need something? The preceding scream was somewhat disconcerting, prompting Qin Xiao to inquire. What did you do to that guy? I turned his manhood into a Mexican burrito. Despite being the one to initiate the banter, Qin Xiao felt a chill run down his spine at her half-joking remark. The agonizing scream he had just heard suggested that Black Widow was likely not jesting. He instinctively shifted in his seat, feeling a twinge of discomfort. Let's discuss serious matters. Obadiah Stane, the second shareholder of Stark Industries. Are you familiar with him? I require some information. Are you in Los Angeles? It would be best if we could meet in person. Do you suspect that Stark's disappearance is linked to him? Black Widow quickly responded, momentarily hesitating before countering his inquiry. Indeed. Are you in Los Angeles? I believe a face-to-face meeting is imperative. Also, refrain from disclosing this to anyone. Wait for me. I will arrive in 2 hours. Black Widow promptly ended the call. In truth, she reached Qin Xiao's doorstep in just an hour and a half. Evidently, S.H.I.E.L.D. is quite invested in the affairs of Tony Stark. The Black Widow, clad in her form-fitting black combat suit, arrived without even changing her attire. Humph. Qin Xiao whistled. To don such an outfit in the middle of the night is an affront to the profession of rogues. If they are willing to risk their manhood becoming akin to a Mexican burrito, I wholeheartedly welcome it. The Black Widow gently nudged Qin Xiao aside and seated herself on the sofa. Let us get to the point. Why do you suspect that fellow? She inquired directly. Firstly, very few are privy to Tony's plans and route to Afghanistan, aside from his close associates and the military, Qin Xiao responded, retrieving a bottle of beverage from the refrigerator for her. I trust the military has already conducted an internal review. Secondly, who stands to gain the most from Stark's disappearance? He is the only one who meets both criteria, It's rather straightforward, don't you think? One need only watch a suspense film to recognize this, he exaggeratedly declared. In truth, it wasn't he that no one had harbored such suspicions before. Back when Tony Stark's father passed away, it was Obadiah who, against all odds, assisted Tony in assuming control of the entire company. If he had harbored intentions to usurp the company, that would have been the opportune moment. Thus, to everyone's eyes, Obadiah appeared as a benevolent uncle, aiding Tony in managing the company and helping him navigate public relations during crises, scrubbing up the messes he created. This partner seemed to embody the greatest legacy Howard Stark left for his son. Everyone knew this, and naturally, Qin Xiao, having spent so much time with Tony, was also aware. He continued, everyone believes that Obadiah aided Tony in taking command of Stark Industries, but only Obadiah understands that Tony is merely a golden goose. Unlike Tony and his father, he is a businessman, exceptionally skilled in investment, whether in Howard or Stark. Now, it is his time to reap the rewards. Qin Xiao's claims held considerable weight. Once a motive was established, Obadiah, the balding giant, was the only one who satisfied all criteria. I concede that your reasoning is compelling, but it is far from sufficient. We cannot simply act on mere conjecture to apprehend him. I am not the Secretary of Defense. The Black Widow expressed with a gesture of exasperation. I fully grasp your point, yet I never suggested we arrest him. I merely wish to ascertain Stark's whereabouts. I only desire to rescue my friend. If he is indeed responsible, he must have been in contact with those who kidnapped Tony and will have left some trace behind. Do you comprehend my intent? You are undoubtedly an expert in this realm. Let us attempt it. If it yields nothing, then there is no harm done. A discreet examination of his personal records, emails, phone calls, and such should not pose a challenge for you. Conducting a covert investigation was indeed trivial for the renowned Black Widow. However, the internal network of Stark Industries presented a considerable headache for her. Stark Industries possesses its own communication satellites and an independent internal network. While external intrusions can be effortlessly executed, any data breaches trigger immediate alarms and result in an abrupt network shutdown. This approach, though simplistic and forceful, proves remarkably effective. As Qin Xiao pondered whether to seek assistance from Happy or Pepper, Black Widow stepped outside to make a phone call. It's done. We simply await the results. Is it resolved? Did you not just say there was no other way but from within? Qin Xiao inquired, astonished. It's not just me. It's us. I've mobilized our personnel within Stark Industries through the director. News should arrive shortly, Black Widow replied with notable confidence. However, Qin Xiao was less composed. What? You informed your director? Damn, did I not tell you to keep this from anyone? I am on a mission. I cannot simply vanish and travel thousands of kilometers to see you without reporting in. Do you understand? Rest assured, we are the largest intelligence agency in the world. Our operatives are meticulously selected, not only for their expertise, but also for their reliability. Black Widow asserted with conviction. Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, thinking that one day she would truly comprehend the essence of S-H-I-E-L-D. Yet, for the moment, he could only hope that the individual Nick Fury had was not affiliated with Hydra. Otherwise, who knows what unforeseen troubles might arise. Chapter 11. Entering Afghanistan, Nick Fury acted swiftly. Within an hour, Black Widow received a dossier in her inbox. This folder not only contained evidence of Obadiah's clandestine arms dealings with terrorists, but also a harrowing video of Tony Stark bound to a chair, sent by the very terrorists themselves. It seemed your suspicions were correct. Indeed, Obadiah was involved. However, locating Tony Stark would require a bit more time. Once we ascertain his whereabouts, we shall rescue him promptly. Await my good news, Black Widow declared, already poised to leave. Qin Xiao quickly grasped her arm. I wish to accompany you. He insisted. He understood that with S-H-I-E-L-D-S capabilities, rescuing someone would undoubtedly be feasible. Yet, he had his own mission, and the points at stake were valuable. No, this is not your responsibility. Trust us. Black Widow firmly rejected Qin Xiao's plea. Tony is my friend, and the lead is mine. From every angle, I have a compelling reason to join this endeavor. Furthermore, I am no ordinary civilian, Qin Xiao asserted, unwavering in his determination. Just then, Black Widow's phone rang. It was Nick Fury calling, and she naturally opted to report the situation. To her surprise, Fury acquiesced to Qin Xiao's proposal to join. However, there was a stipulation. Qin Xiao must enlist in SHIELD. As Qin Xiao hesitated, the voice of the system echoed in his mind. Task: join SHIELD and become an agent. The task promised point rewards, which Qin Xiao could not overlook. Nevertheless, he could not suppress his curiosity. System, why must I join SHIELD? Wouldn't I be freer outside? The system responded, to enable the host to better accomplish subsequent tasks. Rest assured, you will not be bound to serve SHIELD indefinitely. With this reassurance, Qin Xiao felt considerably more at ease. I accept. I will join SHIELD. You may take me to Afghanistan, he declared, surprising himself with his sudden resolution. Black Widow regarded him with confusion. Why? Did you not express reluctance towards excessive constraints? I am in need of employment. Qin Xiao replied with a playful smirk. Black Widow found this hard to believe. Yet with Qin Xiao remaining tight-lipped, she had no recourse but to concede. Very well. Prepare yourself. We shall embark on your inaugural mission together in Afghanistan, rookie agent. In the southern desert of Afghanistan, a Quinjet soared through the sky, gradually descending at the border of Afghanistan and Pakistan. The rear compartment opened slowly, revealing a metallic ramp. A civilian off-road vehicle, bearing Pakistani plates, rolled out from the aircraft. Clad in a backpacker's attire, Black Widow and Qin Xiao settled into the front seats of the vehicle. Behind the wheel, Black Widow gestured a thumbs up towards the Quinjet. The tail and wings of the Cohen-style aircraft erupted with ethereal blue flames, soaring skyward in an instant. One might ponder why several planes and a battalion of special operations personnel armed to the teeth were not dispatched to rescue the individuals in peril. Qin Xiao, perplexed, gestured with his hands in a mock shooting motion. Firstly, such an operation necessitates extensive reconnaissance, assessing the enemy's numbers, armaments, and geographical positioning to ensure the safety of the hostages. Secondly, they are not within the confines of Afghanistan, but rather in Pakistan. Although this desert is a no-man's land, we cannot directly breach their airspace. That would be exceedingly perilous, replied the Black Widow, nonchalantly steering the vehicle with one hand. Why is that? Qin Xiao inquired, bewildered. In the realm of cinema, be it the United States or even the Avengers, such territorial concerns seem non-existent. Behind Pakistan stands an ally known as Huaxia. There exists a saying, do not wander about with weapons near a lion. Every nation is aware that Huaxia can extricate itself from the world. Yet the world cannot extricate itself from Huaxia, the Black Widow elucidated. Qin Xiao comprehended her meaning well. While traversing in a vehicle was inconsequential, flying a combat aircraft was an entirely different matter. Despite being in a different temporal context, he felt a surge of excitement for the might of his homeland. Even the SHIELD operatives dared not trespass even the slightest into Pakistani airspace, a testament to their trepidation towards Huaxia. Observing the pride etched upon Qin Xiao's face, the Black Widow chuckled. I nearly forgot you are of Huaxia descent. There exists a saying within the intelligence community, whether spies, agents, or even mercenaries, they must never, under any circumstances, enter Huaxia. Do you know why? Oh, pray tell why? Qin Xiao replied, intrigued. During the Cold War, Soviet and American spies were ubiquitous across the globe, yet all who ventured into Huaxia mysteriously vanished. To my knowledge, both the Soviets and Americans dispatched no fewer than 3 contingents of hundreds into Huaxia, and none returned. Legend has it that the intelligence agencies of both nations eventually received a missive from Huaxia, inscribed with the words, "No trespassing." I once regarded this as mere folklore until I entered the Bureau of Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics, where I beheld that very note. Truly astonishing. As the Black Widow recounted tales of Huaxia, their vehicle journeyed southward, crossing into Pakistan. The region bordering Pakistan and Afghanistan was a vast, desolate desert, devoid of stationed military forces from either side. However, the so-called freedom fighters of the Ten Commandments terrorist group, having abducted Tony Stark, astutely anticipated the upheaval that would befall Afghanistan at the hands of the Americans, and thus swiftly retreated into Pakistani territory. This not only allowed them to evade the scrutiny of the American military, but as long as they remained at a considerable distance from the desert's edge bordering Pakistan, no one would venture into the vast expanse of sand to search for them. However, they never anticipated that their video would fall into the hands of the SHIELD agency. In sending the email, they exercised great caution, relaying it through servers located in various countries. The terrorists featured in the video had their faces shrouded, revealing only their eyes. Yet, considering the context of Afghanistan, this was more than sufficient for the SHIELD agency. Chapter 12. Desert Night. Upon receiving the video, we immediately conducted a visible range analysis of the masked terrorists, subsequently infiltrating the entire surveillance system of Afghanistan through a new identification system. Regardless of whether it was public or private surveillance, including smartphones, laptops, tablets, and any other connected devices, we were able to capture all of it. 2 days prior, we identified several terrorists from the video in a restaurant within this small town, with over 85 similarity in the features of 3 individuals, leading us to believe this was indeed the location. On a dune in the desert, the Black Widow was connecting a monocular telescope to her laptop. The vehicle was parked behind the dune, concealed beneath a yellow desert camouflage cover. In the distance, the small town appeared as a mere black dot in Qin Zhao's vision. However, once the Black Widow completed the connection, Qin Zhao noticed that everyone entering or exiting the town would be automatically focused upon and captured by the telescope. The images were then directly transmitted to the laptop, where the software would automatically analyze and identify them. Shall we just sit here and stare at the computer? Qin Zhao wiped the sweat from his brow. The scorching heat of the desert during the day was indeed quite tormenting. It will automatically alert us once identified. The Black Widow stood up, stretching her body. Her devilish figure was accentuated by the movement, especially paired with her angelic face that exuded both purity and desire. I should make a trip to Chinatown to fetch some cool tea. Qin Zhao swallowed hard. The Black Widow noticed the look in his eyes and smiled slightly. You should quickly set up the tent. I will place a few items to help us maintain vigilance. If luck is not on our side, we may have to stay here for a week. Due to border issues, they could not enter en masse. They needed to discreetly locate the individuals first, then scout the area to ascertain the number of opponents and their weaponry, particularly the precise location of Tony Stark, before deciding on their next course of action. Although it was said they might need a week, as soon as Qin Zhao had barely opened the tent, the computer emitted an alarm. What luck! Qin Zhao rushed to the computer, though he was not well versed in the software. However, it had zoomed in on a close-up of an SUV with 4 individuals inside. The resemblance scores of the 2 in the front were 87 and 89 respectively. Even a fool could deduce it. That must be them. Let's go. The telescope continued to lock onto them as Qin Zhao hastily gathered his belongings. The 2 of them got into the vehicle and followed the SUV from a distance, driving westward for approximately 3 hours through the desert's rough terrain before finally locating their hideout. Qin Zhao felt immensely grateful to have the Black Widow by his side. Tracking a vehicle in the desert was a challenging endeavor. Getting too close was impossible, while being too far would result in losing the trail, as tire tracks would soon be buried under the shifting sands. Moreover, his inherent sense of direction was lacking, making it a formidable challenge for him to navigate the desert alone, even with the aid of a GPS device. Merely managing to avoid losing himself while claiming to search for someone would be considered a minor triumph. As he traversed the terrain, he utilized binoculars for observation, and eventually, the off-road vehicle came to a halt behind a sand dune. The 2 individuals crouched atop the dune, binoculars in hand. The terrorists demonstrated a remarkable knack for selecting locations. This area could indeed be regarded as the confluence of Iran, Afghanistan, and Pakistan, Marvel Cinematic Universe, not to be taken as a geographical reference. Geographically skewed slightly towards Pakistan, it lay within an uninhabited expanse of desert. They were uncertain as to how such a patch of sandy slopes and rocky hills had been discovered. Within the small hillocks, several caverns had been excavated, with the opposing side resembling a sandy slope, interrupted by a fissure, which revealed a diminutive canyon-like formation. From a distance, the landscape appeared utterly featureless. Only from above could one discern the details with careful scrutiny. No wonder so many had failed to locate Tony Stark's whereabouts. Finding the site was merely the beginning. Over the next 3 days, Black Widow demonstrated to Qin Xiao what it truly meant to be professional. From the comings and goings of vehicles and the transportation of supplies, she deduced that this small base likely housed between 70 to 80 individuals. The periodic delivery of food, water, and other materials to one of the caves suggested that not only were hostages confined here, but there was also a significant likelihood that Tony Stark was among them, as they might be manufacturing weapons within the caverns. What deeply impressed Qin Xiao was Black Widow's ability to remain prone on the dune with her binoculars fixated on the terrorists' camp throughout the day. She had dug a small pit in the sand, covered it with a camouflage jacket for sun protection, enabling her to endure the day without water, all to minimize the need for bodily relief. It was essential to recognize that this was in a desert environment. In comparison to certain flashback scenes depicted in films, this experience provided Qin Xiao with a more visceral understanding of the brutality of the training she had undergone. To facilitate observation, they erected a modest tent on the reverse side of the dune. Although it was sufficiently distant from the terrorists' camp, they still refrained from igniting any flames at night. This evening, under the resplendent moonlight, Qin Xiao gazed upon Black Widow's exquisite visage. An inexplicable pang of sadness washed over him, realizing that this girl, barely 24 years of age, had endured so much. If given the opportunity to exchange her life for a normal existence, would she accept? Having the rare privilege of spending each evening in the company of this extraordinary beauty, Qin Xiao, who typically engaged in playful banter, unexpectedly posed that question today. Black Widow paused momentarily before responding with a smile. Impossible. That is simply not an option for me. I have committed numerous grave mistakes in the past. Far too many to count. Now, it feels more like a penance, and I am grateful for this opportunity. Her smile carried traces of guilt, shame, and an indescribable bitterness. Qin Xiao, taken aback, suddenly adopted a serious demeanor. It is not your fault, Natasha. Remember my words. You are merely a sword, not an executioner. The error lies with the wielder, for a weapon itself possesses no moral compass. This marks the first occasion on which Qin Xiao addressed the Black Widow as Natasha, and it is also the first time he spoke such earnest words of comfort to her. Natasha remained silent for a considerable time before finally uttering a simple, "Thank you. Tonight, we must prepare for action. Take some rest. We must maintain our vigor, as assistance will soon arrive. You shall keep watch." With that, Natasha turned and entered the tent. I have just discovered that I have received a gift, a character summoning talisman. My heartfelt gratitude goes to Qin Yu of Xihua Town for this thoughtful present. This is the first gift of this story, and I am astonished that such a small amount of text could yield such a reward. This is an unparalleled encouragement for the author. Thank you. Chapter 13. Hawkeye's support. Previously, Black Widow had mentioned that due to border issues, a large-scale rescue operation for Tony was unfeasible. Qin Xiao had anticipated the arrival of a few individuals bearing equipment and supplies to facilitate their infiltration into the Ten Rings camp. To his surprise, S.H.I.E.L.D. dispatched another ace agent, Hawkeye. At 1 o'clock in the dead of night, Hawkeye appeared before Qin Xiao on foot, clad in a black combat suit. He bore a quiver on his back and wielded a compound bow in his hand. He also carried a bag filled with various individual combat weapons. Perhaps due to the generally older age of the actors in the films, Qin Xiao noticed that all the characters he had encountered thus far appeared significantly younger than their cinematic counterparts. Hawkeye, for instance, seemed to be no older than 30, exuding vitality with a cold, stern expression. Clint Barton, Agent Barton, this is Qin Xiao. Black Widow provided a brief introduction for the two. Natasha informed me about your situation. After losing Isaiah's blood, you became a super soldier. You're quite fortunate, kid. Hawkeye extended his right hand towards Qin Xiao, calling me kid and saying I'm lucky? Huh. Qin Xiao silently scoffed, reaching out to grasp Hawkeye's right hand. Indeed, was he testing me? Observing Hawkeye's sturdy arm, Qin Xiao smiled slightly and exerted force. Hawkeye's expression changed instantly. What? God is my witness. Hawkeye was merely offering a standard handshake. It was Qin Xiao who had exaggerated the moment with his own assumptions, applying undue pressure right from the start. His strength was now measured in tons, and even the most elite agent could only operate within human limits. Hey, Qin, what are you doing? Release. Fortunately, Natasha intervened just in time, or Hawkeye would have struggled to draw his bow that day. Are you all right? Natasha inquired, glancing at Hawkeye, whose face had turned crimson. Hawkeye remained silent, shaking his hand and flexing his palm, signaling that he was fine. What were you thinking? Why such force in a handshake? Natasha questioned. Qin Xiao felt equally awkward. He had realized the moment he applied pressure that Hawkeye had no intention of testing him, as he had offered no resistance whatsoever, appearing completely blindsided. Scratching his head in embarrassment, he explained, I thought he was going to test me. That's how it's portrayed in the movies. And he called me kid while saying I was lucky. His voice trailed off, filled with genuine embarrassment. I apologize, Agent Barton. If I hadn't resisted, would you have squeezed back? Qin Xiao extended his right hand once more. Hawkeye shot him a glance, suppressing the impulse to deliver a punch to his nose. It was clear to him that this kid was an absolute novice. You owe me one. Remember that. With a cold expression, he turned away to gather his gear. As he spun around, a grimace crossed Hawkeye's face, nearly bringing him to tears. There was no remedy. The pain from his crushed hand was too intense. A brief interlude occurred, marking an unspoken acquaintance with Hawkeye. At the hour of 4 in the morning, a time said to be when humanity slumbers most profoundly, a shadow stealthily approached the vicinity of the Ten Rings gang's encampment. I have reached the designated position. Over. Qin Xiao crouched within a mere 20 meters of the camp, donning night vision goggles the size of ordinary sunglasses, and spoke softly. Received. Do not move yet. Observe the camp closely and act upon instructions. Furthermore, refrain from saying over. This is not a movie, rookie. Hawkeye's voice resonated through the earpiece. On a small dune approximately 100 meters from the camp, Hawkeye, having concluded his communication, drew his bow and aimed at the encampment. Shall we have a competition? The usual rules? Beside him stood the Black Widow, wielding a silenced sniper rifle. Indeed, who would have thought I would have the opportunity to fight alongside you in the desert? It seems Nick truly values Tony Stark. The Black Widow meticulously surveyed the distribution of sentinels within the camp through her rifle's scope. It is not Stark he values, but rather this kid Qin. Clearly, we have been tasked with bringing along a novice. As Hawkeye adjusted the small monocular sight on his eye, it became evident that this was his preferred equipment for long-distance archery. I will count to 3, and we shall commence together. 1, 2, 3. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Since absorbing the super serum, Qin Zhao's sensory perceptions had heightened beyond that of an ordinary individual. He heard the whistling sound of arrows slicing through the air. As the sounds echoed, he witnessed the sentinels in the camp falling one after another. Some were struck directly in the throat by arrows, while others had gaping holes opened in their foreheads. It was evident that both the Black Widow and Hawkeye had acted in unison. In less than 2 seconds, 7 or 8 sentinels, both visible and concealed, lay defeated. Shortly thereafter, footsteps approached from behind. Hawkeye sprinted swiftly toward Qin Xiao. Upon reaching his side, Hawkeye immediately nocked an arrow, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on the direction of the camp. Then, Qin Xiao beheld the Black Widow gracefully descending the dune towards them. Without uttering a word, she aimed her weapon directly at the encampment. I will head to the cave on the left. Should anyone emerge, I will hold them at bay. Stark should be on the right. That is your responsibility. Do you have any questions? Hawkeye glanced at Qin Xiao and asked. Qin Xiao signaled an affirmative okay gesture. Let us go. At Hawkeye's command, Qin Xiao sprang up from the ground. This demonstrated the remarkable value of basic combat skills. Not only was it combat proficiency, but also an understanding of firearms. And even in this hostage rescue mission, though it was his first experience, he moved with the poise of someone well-trained. There was nothing in his demeanor to suggest he was a novice. Hawkeye covertly gave the Black Widow a thumbs up. An expert perceives the nuances, swiftly evading obstacles while remaining vigilant for adversaries that may emerge unexpectedly ahead. It is easy to discern whether one is a seasoned veteran. This young man displays considerable promise. With a brief remark, Eagle Eye hastened towards the camp. It is uncertain whether their relaxed demeanor stems from confidence in their chosen position. Within the cave, no guards were stationed, save for two at the innermost gate, who were now slumbering against the iron door. After a moment of hesitation, Qin Xiao drew his silenced pistol and aimed it at one of the guards. Initially intending to use a knife for his first kill, he ultimately decided that the pistol would be the more prudent choice. Whether it was the use of the firearm or the urgency to rescue, Qin Xiao experienced no discomfort as he took the life of a man from several meters away. Chapter 14. Successful rescue. Having liberated the key from the guard, I gently unlocked the iron door. Before my eyes lay a large wooden workbench, cluttered with an array of tools and metal components. In such an environment, one could indeed assemble a miniature arc reactor and a suit of armor surpassing contemporary technology. Truly, this place lived up to its reputation of crafting a mortal body that rivals the divine. A veritable Iron Man. Qin Xiao marveled at the sight. Turning his gaze deeper into the cave, he observed two makeshift army cots positioned at the far right. Two figures lay beneath indistinct blankets. One was the briefly appearing Dr. Ethan from the film, while the other was none other than the now transformed Iron Man, Tony Stark. Qin Xiao could discern the soft blue glow emanating from the arc reactor beneath the blanket. Having spent considerable time together, a foundation of camaraderie had developed between him and Tony. Typically adorned in polished attire, Tony Stark now presented a disheveled visage, with a tinge of melancholy. Qin Xiao gently lifted the blanket covering Tony. With a sudden jolt, Tony's eyes flew open, his hand gripping Qin Xiao's wrist. As your mentor, should I commend you on your progress? Tony Stark's expression shifted to one of surprise and delight. Without further ado, Qin Xiao swiftly turned to stifle Ethan's instinctive gasp. Silence. If you wish to survive, refrain from screaming. I am a friend of Tony's. Fortunately, Qin Xiao's reflexes were sharp enough to prevent any outburst from Ethan. My God, I never imagined seeing you would bring such joy. What brings you here? Tony whispered excitedly. Do you believe I came here to wait for the next subway? Of course. I am here to rescue you, my friend. And please, maintain your distance. I have no desire for an embrace. For heaven's sake, Tony, you have no idea how foul you smell. Struggling to free himself from Tony's grip, Qin Xiao could not help but brush off the dust clinging to his clothes. Lowering his voice, he continued, the situation outside has been resolved. Keep your voice down and follow me. Just then, a voice crackled through the earpiece, urging urgency. Qin, you need to hasten your pace. There is a surveillance room directly facing your position. I've already dealt with one idiot who got up for a midnight bathroom break. We can't stall for long. Move quickly. Time is of the essence. Qin Xiao, filled with anxiety, addressed the two men. Although Tony was curious about who had accompanied Qin Xiao, he understood that this was not the moment for idle chatter. Rising, he approached the workbench and seized a stack of blueprints, resolutely following Qin Xiao. As Qin Xiao led the two out, Black Widow had begun to set up small explosives around the vicinity. She informed Hawkeye of their retreat, while a few others climbed closer to the mouth of the cave. Black Widow surveyed the valley littered with munitions and declared, You two go fetch the vehicle. I will hold the fort here. If they emerge, I shall treat them to a free fireworks display. The Black Widow held a small detonator and spoke. In the midst of the urgent situation and the encroaching darkness, Tony had not clearly discerned the appearances of Hawkeye and Black Widow. However, upon hearing her voice and finally seeing her face, he realized it was her. It seemed that Black Widow had left a profound impression on Tony during their encounter at the casino. Nevertheless, Tony wisely refrained from asking further questions at that moment. With a serious expression, he addressed Black Widow, stating, I wish to stay here with you. The missiles, rifles, and other weapons below are all Stark Industries' arsenal. I am unsure why they are here, but I wish to destroy them myself. Qin Xiao, being the most attuned to Tony's current feelings among the group, interjected before anyone else could speak. It's settled then. I will stay to protect them, and Ethan will accompany Agent Barton to drive. Hawkeye glanced at Qin Xiao and Tony, remained silent, and beckoned Ethan before turning away. The three sought a concealed spot to lie low. By this time, the dawn had begun to break. Qin Shao observed the glowing arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest and remarked, "Quite the tattoo you've got there. It even glows. When we return, do help me get one." Tony offered a bleak smile and pulled down his shirt to reveal the reactor. "This is an electromagnet, with a multitude of shrapnel perpetually aimed at my heart. I assure you, you would not relish such a sensation." Even Black Widow, along with Qin Shao, who was privy to the circumstances, could not help but gasp at the sight of such a substantial piece of metal lodged in a person's chest. "At the very least, you won't need to turn on a night light for your bathroom visits anymore." Qin Shao attempted to offer solace, patting Tony's shoulder. Just as the words left his lips, a cacophony erupted from the camp below. "Silence! They've noticed us," Black Widow warned, and the three remained quiet, their eyes fixed on the camp. A large group of disheveled terrorists emerged from the left cave, brandishing an array of rifles, shouting boisterously into the surroundings. Black Widow passed the detonator to Tony, instructing, "Wait for a moment, until more of them come out." Tony remained silent, gripping the detonator tightly in his hand. It was evident that the recent experiences had left him with a psychological scar. Moments later, a burly, bald man, seething with rage, stormed out with his men. Having reviewed the surveillance, he was determined to re-enter the cave where Tony had been imprisoned. It took over a minute for him to emerge from the cave, standing at the entrance to issue some command to the men below. "Now," Black Widow exclaimed. Almost instantaneously, as her words resonated, Tony forcefully pressed the detonator's switch. Boom. Bang. The small explosives left by Black Widow detonated almost simultaneously, triggering a massive explosion of missiles, grenades, and other munitions stored on the ground. The violent blasts caused the ground to tremble, even for the three individuals situated over 100 meters away. Countless bullets, propelled by explosions, scattered violently through the air, resembling a grand fireworks display. At that moment, the sound of an engine reverberated behind the trio. Hawkeye observed an off-road vehicle racing towards them from afar. "Hurry, get in. The explosions will attract the attention of the local military and government. We must avoid unnecessary trouble and leave quickly." Hawkeye beckoned to the group. Tony cast a lingering glance at the scene before turning to follow Qin Shao into the vehicle. Unbeknownst to them, the leader, a burly man with a shaved head, had been thrown into the cave by the shockwave at the moment of the explosion. Though injured, he had narrowly escaped the brunt of the blast. As the group departed, he slowly emerged from the cave, watching the dust cloud left in their wake. He reached into his trousers and retrieved a satellite phone. Chapter 15. The pursuers. "We have been traveling northwest for about half an hour, and soon we shall cross into Afghanistan, at which point we will be safe." After driving for over an hour, Hawkeye glanced at the compass and recalibrated the GPS. It seemed that we... Boom. The widow's words were abruptly interrupted by a deafening explosion. A violent blast erupted less than 3 meters to the left of the SUV, sending a cloud of yellow sand soaring into the sky. "To the left," Hawkeye exclaimed as he sharply turned the steering wheel. The Black Widow swiftly grabbed a pair of binoculars and peered left. "Go. Move. Hurry up. Damn it." The widow's expression shifted dramatically as she anxiously urged Hawkeye. Without a moment's hesitation, Hawkeye pressed the accelerator, the vehicle's engine roaring to life. He disregarded all notions of direction and sped to the right. Qin Shao, with keen eyesight, spotted a figure in the distance clutching a metal pipe. It was undoubtedly a portable rocket launcher, the source of the earlier explosion. While a single rocket launcher posed little threat to their group, the alarming reality was the line of over a dozen off-road vehicles emerging from behind the sand dunes. How could they arrive so swiftly, and with so many? Brace yourselves. There's no safety in tumbling out of the vehicle now. The pursuing vehicles were all open-top SUVs, each manned by a terrorist wielding a rocket launcher, unleashing a barrage of fire upon their vehicle. Hawkeye's steering wheel was jerked left and right in rapid succession, the vehicle twisting like a serpent as it bounced across the desert terrain. Amidst the explosions and swirling sand, Qin Shao suddenly felt as if they were in the midst of an action film. "They are approaching from the north. The Afghan border is perilous. Contact our allies and alert the military for assistance. Quickly," Hawkeye shouted to the Black Widow as he drove. "I'm already on the phone, you damn fool," the widow retorted. clutching the phone just as gunfire erupted behind them. A bullet whizzed past her arm, shattering the vehicle's rearview mirror. Rat-a-tat-tat. Whether they had exhausted their rocket supply or their accuracy was simply lacking, the assailants had set up machine guns atop their jeeps, leaving the occupants unable to even raise their heads. The relentless sound of bullets striking the vehicle echoed continuously. The enemy was armed with heavy machine guns, and the SUV struggled to withstand the onslaught. Hawkeye glanced back at Qin Xiao, Tony, and the others, letting out a sigh before turning to the Black Widow. "You take the wheel. We must retaliate." Without waiting for her response, he leaped into the front seat between the two seats. Almost as soon as Hawkeye's command left his lips, Natasha grasped the steering wheel, her legs propelling her into position. "Now it's our turn, you bastards." Hawkeye knocked an arrow, undeterred by the vehicle's tumultuous movements. The upper body remained almost completely still. Whoosh! An arrow was released. Qin Xiao witnessed a tremendous burst of flames erupting from the nearest vehicle to them, as Hawkeye's explosive arrow obliterated it. The windows of the subsequent vehicle shattered like a spider's web. "Duck!" Qin Xiao shouted to Tony and Ethan, and with a decisive punch, he shattered the glass. He raised a rifle, aiming backward to commence firing. Qin Xiao's marksmanship was mediocre, and under such circumstances, hitting a target proved even more challenging. However, he was undeterred by the prospect of wasting ammunition, opting for automatic mode, unleashing a relentless barrage of gunfire. This, in turn, disrupted several of the enemy's gunners, who hesitated to brazenly stand and shoot. Whoosh! After a moment's aim, Hawkeye unleashed another arrow, transforming yet another vehicle into a fireball. Whoosh! Another one. "Yes. Well done, my friend." Observing Hawkeye sit down after releasing an arrow, Qin Xiao seized the moment to commend him. Qin Xiao's distractions, combined with Hawkeye's 3 arrows, had taken out 3 vehicles. The enemy began to maintain their distance, no longer daring to press forward aggressively. Their pressure significantly diminished. "They've pulled back a bit. I say keep going, Cupid. Let us take out a few more. There are 5 or 6 vehicles in total," Qin Xiao remarked to the seated Hawkeye. "I would like to continue, but I am out of explosive arrows. Also, I am Hawkeye, not Cupid, rookie." Hawkeye retorted. "What do you mean you're out of explosive arrows? We're up against a horde of terrorists. We came to fight, and you couldn't bring more gear?" Qin Xiao exclaimed animatedly. "We are here to save lives, not to engage in battle, rookie." Hawkeye replied, inspecting his quiver. "I know you came to rescue me, but could you at least get me a gun? It's not in my nature to take hits without retaliating." Tony chimed in suddenly. "Damn it. My name is Hawkeye. Stop giving me ridiculous nicknames. And besides, who says I'm out of explosive arrows and unable to act?" As soon as he finished speaking, Hawkeye sprang into action, briefly aiming before releasing 2 arrows in quick succession. One arrow struck a gunner squarely in the head, while the other pierced through the windshield, killing the driver instantly. The vehicle lurched violently and rolled over onto the desert sands. "See that, rookie? And you too, millionaire. Let the professionals handle professional matters." Qin Xiao and Tony exchanged a glance, with Qin Xiao shrugging. "You have a point. Precise shooting is indisputable, but why not take out both drivers with 2 arrows? That way, they could flip 2 vehicles," Tony remarked. "I believe Qin is right." Ethan added. "Indeed," Hawkeye replied, somewhat nonplussed. After such commotion, only 2 off-road vehicles remained on the opposing side, and the pressure was almost negligible. The group relaxed, awaiting Hawkeye to rise and dispatch the remaining threats with ease. True to expectations, Hawkeye stood up and swiftly eliminated 1 vehicle. As he rose once more, a sudden bang echoed through the air. Hardly had Hawkeye regained his footing when he fell back down, a bullet firmly embedded in the right side of his bulletproof vest. "Damn it, there are more of them." Hawkeye's words seemed to signal the onset of an enemy assault. From the left, nearly 20 off-road vehicles emerged abruptly from behind a dune. In an instant, the sound of gunfire erupted like a cacophony. A hail of bullets kicked up clouds of yellow sand around the left and front of the vehicles, creating several lethal trajectories. Had the vehicle not fortuitously ascended a dune, it would have been rendered utterly useless in that moment. "This cannot continue. Can we not call for military support?" Taking advantage of the dune that obscured their view, Tony inquired. "This has become troublesome," Even if they come directly, it will be difficult for us to endure this period. Fortunately, there are numerous dunes ahead. We can traverse them one by one and see if there is a chance to shake them off, Hawkeye suggested, pointing toward the distant dunes. Qin Shao cast a glance at the undulating sand formations ahead, with so many pursuers behind. It was implausible to evade them with just these few dunes. There would undoubtedly be insufficient time for reinforcements. I recall there are 2 heavy hitters in the vehicle. I have a plan, Qin Shao murmured. Chapter 16. Alone at the rear, the Ten Rings organization has not made numerous appearances within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. At least, this was the case until Qin Zhao's transmutation. His knowledge of the comics is limited to the character of Mandarin and the notion of a ring. However, it now appears that the Ten Rings wield considerable power in the Middle East, particularly in the Asian regions of that area. The distance from the desert camp where Tony was rescued to Afghanistan is relatively short. Along the way, they faced relentless pursuit from 6 fully armed SUVs, and now they find themselves encircled by nearly 20 vehicles. Despite having 2 elite agents on board, alongside Qin Shao, a super soldier, they are immediately subdued by the overwhelming firepower of their adversaries. The prospect of counterattacking is bleak. In such a scenario, they would soon be reduced to mere fragments by heavy machine gun fire. To prevent unforeseen circumstances and impede their pursuers, their vehicle was equipped with 2 6-barrel Gatling guns. After traversing 3 sand dunes, Qin Shao shouted for the driver to stop. Clutching one of the Gatling guns, he leaped from the vehicle. With 1 Gatling gun in his arms, Tony set up another on the ground. Hawkeye remained armed with his bow and arrows, while Black Widow and Ethan brandished automatic rifles. Once they crossed these dunes, the enemy would be able to disperse and encircle them. This was their final opportunity. Qin Shao crouched behind the crest of the dune, glancing at the opposing side. The terrain could indeed hinder their adversaries momentarily, but it would not hold them for long. They were simply too numerous, and their ammunition would scarcely last a few minutes. Hawkeye quickly assessed their ammunition and weaponry. A few minutes is sufficient. We just need to halt their advance. Qin Shao fixed his gaze upon the dune opposite them, waiting for all the enemy vehicles to crest it. Once they entered the natural basin formed between the dunes, they would be trapped. However, Natasha interjected, yet before she could finish her thought, the rumble of approaching vehicles echoed from the other side. 1 SUV after another surged down the slope, racing toward them. Prepare. Qin Shao intently watched as the enemy vehicles gradually came into view. As the majority of the vehicles descended into the lowest point of the basin, he seized the moment. Now, Qin Shao fired the first shot. Although the others were uncertain of his intentions, they followed his lead and opened fire. The 2 Gatling guns and 2 automatic rifles unleashed a deadly barrage of bullets. Coupled with a few well-placed arrows from Hawkeye that incapacitated several drivers, the enemy vehicles in the basin quickly realized the peril they faced. A few cars formed a defensive line, while others aligned behind them in succession. The terrorists could only take cover behind 2 vehicles, returning fire. The sheer firepower of the Gatling guns was overwhelming. 1 vehicle could not ensure their safety. All right, cease fire. Observing the enemy establishing a defensive position, Qin Shao raised his hand, signaling the others to halt their onslaught. Patton, whenever someone attempts to drive from the opposite side, shoot the driver with an arrow. Remain still if they do not move. There were merely 5 individuals here, concealed behind the dunes, occasionally shifting positions to catch a glimpse. The moment an adversary made a move, Hawkeye would swiftly deliver a lethal arrow. Should multiple opponents advance or a vehicle approach, an immediate barrage of firepower would ensue. Indeed, they managed to pin the enemy firmly in place. Is this your grand strategy? We are running low on ammunition. What comes next? Black Widow remarked while changing a magazine. Next, you shall witness my performance. Leave me some supplies. Once they make their move, I will unleash another round. You must depart immediately. Qin Shao calmly addressed the men below. No, how can we leave you? What shall we do? Tony was the first to voice his dissent, unable to abandon Qin Shao, who had come to rescue him, to the desolate sands. You should understand, it's better for you to leave. My chances of survival alone are considerably higher. We are not far from Afghanistan. If you hurry, I am certain I can await reinforcements. Qin Shao explained to Black Widow and Hawkeye. They exchanged glances. Indeed, this seemed to be the most viable option. Keeping the adversaries occupied here was crucial, not merely due to the dwindling ammunition, but also because no one could ascertain which side's reinforcements would arrive first. Their numbers were insufficient. If the enemy received additional support from another direction, they would be encircled. No, I oppose this. We must have other alternatives. Tony observed the glimmer of agreement in Hawkeye and Black Widow's eyes and hastily raised his voice in opposition. Tony, listen to me. Look here. Qin Shao beckoned him with a finger. Just as Tony's gaze shifted, Qin Shao swiftly delivered a chop to the side of Tony's neck. Damn it. Why did you hit me? Tony questioned, clutching his face. Qin Shao felt a pang of embarrassment, fearing he had struck too hard and injured Tony. Thus, he had refrained from using full force, resulting in an awkward moment. Qin Shao scratched his head, but before he could continue, Hawkeye stood and delivered a precise chop to the back of Tony's neck. Tony let out a muffled grunt and collapsed. And you? Do you wish to accompany them or be rendered unconscious by me? Qin Shao cast a sidelong glance at Ethan. I'll go with them. I will obey. Ethan raised his hands in compliance, recalling how Tony had been knocked out with just 2 swift strikes, clearly in pain and likely swollen from the blows. At that moment, 2 vehicles from the opposite side attempted to maneuver in another direction before circling back. 2 Gatling guns roared to life, forcing the vehicles back. Hawkeye seized the opportunity, swiftly eliminating the driver of one vehicle with a well-aimed arrow. Now, you must leave quickly, Hawkeye urged, and without a word, he stooped to lift the unconscious Tony. Meanwhile, Black Widow cast a worried glance at Qin Shao. That look in your eyes, you aren't planning to confess your feelings now, are you? For heaven's sake. Hurry and bring reinforcements to find me. Qin Shao spoke with fierce intensity, and, in a moment of impulsive bravado, delivered a playful slap to the Black Widow's posterior. Surprisingly, she did not respond with anger. Instead, she cast him a disdainful glance. If you can't withstand the pressure, do not force yourself. Engage in guerrilla tactics, and we shall locate you. Indeed, Qin Shao replied, nodding emphatically. Subsequently, this convoy of off-road vehicles emerged directly from the desert expanse of Iran. Leading the charge was a robust man adorned with a bushy beard. He had orchestrated a sudden assault after navigating over the sand dunes, commanding the convoy to establish a makeshift fortress. Despite the ferocity of the enemy's firepower, the bearded leader remained unperturbed, confident in their numerical superiority. Knowing that the adversaries could not possibly carry an ample supply of ammunition. This was their territory, the desert. They could simply outlast their opponents. However, as time dragged on, unease began to creep into the bearded man's mind, prompting him to suggest that 2 vehicles make a break for it. Yet, just as the engines roared to life, a hail of bullets from a Gatling gun sliced through the air. Moreover, the formidable arrows were capable of claiming a life with a single shot. Cursed be this predicament, he lamented, realizing that prolonging the standoff was not a viable strategy. Soon, the American forces would intervene. Frantically, the bearded man pounded the sand beneath him in frustration. He had dispatched 2 teams to attempt a flanking maneuver. Yet each time they were either forced back by a deluge of bullets or struck down by a deadly arrow from Hawkeye. Chapter 17. The breakout of the 10 Commandments gang. This situation is untenable. The bearded leader once again designated a particularly astute terrorist. You, drive eastward, keep your head down, and accelerate without looking at the road. After this unfortunate soul prepared to depart, the bearded leader summoned another subordinate to join him in the vehicle. At the command of the bearded leader, the first man pressed the accelerator, and the vehicle sped off toward the east. Meanwhile, after the recent commotion, all others had already departed, leaving Qin Shao behind to hold the rear. Observing an off-road vehicle rapidly approaching from his right, he cursed under his breath. Realizing the enemy was probing again. Resigned, he picked up his sniper rifle and aimed at the vehicle. If I can't hit a person, surely I can strike a tire. As he muttered this, he focused on the front wheel of the vehicle. Bang! A gunshot rang out. Despite the driver keeping his head down, Qin Shao could still see a spray of blood erupt from the back of the driver's neck through the scope. The vehicle lost control and crashed. Is this really possible? Qin Shao stared in disbelief as his shot aimed at the tire had instead taken out the driver, marveling at his own fortuitous luck. However, his moment of joy was short-lived as he realized another vehicle was charging toward him from the opposite direction. Qin Shao did not believe he could rely on luck a second time. He discarded the sniper rifle and, remarkably, grasped two Gatling guns resting on the ground, one in each hand. Rat-a-tat-tat. Two streams of furious fire erupted, the bullets almost forming a continuous line. The flames intertwined in the air, catching up with the off-road vehicle. Under such relentless firepower, the vehicle crumbled within mere seconds, disintegrating into fragments before erupting into a massive fireball. Qin Shao swiftly redirected his aim toward their makeshift encampment, unleashing a barrage of gunfire as a warning. Do not move. Any motion will result in your demise. He was acutely aware that his ammunition was dwindling, so his objective was to delay as long as possible. The bearded leader received this warning and fell into a silence that lasted a good 10 minutes. Initially, he had intended to disperse his vehicles to surround and intercept, making it difficult for Qin Shao and his companions. The risk of a disastrous turn of events was high. Even if they emerged victorious, casualties were inevitable. However, the internal factions of the Ten Commandments gang were convoluted. This operation had been a private job taken on by the bald leader, who had only called for the bearded leader's assistance in a moment of desperation. From the outset, the bearded leader had no intention of sacrificing his subordinates unnecessarily. His plan had been to surround and intercept. If they caught up, they would, but if not, they would simply abandon the pursuit. Little did he anticipate that Qin Shao and his companions would dare to halt and counterattack with such ferocity. With several subordinates lost, the bearded leader began to seethe with frustration. Just as he contemplated the regrettable decision to undertake this mission, his satellite phone rang. Curse it! You never inform me how ruthless these individuals are. Who exactly am I pursuing? My men have perished in considerable numbers. You must compensate me. The burly man lamented as he expressed his grievances, emphasizing his losses. He was well aware of the clandestine dealings between the bald man and certain prominent arms dealers in America, and by highlighting his losses, he hoped to negotiate for more resources later on. However, the bald man's next utterance sent the burly man into a rage. What? Tony Stark? I should have anticipated this. Damn it. You should have told me from the outset. Attack. Everyone, get in the vehicles. Form a dispersed encirclement around that dune ahead. Hurry, hurry, hurry. The burly man abruptly ended the call, finally committing to a full-scale assault. On this side of the conflict, Qin Shao realized he could not withstand the onslaught alone. As dozens of vehicles scattered in all directions, he was momentarily taken aback. He could only aim his most potent weapons, two Gatling guns, squarely at the two vehicles in front of him. After a tremendous effort, he succeeded in rendering both vehicles useless. However, one of the Gatling guns fell silent, having run out of ammunition. The other gun was also running low on rounds. Looking at the Ten Commandments gang's SUVs, most had already ascended the surrounding dunes, some even vanishing from sight. Qin Shao directed his remaining Gatling gun at the nearest SUV within reach and expended all its ammunition. Without checking the damage inflicted, he discarded the weapon onto the ground. He cautiously stepped aside, wary of potential hidden threats, and began to dig a small pit in the sand with his formidable strength, burying himself entirely within. Tearing the scarf from his neck, he draped it across his face, effectively preventing sand from entering his mouth and nose while also concealing the glare from his sunglasses. He covered his face with a thin layer of sand and used his arms to burrow deeper, shaking off the top layer of yellow sand to ensure he was thoroughly concealed. Although the surface may have appeared uneven, it was the best he could achieve under the circumstances, hoping desperately that they would not notice him at once. Just as he completed this task, the sound of engines reached his ears. It seemed two vehicles had arrived simultaneously, mere meters from his position. As he had anticipated, their immediate focus would be on the area where Qin Shao and his companions had discarded their weapons. Sure enough, after parking, he heard their chatter, likely relaying information via walkie-talkies that the area was unoccupied. Patiently, he waited for the enemies to finish their conversation, holding his breath for about 10 seconds. Suddenly, he sprang from the sand pit, sending a cloud of yellow dust into the air. In mid-leap, he swung his right hand, and a glimmer of black steel sliced through the air. The head of the nearest terrorist soared skyward. He could not afford to give them the opportunity to fire back. With this resolve, Qin Shao unleashed a volley from his silenced pistol while suspended in midair, from a sudden leap to a swift descent. Before the adversaries could even register the threat, a single strike, followed by 3 gunshots, dispatched 4 foes in one breath. With only 2 remaining, Qin Shao landed and, in an effort to save precious time, fired once more. With a flick of his wrist, he sent the Tang Dao hurtling towards the enemy. The shot, albeit slightly misaligned, struck the opponent in the neck, ensuring instant demise. Meanwhile, propelled by Qin Zhao's formidable strength, the Tang Dao found its mark, embedding itself deep into the forehead of the last assailant, the blade disappearing until the hilt. With a heavy exhale, Qin Shao collected himself. Amongst the 6 adversaries, it was not merely his precision, swiftness, and unexpectedness that triumphed. The fact that these individuals had arrived without perceiving the enemy, their weapons laid down, and the surroundings so visibly tranquil, played a crucial role. It can only be attributed to a fortuitous confluence of circumstances. Otherwise, while the act of killing would have been feasible, had they fired even a single shot, the outcome could have been dire. It is worth noting that the nearby individuals had yet to vacate the area. Just as Qin Shao had anticipated, the 2 vehicles were the first to reach this location. After relaying the report to the bearded leader via the intercom, he promptly set off with his team in pursuit towards the northwest. Chapter 18. Mission accomplished. It is crucial to recognize that the border lies perilously close, with an American military base situated just across in Afghanistan. He harbored doubts that a person of Tony Stark's stature would lack military support. Reaching the border would signify the irrevocable loss of Tony Stark, a veritable mobile arsenal. Thus, upon learning that the area was devoid of personnel, his immediate reaction was to conclude that their adversaries would commence their retreat the moment he took action. He hastily commanded everyone to pursue in a northwesterly direction. Meanwhile, Qin Shao, having delayed for over 10 minutes, yearned to make a call to inquire whether Tony and the others had escaped their perilous situation. Unfortunately, the satellite phone left by Black Widow lay on the ground, having been struck by a bullet at some point. It was likely during the earlier encounter when 2 vehicles had discharged a few errant shots in their direction. What an unfortunate stroke of luck. Gritting his teeth, Qin Shao resolved to press onward, boarding an off-road vehicle and accelerating towards the northwest. Turning to the bearded man, he received a report from his subordinates indicating that a convoy of vehicles was racing towards the northwest. After 4 or 5 minutes, the bearded man's phone rang again. After answering, his expression turned grave. He spoke directly into the walkie-talkie. "Retreat. The target has been extracted by the American forces. We must withdraw immediately." In the desert, a dozen vehicles simultaneously turned around, retracing their path. As for Qin Shao, although he overheard the communication from the vehicle's walkie-talkie, the language spoken was some dialect from an Arab nation, rendering him utterly bewildered. Fortunately, the system's prompt chimed in just in time. "Congratulations, host. The mission to rescue Tony Stark has been completed. Reward, 1,000 points. Congratulations. You have forged a connection with the original Avenger, Hawkeye, leaving a profound impression, earning 500 points. Congratulations. Black Widow's affinity towards you has significantly increased, awarding you 200 points. Congratulations. Iron Man's regard for you has notably risen, granting you 200 points. Congratulations. Hawkeye's fondness for you has also grown, yielding 100 points. The notifications continued to resonate, revealing that not only had he completed the mission, but he had also deepened his connections with key figures, thus earning additional points, perhaps a hidden reward. This experience had indeed forged a bond of shared peril. It appeared that gaining favor was indeed swift. Yet, he found himself pondering why Hawkeye's score was merely 100. Was it due to their lesser familiarity? Or perhaps Hawkeye's inherently subdued presence? However, Qin Shao had little time to dwell on such matters, as the mission had reached its conclusion. There was no longer any necessity to pursue the Ten Rings gang, as advancing further might lead to an encounter. Though he now possessed the prowess of a super soldier and donned protective gear produced by the system, he was not invulnerable. A high-caliber bullet or an encounter with heavy weaponry, such as a few rocket-propelled grenades, could indeed spell disaster. He could fight fiercely, but engaging in reckless endeavors would be a fruitless gamble. There is no alternative but to temporarily evade them and await the rescue from Tony and his comrades. If only the satellite phone had not been damaged. After a brief contemplation, Qin Xiao promptly turned back towards the direction from whence he came. Meanwhile, the retreating bearded man grew increasingly uneasy. The number of vehicles simply did not add up. He had clearly observed the count at the onset. He had even taken a moment to scrutinize the situation, noting that aside from the 2 vehicles that had been obliterated up front, there had been no further casualties. However, if those 2 vehicles had been destroyed, how could they have escaped his encirclement? It made no sense that he had been saved by the American military after pursuing for so long. If such individuals were involved, he ought to have encountered Americans himself. The more he pondered, the more suspicious he became, especially when recalling the sharpshooter within the opposing team. The last volley had seemingly only produced gunfire, and that archer had not reappeared. This was amiss. He had been deceived. They had left someone behind to cover their retreat. Otherwise, the vehicle count would align. The 2 vehicles that had passed must have been ambushed by them. Damn it! So many of his subordinates had perished, and despite expending considerable effort, he had gained nothing. To add insult to injury, he had been made a fool of. The bearded man, increasingly incensed, seized the radio and issued commands to his subordinates. On Qin Xiao's side, he remained blissfully unaware that the bearded man had initiated a manhunt for him in this desolate desert. He simply maintained a mindset of risk avoidance, retracing his steps. In Qin Xiao's perspective, regardless of when reinforcements would arrive, during this interim, it was prudent to return. Once he had traveled a sufficient distance, he would proceed directly south towards Pakistan. As long as he reached a city within Pakistan, he would be entirely safe. However, Qin Xiao overlooked a critical detail. The bald man who had kidnapped Tony had his camp located within Pakistan's borders. Although that camp had been thoroughly dismantled, the bald man had survived, and he had more than one faction in the vicinity. Little did Qin Xiao know about these complexities, including the myriad factions within the 10 Commandments. He was simply aware that his mission had been accomplished and that he had accrued a substantial number of points, 3,000 in total. He needed only 2,000 more for the second-tier marketplace to unlock. With ample fuel in the vehicle, he even discovered a pack of cigarettes, which he now enjoyed while driving southward. As he continued on his way, he suddenly spotted a small black ahead. It appeared to be a person. One individual posed little threat to Qin Xiao, who boldly drove towards the figure. To his surprise, upon hearing the engine's roar, the person turned and gestured for a ride. What audacity! In such chaotic surroundings, to dare flag down what was clearly a vehicle of armed militants was remarkable. Noticing the heavy machine gun mounted on the vehicle, Qin Xiao couldn't help but admire the individual's bravery. Considering the vastness of the desert and the likelihood that his pursuers might not catch up, he pondered the implications of leaving this person behind. Should the terrorists spot him, they might indiscriminately take out their frustrations on an innocent civilian. Embracing the notion of performing a good deed each day, Qin Xiao executed a graceful maneuver, halting his off-road vehicle with the elegance of a dragon's tail. He came to a stop beside a weary traveler. "How about it? Need a ride?" The traveler was clad in baggy trousers and a blue shirt with rolled-up sleeves. His face obscured by a tattered scarf meant to shield him from the biting wind and sand, presenting a rather disheveled appearance. Upon seeing Qin Xiao's vehicle come to a halt, the traveler beamed with delight, hastily removing the scarf. "Could you take me to the nearest town?" "Thank you." A sincere grin spread across his face, but upon recognizing the features of this individual, Qin Xiao was struck with disbelief. "It's you?" Chapter 19 Encounter with the Hulk. When Tony Stark awoke, he found himself lying in a military base of the United States. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by the familiar visage of Rhodey. "How was the experience in the joyful Hummer, Tony? Next time, remember to ride with me, will you?" Rhodey smiled, the weight of the past month evident on his shoulders. "Rhodey," Tony chuckled heartily, embracing his dear friend. "By the way, where is Qin?" Suddenly, a thought struck him, and his expression shifted dramatically as he pushed Rhodey away. Scanning the room, he noticed Hawkeye, Black Widow, and even Ethan were present, yet Qin Xiao was conspicuously absent. Given the circumstances preceding his unconsciousness, Tony quickly deduced the gravity of the situation. Rhodey, we must rescue him. Qin stayed behind to cover us. We cannot leave him there. Rhodey was clearly already aware of what had transpired. He had heard Tony mention Qin Xiao before, yet when it came to Tony's plea for a rescue, he hesitated. I'm sorry, Tony. The military can take risks for you when there's assurance, but for your friend, I regret to inform you. He was the one who saved me. I cannot abandon him. Tony Stark stood up, his voice filled with fervor. Tony, listen to me. This involves national borders. We cannot simply charge into a foreign territory for one individual. I have submitted a request, and I trust the higher-ups will communicate with them soon, Rhodey replied, standing to grasp Tony's arm in a gesture of comfort. By the time your request is processed and they communicate back, it could take several days. I know the nature of those at the top. After all, it is not the renowned Tony Stark in peril, but a nameless soldier, right? Colonel Rhodey remarked, his tone tinged with irony, though he understood the helplessness of the situation. Do you have any viable solutions? If I recall correctly, you are agents, yes? Surely you possess some special means? Tony turned his gaze towards Hawkeye. The military aircraft denied our request for mobilization. However, our Quinjet is en route and should arrive in approximately 20 minutes, Black Widow interjected calmly. In that moment, it was indeed Qin Xiao who had maximized the chances of survival for the group by staying behind. Yet, this did not mean Black Widow was devoid of concern. After presenting their credentials, the commander of the base had refused their request for aircraft. Faced with no alternatives, they had urgently contacted the nearest SHIELD intelligence office to dispatch a Quinjet. Since their departure from Qin Xiao, nearly an hour had elapsed. Even though Qin Xiao was a super soldier, Black Widow began to feel an inkling of anxiety. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao remained oblivious to Tony's predicament. Even if he were aware, it would scarcely matter to him at that moment. The sudden appearance of this individual caused his mind to momentarily freeze. Is it you? A voice filled with astonishment elicited a blend of surprise and confusion on the traveler's face, but predominantly fear. Do you recognize me? Indeed. Qin Xiao was certain he recognized him, yet he never anticipated encountering him in this location. During my university days, your photograph adorned the walls of my laboratory, displayed alongside that of Marie Curie, Dr. Bruce Banner. What an honor it is to unexpectedly meet you here. Qin Xiao promptly opened the car door and stepped out, tossing a bottle of water to Banner. Have a drink. Judging by your appearance, it seems your supplies have run dry. As he conversed with Dr. Banner, Qin Xiao glanced back, checking for any pursuers. His mind raced, desperately recalling the details of The Incredible Hulk, a film he had seen long ago. The timeline of Marvel movies was rather vague. For instance, the climactic events of Iron Man and The Incredible Hulk were set around 2008. But the specifics surrounding those events remained unclear. Qin Xiao remembered that Bruce Banner had fled to Brazil after transforming into the Hulk and evading General Ross's pursuit, where he encountered a mentor who taught him to control his heart rate. Subsequently, in a bid to meet a contact known as Mr. Blue, he had risked returning to the United States, ultimately disappearing after his battle with the Abomination. According to later narratives, he had attempted suicide in the Arctic Circle and reappeared in India during the events of the first Avengers film. It seemed that the confrontation with the Abomination was now behind him, placing him somewhere in the midst of his journey to India after his unsuccessful suicide attempt. Qin Xiao mentally pieced together the timeline and continued, Are you in need of a ride, Doctor? Rest assured, I am not an adversary. My vehicle has broken down, and I acquired this car from an armed faction for $30,000. You see, we are in the Middle East. Qin Xiao shrugged, attempting to maintain a light-hearted demeanor. His intention was not necessarily to take Bruce Banner along. However, upon their initial meeting, the system had issued a new task to gain Bruce Banner's trust, become his ally, and assist him in evading military pursuit. System, am I not a bit too insignificant to be embroiled in the conflict between Banner and the military? Shouldn't this task be postponed? Qin Xiao pondered internally. The system merely issued tasks randomly based on the host's current encounters and did not compel completion. Yet, given the perilous nature of the Marvel Universe, accumulating more points would enable him to unlock the marketplace sooner and acquire greater powers. Although the system claimed the tasks were laid back and devoid of penalties, the points would indeed be of substantial benefit to him. With determination, Qin Xiao accepted the task, resolving that if it proved too challenging, he would prioritize his own safety, especially since there was no time constraint involved. Thus, Qin Xiao alighted from the vehicle and casually elucidated the reason behind his possession of an armed vehicle. He was acutely aware of Bruce Banner's profound aversion towards individuals affiliated with the American military. This was, in fact, one of the motivations for his journey to Asia. In contrast to the Americas and Europe, Asia undoubtedly represented a region where American influence was markedly diminished. Upon hearing Qin Xiao's words, Bruce Banner exhibited a look of discomfort. The weaponry aboard Qin Xiao's vehicle undeniably instilled a sense of pressure within him, not out of fear of external threats, but rather due to his trepidation regarding the potential casualties he might inflict upon others in the event of his transformation. Nevertheless, should he refrain from entering the vehicle, his current lack of provisions in the desert posed a significant risk. Should his body falter, he would inevitably transform. Chapter 20. The aggrieved Dr. Banner. After a moment's hesitation, Dr. Banner ultimately decided to enter the vehicle. He had journeyed all the way back from South America to the United States, and after confronting his nemesis, he fled to the Middle East. Unexpectedly, amidst the chaos of the region, he found himself pursued once more. With no options left, he resolved to escape to Asia. He had truly exhausted all avenues. Moreover, after receiving an injection from Mr. Blue, combined with the breathing techniques he learned in Brazil, he had achieved a remarkable ability to control his emotions and heartbeat. He was no longer prone to transformations at the slightest provocation. Furthermore, Qin Xiao did not appear to be a military individual. Indeed, Qin Xiao was not associated with the military. However, Dr. Banner could not have anticipated that this seemingly mild-mannered young man in his early 20s was entangled in troubles that rivaled his own, at least in this desert setting. Dr. Banner, what brings you alone to this desolate expanse? It appears, it is quite perilous, Qin Xiao remarked. The two unfamiliar individuals fell into a brief silence, creating an awkward atmosphere, prompting Qin Xiao to engage in casual conversation. I have encountered some rather unfortunate events. Perhaps it is best you remain unaware, for I tend to bring misfortune to others, Banner said, a glimmer of reminiscence in his eyes. I believe you are being overly pessimistic. There is a saying, when fate plays tricks on you, do not assume it is your fault. Fate, Dr. Banner murmured absently, his gaze drifting as he fell silent once more. The two continued their journey in silence across the desert. After a span of over 10 minutes, billowing clouds of yellow sand erupted on both sides and behind them. 4 or 5 fully armed SUVs swiftly encircled their vehicle from 3 directions, clearly aiming for them. What is happening? Who are these people? Are they your associates? Dr. Banner inquired, turning around in a state of urgency. No, I have no companions here. Brace yourself, Qin Xiao shouted as he slammed the accelerator, the engine of the SUV roaring to life as it surged forward. Dr. Banner had considered the possibility that these individuals were after him, but it was evident that they were not Americans. Moreover, Qin Xiao's demeanor suggested he was fleeing. Are you certain they are not your allies? Damn it, their vehicles are identical to ours, Banner exclaimed, fastening his seatbelt in haste. Doctor, you are a scientist. Are you not familiar with the adage that one must look beyond the surface to discern the essence? Qin Xiao said, suddenly jerking the steering wheel as several enemy vehicles appeared to the right. Then let us discuss the essence. Why have so many appeared as if they intend to capture us? This is the Middle East, Doctor. Do not question the reasons behind their presence. They are here to apprehend me. Congratulations. You may now experience the flavor of misfortune brought by others. Oh, for heaven's sake! Qin Xiao exclaimed as he swerved the wheel once more, noticing more adversaries emerging from the opposite side. Moreover, the number of vehicles in the preceding convoy was substantial, with several cars obstructing the only available gap. At that moment, the intercom in the vehicle crackled to life, delivering a stern warning in heavily accented English. Stop immediately, or we will unleash our firepower upon you. As if to affirm this threat, heavy machine guns on the surrounding vehicles were swiftly aimed at Qin Zhao's car. The encircling vehicles drew closer, with at least 20 off-road vehicles surrounding him from all directions. With a resigned sigh, Qin Zhao pressed down on the brake. "Remember to cooperate with me, Doctor," he remarked calmly after halting the vehicle. "Cooperate? How can I?" Dr. Banner began, but was interrupted as Qin Zhao raised his hands high and shouted towards the surrounding terrorists. "This has nothing to do with me. I know nothing. I am merely a student traveling in the desert. It is this man who forced me to drive for him. I do not even know him or what is happening." Dr. Banner exclaimed, "What on earth is going on?" His confusion was palpable. The adversaries' vehicles also came to a halt, and they found themselves surrounded by dozens of armed soldiers while Qin Zhao continued his impassioned declarations. "I am not who he claims. I do not know him. I am merely a traveler, hitching a ride." Banner's anger flared as he glared at Qin Zhao. "He's lying. Who would choose to hitch a ride in a vehicle armed with a machine gun in the desert? Look at me. I am just a recent graduate. Now look at this man." The terrorists surrounding the vehicle glanced at the relatively clean and tidy Qin Zhao, then at Dr. Banner, who was disheveled and clearly had seen better days. The majority of the weapons swiftly turned their aim towards Dr. Banner. Just as he was about to speak, a soldier struck him on the head with the butt of his rifle. "Stop talking and get out of the vehicle with your hands raised." Dazed from the blow, Banner took a deep breath and looked up to see Qin Zhao mischievously winking at him, which only fueled his frustration further. However, the terrorists were unconcerned with their banter and roughly pulled both men from the vehicle, encircled by a multitude of rifles. As the crowd parted, a burly man with a bushy beard stepped forward, addressing them with a menacing tone. "You two killed many of my men and allowed Tony Stark to escape from my grasp." Tony Stark? The billionaire who was supposedly kidnapped? Dr. Banner's mind buzzed with confusion. "Can someone please explain what is happening?" Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, Qin Zhao interjected loudly, "Do not kill me. I know nothing. I do not even recognize Tony Stark. I am merely a recent graduate from Huaxia, forced to drive for this man." Dr. Banner attempted to speak again, but was cut off as the bearded man drew a large-caliber handgun and pressed it against his temple. "Silence. I have not yet given you permission to speak," sighed Dr. Banner with a sense of injustice. The burly man turned to Qin Zhao and inquired, "Are you from Huaxia?" Yes. Qin Zhao nodded vigorously, embodying an expression of innocence and purity. "You claim he kidnapped you and coerced you into assisting him with driving?" The burly man continued. "Indeed, that is correct. He stated that as a Huaxia person, my presence would ensure his safety in Pakistan." "You lie, it is I who—" Dr. Banner attempted to interject for the third time, only to be met again with the blunt force of a rifle butt. "Be silent. I did not ask for your input. You are not permitted to speak. I shall not repeat myself. Do you comprehend?" The burly man admonished, bending down menacingly towards Dr. Banner. Dr. Banner, struggling to maintain his composure, took deep breaths, feeling an unprecedented urge to unleash the Hulk and obliterate the insolent wretch before him. Chapter 2 is presented. Today is my birthday, and I plan to take a stroll during the day. I shall return later to continue, and there will be another chapter, though it may be a bit delayed. To the readers who see this, it is my birthday. Would you not consider leaving a kind review, or perhaps a gentle nudge for an update, along with a brief glance at a small advertisement? Chapter 21. The rampaging Hulk. Though he harbored such thoughts, Dr. Banner nonetheless exerted every ounce of his strength to resist the emergence of the Hulk. It is worth noting that prior to the advent of the Avengers, Banner had staunchly opposed the Hulk's existence. Observing Banner's silence, the bearded man nodded slightly and approached Qin Zhao once more. He found himself somewhat inclined to trust Qin Zhao's words, as the latter appeared frail yet refined, and was visibly terrified when threatened at gunpoint. "Pray tell, recount how you two crossed paths. What did he divulge to you? Share every detail with me," the bearded man insisted, seeking confirmation on whether Banner was indeed the one who had delayed to rescue Tony Stark. Given that Stark had already fled, capturing their associate could yield some advantageous returns. He had long coveted the exquisite weaponry from the bald man's side. With such intentions, his tone softened as he addressed Qin Xiao. Could you perhaps lower the firearm? Qin Xiao, with a visage of sheer terror, cautiously replied, Of course, but only if you. Just as the bearded man began to lower the gun, his sentence was abruptly interrupted. Qin Xiao's expression shifted drastically. In a lightning-quick motion, he extended his right hand, seizing the bearded man's wrist and pressing his thumb decisively against the web of his hand. In an instant, he had wrested the firearm from the bearded man's grip, taking the leader hostage. Stand aside. Clear the way. Qin Xiao threatened the surrounding terrorists, compelling them to create a space, thereby ensuring his own safety. Initially, had he employed the strategy of capturing the leader first, Qin Xiao felt confident in his ability to confront the situation directly. However, with Dr. Banner present, he was acutely aware of the unpredictability of facing the enraged Hulk in the desert. Thus, he resorted to this comparatively safer approach. Just as he had successfully taken the bearded man hostage, the voice of the system echoed once more in his mind. Special mission issued. Gain the trust of the green giant Hulk and establish initial friendship. Completion of this task will award a dose of the improved Hulk mutation serum. Improved Hulk mutation serum grants 30 of Hulk's strength, defense, and self-healing abilities, while alleviating the negative effects of transformation and loss of rationality due to rage. Note: possessing 30 of Hulk's power without the accompanying drawbacks allows the host to uphold their reputation while comfortably engaging in less noble pursuits. You deserve this. Damn it. The system's words prompted Qin Xiao to involuntarily exclaim a curse. What did it mean by maintaining a facade while indulging in such things? You are the one who is shameless. Your entire lineage is shameless. I have no family nor lineage. There is no need for such futile anger. Just articulate your desire. Do you want it? Speak it aloud. Damn, even the system is mocking me now. Nevertheless, he thought, yes, of course I want it. If the reward indeed entailed this, then the risk was unquestionably worth taking. It was simply the law of irresistible allure. This special mission had directly prompted Qin Xiao to revise his strategy. Initially, I intended to tease Dr. Banner while safely escaping. However, the current course of action is markedly different. Damn it, your acting is commendable. It was you who rescued Tony Stark. The bearded man still believes that Banner and Qin Xiao are in cahoots. Yet, this is not America. Even if you capture me, you cannot traverse this desert. We are freedom fighters, unafraid of death. The bearded man declared with contempt. Is that so? Qin Xiao chuckled, casting a serious glance at Dr. Banner, who had now risen to his side. You do not fear death, but do you fear a monstrous green giant capable of pulverizing you with a single blow? A green giant? How do you know? Both the bearded man and Banner exclaimed in unison. Ignoring the bearded man's words, Qin Xiao turned his attention to Dr. Banner and earnestly stated, Doctor, I can assist you in evading military harassment, but right now, I require that green fellow to emerge. Bang! No sooner had he spoken than Qin Xiao resolutely fired a shot directly into Dr. Banner's chest. Banner gasped in disbelief, struggling to utter a word before slowly collapsing backward. What have you done? You've killed your ally? The bearded man exclaimed in shock. But Qin Xiao had no time to explain. He merely whispered in the man's ear, You said you were not afraid of death, so I wish you good luck. As those words fell, Qin Xiao forcefully shoved the bearded man toward the spot where Banner had fallen. With a swift turn, he fled. A plume of smoke billowed as he sprinted a distance of 10 to 20 meters, finally prompting the surrounding terrorists to react. The two men hurriedly attempted to lift the bearded man, while others aimed their weapons at the distant Qin Xiao. However, before they could pull the trigger, a ferocious roar erupted. Roar! The corpse on the ground had transformed into a colossal green monster, suddenly rising to its feet, towering over 2 meters tall, its muscles appearing more formidable than steel. In its grasp, it held the bearded man's head, which seemed as fragile as a doll in its powerful grip. With the earth-shattering roar, the green giant hurled the bearded man against a nearby off-road vehicle with tremendous force, denting the entire hood. It crushed the front cover along with the engine and other components into scrap metal with its sheer brute strength. The bearded man's body sustained catastrophic injuries. With 80 to 90% of his bones shattered, nearly reducing him to a pulp on the verge of death. It was only then that those around began to react, instinctively raising their firearms to unleash a barrage of bullets at the monster. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Dozens of guns were simultaneously aimed at Hulk, bullets raining down upon him. Alas, not a single bullet could pierce his resilient skin. Bang! As soon as he emerged, he was besieged by frenzied attacks, propelling Hulk into a state of uncontrollable rage. With a single kick, he sent a terrorist soaring over 100 meters away. He then seized the battered SUV, wielding it like a weapon, and swung it horizontally towards the crowd, which had yet to disperse completely. In one fell swoop, at least 3 or 4 individuals were reduced to mere pulp. The scene became a gruesome tableau of blood and chaos, with bullets flying in every direction. Those members of the Ten Rings gang, who had boasted of their fearlessness in the face of death, were now emitting frantic screams, desperately scattering in all directions. The more timid among them cried out in terror, collapsing to the ground, utterly paralyzed by fear. Faced with the wrathful Hulk, they found themselves devoid of the strength to even attempt an escape. Chapter 3 has arrived, albeit a tad late. Chapter 22. Befriending the Hulk. One could scarcely comprehend the immense might of the Green Giant without witnessing it firsthand. Even when juxtaposed with comic portrayals, the cinematic Hulk has been significantly weakened. Yet, prior to the emergence of celestial beings, the Hulk was, for all intents and purposes, an insurmountable force. The sheer ferocity embodied in his punches and kicks left Qin Shao, concealed behind a sand dune, trembling with trepidation. In the face of such unbridled rage, Qin Shao felt that, as a super soldier, he was hardly distinguishable from the terrifying members of the Ten Rings gang. If one were to draw a comparison, it would merely be a matter of 1 punch versus 2. System, this task is rather extreme. I feel as though I would be obliterated before even uttering a word. Watching from a distance as the Hulk crushed a man's head into a mist of blood, Qin Shao found it difficult to swallow. Without enduring the tempest, how can one behold the rainbow? If even this task proves insurmountable, perhaps I ought to consign you back to your mundane existence, laboring away to repay debts and leading a woeful life. Curse it, you belittle me once more. He lamented, why do other systems grant such extravagant rewards? With effortless upgrades through simple actions of eating and sleeping? Why must my own path be fraught with such challenges, not to mention the occasional personal affront? Complaints aside, the task remained imperative. The rewards were undeniably enticing. Below, the members of the Ten Rings gang were swiftly dispatched by the Hulk, leaving only a few, either paralyzed by fear or frantically fleeing. Observing the scene, with numerous adversaries vanquished and vehicles reduced to wreckage, Qin Shao surmised that the Hulk might be somewhat calmer now. Resolutely, he stepped out from behind the dune. Hulk! Qin Shao greeted him with exuberance, his smile reminiscent of a village belle witnessing the return of her beloved, save for the absence of a fluttering floral handkerchief. Roar! Regrettably, the Hulk failed to grasp such nuances. With a thunderous roar, he leapt forward, crashing down before Qin Shao. Without a moment's hesitation, he swung a colossal fist toward him. The pressure from the Hulk's approach nearly compelled Qin Shao to instinctively evade, but he managed to steady himself just in time. However, an enormous fist, akin to a large cauldron, descended upon him. Is he truly that volatile? Strike first, then inquire. Qin Shao mused, swiftly sidestepping the Hulk's blow. Wait, Hulk, I am not with them. I harbor no ill intent. I merely wish to converse with you, he exclaimed, hoping to convey his sincerity amidst the chaos. I know you don't truly desire to harm others. Your fury leads to destruction, does it not? I possess an excellent solution. As he continued to evade the Hulk's fists, Qin Shao recounted the grievances he had heard from the Hulk in Thor, Ragnarok, hoping to elicit some semblance of empathy from the formidable creature. Perhaps it is a lingering impression from Banner that leads Hulk to perceive Qin Shao as distinctly different from those who had attacked him. Or perhaps it is the weight of Qin Shao's words that causes Hulk's fist to halt midair for the 3rd time. In the film The Incredible Hulk, it is suggested that Banner shares some form of memory with Hulk. Although this connection may not be comprehensive, it exists. However, in subsequent Avengers films, their memories appear to operate independently. Here, There is a vague recollection of the people and events each has encountered. Huh. Qin Shao exhaled deeply. I am not your enemy. Hulk, I wish to be your friend. Can we have a proper conversation? With a heart full of hope, he extended his hands to signal his lack of hostility towards Hulk. Friend? Hulk mumbled the word, and then, boom. In a sudden burst of aggression, he struck Qin Shao, sending him flying over 20 meters, crashing to the ground and stirring up a cloud of dust. Hulk swiftly leapt to Qin Shao's side, encircling him within his powerful arms. Speak. Tell Hulk, or I will tear you apart. Just as Qin Shao thought his fate was sealed, Hulk began to converse with him. There are many villains in this world, even some monsters unlike ordinary people. Of course, I do not mean you. I actually quite like your skin color. I'm referring to Abomination, the ugly creature you fought in New York. Do you remember? The ability to communicate is an encouraging start, Qin Shao replied enthusiastically. Hulk recalled the encounter. Abomination was indeed formidable, but he was ultimately vanquished by Hulk. Roar. Hulk's demeanor exhibited a blend of childlike innocence and primal ferocity. When the subject of defeating Abomination arose, he let out a thunderous roar, reminiscent of a male beast proclaiming its victories. Hey, big guy, while your roar is impressive, could you perhaps release me? You're about to crush me. Hulk, in his fury, instinctively tightened his grip, nearly suffocating Qin Shao. Hulk momentarily forgot his own strength, declaring, You're too weak. I haven't even begun to exert myself. As he said this, he loosened his grip on Qin Shao. Cough, cough. Qin Shao cleared his throat and straightened his clothing. Not everyone possesses your incredible strength, Hulk. You must learn to control your power. Why control such strength? You mentioned monsters and villains. Where are they? Bring Hulk to them. Hulk shouted down at Qin Shao, his voice resonating and causing Qin Shao's ears to ring. I need to locate the monsters and villains first, Hulk. We require some intelligence. They will not simply appear before us. Take Hulk to find them. Now. Another roar erupted from him. No. The villains are far away. We need to take a plane. Do you understand what a plane is? You are too large to fit in one. You must first transform into Banner. Plane. Hulk muttered softly, perhaps recalling some unpleasant memories, such as the military's assault on his helicopter. Hulk loathes aircraft. He despises Banner even more. He does not wish to transform into Banner. No. Hulk clenched his fists once more, on the verge of another uncontrollable outburst. I understand. Hear me out. I too harbor a disdain for Banner. That fellow has an infuriating penchant for pedantry. Yet, we require Banner's assistance, do we not? Whether it be in pursuit of villains or merely navigating daily life, Banner proves to be more manageable than Hulk, does he not? Like dealing with an oblivious child, Qin Shao gradually endeavored to reason with Hulk, presenting logic and conditions. The first chapter is presented. Additional chapters will follow in the afternoon and evening. Chapter 23. Nick Fury, a man who often exudes an air of self-reliance in saving the world, conceals numerous secrets known only to himself. Nevertheless, he possesses an admirable quality, decisiveness and a willingness to shoulder responsibility. After receiving reports from Hawkeye and Black Widow, it remains unclear what means or transactions Fury employed. Shortly thereafter, a Quinjet descended upon a U.S. military base in Afghanistan, accompanied by a permit from Pakistan granting access, specifically for this S.H.I.E.L.D. aircraft, with a strict prohibition against military personnel entering. Naturally, Black Widow and Hawkeye insisted on accompanying him. Initially, Rhodey attempted to deter Tony Stark, but Tony's resolve was unyielding. With the subtle encouragement of Black Widow and Hawkeye, Rhodey ultimately found himself compelled to join them. Throughout the journey, Hawkeye forcibly displaced the pilot from the cockpit, transforming the Quinjet into something akin to a helicopter, skimming low across the desert in a reconnaissance mission. At last, they discovered traces of the bearded convoy, leading them to the location where Qin Shao had been intercepted. What transpired here? Upon disembarking, the group was rendered speechless, stunned by the scene before them. The remnants of the Hulk's battle resembled a disaster zone. Severed limbs, disassembled vehicles, and scattered shell casings all bore witness to a horrific confrontation. Tony, is this the work of your combat instructor? Are you certain he requires our rescue? Rhodey gazed at the chaos in disbelief. This devastation did not seem characteristic of Qin. Rather, it appeared as if the Hulk had made an appearance. Black Widow, equally perplexed, understood the destructive potential of a super soldier, a reality well known to S.H.I.E.L.D. The physical data of Captain America post-transformation had been meticulously preserved by Peggy Carter and Howard Stark, still residing within S.H.I.E.L.D.'s confidential archives. Hey, I'm right here. As everyone speculated about the events that had transpired, Qin Shao unexpectedly emerged from behind a sand dune, waving enthusiastically at the group. As they rushed to the dune, they finally spotted Qin Shao, seemingly unfazed, beside a man lying on the ground, an entirely naked man. Have you found true love here? Tony quipped, his spirits lifted upon seeing Qin Shao unharmed. However, the expressions of Black Widow and Hawkeye shifted dramatically upon recognizing Bruce Banner. Bruce Banner? Qin, how did he end up here? Did you knock him out? I'm not referring to the one lying on the ground. No, I did indeed see him. I merely made a friend. Qin Shao replied with a subtle smile directed at Black Widow. At this moment, Qin Zhao's spirits were exceptionally high. He had successfully completed his mission. Had it not been for the arrival of Black Widow and her companions, he would have already indulged in the glowing green serum tucked away in his pocket. Heaven knows how much persuasion he had exerted to convince Hulk. Not only did he agree to accompany him in battling monsters, but he also promised to allow Dr. Banner to roam free from time to time. If Banner were to refuse, one could simply eliminate him, and I could emerge. Remember, do not deceive Hulk. Otherwise, you shall be torn asunder. This was the last admonition from the mischievous Hulk to Qin Shao. Initially, he had come to rescue Tony, but unexpectedly, he had also acquired Banner. Given Hulk's nuclear-level capabilities, S.H.I.E.L.D. dared not allow him to return on a military aircraft. Thus, Tony would accompany Rhodes back, while the rest of them opted to fly back to America aboard a Quinjet. Nick Fury awaited Qin Zhao's arrival at a secret base. Upon returning, let us discuss over drinks. Tony had many questions for Qin Zhao, yet he understood that this was not the appropriate setting for discourse. Before departing, he advised Qin Zhao to thoroughly check his health. Qin Zhao smiled faintly and playfully tapped Tony's arc reactor, saying, New York, one of the largest cities in the world, is famously known in American cinema as the City of Devastation, a gathering place for superheroes and villains alike. It is inconceivable that S.H.I.E.L.D. would not have a branch amidst this metropolis. However, unbeknownst to many, Nick Fury possessed a secret base concealed beneath the Hudson River. This clandestine facility, known to only a select few within S.H.I.E.L.D., lay at the bottom of the river. Accompanied by Hawkeye and Black Widow, they navigated through an abandoned subway line, winding their way through a dilapidated sewer pipe. After several twists and turns, they finally entered this hidden base through an inconspicuous portal. Approaching the estuary of the Hudson River, Qin Shao found himself in a grand hall where a massive floor-to-ceiling window provided a view of the riverbed. Not only could he see the flowing water, but he also spotted several freshwater fish swimming by. Before the window stood none other than the infamous director of S.H.I.E.L.D., striking his signature pose, leaving a gleaming bald head exposed. Are you not concerned about someone discovering this base? Not only have you opened the window, but there are also underwater searchlights illuminating the area? Qin Shao inquired, disregarding the director's cool demeanor. Firstly, from the outside, this appears to be merely a concrete slab. For technical inquiries, you might consult your good friend Stark. As for the lighting, numerous explanations suffice, Nick Fury replied, slowly turning to face Qin Shao. One eye fixated intently on him, he reached for a stack of documents from his desk and tossed them towards Qin Shao, stating, most importantly, we are not the ones being welcomed, it is you. Welcome to S.H.I.E.L.D., Super Soldier, Mr. Qin. Qin Shao caught the documents and opened them, revealing his own dossier. Is there a designation of identity within S.H.I.E.L.D. for agents and intern agents? Am I mistaken? To my knowledge, your agents range from level 1 to 10, with the director being the sole level 10. I was unaware that the term intern even existed within this context. This position has been newly established by Director Fury for you. The report indicates that your standing is not in question. However, regarding your temperament, it seems less than ideal for a role in intelligence, necessitating a period of evaluation. The Black Widow approached Qin Xiao and elucidated. What report? The Psychological Assessment and Character Analysis Report. And by the way, I authored this document. The Black Widow cheerfully took the file from Qin Xiao's hands and formally introduced him. Nick Fury, Director of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, my superior, and, of course, soon to be yours as well. Chapter 2. Another chapter awaits at 8:30 in the evening. Chapter 24. The Hulk's Serum with a resigned eye roll. Qin Xiao languidly addressed the figure before him. Greetings, Director. I am curious. When we entered earlier, you stood by the floor-to-ceiling window in that posture. Emulating Nick Fury's previous stance of facing away from the group with his hands clasped behind him, he continued. Were you merely maintaining that position in anticipation of our arrival, or do you have some hidden surveillance system that prompted your sudden display of stoicism as we approached? Nick Fury. Overall, the encounter with Nick Fury was rather pleasant. However, it was evident that Fury had no intention of allowing Qin Xiao a conventional entry into the S.H.I.E.L.D. organization. Instead, he imposed a certain constraint upon Qin Xiao through a document, ensuring that when the Avengers Initiative commenced, Qin Xiao would receive priority for inclusion. As for Dr. Banner, following an initial dialogue with Nick Fury, he utilized his personal resources to secure a secluded location within the northern Canadian wilderness. This remote area was tranquil and picturesque, providing ample space for him to unleash the Hulk without concern. Nick Fury arranged for a laboratory there, enabling Dr. Banner to pursue his research while deploying numerous S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel in the vicinity to ensure that he would not be disturbed, or, conversely, to prevent the Hulk from disturbing others. Having resolved matters with S.H.I.E.L.D., Qin Xiao opted not to return to Los Angeles to seek out Tony Stark. Instead, he settled into a hotel in New York, preparing to consume the Hulk serum first. He had previously consulted the system, which indicated that the process of taking the serum would entail only mild discomfort. However, it was likely accompanied by a significant expulsion of impurities from the body, including blood and even bone marrow. Seated in a circular bathtub, Qin Xiao, now clean, grasped a small vial of the glowing green liquid beside him. The Hulk's super serum, its hue reminiscent of biochemical weaponry from films, prompted a few internal musings as he uncorked the bottle and tilted his head back, consuming its contents in one swift motion. It seems there's no immediate reaction, he thought, only for his thoughts to be abruptly interrupted by a piercing scream. The sensation was akin to detonating a C4 explosive within his very being, or as if his entire form had been mercilessly crushed by a hydraulic press, reducing every muscle, bone, and organ to pulp. The instantaneous agony exceeded his threshold for pain. However, this torment was fleeting, dissipating within a mere 2 to 3 seconds. Now lying motionless at the bottom of the bathtub, Qin Xiao found himself unable to move. Yet, every nerve in his body began to pulsate wildly. His entire physique convulsed incessantly, resembling a seizure. Once the convulsions subsided, an intense itchiness enveloped him. He could feel his body gradually regaining control as his marrow, muscles, and organs began to reorganize and reassemble. The itch was relentless, akin to countless insects crawling within him, traversing through his veins and the crevices of his bones. The pain he experienced was far more intolerable than the previous moment. Qin Xiao emitted an unintelligible cry, his body writhing erratically, while his head relentlessly battered against the ceramic bathtub. Bang! Bang! A typical bathtub could hardly withstand such tumult. Within moments, it had been reduced to a chaotic mess of shards. Fortunately, the hotel was of sufficient luxury, boasting exceptional soundproofing. Otherwise, the noise Qin Xiao produced would have surely prompted a call to the authorities. The intense itching persisted for over 5 minutes. Qin Xiao, with a face devoid of hope, lay amidst a pile of ceramic fragments and the filth that had oozed from his body. In the final minute, nearly all the blood and bone marrow within him had been expelled, replaced by the marrow and blood regenerated after consuming the serum of the Hulk. As the system had indicated, there appeared to be no visible changes on the surface of his body. However, the explosive power now embedded within his muscles had far surpassed the limits of humanity. He picked up a piece of ceramic debris, inhaled deeply, and decisively dragged it across his arm. It felt akin to a rounded fingernail lightly grazing the skin of an ordinary person. There was an exceedingly faint sting, but not a single mark remained on his skin. Instead, he had gripped the ceramic too forcefully, shattering it in his hand. "Looks quite good," Qin Xiao muttered, then erupted in his mind. "System, show yourself. Is this what you call a mild sensation of pain? Indeed, for a true iron-blooded man." The system's calm voice echoed in his mind. Qin Xiao nearly choked on those words. "Fine. I want to provoke you." Shanti stooped to the level of something inhuman. After a vehement complaint, he glanced at his disheveled state and gently reached for the water switch, intending to cleanse himself of the grime. Despite his careful touch, he inadvertently sent the metal switch flying. Must it be so exaggerated? Qin Xiao sighed ruefully, bracing himself against a relatively intact section of the bathtub to rise. Yet before he could exert any force, that last remnant of ceramic disintegrated into fragments. Alas, it seems I must tread cautiously for a while. Having already reached this state, Qin Xiao resolutely twisted the water pipe violently, allowing 2 streams of hot and cold water to cascade over him. To his surprise, he discovered an added benefit. The cold water was tolerable, given that autumn had only just begun. However, the hot water was scalding at a boiling point of 100 degrees. Yet upon contact with his skin, he felt not a hint of scorching heat, only a gentle warmth. It appeared that not only had his defenses increased, but his resistance to temperature extremes had also significantly improved. Invulnerable to blades and impervious to fire and water, this was precisely the situation he found himself in. Qin Xiao delightedly continued to cleanse his body. He had concealed himself in the hotel for several days. Even his meals were delivered by the hotel staff, who had to knock and bring them in. There was no alternative. His touch had become perilous. After each meal, he would gaze at the majority of the shattered and unrecognizable tableware. If it weren't for Qin Xiao authorizing someone to use his credit card to secure a substantial deposit, the hotel would have likely expelled him. It took him a full 5 days to learn to control the surging strength within his body. Paying no mind to the contemptuous glances from the hotel staff, he checked out after compensating for the damages and boarded a flight to Los Angeles. Obadiah was still under the covert surveillance of SHIELD, and he had yet to discuss the matter thoroughly with Tony. This was Qin Xiao's mission regarding the points. He needed to address the issue personally. Chapter 25. The second-generation arc reactor, Los Angeles, Malibu Beach. After Tony Stark's return, he made only a fleeting appearance before the press, declaring that Stark Industries would no longer manufacture weapons. Subsequently, he sequestered himself within his laboratory, allowing only Pepper Potts to report in daily, avoiding all other visitors. He was wholly absorbed in the development of his envisioned suit of armor. The designs he had conceived in Afghanistan had been brought back and input into his computer. Before him, a 3-dimensional holographic projection stood, depicting the Mark I he had constructed from available resources in the cave. "Jarvis, remove the outer shell, keep the core technology intact, and repackage the new design," Tony instructed. "Yes, sir." With Jarvis's affirmation, the holographic projection began to rotate. The external armor components scattered and vanished, only to be replaced by additional images of armor parts. One by one, they were methodically assembled around the central arc reactor. The modeling of the Mark II was now in its preliminary stages. "What do you think, Jarvis?" Tony inquired, manipulating the projection to examine it from various angles. "I must say, sir, your creation transcends the era. I have always been ahead of my time, Jarvis. Place an order. I need the first batch of materials delivered post-haste." Having finalized the initial appearance of the armor, Tony Stark picked up a launch device from the table. In his vision, This device would serve as both a power system and a laser cannon for conventional weaponry. It seems I must replace the reactor immediately. The current rotation speed is far too low to meet the demands of the suit, he muttered, lowering his gaze as he reached for a brand new arc reactor from the table. Good afternoon, Mr. Chin. Mr. Stark is in the laboratory. I will inform him of your arrival. Tony had granted Qin Xiao access to the house, but not to the subterranean laboratory. The only individuals with the password and permissions to enter were Pepper and Rhodey. However, that list had now expanded. Mr. Chin, Mr. Stark has instructed you to proceed directly downstairs. Your access to the basement has been granted. The entry code is 106. This code is genuine. I specifically noted the scene in Iron Man 1 where Pepper enters the basement. As Qin Xiao descended into the basement, he happened upon Pepper reaching into Tony Stark's chest, extracting a damp copper wire. It was undeniably a rather grotesque and shocking sight. There was an opening in his chest, and she was reaching inside. Oh, for heaven's sake, what have I just witnessed? Is this your new position? Tony, have you engaged with women so much that now the roles are reversed? Hey, Qin, I don't recall you being so glib. Initially, Pepper exhibited a visage of sheer terror at the situation, yet with a light-hearted jest from Qin Xiao, she swiftly regained her composure. Your understanding of him is insufficient, Pepper. In due time, you shall come to realize that in comparison to him, I appear as docile as a cow on your uncle's farm. Tony instructed Pepper to connect the wires of the new reactor base into his chest and then approached Qin Xiao. Tony, do you intend to remain in this state indefinitely? I mean, are you not considering seeking medical attention to thoroughly address your condition and remove the shrapnel? Qin Xiao gestured towards Tony's chest. Frankly, the little light on your chest is rather cool. However, it does involve an enormous piece of debris embedded in your body. When the conversation shifted to the reactor in his chest, Tony adopted an unusually serious demeanor. I will not remove it. This device saved me, not merely my life, but it has defined the person I am to become. I must retain it as a reminder. Tony, what shall we do with the old one? As Pepper remained Tony's personal assistant, she prepared to head to the basement and inquired about the disposal of the old reactor. Destroy it. Burn it. While I possess many characteristics, nostalgia is not among them. Very well. Pepper took the reactor upstairs. Qin Xiao was aware that she would encase the old one in a transparent cover and present it to Tony as a gift. Furthermore, when Obadiah seized Tony's reactor, it was precisely this old one that saved his life. However, with Qin Xiao now in this world, that scenario should be avoidable. Besides, Qin Xiao had come with the primary intention of resolving this matter. Hey, Tony, do you not have anything to inquire of me? About Afghanistan. As Pepper ascended the stairs, Qin Xiao was the first to speak. Even disregarding the system and mission aspects, the two had known one another for quite some time. From a personal standpoint, they had indeed forged a friendship. Aside from the secrets of the system and his journey through time, Qin Xiao had no intention of concealing anything from Tony, as that would create a rift between them. A couple of days ago, someone approached me. He hailed from a notoriously lengthy named intelligence agency. What was it called? Regardless, he was an agent with a rather receding hairline. Tony gestured to his forehead, describing the newcomer. He recounted all your affairs, the death of your parents, the origin of your serum, how you became acquainted with that alluring female agent, and so forth. He even mentioned that you joined them to rescue me. However, I shan't express my gratitude, for you deceived me. Your abilities stem from the serum of a super soldier, not from any martial arts of Huaxia. Damn it. I even paid you over a month's salary. Tony retrieved 2 bottles of beer from the refrigerator and handed one to Qin Xiao. Tony Stark. Do not expect to hear a thank you slip from his lips easily. Yet, Qin Xiao understood that while Tony spoke of deception, his eyes were brimming with gratitude. Otherwise, how could you have divulged even the password to the basement today? Well, in truth, you have not suffered any loss. You have won several $1 million at the casino. All thanks to me. Did that endearing agent with the receding hairline share so much with you? Qin Xiao mused, envisioning the amiable visage of Agent Coulson in his mind. Tony inquired, sipping his beer with a hint of perplexity. Could it be that you scoundrel have other matters in which you deceive me? Not at all. It seems he certainly did not clarify how I located that concealed cave, which the American military had struggled to find for over a month. Oh, Tony appeared to have an epiphany, slightly raising his gaze to encourage Qin Xiao to continue. Yesterday, someone asked if I had any chapters stored up. I am diligently working on them. I aim to update 3 chapters daily. Once the website grants a recommendation after reaching 100,000 words, I shall strive to release an abundance of content. Here is the first chapter, with more to come at noon and in the evening. Chapter 26. The mysterious portal. Obadiah played a significantly pivotal role in Tony Stark's life, especially following the demise of his father. He not only assisted Tony in managing the entire corporation, but also navigated the tumultuous waters of Tony's early adulthood, which was marked by immense wealth, extraordinary intellect, and a rather arrogant disposition. At just over 20, Tony found himself embroiled in countless troubles and romantic entanglements, all of which Obadiah discreetly managed behind the scenes. It was only with the emergence of Pepper Potts that Obadiah gradually receded from Tony's personal life. Although Obadiah's intentions were to ensure that Tony, the proverbial golden goose, continued to lay his golden eggs, it is undeniable that Tony harbored profound feelings for Obadiah, seeing him as a partner, friend, mentor, and even a father figure. Upon his return, Obadiah was acutely aware of the underlying issues, the proliferation of his company's weapons in the hands of terrorists. Few could accomplish such a duality of operations. Tony Stark was no fool. However, when it came to matters of the heart, even the most brilliant minds can become somewhat foolish, reluctant to confront the truth that lay before them. As Qin Xiao spoke, Tony grasped the implications fully. Over the years, Stark Industries had ascended to become the world's largest arms dealer. Tony's myriad inventions had solidified a stronghold in the arms market, effectively paving the way for future weapon designs. The scientists at Stark Industries merely needed to follow the path Tony had set. In Obadiah's eyes, Tony Stark had transformed from a golden goose into an impediment to his complete control over Stark Industries. This reality did not require elaboration from Qin Xiao. Once it was confirmed that Obadiah was behind the machinations, Tony understood instinctively. With a deep breath, Tony downed an entire bottle of beer, exhaling heavily afterward. "So, you're monitoring him closely now, aren't you?" "I'm not sure," Qin Xiao replied. "I'm merely a temporary worker. They see me as a super soldier. But judging by their operational style, it's likely they are. It all depends on your direction. Tony, you've seen the weapons in their possession. This is just what we know. Who knows how much more we haven't seen? Terrorists? Drug traffickers?" Noticing Tony's hesitation, Qin Xiao continued. "I'm aware that even if I halt production, he has ways and resources to covertly manufacture and sell weapons within the company." Tony furrowed his brow, vigorously running his fingers through his hair. "Give me some time. I will ensure he leaves the company, granting him a chance for a peaceful retirement." Despite his resolve, Tony felt a pang of compassion. Perhaps this was destined. The Iron Tyrant was fated to emerge, giving rise to the name Iron Man. The distinction now lay in the fact that Qin Xiao might soon be involved. "All right, I will inform them to refrain from acting on their own." Qin Xiao responded decisively. At present, he possesses a strength equivalent to 30% of the Hulk's, which in the Marvel Cinematic Universe may prove inadequate in later battles. However, at this moment, such power is akin to a glitch in the system. The Ironmonger, after all, is merely a slightly thicker cardboard figure, troublesome only when torn apart. "Tony, I can empathize with your feelings. Fret not, for there are no others here. If you wish to weep, let your tears flow upon my broad shoulders. Now be gone. Jarvis, contact the Los Angeles Police Department and inform them that a deranged individual has broken into my home." Qin Xiao was uncertain of S.H.I.E.L.'s decision regarding Obadiah and could only reach out to Black Widow. "Is there something you need from me, intern agent?" This time, the familiar sounds of gunfire were absent around Black Widow, enveloping them in tranquility. "Indeed, there is a significant matter. I no longer wish to continue. I initially believed that joining the largest intelligence agency and becoming a mysterious agent would involve saving the world alongside alluring companions. Who knew I would end up as an intern agent, unable to save the world, with the glamorous agents vanished? Sigh. Do you know what it feels like to miss someone so much that sleep eludes you?" Qin Zhao's playful banter elicited a melodious laugh from Black Widow. If you truly miss me that much, then when this mission concludes, I shall visit you in Los Angeles. Their daily lives were consumed by missions. Their conversations often strictly business. Qin Zhao's lightheartedness brought a refreshing change to Black Widow's mood. You better mean that. Lies are for puppies. His childish remark struck a chord with her, prompting even more laughter. All right then, I have something to discuss with you regarding Obadiah. Qin Zhao reiterated Tony's sentiments. Upon hearing this, Black Widow ended the call to inquire further. S.H.I.E.L.D. could indeed honor Tony Stark's wishes, yet they would maintain surveillance over him. Should he engage in any clandestine activities, S.H.I.E.L.D. would act promptly. This could serve as a form of accountability to Tony. If Obadiah were to bring about his own demise, that would be beyond their control. By the way, you mentioned you were on a mission. What is it? Is it dangerous? Do you require my assistance? Having completed the serious discussion, Qin Zhao shifted the topic. That is classified. Your clearance is insufficient. Intern agent. Black Widow teased him. Realizing the sincerity in Qin Zhao's concern, she added, rest assured, this mission is quite safe and poses no danger. Damn it. I swear that the next time we meet, I will smash Nick Fury's egg-shaped head. Qin Zhao declared vehemently, his irritation with the title of intern agent palpable. Egg-shaped head. Huh. That nickname suits him perfectly. He would be infuriated to know you said that. All right, I must be off to work now. Be a good intern and wait for me in Los Angeles. The Black Widow playfully teased Qin Zhao for a moment. After hanging up the phone, she stared blankly at her device. Unlike those around her, Qin Zhao spoke with a warmth reminiscent of ordinary young people, a quality that the Black Widow yearned for yet seldom encountered. This sensation was undeniably comforting. Am I truly falling for this young man? She mused, swiftly dismissing the thought. With a wry smile, she reflected that she would likely never experience such mundane happiness in her lifetime. Tossing her phone onto the sofa, she turned her gaze towards the nightscape beyond the window. At that moment, a square, golden portal materialized behind Qin Zhao. A woman clad in a black combat suit adorned with the letters TVA stepped through. Yet, just as she entered the apartment, a hand emerged from the portal, pulling her back in an instant. The golden gateway promptly vanished. Sensing something amiss, Qin Zhao abruptly turned around, only to find the space empty. Perhaps I'm just overthinking it. I might be sleep-deprived these past few days, he scratched his head, feeling somewhat disgruntled. Chapter 27. The Temporal Variance Management Bureau, the Nameless Realm. The headquarters of the Temporal Variance Management Bureau. The enigmatic woman who had appeared behind Qin Zhao moments ago now stood within a chamber reminiscent of a courtroom. Before her, at a dais akin to that of a judge, sat a young woman with golden hair, adorned in a uniform. Why must you impede my efforts to apprehend the criminal? That individual has violated the sacred timeline, and he is not merely a temporal offender. His presence has even altered the very fabric of the sacred timeline itself. The woman clad in black accused, addressing the golden-haired figure seated high above. C-18, I fully comprehend your resolve to protect the sacred timeline, yet in this instance, the great timekeeper has taken a personal interest, and it is their will that you refrain from arresting that individual, the golden-haired woman replied with an expression devoid of emotion. Yet such an action will incite chaos. The sacred timeline must not be desecrated. The black-clad woman remained indignant, for she was born to safeguard this very essence. As their name suggests, the sacred timeline. Are you questioning the decision of the timekeeper? The voice of the golden-haired woman suddenly rose in intensity. I would not dare. At the mention of the timekeeper, the black-clad woman immediately tempered her anger, bowing slightly as she spoke. Excellent. The golden-haired woman nodded in satisfaction. The timekeeper is omniscient and omnipotent. My duty is merely to execute their will. You may go now. After the black-clad woman departed, the lights of the entire courtroom extinguished, engulfing the space in darkness, where a sigh echoed. For readers unfamiliar with the Temporal Variance Management Bureau, I recommend exploring Marvel's new series, Loki, which I personally find far more compelling than WandaVision or The Falcon and the Winter Soldier. Meanwhile, Qin Zhao remained oblivious to the machinations of the Temporal Variance Management Bureau. After several leisurely days, he once again found himself at Tony's residence. This visit was primarily to consult with J.A.R.V.I.S., as he still had 2,000 points remaining in the system's points marketplace. To date, he had accrued a total of 3,000 points. Yet he was still some distance from accessing the second-tier marketplace. Thus far, he found little of value available for exchange, with the sole remaining option being a conversion to real-world currency. However, this offered little assistance in this realm. It merely alleviated his financial worries in the real world. Yet, to live freely and unencumbered, mere money would not suffice. He must forge a commercial empire, one that harnessed cutting-edge technology. The question arose, which entity possessed superior high-end technology? Without Black Panther, Tony reigned supreme. Consequently, Qin Xiao mustered his courage and ventured into Tony's laboratory. Bang! Just as he descended from the basement, he witnessed Tony spiraling upwards, only to collide forcefully with a protruding wall in midair. He then slid down the wall like a poster, inverted. Qin Xiao dashed forward, seizing Tony's ankle to prevent the impending embarrassment of his head meeting the ground. You ought to seek a private acrobatics instructor, Tony. I have saved you yet again. You would do well to jot this down. Goodness, I should have commenced the experiment at merely 10%. Release me. 2 minutes later, Tony, with an ice pack resting against his neck, gazed at Qin Xiao in astonishment. What do you need an artificial intelligence butler for? If I may be candid, your apartment is hardly larger than my garage, and it appears to be rented as well. I have my eye on an apartment in downtown Los Angeles, intending to purchase and renovate it. I desire the entire place to be equipped with fully automated appliances, creating a smart home ambience, not as advanced as J.A.R.V.I.S., but you grasp my intent, do you not? Qin Xiao rolled his eyes, remarking that while Tony's words were not particularly damaging, they were undeniably insulting. Yet, one could hardly retort. Comparing their wealth was akin to challenging someone's pocket money with one's entire fortune. Well, you should go ahead and complete the purchase of the property. Then provide me with the architectural blueprints. You needn't concern yourself with anything else. I shall assist you in establishing a private server and later install a smart program for you. I will have Pepper and the company personnel renovate according to my designs. But you will need to procure your own furniture. Tony, I adore you. Rest assured, I shall provide the funds, Qin Xiao exclaimed, wrapping his arm around Tony's shoulder with a mischievous grin. Tony, with a haughty glance at Qin Xiao, swatted his arm away, disdain etched on his face. Keep your meager assets, you pauper. Just a few items from my garage surpass the value of your entire abode. All right, I acknowledge your wealth. You are indeed Tony Stark. In that case, why not also assist me with the furniture? I find myself in need of an additional vehicle, and I see that your garage possesses. Begone. J.A.R.V.I.S. Revoke this fellow's access. I wish not to encounter him again. The two continued their banter, exchanging playful jibes. However, a news segment on the television seized Tony's attention. Yesterday, a small town named Kamala endured a horrific assault by terrorists, a group identifying themselves as the 10 Rings. The voice of the on-site reporter accompanied visuals of the town's devastated landscape. Numerous civilian corpses lay strewn along the roadside, including women and children. In some footage capturing the terrorists, the Stark insignia on their weaponry was particularly glaring and distressing. Notably, a bald man, resembling a leader, commanded the terrorists amidst the ruins. Is it him? This fellow is still alive. Tony and Qin Xiao exclaimed almost in unison. They had witnessed the bald man approach the cave entrance, and Tony had personally activated the detonator. Who would have anticipated that this man would be so fortunate as to survive? Damn it, Ethan! Tony suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, I sensed I had heard of this town before. It is Ethan's hometown. For heaven's sake, J.A.R.V.I.S. Contact Rhodes. Tony, the intelligence agencies will respond more swiftly. Qin Xiao was acutely aware of Tony's intentions. Following the recent events, Tony was keen to secure a position for Ethan in the United States. However, Ethan was resolute in his decision to return to his homeland to provide medical care for the local populace. Tony had even pledged to construct a large hospital for them in due course. To their dismay, they were confronted by terrorists. Once again, the call was made to Black Widow. Although Ethan had not shared the same close quarters with Tony as they did in the cave, he had nonetheless forged bonds with them through their shared experiences amidst the chaos of gunfire. Consequently, Black Widow's response was remarkably swift. Within 20 minutes of the call, she had uncovered the grim truth. Tony, I regret to inform you, Ethan is no longer with us. The survivors from the small town reported that they had captured Ethan and cruelly burned him alive within the confines of the house. Qin Xiao ended the call, a heavy sorrow weighing on his heart. What about his family? Tony's gaze remained fixed on the bald figure flickering on the television screen. They were all in that house. Not a single one managed to escape. Chapter 28. Witnessing the birth of Iron Man, watching television merely presents an image. Certain experiences must be lived to yield the most direct and accurate sensations. For Tony, this is war, weaponry, death, and blood, as the heavens laid everything bloody before him. It is in this crucible that Tony Stark transformed from a notorious playboy into Iron Man. For Qin Xiao, it might be akin to a gaming mindset traversing through worlds, or perhaps possessing a godlike perspective that foresees the unfolding of events, rendering the violence of combat in Afghanistan devoid of profound emotional resonance or conviction. Nevertheless, this did not impede his other senses, particularly when he first beheld Tony Stark donning the armored suit. The impact of reality eclipses that of cinema. Observing the auxiliary control panel that Tony engineered, several metallic arms extended to adorn each part of the armor. Although the suit remained unpainted, and despite Qin Xiao having witnessed the extraordinary Mark 85 nano armor in films, he found himself utterly captivated by the suit before him. The feet, hands, back, and joints were all equipped with intricately designed components, unfurling in a dance of mechanics, revealing an ethereal blue glow of energy within. This was nothing short of magnificent, an embodiment of every man's ultimate dream. Qin Xiao exclaimed in excitement. Indeed, this was the quintessential toy for men. Compared to it, sports cars and firearms paled in insignificance. Calm down, my friend. The ultimate dream lies ahead, and you'll be screaming at my subsequent maneuvers, Tony declared. Jarvis, activate the propulsion system. I wish to take flight. Sir, that will necessitate calculations in the millions before it can be executed, Jarvis dutifully advised. Jarvis, sometimes one must learn to run before they can walk. Let's go? With Tony's command, the thrusters beneath the suit erupted with crimson flames. The armor slowly lifted off the ground, ascending nearly half a meter. After hovering in midair for several seconds, the palms of the suit gestured, and 4 exhaust ports simultaneously discharged flames. With a whoosh, Qin Xiao perceived a silver streak darting before him. Soaring through the garage and out of the house, a flight to the heavens. Ho, ho, ho. Tony's exuberant voice resonated throughout the room. Qin, you cannot fathom the sensation of this. Ha ha ha. W.O. Tony laughed triumphantly. Tony, do be cautious. There's a saying in Huaxia. Excessive joy brings sorrow. Have you heard of it? Qin Xiao remarked with a hint of envy. Haha, you are simply jealous. You are undoubtedly envious. I am Tony Stark. Jarvis, what is the flight altitude record for the state Route 71 reconnaissance aircraft? The official record is 85,000 feet, sir. Very well, Qin. Today you are witnessing a new flight record. Tony let out a cheer as a streak of fire illuminated the night sky over Los Angeles, soaring upwards before vanishing into the heavens. Familiar with the film's storyline, Qin Xiao knew precisely what would transpire next. He promptly pulled up a chair, grasped a bottle of beverage, and settled in front of a blue and white vintage sports car in the garage. Indeed, within a mere 2 minutes, a resounding crash echoed through the air. Clad in his armor, Tony plummeted from the sky, smashing through 2 ceilings and crushing the sports car before Qin Xiao. Alas, Qin Xiao heard Tony's mournful sigh emanating from the speakers in the room. Get to work. Spray him, commanded Tony to his household robotic arm, which lazily turned to his side and lifted its modified limb, unleashing a torrent of fire-extinguishing foam upon the armor sprawled on the ground. In the original narrative, Obadiah had furiously berated a Stark Industries scientist, claiming that Tony Stark had fashioned a miniature arc reactor from a heap of scraps in a cave. Yet, Obadiah's entire laboratory of scientists struggled to find the slightest direction with the large prototype from Stark Industries. In truth, it was not merely a matter of technical prowess or genius intellect. Tony Stark's remarkable manual dexterity, combined with Jarvis and his multitude of robotic arms, rendered him comparable to a vast assembly line factory. After the incident of freezing at high altitude, he crafted an entirely new suit in just 3 days, not accounting for the day spent on ordering and transporting materials. The familiar gold and crimson color scheme, featuring a propulsion system that could serve as a laser cannon, and the glowing arc reactor at the chest, left Qin Shao momentarily entranced. In the Marvel Cinematic Universe, numerous superheroes exist. Yet the most beloved among fans are undoubtedly Iron Man and Captain America. However, when it comes to which hero one prefers to see make an entrance, most would undoubtedly choose Iron Man. From the cumbersome Mark I forged in the cave to the Mark II requiring mechanical assistance to don, the portable Mark V, and the pursuit mode from the Avengers, culminating in the breathtaking nanotech suit from Endgame. Each appearance of Iron Man seems to offer a fresh visual delight. "How do I look?" Tony inquired, having finally completed his armor, turning with a swagger to address Qin Shao. Qin Shao assumed the demeanor of a fashion designer scrutinizing a model, thoughtfully stroking his chin and nodding in approval. "Quite impressive. Congratulations, Tony. You now appear to be nearly as tall as I am." He gestured to compare their heights. Tony responded with a disgruntled expression. The events in Kamikaze, including Ethan's death and the significant number of Stark Industries weapons still held by terrorists, weighed heavily on his mind. This ignited a fierce fury within Tony. Before confronting Obadiah, he needed to eradicate that band of terrorists. This task required his personal attention, which explains the swift creation of the armor. However, due to Qin Zhao's influence, Tony was compelled to abandon his solitary mission. Initially, he had no intention of involving Qin Shao. He believed his own capabilities were sufficient and considered Qin Shao no longer a worthy adversary. This notion was abruptly halted when Qin Shao effortlessly molded Tony's surplus armor materials into a perfect sphere. I recall that super soldiers were not supposed to possess such prowess. In response to Tony's incredulity, Qin Shao nonchalantly turned away, hands behind his back, gazing skyward with an air of solitary mastery, and proclaimed, "I cannot speak for others, but I, Qin Shao, am indeed this formidable." Chapter 29. Conversations on the airplane. Once again, reality proves that the superficial bravado of youth fades after a fleeting moment. The two individuals spontaneously decide to embark on a mission to the Middle East to eradicate terrorism. However, the choice of transportation presents a significant dilemma. While Tony possesses a private jet, its ostentation is a concern. Subtlety is paramount for this endeavor. A Quinjet? Tony could certainly construct one himself. But time is of the essence. With the terrorists currently pillaging a small town near Kamara, they must act swiftly. Thus, Qin Shao sets his sights once more on the SHIELD agency. Tony insists on maintaining secrecy regarding his armor, leaving them with no option to proceed through conventional channels. Consequently, two shadowy figures appear at the entrance of the SHIELD Los Angeles branch in the dead of night. This is neither the headquarters nor a vital secret base, and being within the United States, the security is not overly stringent. Beneath the robust intelligent security system, even the night guards are absent. Qin Shao stealthily retrieves his identification, quietly confirming with Tony, "Are you certain you can erase the visitor logs and surveillance here? This is my work ID. While I'm not afraid of trouble, I prefer not to forfeit my steady salary." It is only after Tony signals an affirmative gesture that Qin Shao gently presses his ID against the door sensor. Beep. Insufficient permissions. Red lights flashed across the sensor as an electronic voice gently announced the failure. How could this be? Qin Shao, undeterred, attempts twice more. Yet the result remains the same. "Let me handle this." Tony takes over Qin Zhao's ID and, with a hint of sarcasm, remarks, "Intern agent, all right. Let me demonstrate how it's done." Beep. Tony sighs and hands the ID back to Qin Shao, inquiring, "Have you been here before?" "Never. Qin Xiao shakes his head, bewildered. I learned about this location from Natasha. Congratulations, you've landed a fine job. Tony casts a derisive glance at Qin Xiao. The arm of his armor opens, and he retrieves a card connected to intricate circuitry, affixing it to the sensor. Fortunately, I came prepared. Jarvis, let us show this in turn what we're capable of. While S.H.I.E.L.D.'s Washington headquarters might boast an intelligence system that could rival Jarvis's capabilities, the branch here. In less than 10 seconds, Jarvis bypasses the security. Moreover, he gains direct control over the unassuming building nestled in the outskirts of Los Angeles. Each S.H.I.E.L.D. branch is equipped with a Quinjet for the swift movement of agents during missions. Today, luck is on Tony and Qin Xiao's side, as no one appears to be utilizing it for an assignment. They stealthily traverse the fire escape to the rooftop. 2 minutes later, a Quinn-style fighter jet soared into the sky, heading directly towards Tony's residence at Malibu Beach. Clad in armor, the two set their course across the Pacific, towards the Middle East. Do you know? During World War II, my father piloted a plane with Captain America, traversing enemy territory to reach deep behind enemy lines for a rescue mission. Little did I expect that now. I too am flying a plane with another super soldier to combat terrorists. However, my father was merely a pilot. I am different this time, for I possess this. Tony tapped on his armor. Tony, you have various means to confront these terrorists. If your intention in Afghanistan was to create armor for escape, what is your motive now? Is it merely to eradicate the 10 rings? Tony fell silent for a moment before slowly responding. My father once told me that to attain peace, one must wield the strongest weapon. This has shaped my philosophy in weaponry. However, ever since that missile inscribed with the Stark name exploded beside me in Afghanistan. Sigh. Tony let out a deep, melancholic breath. I believed that the weapons I created would bring peace to this world. Yet I was oblivious to the despair that the name Stark has brought to countless lives. Before that missile detonated, I lay there, able to discern each letter of Stark. Yet, I failed to grasp its significance, only sensing despair. I cannot even bear to imagine what thoughts would cross the mind of someone in a similar predicament, gazing upon the Stark name. Tony's words left Qin Xiao momentarily speechless. Others may not know, but he understood. Tony was not mistaken. Others may refrain from speaking, but the Scarlet Witch, a fellow member of the Avengers, along with her twin brother Quicksilver, once stared at a missile marked with Stark for a full 12 hours. I used to be merely a craftsman of wooden sticks. Now I have forged one of the mightiest weapons in the world. Tony gestured towards his armor. I shall hold it firmly in my grasp. This is the essence of my existence henceforth. In this lifetime, I shall dedicate myself solely to combating terrorism, eradicating war, and fostering peace, irrespective of nations or politics. In a certain sense, the early Iron Man, much like Black Widow, sought atonement for his past self. As the Avengers' journey progressed, this atonement gradually evolved into a sense of responsibility, particularly after the Battle of New York, when the Avengers bore the mantle of global security. It marked the beginning of a slow transformation. Tony, do you know why Nick Fury pressured me to join the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division? Damn, curse that name. It was because he had a plan, the Avengers Initiative, to assemble a team of individuals with extraordinary abilities, ready to stand up when the world is in need. After Qin Xiao finished speaking, he fixed his gaze intently upon Tony. A commendable notion. While I may not be well versed in the intricacies of Nick Fury, it is evident that organizations such as the CIA, KGB, or MI5, regardless of their original intentions, have inevitably devolved into instruments of political maneuvering to varying degrees. Whenever there is a call for someone to rise to the occasion, I shall don my armor and make my presence known. However, I refuse to become a mere sword in another's hand. I resonate with the Avengers Initiative, yet I find no alignment with S.H.I.E.L.D. This encapsulates Iron Man's perspective. Indeed, Tony, that is precisely my sentiment. We shall not serve as tools for others. We shall wield our own strength. Qin Xiao turned to Tony Stark and declared. Tony pondered for a considerable moment, then suddenly lifted his gaze to Qin Xiao, asking, like today? Yes, just like today. Chapter 3, Nighttime. Chapter 30. The massacre outside the town of Kamala. A vast cemetery has been newly erected, densely populated with graves. This is a collective mausoleum built by the town's survivors for their lost loved ones. The site is overwhelming, with simple pits dug and wooden planks marking the graves. The remnants of the town's populace are few. Many fortunate youths have chosen to flee this tragic place, leaving behind only the elderly and those unfortunate souls who have lost their families and possess nothing. In the past, they would often come to seize resources and abduct individuals with useful skills, but never before has there been such a massacre. They say Ethan aided your escape, a direct affront to their authority. The words come from Qin Xiao and Tony, among the few young individuals left in the town. As they journey towards Ethan's grave, their conversation deepens Tony's silence. Why don't you leave? I mean, if you wish to depart, I can offer assistance, Tony finally inquires after a prolonged silence. This is my home, sir. My parents and sister are buried here. I must stay and keep them company. A glimmer of sorrow flashes in the young man's eyes. This is his only home, with nowhere else to go. This is Ethan's grave. He was a good doctor who helped many of us, and we erected the grandest tombstone for him. The young man leads Qin Xiao and Tony to a section of the cemetery. I am deeply sorry, my friend. I should have realized this sooner, should have been more observant, but I swear to you, those individuals will no longer harm the innocent in this vicinity. As Tony speaks, he places a cheeseburger on the grave beside Ethan's. It belonged to his child. Before returning, Ethan had made a trip back to Los Angeles with Tony. Upon returning to America, Tony's first act was to indulge in a cheeseburger. During that meal, Ethan remarked that his child loved them too, lamenting the lack of opportunities to enjoy such treats in Kamala. This scene stirs a sense of poignancy within Qin Xiao. Tony Stark may appear brash and arrogant, yet he quietly keeps track of everyone's needs in his heart, whether it be Happy's favorite shows or equipping the young Spider-Man suit with parachutes after Rhodes' injury. His thoughtfulness is evident. Recently, when Qin Xiao visited him, he noticed Tony, while feigning disdain for Qin Xiao's new home renovation, was secretly modifying the code for a smart program, incorporating numerous Chinese characters to ensure Qin Xiao's experience would be more comfortable and convenient. Yokota, a small town approximately 50 kilometers from Kamala, has recently become another target for the bald-headed leader of the Ten Rings gang. This information is relayed to Qin Xiao and Tony by the young guide. Sir, may I accompany you? Give me a weapon. I wish to avenge my family and friends. Before sending Qin Xiao and Tony onto the plane, the young man addressed them both, urging them to remain behind, care for the elderly, and restore their hometown to its former glory. Qin Xiao patted the young man's shoulder and departed with Tony from Ethan's homeland. Earlier news footage depicted the road to Kamala as a path to hell. However, this ominous title now evidently belongs to Yokota. On the roads outside the town, the bodies of local inhabitants lay strewn about, most of them shot in the back, likely targeted as they fled from terrorists who treated them as living targets. Among the fallen were not only young men and women, but also many children barely in their teens. The most tragic was a little girl, seemingly 5 or 6 years old, whose legs had been brutally torn apart by the powerful rifle fire. She lay on the ground, gazing into the distance, her eyes filled with terror. The gory wound on her thigh had begun to turn pale, and behind her trailed a long, winding streak of blood. Qin Xiao could almost envision the scene. Perhaps her parents had been shot in the town, urging her to run before one of the terrorists cruelly shattered her leg from behind. Thus, the little girl crawled along the ground for what must have felt like an eternity until she succumbed to blood loss. I do not know what your beliefs are, but I imagine that paradise is universal, where you would reunite with your parents, free from such misfortunes. Qin Xiao knelt down and gently closed the girl's eyes. Though she would forever remain in eternal slumber, this image would be etched indelibly in Qin Xiao's mind, haunting him relentlessly. In the town, sporadic gunfire mingled with cries for help. Qin Xiao and Tony exchanged a glance. With a swift motion, Tony sealed his battle armor's visor, while Qin Xiao pushed off the ground with great force. In a flash, the two figures surged into the heart of the town. On the path leading out of the town, a boy of about 13 or 14 staggered as he fled, while his father, a man whose thigh had been shot, limped desperately after him, urging his son to run faster. A mere 10 meters behind them, a terrorist aimed his rifle, adopting a standard shooting stance, targeting the father's other leg. The intention was to shatter that limb as well and then shoot the boy dead, subjecting the man to both physical and mental anguish, a recent source of amusement for him. The massacre in Kamala had unleashed the demons within these terrorists, and their methods had grown increasingly bloodthirsty and cruel in recent days. With a smile curling at the corner of his mouth, he prepared to pull the trigger aimed at the father's leg. Suddenly, with a swift whoosh, a miniature missile shot down from the sky, obliterating the terrorist into a gruesome mass of flesh and bone. A figure, gleaming with golden-red hues, zipped across the sky. At this moment, another terrorist emerged from the adjacent building, having heard the sound of the explosion. In his hands, he clutched an assortment of women's jewelry, including earrings and bracelets. Confused, he cast a glance at the chaotic scene on the ground, still unable to comprehend the unfolding events. Suddenly, from the dust-laden path, a figure surged forth, enveloped in a cloud of debris, charging in like a colossal dragon. The terrorist barely had time to lift his weapon before Qin Xiao delivered a devastating punch directly to his face. With the force of that strike, the man's head exploded like a watermelon struck by a heavy hammer, spraying Qin Xiao with a torrent of blood and brain matter. Chapter 31. The demon-like Qin Xiao. Those familiar with Marvel films are aware that although the Hulk's portrayal has been significantly diminished compared to the comics, the underlying principle that he grows stronger with increased anger remains a subtle, yet pivotal aspect within the cinematic realm. The disparity between his maximum and minimum capabilities, however, is not as vast. The serum provided by the system, an enhanced version of the Green Giant, captures this maximum potential at a staggering 30%. This figure is undeniably formidable. Thus, fueled by rage and vengeance, Qin Xiao unleashed his full strength, delivering a single blow that obliterated a terrorist's head, reducing it to a mess akin to a burst watermelon. Blood and brain matter splattered across Qin Xiao's face, yet he merely wiped it off nonchalantly, as if wiping sweat. A ghastly grin, more terrifying than any demon, spread across his face, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. "Prepare to descend into hell, scum," he declared, heralding the commencement of carnage. In the heart of the town, a substantial gathering of terrorists and townsfolk congregated. Taking advantage of his aerial superiority, Tony's armor had already spotted the crowd below and soared directly towards them. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao began to methodically clear the scattered terrorists along the streets. At the entrance of the town's soul bar, an SUV was parked. 3 terrorists were busily hauling various bottles of liquor from within the establishment. The bar's proprietor, a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, lay on the ground with a bullet wound to his forehead. His wife clung desperately to one of the terrorist's legs, her voice a mixture of rage and despair. Displaying a semblance of humanity, the terrorist refrained from immediately assaulting the woman, attempting to shake her off his leg. When his efforts proved futile, he raised the butt of his gun and brought it crashing down upon her head. Thud. Once. Thud. Twice. A trace of blood appeared at the corner of her mouth, yet her grip on his leg remained unyielding, as if bound. Growing increasingly impatient, the terrorist aimed his gun at her, ready to end her life. "Damn you!" A furious shout erupted, a classic exclamation from the land of the dragon. Regardless of whether the terrorist comprehended the words, it was accompanied by a sudden fist that emerged from Qin Xiao's furious form. Without even drawing his tang knife, he delivered a punch that not only shattered the terrorist's spine, but also exited through his chest, effectively perforating him. Crack! The other 2 terrorists, who were lifting a barrel of liquor, found themselves splattered with a gruesome mix of internal organs as it collided with one of their faces. With a resounding crash, the barrel toppled, spilling its contents across the ground, leaving the 2 terrorists momentarily stunned. Before they could process the situation, Qin Xiao had already positioned himself before them, confronting them as they maintained their burden. With both hands, he seized the back of one terrorist's head, grasping his hair and scarf tightly. With a powerful jerk towards the center, the faces of the 2 terrorists collided with astonishing force. Bones shattered, and flesh was grotesquely compressed and mingled. 2 heads were violently collided together by Qin Xiao, resulting in a gruesome amalgamation. Countless shards of bone and flesh were forcefully driven into the opposing brain, rendering them on the brink of death. Ultimately, the two figures formed a V shape, resembling a conjoined entity, and collapsed with a thunderous crash. Amidst this blood-soaked and violent scene, a middle-aged woman, with blood trickling from the corner of her mouth after being struck by a rifle butt, exhibited not a trace of panic. Instead, she seized the rifle from the ground, aiming it at the terrorist who had been pierced through the chest by Qin Zhao's fist. She squeezed the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat. The bullets, infused with rage and vengeance, erupted forth, although many were propelled into the unknown due to recoil. Nevertheless, a few rounds accurately struck the man's head, rendering it a gruesome mess. After venting her fury, the woman sat down heavily on the ground, staring vacantly at her husband's lifeless body. Qin Zhao sighed, offering no words of comfort, and once more surged down the street, stirring up a whirlwind of dust. From above, one would see that in the small town of Yukita, Qin Zhao resembled a voracious serpent, swiftly darting through the streets. Encountering terrorists, he engaged in the most direct physical confrontations, leaving them in a bloody disarray. The town was not large, and with Qin Zhao's efficiency, a mere 20 minutes sufficed for him to scour the entire area. Meanwhile, at the town center, Tony had just eliminated all the remaining terrorists and was preparing to offer some words of solace to the frightened townsfolk. At that moment, Qin Zhao emerged from around a corner, clad in a combat suit conjured by the system, utterly free of any bloodstains. Yet, the exposed parts of his body, his face, head, neck, and hands, were smeared with a thick, dark crimson sludge composed of blood, dust, and bits of flesh. Notably, his hair was not only dripping with sticky blood but also adorned with a fragment of bone from an unfortunate victim. He appeared as if he had clawed his way up from the depths of hell. Some timid children and women, upon seeing Qin Zhao's ghastly visage, could no longer suppress their screams. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Zhao halted, forcing a grin that was more grotesque than ghastly, revealing a mouthful of stark white teeth as he addressed Tony. "I've taken care of things. There should be a base nearby. Let us pay it a visit." Tony, noticing that Qin Zhao was even more unhinged than himself, acknowledged with a slight nod, turning to lead the way out of the town. Just as they soared a few hundred meters away, an explosive boom reverberated. Remnants of the terrorists had somehow procured a tank and unleashed a barrage, sending Tony hurtling through the air. The ordinary tank's artillery posed no threat to Iron Man's armor. As Tony sat up, shaking his head to clear the daze, he prepared to launch an armor-piercing round at the tank, only to witness Qin Zhao leap directly onto the vehicle from over 100 meters away. Bending down, he thrust his hands directly into the junction between the turret and the tank's body. A fierce roar erupted as Qin Zhao astonishingly wrenched the entire turret from the tank. Not only the terrorists inside the tank, but even Tony, suspended in midair, stared in disbelief. His gaze remained fixed on the tank's armor, calculating whether his own suit's thickness and defenses could withstand several blows from Qin Zhao. After dislodging the turret, Qin Zhao casually tossed it aside, perfectly positioning the cannon barrel atop the tank. He then embraced the barrel with both arms and leaped down from the tank. Subsequently, he swung the cannon barrel toward the vehicle, which resembled an oddly shaped colossal hammer aimed squarely at the tank's body. Bang! 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 Chapter 32. The enraged Nick Fury. Tony watched in astonishment as Qin Zhao violently reduced the tank to a mere sheet of metal. He had little interest in the fate of those inside. Rather, it was Qin's performance today that piqued his curiosity. "Qin, does your attire possess a self-cleaning function? Oh, for heaven's sake, you ought to freshen up on the aircraft. You look as though you've just been tossed into the bowels of a titan." Tony jested indirectly, his tone laced with playful sarcasm. The enigmatic East always harbored its own mysteries. As for the state of his clothing, Qin Zhao intended to keep it under wraps, though he knew such concealment would not endure over time. Without hesitation, he transformed his tattered jeans and t-shirt into a tailored casual suit right before Tony's eyes. "And look at this." Qin pointed to himself. "This is true combat attire, far superior to your hiding behind a metallic cocoon." He playfully patted Tony on the shoulder, adding, Your outfit resembles a transforming safety cover. With Chin's light-hearted banter, Tony felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he muttered under his breath. Suddenly, as if ignited by a spark, he sprang to his feet. Oh, for crying out loud. What was that for? Who knows what you have on your hands? Jarvis, remind me to thoroughly disinfect the armor upon our return. Understood, sir. The Ten Rings gang, led by a bald figure, was once again swept aside by Tony Stark and Qin Shao in their nearby base, leaving all arms dealers utterly decimated. Across the desert, in a distant encampment, the bald man nearly choked on the news. It was all Obadiah's fault. Heaven knew the trouble this Tony Stark had brought upon him, even clad in armor. Tony had immediately recognized the arc reactor in the video sent by his subordinates. Damn it! The bald man slammed his fist onto the table. It was only during a subsequent exchange with Obadiah that he comprehended the true value of the arc reactor. Guarding a gold mine while insisting on developing missiles was a classic case of suffering from ignorance. After smashing a few objects on the table to vent his frustration, he pointed at a heavy breastplate stacked in the corner and instructed his men. Take a photo of this pile of creations by Tony Stark and send it along with this video to Obadiah. He knows the worth of this equipment, and have him send us more arms. This loss must be accounted for on his part. The breastplate in the corner was none other than the incomplete Mark I that Tony had been unable to finish. When Qin Shao had come to his rescue, he had only managed to retrieve the blueprints, leaving behind the partially constructed armor. Tony believed the terrorists would be unable to discern its significance, given that it was not a complete product and lacked the blueprints. Little did he know that this piece of technology would eventually find its way into Obadiah's hands. The myriad of factions in the Middle East rendered even SHIELD's intelligence capabilities severely diminished in the region. Under normal circumstances, the actions of Tony and Qin Shao would inevitably come to the attention of Nick Fury. However, it is essential to note that SHIELD currently has personnel conducting comprehensive surveillance on Obadiah. Thus, when Obadiah received the video transmitted by the Ten Rings, Nick Fury also witnessed this footage. Qin Shao could recognize it, but what about the other figure? A robot. The sight of Tony's armor and Qin Shao's combat prowess left Nick Fury utterly astonished. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. The arc reactor in the chest was unmistakably iconic. This is Tony Stark. Should I commend him for being a genius in weapon development? This maximizes the wartime value of the miniature arc reactor. Truly a stroke of genius. Instinctively, Nick Fury contemplated calling Coulson to arrange a meeting with Tony Stark. However, after a moment's reflection, he opted instead to dial Qin Shao. Oh, my dear director, my employer, you finally remembered that I am but an intern agent. At this moment, Qin Shao was still aboard the plane returning with Tony. Nick Fury chose to disregard Qin Shao's deliberate emphasis on intern. With a sarcastic tone, he remarked, I almost forgot. I should just grant you a level 8 agent status, considering you can confront terrorists head-on in the Middle East. Oh, and it seems you even blew up a tank. What an exceptional fellow. I should indeed consider you for the operations team. So, are you coming back to report to your boss about the situation in the Middle East and the armored man beside you? I presume he is your good friend. Tony Stark, correct? This last remark was the crux of the matter. Qin Shao chuckled softly. Boss, are you dreaming? What Middle East? What armored man? Is this a new movie? Qin Shao continued in his usual irreverent manner. Damn it. Stop playing coy with me. You are one of my agents. And the substantial sum of dollars that appears in your bank account each month is due to my signature, understand? Nick Fury seethed, crushing the pen in his hand. I am well aware that I am your agent, an intern agent, unable to even enter the department's main entrance. Qin Shao rolled his eyes, ignoring Nick Fury's fury. Wow. Just as Qin Shao finished speaking, Tony snapped his fingers and playfully tapped him on the forehead. What are you doing? Qin Shao silently mouthed. Tony looked at Qin Shao with an expression of disbelief, mimicking the action of swiping an ID card to open a door. He then pointed to the plane's instruments. In an instant, Qin Shao grasped his meaning. That matter could not be disclosed, especially since the plane was stolen. What are you doing? Upon hearing Qin Shao's unexpected exclamation, Nick Fury inquired. I am currently setting sail with Tony, you know? There are plenty of youthful and lovely girls on board. Just now, a blonde bombshell suddenly kissed me. Damn it, is being handsome also my fault? My dear boss, does this situation qualify as legitimate self-defense if I were to draw my weapon? Nick Fury's furious shout was unmistakably clear to Tony, who stood nearby. Stop spinning tales. I demand you come to Washington immediately. And about your work ID, damn it. I knew it. How could a plane, a Quinjet, just vanish without a trace? Middle East? I knew it. Get to Washington and see me at once. In the face of Nick Fury's tirade, Qin Shao switched his phone to speaker mode, glanced at his left hand, and selected a finger with a notably long nail. He began to gently scratch the microphone's position. What? What did you say? Oh, this wretched signal. For heaven's sake, I am expecting a call from my boss. Hello? Hello? As he spoke, Qin Shao abruptly ended the call. With a resounding crash, Nick Fury smashed his phone against the table, shattering it to pieces. Chapter 33. Coulson was enveloped in a sense of melancholy. Few could elude the tracking of S.H.I.E.L.D., but Tony Stark was undoubtedly among that select group, particularly given the circumstances of their pilfered aircraft. The two stealthily returned to Tony's opulent mansion. Just moments prior, Qin Shao had indulged in the experience of a lavish, intelligent bathtub at Stark's residence. Coulson, with his poignant receding hairline and earnest visage, stood at the entrance of Tony's abode. Sir, an agent from that lengthy and odious intelligence agency has arrived, Jarvis quipped in a tone reminiscent of Tony's humor. Coulson, however, appeared unfazed, greeting the pair with a smile before promptly producing a video on his phone, displaying the duo's impressive exploits in the Middle East. Anything to say? Coulson inquired, his expression serious. One ought to watch films in a theater. The quality of this pirated version is quite appalling. You should try my private screening room. You will fall in love with the place. By the way, what is the title of this film? Tony's response was delivered with utmost seriousness. Coulson sighed in exasperation. Do you not find the object on the chest of that armored figure strikingly similar to yours? Are you jesting? Mine is an arc reactor. That thing is clearly an LED light, Tony retorted, prompting Coulson to redirect his attention to Qin Shao. Qin, do you have anything to say? Coulson pointed at the screen, where Qin was seen smashing a vehicle with a tank's cannon. This fellow is quite hideous. Is he your friend? He is truly repulsive. Is that excrement on his face? Qin Zhao's words nearly drove Coulson to pull his hair out in frustration. Clearly, Qin's audacity surpassed Coulson's wildest imagination. Even Tony struggled to suppress a chuckle. Sighing deeply once more, Coulson finally understood why Nick Fury had shattered his phone in frustration. After several deep breaths to regain his composure, Coulson spoke with gravity. The video was transmitted from the Middle East to Obadiah. We intercepted it, and I am here to inform Stark that he has 1 week to set his affairs in order. After that, my people will take action. Seeing Tony finally nod in earnest, Coulson rose and turned to leave, fearing that remaining any longer might result in him losing every strand of hair. Oh, just as he reached the door, Coulson suddenly turned back. Our division lost a Quinjet. Qin, as our agent, do you have any leads? Qin Shao smiled enigmatically. I am merely an intern agent, but if you seek something, allow me to introduce you to one of the greatest mystical arts of Huaxia, fortune-telling, which you may interpret as divination. Extending his right hand, he rapidly tapped his thumb with 4 fingers in succession, reciting incantations. Rat, ox, tiger, rabbit, dragon. Such a mess. Truly a terrible mess. Fahai, you know nothing of love. The venerable Laozi, with urgency, commanded, haste, as the law dictates. Qin Zhao's face broke into a subtle smile. Even though Coulson and Tony were well aware that he was merely spouting nonsense, they remained captivated by his eccentric performance. Tony, ever the willing participant, inquired with eager anticipation. So, has the divination succeeded? Where is the aircraft? It's not that simple. Qin Shao rolled his eyes. We are still 1 step away. The 8 trigrams, Xian, Kuan, Kan, Dui, Li, Zhen, Sun, and Zhen. The trigrams are laid out in the 4 directions. Let the shoe find its path. Onward. With a booming voice, Qin Shao removed his shoes and hurled them into the air. All done. Send someone to follow the direction of the shoes. The beach should be nearby. Coulson, exasperated, placed a hand on his forehead, his expression one of utter despair. Thank you, Agent Qin Xiao. I will remember your contribution when I report finding the aircraft. No trouble at all. Qin Xiao waved his hand nonchalantly. Just add a little bonus for me next month. Nothing too extravagant. A mere 5 of the aircraft's price will suffice. Coulson cleared his throat, feeling a surge of frustration rising within him. Without another word, he turned to leave. Don't go. We can negotiate. 3 would be acceptable, and if absolutely necessary, even 1 will do. Just a token gesture. Qin Xiao called out, as Coulson stumbled slightly at the sound of his words, nearly losing his balance. How stingy, Qin Xiao muttered behind him. Later, aboard the aircraft, Qin Xiao and Tony reached a certain accord. They contemplated establishing an independent organization, separate from any official agencies. However, this endeavor would require a gradual approach. For one, there were merely the 2 of them, rendering it unnecessary at present. Moreover, for Tony, the pressing concern was the situation with Obadiah. The following morning, Tony unusually arrived at the office directly. He did not meet anyone but proceeded straight to his office, pouring 2 glasses of liquor and waiting in silence. He knew that as soon as he arrived, Obadiah would inevitably make an appearance. Sure enough, in less than 10 minutes, Obadiah stood at the doorway of the office. Oh, look who it is. Our Tony Stark has finally remembered he has a company to run. What have you been up to lately, my chairman? Obadiah approached and took a seat beside Tony. Noticing the 2 glasses of liquor poured, he paused momentarily before smiling and remarking, You always have good wine here, don't you? Taking a delicate sip, Obadiah lightly tapped the table and continued, Tony, the outside world sees us as a joke. The largest weapons company has ceased production, and the shareholders are exceedingly dissatisfied. You must take action to restore their confidence. Didn't you mention wanting to explore renewable energy? I can assist you in persuading the shareholders, but you need to present something substantial, perhaps the miniature reactor in your chest. Unlike the film, this time, Tony's escape was solely due to Qin Xiao's rescue. Instead of relying on the original armor of Mark I, no one had considered this angle. For Tony had never disclosed the data regarding the arc reactor embedded in his chest. Even Obadiah had not contemplated it until he viewed the video sent by the 10 Rings gang yesterday. That night, Obadiah summoned his team of scientists. The creation of the armor proved relatively straightforward, merely a matter of materials and weaponry. The most challenging aspect lay in the power source. Although the arc reactor appeared simple, Obadiah's team of dozens of experts spent an entire night in discussion without arriving at a single research direction. I have seen the video they sent you. I was bound to a chair, and I believe it is time for us to have a serious conversation. Dear Uncle Obadiah? Tony lifted his gaze and spoke slowly. Chapter 34. The Stratagem of Retreat by Obadiah. As Tony spoke, he deftly activated his phone to play a particular video. The moment Obadiah realized that Tony Stark was aware of all his actions, his gaze transformed into a sharp, penetrating stare, devoid of the previous warmth that had reflected admiration and fondness for the younger man. Now that you know everything, what do you intend to do? Humiliate me? Strip me of all I possess? Or have me arrested? Tony, unwavering, locked his eyes onto Obadiah's unfamiliar expression, exhaling heavily. The world may label me a genius, yet it has taken me decades to truly perceive your essence. How could you maintain that benevolent facade for so long? This is my due, Tony Stark. I have transformed this company into one of the largest in the world, tirelessly managing its affairs, while you have merely hidden in your ludicrous laboratory, crafting a handful of missiles. The most absurd part is your declaration to cease weapon production, a foolishness I can no longer tolerate. You act like a child ensconced in an ivory tower. The rules of this world do not operate in such a manner, Tony. This company should rightfully be under my control. Obadiah slammed his hand on the table, shouting, while discreetly slipping his hand into his pants pocket. Inside lay a compact ultrasonic emitter capable of inducing rapid paralysis, accompanied by a pair of headphones designed to counteract the ultrasonic waves. This ends now, Obadiah. Surrender your position on the board and relinquish management of the company. I shall acquire your shares at a price exceeding market value by 50%. Find a peaceful place to spend your twilight years, Obadiah, or the next visitors will arrive with firearms and handcuffs. You have 5 days. This is my final gesture of respect, Uncle Obadiah. Faced with the increasingly hysterical Obadiah, Tony felt little desire to prolong the conversation. He coldly uttered a final remark before turning to leave. However, Tony's last words caused Obadiah's hand, which had been reaching into his pocket, to gradually relax. 5 days, ample time to complete an armored suit. As for the energy source, does not Tony Stark possess one in his chest? Obadiah appeared to age a decade overnight. Yet, he was exceedingly cooperative with those Tony had dispatched. Each business operation, every stack of documents, was meticulously detailed and explained with great care. It felt akin to entrusting a beloved child to another's care, tirelessly imparting dietary restrictions and preferences. For Obadiah, who had dedicated half his life to this company, such emotional expressions were entirely natural. This display even allowed Tony Stark to lower his guard slightly. When confronted with his team's reports, Tony merely responded with a casual remark. Let him be. If it takes longer, so be it. As long as he ensures that all signatures are secured within 5 days. Thus, Obadiah feigned cooperation, engaging in the transition of management within the company, endlessly recounting the company's history and the purpose behind each project initiation. He firmly kept Tony's men occupied with the documents in the office, yet he did not relinquish his control over the factory and laboratory. Within the area he designated as Zone 16, a colossal steel beast was gradually taking shape. In Marbury's opulent residence, Tony reclined on the sofa, dialing Pepper's number. All documents were meticulously prepared. As soon as Obadiah formally resigned at tomorrow's board meeting and signed the equity transfer agreement, everything would be set. All right, you will attend the board meeting for me tomorrow. I'll have Happy pick you up in the morning. Tony was reluctant to face Obadiah's departure at the company. Okay, but no need to pick me up. I'll stay at the office tonight. You have no idea how busy I've been lately, barely getting any sleep. A raise is in order, boss. Pepper understood Tony's sentiments, acquiescing to his request while teasing him. After hanging up, Tony appeared somewhat melancholic. Sir, Mr. Obadiah Stane is at the door. He requests to see you. Under Qin Zhao's strong recommendation and the jarring images of Middle Eastern terrorists, Tony revoked Obadiah's access to his home. Thus, the man who once had direct entry into Tony's mansion now stood at the entrance, relaying messages to Jarvis. Tony picked up a remote control and pressed a button, bringing up the image of Obadiah at the door. Tony, open the door. I'm leaving tomorrow. I've bought a small island in the Indian Ocean. Are you really going to deny me a chance to say goodbye? Obadiah, once brimming with confidence, now appeared somewhat despondent, his typically robust physique seeming a bit diminished. His eyes reflected sincerity. Sighing, Tony hesitated, rubbing his face. Jarvis, let him in. Ultimately, Tony could not bear to refuse Obadiah, who stood at the threshold. Tony, I'm sorry. I've thought long and hard these past few days. I came to say goodbye and to apologize. As Obadiah slowly walked inside, Tony remained seated on the sofa. How is the island? It's simply paradise. To be honest, I should have done this long ago. Some things only feel liberating once you let them go, and then you realize what life truly needs. Sunshine, fine wine, cigars, fishing, and of course, the essential company of lovely women. Wouldn't you agree? Obadiah seemed to have seen through it all, finally at peace. Congratulations, Obadiah. Tony genuinely expressed his happiness for him, looking up with heartfelt sincerity. However, it was this very glance that revealed the anomaly in Obadiah. He had headphones inserted in both ears. Oh no. This thought erupted in Tony's mind. A jarring sound emanated from Obadiah, and in an instant, Tony felt the veins in his body bulging as he succumbed to a state of paralysis, rendered immobile. The ultrasonic emitter, capable of inducing instant immobility, was an invention of his own. Subsequently, the government intervened to terminate the project. Little did he expect that Obadiah still possessed one. You truly should congratulate me, for I am about to become one of the most powerful individuals in this world, Obadiah declared, his earlier despondency replaced by a menacing demeanor. Chapter 35, Iron Man vs. Ironmonger. I owe a debt of gratitude to those avaricious terrorists. They disregarded my instructions and chose to eliminate you directly. I had presumed that you, the golden goose, had lost all value. Yet, to my astonishment, you have bestowed upon me a remarkable surprise, Tony, one of the most significant golden eggs of your life. As Obadiah spoke, he produced a magnetic extractor from his coat, one that mirrored the size of the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. Indeed, you are a genius, Tony. This device will revolutionize the world. With a swift press of a button, the arc reactor began to ascend slowly. It is exquisite, a veritable work of art, a flawless masterpiece. Do you know? For the sake of this masterpiece, I have crafted armor even more formidable than your latest toy. Obadiah admired the reactor in his grasp, casting Tony a disdainful glance. You have shown no growth since you were 21. You genuinely believed I would relinquish the company to you. Obadiah struck Tony with a dismissive wave. You intend to acquire my shares at a price 50% above market value? To oust me from my own kingdom? Enjoy your final moments, Tony. You shall not feel lonely. Pepper will soon join you. She is truly a wonderful woman, is she not? With a booming laugh, Obadiah departed. Tony slumped on the sofa, straining his neck in an attempt to move, yet found himself unable even to utter a word. The clock on the wall ticked 193 times before Tony exhaled in relief. J-A-R-V-I-S. Call Sheen and instruct him to rush to Stark Industries. Pepper is in danger. After relaying his orders to J-A-R-V-I-S, Tony stumbled towards the basement, urgently dialing Pepper's number on his phone. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, her phone went unanswered. He tumbled down the long staircase, finally reaching his workstation, but despite exerting all his strength, he could not grasp the first-generation mini-arc reactor that Pepper had expertly rewrapped. Tony let out a hoarse cry. Without the arc reactor, he could feel the fragments obstructing his veins, an inexplicable sensation. Even breathing had become a struggle. He hoped Sheen would arrive at the company in time to save Pepper. Surely he would manage. As Tony's consciousness began to fade and he teetered on the brink of surrender, the clumsy yet intelligent robotic arm, often the subject of ridicule, seemed to sense its master's plight. It gradually made its way toward him, swinging its metallic arm to knock the arc reactor from the tabletop. The glass casing shattered upon impact. Summoning every ounce of strength, Tony seized the arc reactor and thrust it into his chest. "Oh, good boy," he exclaimed, inhaling deeply, not forgetting to commend the robotic arm. At last, he felt a resurgence of vitality, a profound sense of having survived a near calamity. "Jarvis, have you managed to contact Sheen?" "I apologize, sir, but Mr. Sheen is not answering the call. There's no time left, Pepper." The significance of Pepper to Tony is undeniable. Having recovered, Tony hastily donned his armor and instructed Jarvis to incessantly dial Pepper's number. Fortunately, just as he soared towards the company, Pepper answered the call. "Tony?" Pepper, having just concluded her work, noticed her phone, muted and resting on the sofa, filled with missed calls from Tony Stark. "Thank heavens, you finally called back. If you're still at the office, leave immediately. Obadiah has stolen my arc reactor and is secretly constructing an armor. Oh my God, are you all right? What will you do without the reactor?" Like Tony, Pepper's first concern was for his safety. "I'm fine, thanks to the Stark heart you sent me. I'm on my way to the office right now. You must leave at once." "Oh, all right." Knowing Tony was safe, Pepper sprang into action and dashed towards the elevator. However, just as she reached the entrance of the company, the asphalt beneath her feet began to tremble. A towering steel giant erupted from the ground, emerging from a clandestine research facility. My heavens! Pepper stumbled back, astonished, gazing at the ironmonger. "Pepper, you're here. That's wonderful. I'll take you to join Tony right away." Obadiah maneuvered the ironmonger, raising its massive steel arm. If Qin Shao were present, he would surely marvel at the whims of fate. For despite his arrival altering many events, including the birth of the iron armor arriving 2 months earlier than before, certain scenarios unfolded just as they did in the original film, as if preordained. At this very moment, as Pepper was about to be riddled by the Gatling gun on the ironmonger's arm, Tony descended from the heavens, piloting his armor. With a whoosh, the propulsion collided with the ironmonger's head, shattering the wall and tumbling into the bustling street outside. The two armored figures, one large and one small, crashed through the rear of a large delivery truck, rolling into the middle of the road. This sudden behemoth obstructed a lane of traffic. Nearby vehicles swerved frantically, the abrupt chaos causing a cacophony of collisions. Unaware of the events ahead, some drivers honked furiously. Another vehicle veered sharply to avoid the ironmonger and Iron Man blocking the street. However, a car behind was not so fortunate, traveling at high speed. The driver only realized the immense steel giant was blocking the road after making the turn. In a moment of panic, he instinctively slammed on the brakes, narrowly halting just before colliding with the Iron Monarch. Before he could exhale a sigh of relief, Obadiah manipulated the Iron Monarch to rise from the ground. Observing the nearby vehicle, he swiftly seized it. Amidst the driver's terrified screams, he wielded the car as a weapon, raising it high, concentrating all his energy in his chest. Tony glanced at the occupants of the vehicle and quickly uttered a warning. The reactor at his chest suddenly flared to life, unleashing a laser beam thicker than his palm that struck the Iron Monarch, sending it tumbling several times. In that instant, Tony extended his hands, and Mark II adeptly caught the vehicle as it descended. Chapter 36. The entrance of Qin Xiao having just placed the vehicle on the ground for his escape. Obadiah swiftly seized a speeding motorcycle, heedless of the unfortunate rider who might meet a dire fate. The motorcycle collided with Tony, sending him crashing into a nearby bus. Before Tony could rise from the ground, Ironmonger executed a hefty leap, landing squarely atop the Mark II. As if that were not enough, he lifted his right foot and stomped twice with ferocity. Do you perceive the disparity in our strength, Tony? My heavens, I am utterly enamored with this suit, he exclaimed, while simultaneously grasping Tony and hurling him violently towards a nearby bus. The bus, seemingly as fragile as thin tin, nearly crumpled in half from the impact. Fortunately, when the skirmish commenced, the bus had come to a halt, and its passengers had fled. Otherwise, this strike could have resulted in untold casualties. Aware of the crowd surrounding them, Tony understood that a battle here could endanger numerous innocents. Rising to his feet, he did not wait for Obadiah to strike again. Instead, he channeled all his energy into propulsion. Flames erupted from the thrusters on his limbs, sending the Mark II soaring into the sky. Tony, it appears you have enhanced your armor, but alas, I too have made significant modifications to mine. Obadiah's voice echoed as Ironmonger's feet expelled plumes of thick smoke and flames, lifting him gradually into the air. By speed alone, Ironmonger should have been no match for the Mark II, yet his reactor was new, while Tony's was aging and depleted. As they ascended higher into the sky, the Mark II found itself gradually pursued by Ironmonger. Energy levels at critical, 12. Energy levels at critical, 9. Jarvis's voice incessantly rang in Tony's ears. Enough with the chatter, just display it on the screen. Tony shouted back, fully focused on altitude and calculating whether he could freeze Ironmonger midair, ensuring his own safe return. Suddenly, a resounding clang of metal echoed. Tony felt his ascent falter. Ironmonger had caught up and seized his suit by the ankle. Damn it, Tony grumbled as Ironmonger yanked him closer, two colossal hands gripping the neck of his armor, akin to an adult cradling an infant. The silver lining was that frost had begun to form upon Ironmonger, even as their altitude continued to rise. Do you see, Tony? I am stronger, more powerful. This is the pinnacle of utilizing the reactor. Oh, and how do you intend to resolve the issue of the ice? In the final ascent, the Ironmonger, firmly grasping the Mark II, reached an extreme altitude. The energy conserved was barely sufficient to allow Tony to return to the ground. Thus, when Tony posed his inquiry, it was with an air of nonchalance. What freezing issue? Obadiah's mind had yet to comprehend the significance of the question. The Ironmonger, already encrusted with frost, could no longer withstand the strain. Even the reactor at its chest gradually extinguished. You ought to conduct a thorough inspection. Tony gently tapped the Ironmonger's head. Devoid of power, the Ironmonger relinquished its grip, plummeting rapidly toward the earth. Only then did Tony exhale a heavy sigh of relief. The energy reserves were insufficient for a normal flight back to the ground. He could only free fall while intermittently utilizing the jet thrusters to mitigate his descent. After a tumultuous journey, He ultimately crashed through the rooftop railing and landed safely on the Stark Industries rooftop, rolling onto the ground. He was oblivious to the whereabouts of his left arm's armor. It was only then that he came to a complete stop. "Thank God," he murmured, immediately contacting Pepper. "Pepper, are you all right?" "Tony, I'm fine. How about you?" Pepper had witnessed the ascent of both the Ironmonger and Tony, her concern heightened by the stark contrast in their formidable sizes. "I'm well, just out of power. I must remove the armor first." Oh, before he could finish, the Ironmonger had ascended from behind and delivered a powerful punch, sending Tony flying. Regrettably, he did not meet the fate Tony had hoped for. Instead, akin to the first freezing incident, he regained composure midair and soared back. Stabilizing himself, Tony instinctively raised his left hand to fire the repulsor. It was only upon extending his arm that he realized his left armor was nowhere to be found. In desperation, he utilized the scant remaining energy to leap to the height of the Ironmonger's head, delivering a fierce blow. The impact echoed, yet it was merely a feeble attempt. Lacking sufficient energy for support, the Mark II's strikes were rendered futile against the Ironmonger's formidable armor. Once more, he extended his hands, this time seizing Tony's armor at the waist, intent on crushing both him and his suit. Tony's ascent to becoming Iron Man was undoubtedly not solely reliant on his armor. In this dire moment, he swiftly tore apart some of the Ironmonger's external connections. This was one of the Ironmonger's shortcomings. Its entire structure was forged from exceptionally dense alloy, providing formidable defense while limiting its weapon systems to external attachments. Unlike the cinematic portrayal, Tony was unable to damage the Ironmonger's sensory systems in time, as Obadiah swiftly seized him by the neck and hurled him away with considerable force. At this moment, he was utterly devoid of any semblance of energy. Tony lay on the ground, gasping for breath, while Ironmonger, still a cumbersome behemoth, approached him directly. "It is over, Tony." Despite Tony's armor being impervious to bullets, Obadiah opted to strike with his fists. A colossal metallic fist was unleashed with tremendous force. Bang! A fist, merely the size of an ordinary human, emerged and firmly intercepted Ironmonger's blow. Following the resounding impact, the collision of two titanic forces generated a shockwave that rippled outward. "I believe you ought to assist me in procuring the furniture for my new house, don't you think, Tony?" Qin Shao remarked nonchalantly, retracting his fist and turning to smile at Tony on the ground. Chapter 37. The Carver of Men. The video captured by the members of the Ten Rings was filmed by a terrorist hiding in a civilian residence and was recorded after the battle had nearly concluded. It predominantly showcased Tony's iron armor, while Qin Shao only appeared in the last few fleeting seconds, smashing a tank. Unfortunately, Obadiah, upon watching the footage, shifted the camera away just as the moment unfolded, failing to witness the full impact of Qin Zhao's punch. The sheer force of that blow nearly dislocated Obadiah's jaw within the Ironmonger's suit. This was inconceivable. Obadiah, having successfully acquired the arc reactor, activated his seemingly invincible Ironmonger and even triumphed over Tony Stark's armor. At the pinnacle of his confidence, he was astounded to find that a mere punch from such a seemingly frail individual could withstand his might. This was impossible. Doubts clouded Obadiah's mind regarding the authenticity of that punch. The arc reactor on his chest unleashed its energy to the maximum, delivering a blow towards Qin Shao with overwhelming force. Judging solely by area, that punch was capable of striking half of Qin Zhao's body. "Come on, you bastard!" Qin Shao bellowed, retaliating with a punch of his own. Tony, lying nearby, widened his eyes in disbelief. He was acutely aware of the Ironmonger's immense power. Yet he was taken aback to see Qin Shao stand firm against a punch that was evidently more than double the strength of the previous one. It was clear that Tony still underestimated Qin Zhao's audacity, failing to grasp the extent of his resolve. What appeared to be a full-force confrontation from Qin Shao was, in fact, a masterful maneuver. Just as their punches were about to collide, he deftly sidestepped, rotating his body to evade the Ironmonger's fist. Boom! The Ironmonger's punch crashed into the rooftop, creating a gaping hole. Meanwhile, Qin Shao wore a sly smile, revealing a knife hilt that had mysteriously appeared in his hand. With a flick of his fingers and a swift motion of his wrist, A glimmering black saber, sharp and menacing, materialized in his grasp. With both hands gripping the blade, he swung down ferociously. In a flash, the razor-thin saber severed the ironmonger's right arm at the elbow. Fuck! Obadiah was at a loss for words to express his astonishment. Qin Xiao was no fool. His first punch had been to rescue Tony, appearing to engage in a balanced exchange with the ironmonger. However, after that initial strike, he felt a slight numbness in his right hand, which, though negligible given his recovery abilities, was not to be dismissed. To confront a second punch that was evidently more than double the power of the first? Only a fool would engage in such a contest. The ironmonger's entire weapon system had been disabled by Tony, leaving only a Gatling gun on the right arm as a means of attack. Now, with the forearm cleaved away by Qin Xiao's blade, he thought to himself, "What an idiot. Tony, watch as I reduce this guy to a mere stick." Turning back to Tony, he casually remarked, only to discover that the iron tyrant was engulfed in enormous flames, accompanied by billowing clouds of smoke. Its weapon systems had been compromised. One arm was severed in a single stroke, and it had engaged the colossal iron beast with nothing but its own flesh. This was beyond Obadiah's comprehension. Seizing the moment while conversing with Tony, Obadiah initiated his flight preparations to make an escape. Unfortunately, the cumbersome iron tyrant's ascent was painfully slow. With great flames erupting, its massive form gradually lifted off the ground. Qin Xiao turned to glance back and chuckled. "Ah, departing without a word, are we? Look at your jetpack. While we both wear battle armor, why is yours so environmentally unfriendly? Come down." As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Xiao brandished his blade, delivering a diagonal slash. 2 strikes. The iron tyrant's robust metallic legs were abruptly severed from its torso. The flames continued to surge, propelling it upwards for over 10 meters, performing several spins in midair before crashing heavily onto the rooftop. As the iron tyrant's substantial body fell, Qin Xiao stepped forward, his blade rising and falling once more. The iron tyrant's left arm hit the ground. What was once an imposing and majestic giant armor had been reduced to a mere stick figure by Qin Xiao's strikes. Casting a glance at Tony, Qin Xiao leapt onto the iron tyrant's prominent form. Searching for the connection point, he realized it would not be too troublesome. After all, this contraption was not classified as a special alloy in the system's assessment. A single thrust of his blade would suffice. Just as he raised his tang knife, he heard Tony's voice calling out behind him. "Qin!" Tony exclaimed, his silence speaking volumes. Qin Xiao met Tony's gaze, and after a prolonged moment of contemplation, uttered, "Do you remember how many graves are beside Ethan?" This statement caused Tony to turn his face away. Indeed, the massacre in the Middle East was perpetrated by the terrorists of the Ten Rings. Yet both the provision of weapons and the subsequent retribution against Ethan due to Tony's kidnapping weighed heavily upon Obadiah. Tony averted his gaze, and without hesitation, Qin Xiao's hand executed a swift strike. A muffled grunt escaped Obadiah within the iron tyrant. Qin Xiao withdrew his blade, repositioned, and delivered another strike, then flicked away the blood before sheathing his tang knife. He mentioned he bought a small island to retire on and rambled about having come to terms with many things. Such a pity. Tony muttered softly beside him. "Enough. I understand your reluctance. Even if he bought an island, it's of no consequence. We have a saying in China, what goes around comes around. Debts must be repaid." Qin Xiao sat down beside Tony. "By the way, why didn't you answer your phone?" "I was in the shower. I only found out afterward. Jarvis informed me, and I rushed right over." "Can you still get up?" "I can, but I might need your help to remove this armor. It still can't detach automatically." After considerable effort, the two individuals meticulously disassembled the components of the battle armor, piece by piece. Tony gazed at the ironmonger before him, pausing in contemplation before he spoke. This contraption cannot remain, nor can that colossal entity beneath it. The events of this evening will undoubtedly become common knowledge. We must obliterate both of these. He referred to the massive prototype of the arc reactor situated below, with the exposure of Tony's miniature reactor alongside the armor. This grand reactor would undoubtedly attract the covetous eyes of numerous factions, although everyone was acutely aware they were not Tony Stark, and that merely shrinking it was not an option. The temptation of the Iron Man suit was simply too great to resist. How shall we destroy it? Should we push this behemoth down? Qin Xiao inquired, gesturing towards the ironmonger. No need for that. Let's head down and find Pepper. We can enjoy the fireworks together. Chapter 38. The expensive fireworks display the Iron Monarch's battle armor lay alongside Obadiah's lifeless body. After completing a fierce battle, Tony Stark removed his Mark II, leaving behind an entire Stark Industries building. In a spectacular display, Tony detonated it with a prototype of a large arc reactor, transforming it into a vibrant fireworks spectacle. As he gazed at the fireworks, he turned to Pepper Potts, his eyes betraying an undeniable tenderness and affection. This evening, the once reckless libertine found himself suddenly aware of Pepper's significance in his life, not merely as an assistant in work and life, but something far more profound. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao observed the blazing building from a distance, his brow furrowed, muttering under his breath, "How much is this going to cost?" Setting aside the immeasurable value of the prototype, the cost of the building, the Iron Monarch, and the single-use Mark II was staggering. Qin Xiao had initially intended to salvage the Mark II, but Tony insisted it was beyond repair and no longer needed. Damn it, Qin Xiao thought. A little refurbishment would restore it to its former glory. The titanium alloy alone is of space station caliber. He recalled Tony's nonchalant demeanor when he dismissed the armor, akin to a person tossing away an empty beverage bottle. In his childhood, his grandmother would save such bottles, claiming they could be sold for money. When Qin Xiao discarded a bottle, he mirrored that same indifference, saying, "Just throw it away. It takes up space and isn't worth much." He had never realized how disheartening such a statement could be. Casting a glance at Tony, who was engaged in hushed conversation with Pepper in the distance, Qin Xiao contemplated whether to confront him, that affluent scoundrel. Mission to eliminate the Iron Monarch completed. Reward points, 1,000. The notification of 1,000 points provided a measure of solace to Qin Xiao. With Obadiah's demise, Tony had undergone a transformation into Iron Man. The first installment of Iron Man had concluded, yielding a total of 4,000 points, bringing Qin Xiao one step closer to unlocking the second-tier marketplace. Currently, the first-tier marketplace held little value for Qin Xiao. With 3,000 points, there seemed to be few avenues for expenditure. However, he recalled that in his own world, 3,000 points could translate to a staggering amount of currency upon his return. Each point could be exchanged for 1,000,000. He began to calculate, pondering whether he too could emerge as a wealthy individual. After much contemplation, he concluded that while 3 billion was indeed a fortune, it paled in comparison to Tony's wealth. Ultimately, Qin Xiao conceded defeat. As the narrative reached a pause, the system notified Qin Xiao that he was now free to return to his own world at any moment. Initially, he had envisioned completing his tasks here and converting all that he acquired into resources for his own realm, whether it was enhancing his personal strength or acquiring advanced technologies. The system had generously provided a rate of 1 point for 1,000,000 currency. All of this was aimed at ensuring a better life for him in that world. Although both realms involved traversing dimensions, the latter was the reality for Qin Xiao, while this felt more like a mere side quest, an elaborate game. However, upon crossing over, Qin Xiao found himself directly immersed in the Marvel Cinematic Universe, where he encountered Black Widow and subsequently joined S.H.I.E.L.D. Although the title of agent seemed somewhat trivial, he forged a close friendship with Tony Stark, which enhanced Qin Xiao's sense of belonging to this world. His own abilities had undergone a remarkable transformation, rendering him almost superhuman. In this Marvel universe, he contemplated the possibility of showcasing his prowess. Yet he was acutely aware that returning to his original world would necessitate a careful restraint of his newfound strength. After all, one person could not contend with the entirety of the world, and there was a risk of becoming a subject of experimentation if he drew too much attention to himself. Qin Xiao did not harbor the illusion that possessing 30% of Hulk's power would render him invincible or fearless. This was precisely why, from the outset, he was adamant about acquiring Tony's artificial intelligence program through real estate transactions. His ambition was to establish a formidable kingdom in that world, ensuring a stable future. Only when his financial and political resources reached a certain threshold could he live without fear. The catastrophic explosion at Stark Industries was no trivial matter, particularly considering the raucous battle between Tony and Ironmonger on the streets, witnessed by countless onlookers as two suits of armor soared into the sky. Given that the events of the day could not be concealed, it was imperative to strategically leverage SHIELD. Otherwise, it would be a disservice to his identity as an agent. Thus, at the onset of the fireworks display, Qin Xiao promptly contacted Coulson. After all, managing the aftermath of such incidents was a specialty of any intelligence agency. That night, both Qin Xiao and Tony returned home to rest, while Coulson led a team from SHIELD to control the narrative online and assess the volume of videos circulating on the internet. They needed to devise a plausible explanation within the span of a single evening, one that the public would find credible. It remained unclear whether Coulson had gone without sleep. But the following morning, just as dawn broke, Qin Xiao was jolted awake by a phone call. "Coulson, damn it. Have you lost track of time? Even the chickens on the farm haven't risen yet. Do you have any idea how sleep deprivation can lead to hair loss, you wretched fool?" Qin Xiao answered the phone with a torrent of exasperation. Coulson, the earnest man, was nearly driven to a fit of rage by Qin Xiao's outburst. It was akin to deriding a monk for his baldness. The trouble had originated from them, yet it was Qin Xiao who was left to clean up the mess. Now he was being asked to assist on site. Wasn't he, by virtue of his position, somewhat subordinate to Qin Xiao? Having spent the entire night awake, Coulson touched his receding hairline, desperately suppressing the impulse to draw his weapon and eliminate Qin Xiao. To be honest, if Qin Xiao were an ordinary agent, Coulson would have relished the opportunity to impart some valuable lessons on decorum. However, as Nick Fury's top confidant, he was acutely aware of the existence of the Avengers Initiative and understood Fury's intentions in recruiting Qin Xiao into SHIELD. Thus, he had no choice but to suppress his anger, yet he still gritted his teeth and remarked, "I toiled throughout the entire night solely to clean up after you. Shouldn't you lend a hand, Mr. Intern Agent? Huh? Even if your hair sheds a bit more, it won't be noticeable. It matters not, as I am still in my youth, a time when ample sleep is essential." Qin Xiao's morning grumpiness diminished somewhat as he chuckled and interjected. Although his words remained irreverent, he began to rise from his slumber. While engaging in such trivial tasks was indeed part of their professional duties, the events of the previous night were undeniably of his own making. Had it not been for his initial request, SHIELD would have swiftly apprehended Obadiah upon Tony Stark's return, thus averting all subsequent complications. Chapter 39. I Am Iron Man. Simply adhere to your earlier statements. Even if certain media outlets express skepticism, they will not incite significant public outcry. We are quite experienced in managing such matters. Aware of how to gradually obscure this incident from the public eye, Coulson remarked as he passed a note. "Furthermore, your alibi is intact. You were aboard a yacht at the time. As for Obadiah, he will meet his demise in a private plane crash a week from now." Tony was engrossed in the newspaper, which boldly proclaimed on its front page, "Who is Iron Man?" The name Iron Man indeed held a certain allure. "Although my armor is composed of a gold titanium alloy, it aptly fits the title, and I rather enjoy this moniker," Tony mused as he critiqued the article. Seeing that Tony did not respond to Coulson, Pepper turned to him and expressed her gratitude. "Thank you. Otherwise, we would be at a loss in addressing the media today. I greatly appreciate all that you have done." "Not at all. It is our duty. Moreover, one of our intern agents played a significant role in this matter, making it somewhat of an internal affair," Coulson quipped, taking a rare moment to tease Qin Xiao. At that moment, Qin Xiao stood to the side, clad in a sharp black suit, embodying the demeanor of a competent agent or security personnel. "Indeed, this fellow is the instigator of this incident. He should be the one to clarify matters with the media today," Tony remarked, gesturing toward Qin Xiao with a hint of sarcasm. "Also, you might want to be mindful of your identity, Mr. Instigator. Your attire today should be put to good use in maintaining order among the reporters." "Understood, Mr. Stark," Qin Xiao replied with professional poise. adjusting his sunglasses before turning to exit, exuding the air of a dedicated agent. This unexpected compliance surprised Tony. What have you done to him? How did you manage to make this guy so obedient? You haven't resorted to any brainwashing techniques, have you? Tony joked, pointing at Qin Xiao. Our boss threatened him. If he did not cooperate with my work today, his monthly salary would be halted. You know, he recently purchased a rather nice apartment, so funds may be tight. Carlson chuckled, his face radiant with amusement, recalling how the two had been thwarted in the Middle East. Although Qin Xiao had volunteered to assist this morning, it was undoubtedly Nick Fury's call that ensured his compliance. To be frank, managing this individual brought a certain sense of accomplishment. With all preparations complete, Colonel Rhodes had been engaging the journalists for a full half-hour outside. Tony spread his arms wide as Pepper assisted him in donning his jacket. As he gazed at the charming and attentive Pepper, Tony suddenly realized he may have been neglecting the remarkable young woman beside him. What was that saying from Qin Xiao about the Chinese proverb? A rabbit does not graze on grass near its burrow. Perhaps it was because the grass near the rabbit hole was not enticing enough. Clearing his throat softly, he stole another glance at Pepper, who was diligently adjusting his attire. Tony still felt it more appropriate to discuss matters in a different setting. Carlson had already signaled to Rhodey, who outside declared that enough was enough, and spoke up directly. At this moment, Mr. Stark had prepared a statement, but he would not entertain any questions today. Thank you, everyone. Tony took the stage, and the crowd erupted in applause. Every journalist present held a fondness for Tony Stark, not merely for his charm, but due to the wealth of sensational news surrounding him. Tony surveyed the reporters below and cast a glance at Qin Xiao, who stood silently in the corner. He offered a provocative glance, to which Qin Xiao subtly responded with a discreet middle finger. Tony stifled a laugh, quickly clearing his throat in embarrassment before addressing the audience. It had been a while since they last met, and today he had prepared a statement. He pulled out the so-called official declaration prepared by Carlson and the others, regarding the rumors circulating about my involvement in last night's events. A female reporter abruptly interrupted Tony. Not only did Tony recognize her, but they also shared a past romantic encounter. She had been dedicated to reporting on Stark Industries' alleged arms dealings with terrorists, labeling Tony Stark as a butcher. Tony hesitated. Although it was agreed that he would refrain from answering questions today, he could not resist pointing at Qin Xiao. Indeed, there was a bodyguard in armor present. And he's right here. That guy over there, do you see him? The cool-looking young man in sunglasses. He was the one last night. Following Tony's gesture, the room was instantly flooded with camera flashes aimed at Qin Xiao. Damn! Qin Xiao muttered a curse under his breath, caught off guard by the sudden attention. As he faced a barrage of reporters and their cameras, he managed to flash a rather rehearsed smile, raising his right hand near his chin in a casual gesture. The burning question on everyone's mind at this press conference was, who is Iron Man? With Tony Stark now speaking, regardless of the truth of his words, Qin Xiao had become the focal point for eager reporters. Only that female reporter remained steadfast in her seat in the front row, her gaze fixed on Tony Stark. He is indeed the one in armor. Very well, Mr. Stark. Then who is the one wielding the narrow sword? The female reporter casually retrieved a laptop from beneath her seat and opened a video. This footage, captured by a night vision camera, appeared slightly distorted in color. And while the clarity was not exceptional, it was evident that Qin Xiao was seen wielding a Tang's sword, severing the lower limbs of the ironmonger as it attempted to ascend. It was unmistakably Qin Xiao. In contrast, a corner of the footage showed Tony, although his helmet had already fallen away. However, due to the angle at which he tilted his head, the clarity of the image was insufficient, revealing only a vague outline of a Caucasian individual. Once again, the crowd erupted in astonishment. No one anticipated that someone had captured the scene of the final confrontation on the rooftop. The female journalist, adorned with a triumphant smile, awaited an explanation from Tony Stark. She had been investigating him for an extended period, delving into his romantic escapades and corporate affairs. To procure first-hand information, she had even bribed the head of security at an office building across the street. She not only equipped him with various cameras and remote filming devices capable of capturing any situation, but also specifically instructed him to begin recording if the lights on the top floor of Stark Industries illuminated at night. By sheer coincidence, the previous evening, the security guard witnessed Tony and ironmongers soaring through the streets, mistaking them for extraterrestrials. He hastily grabbed his equipment and raced to the rooftop in pursuit. Upon arrival, he found himself at a loss, only to later discover that he had inadvertently tumbled onto the rooftop of Stark Industries. After clumsily setting up his devices and figuring out how to activate the night vision for filming, he captured the moment when Qin Shao severed Ironmonger's leg. Fortunately, his lack of professionalism meant that he only managed to capture a clear image of Qin Shao's features. The angle and focus obscured Tony in the corner. Although the likeness of Iron Man remained unclear, it sufficed for the moment. The journalist was eager to observe how Tony Stark would refute this incident. To her surprise, Tony, after a brief silence, tossed the script on the table and openly acknowledged, "Let me correct that. It is called the Tang Dao. Moreover, you guessed correctly. I am indeed Iron Man." He also flashed a peace sign at the camera. Chapter 40. Scandals and Parties the following day. The headlines of nearly every newspaper featured two men flashing peace signs. One was a youthful and handsome Oriental, while the other was the notorious playboy, Tony Stark. The news headlines generally fell into two categories. Tony Stark transforms into Iron Man, joining forces with the Eastern Young Warrior to vanquish the malevolent Iron Overlord. Or Tony Stark and the Eastern Youth, two newly emerged superheroes coming out together. The two men were also portrayed as publicly displaying affection, with their peace sign gesture likened to that of a romantic couple. The latter narrative, clearly, captivated the gossiping masses far more than the former. Moreover, when juxtaposed with Western standards of beauty, Qin Shao indeed appeared somewhat more delicate. While he could not be described as effeminate, his fair complexion and strikingly handsome features would undoubtedly attract the attention of numerous unsavory characters were he to be imprisoned. Even Pepper Potts, upon seeing the newspaper's images of the two men side by side, jested that Tony and Qin Shao seemed quite well matched. Those wretched media outlets. I ought to set their studios ablaze. To claim that I am coming out is one thing, but to depict me as a submissive is utterly intolerable. I am a staunch heterosexual. My manhood is far sturdier than my blade. Qin Shao seethed, pointing indignantly at the television, where a talk show host animatedly recounted the supposedly passionate and ambiguous tale of Tony Stark and Qin Shao. Where is your legal team? I require their assistance. I intend to sue them for defamation. This is blatant slander. Qin Shao slammed his hand against the armrest of the sofa, producing a loud thud. Tony shot him a sidelong glance, his fingers continuing to dance swiftly across the keyboard. Obadiah was dead, and there were numerous matters within the company that required his attention. Although he had enlisted a professional team, with the weaponry division now out of the equation, Tony needed to present some commendable products. He was currently designing a renewable energy source based on the principles of the arc reactor, and for once, he had relocated his workspace from the opulent garage to the company office. It was essential for him to personally reassure some disgruntled shareholders. After all, the Stark name was a golden trademark. Tony was largely indifferent to public opinion, especially regarding the rumors about him and Qin Shao, although he was somewhat displeased by some media outlets distorting his sexual orientation. Nevertheless, compared to the enjoyment he derived from Qin Shao's indignation, Tony deemed it a fair trade. Noticing that Tony was completely ignoring him, Qin Shao turned his gaze to Phil Coulson, who had just entered the office. "Weren't you supposed to help clean up my mess? Have you not seen? These reports have severely insulted my reputation. This is a country that values freedom of speech, yet regarding Obadiah's death, we have made considerable efforts to exonerate you. You must realize that your actions in the video can hardly be classified as self-defense." Coulson was referring to the video of Qin Shao being surreptitiously filmed, in which Iron Overlord had clearly lost the capacity to resist. Yet Qin Shao had unhesitatingly delivered a fatal blow. Strictly speaking, this could be considered excessive self-defense. "So what brings you here? You are not about to inform me that I must return to work, are you?" Qin Shao understood that Coulson would not come without reason. Initially, he had contemplated initiating his return soon, but given that his house required a few more days for completion, he decided to wait until it was finished. He intended to replicate the specialized intelligent program that Tony had designed for his residents before departing. The boss wishes to meet both of you. I will arrange a time. Nick Fury sought their audience, primarily concerning the Avengers Initiative. The capabilities exhibited by Qin Xiao, upon analysis by S.H.I.E.L.D., far surpassed the notion of a mere super soldier. As for Tony Stark's armor, it required no further elaboration, being a weapon of unprecedented innovation. It was common knowledge that Tony Stark possessed a genius intellect. Strictly speaking, this was merely the first generation of his creations. Who could fathom how powerful they might become in the future? It is worth noting that JARVIS, this rudimentary artificial intelligence, was not a closely guarded secret. The miniature arc reactor and the Iron Man suit, when augmented with an artificial intelligence command, coupled with Tony Stark's formidable financial resources, rendered him a one-man formidable steel conglomerate. After scheduling a meeting for 2 days hence, Coulson hurriedly departed. Meanwhile, Qin Xiao, having subtly gleaned that his house would be completed in approximately a week, nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to turn and leave, Tony unexpectedly spoke up. By the way, there's a party tomorrow night. You know, now that I've become Iron Man, some friends insist on celebrating. There are always a few wealthy, bored individuals, aren't there? More importantly, there will be plenty of beautiful models. What do you say, care to join? With an abundance of lovely women. It would be foolish to decline. After all, Black Widow had been elusive, making any attempt at flirtation nearly impossible. Upon arriving in this world, Qin Xiao had envisioned mingling with an alluring figure, yet circumstances had continuously revolved around Iron Man's narrative. Opportunities had been scarce, and now that a party presented itself, it would be absurd not to attend. The venue for the gathering was the rooftop of a certain hotel. Los Angeles boasted numerous such rooftop party locations. Nearly every respectable hotel transformed its rooftop into a festive space. After all, this was Los Angeles, where the likes of Hollywood abound with affluent celebrities and film moguls, making parties an indispensable part of daily life. Tony had undoubtedly attended and hosted countless such events throughout his life. However, for Qin Xiao, this was akin to Lu Lao Lao entering the Grandview Garden for the very first time. With pulsating music, a frenzied DJ, professional bartenders, and an infinity pool, the atmosphere was electric. Most importantly, the rooftop was teeming with women of various hues, all boasting ample curves and long legs. Qin Xiao even spotted several second- and third-tier alluring actresses frequently seen on the big screen. Now, this was what one could truly call a party. This was life. Tony, you should have brought me to such places long ago. Their arrival undoubtedly became the focal point of the event. At that moment, the most sensational figures in the news were not political leaders or major celebrities, but rather Tony Stark and the enigmatic Qin Xiao, a mysterious figure from the East. Listening to the excited voice of Qin Xiao beside him, Tony couldn't help but smile. With a swift motion, he playfully pushed Qin Xiao into the crowd. Ladies, who among you will conquer this little wild bull tonight? I shall personally gift her a brand new sports car. Tony's words instantly ignited a fervor among those around. Many of the young women present were emerging actresses navigating the Hollywood scene. Setting aside the allure of Tony Stark's reward, the mere chance to spark a rumor with this Eastern youth could generate a wealth of news and buzz. Not to mention, he was one of the latest superheroes, alongside Tony Stark, following the iconic Captain America. As for the rumors circulating about him and Tony Stark, no one really cared about their authenticity. There were some matters today that delayed the update. The first chapter is here, and 2 more chapters will follow tonight. Chapter 41. Teased Qin Xiao surrounded by a throng of charming young ladies. Qin Xiao, who had originally come with the intent of flirting, found himself somewhat constrained. The fervor of this group, spurred by rumors of popular figures and the allure of Tony's sports car, was overwhelming. Although Qin Xiao was quite flamboyant in conversation, he hesitated when it came to taking decisive action. This was not to say he was particularly virtuous. Rather, it stemmed from traditional Chinese values, which dictate that a certain degree of communication and emotional connection is necessary before any deeper interactions can ensue. In essence, he was somewhat reserved. However, No amount of reticence could deter the enthusiastic and stunningly attractive women surrounding him. It must be noted that while Western women may lack the delicate features found in Eastern beauties, their fair skin coupled with alluring figures certainly compensates for much. Moreover, all the young women at this party were under the age of 25, far from the age when Western women typically begin to show signs of aging. Coupled with the stimulating effects of music and alcohol, after 2 exhilarating hours, Qin Xiao found himself being supported by 2 charming young ladies as they made their way to a hotel room on a lower floor. The organizers of the party had long since reserved several upper floors for the passionate mingling of guests. Thus, Qin Xiao casually selected an unoccupied room to enter. No sooner had he stepped inside than the 2 eager enchantresses encircled him, one offering a tender kiss while the other began to unbutton his shirt, planting kisses along his neck. The simultaneous advances of these 2 beautiful young women were the stuff of many a man's dreams. Qin Zhao's gaze grew hazy as they tugged and pulled him from the corridor to the edge of the bed, their garments strewn in their wake. Just as he was about to seize the moment, an infuriating ringtone blared at the most inopportune time. "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Qin Xiao cursed, sitting up and stepping back to retrieve his phone from where it lay in his trousers. "You better have a good reason for interrupting, whoever you are." Without even glancing at the caller ID, he bellowed in frustration. "It seems I've interrupted someone's tryst, and now they're quite irate. Should I come up and join the fray to assuage our rookie agent's fury?" The voice on the other end, cheerful and composed, extinguished half of his anger. It was the Black Widow. "Natasha, you've completed your mission. My God, you have no idea how worried I was about you. Did you just say you were coming up? Are you at the hotel?" As he spoke, Qin Xiao stealthily peered out the window. He deliberately pretended not to hear Natasha's earlier suggestion, despite its enticing nature. "Is that so? Thank you for your concern. I've missed our rookie agent as well. I intended to rush to meet you as soon as my mission was complete, but it seems I've interrupted your intimate conversation with 2 lovely ladies." "Damn!" Qin Xiao inwardly cursed, feeling a sense of guilt akin to being caught in a scandal, despite his relationship with Natasha not being firmly established. Though his thoughts wandered in that direction, he stubbornly replied over the phone, "What beautiful women. Why don't you come up and check for yourself?" As he spoke, he contemplated the possibility of the Black Widow actually ascending to his room, wondering if he ought to incapacitate the 2 young ladies and discreetly relocate them to the adjacent room. Fortunately, it seemed the Black Widow had no intention of coming up, yet her words ignited a flurry of thoughts and stirred a primal fervor within him. "I dislike hotel rooms. How about we go to your place for a drink instead?" Qin Xiao nodded enthusiastically, like a chick pecking for grain. Although the 2 stunning women before him seemed a tremendous waste, he reasoned that there would be ample opportunities for such encounters in the future. However, there was only one Black Widow in the world. Thus, amid the furious glares and exclamations of the 2 young women, Qin Xiao hurriedly donned his clothing. He even rushed to the bathroom to check for any traces of affection on his face and neck, finally satisfied after tidying his hair, and dashed downstairs. Rushing through the hotel entrance, he spotted the Black Widow waiting at the temporary parking area, adorned in a sleek black dress, her alabaster legs crossed gracefully before her. Leaning against a striking black sports car, she smiled and remarked, "What's this? You're willing to abandon the 2 beauties upstairs? Why not bring them along?" Observing Qin Zhao's flustered demeanor, she teased further, "What beautiful women. I think of you so often that I hardly have time to glance at another woman." Qin Xiao feigned innocence, wide-eyed as he spoke falsehoods. The Black Widow chose not to expose him, instead smiling softly as she opened the passenger door. "Come, let us return home." The mere suggestion of going home transformed Qin Xiao into a blur as he swiftly slipped into the car. Upon arriving at Qin Xiao's apartment building, the Black Widow entwined her arm with his like a couple in love, feeling the warmth and softness radiating from her arm. Qin Xiao grinned foolishly, quickening his pace. He had a few bottles of exquisite liquor from Tony waiting at home. As he pondered whether to pour some red wine and play music to set the mood or opt for something stronger to dive straight into the evening, they reached his door. He swiftly unlocked it with his fingerprint and pushed the door open, eager to enter. He had decided that a stronger spirit would be more conducive to hastening their enjoyment, especially as Natasha appeared increasingly alluring under the elevator lights. "Oh, for heaven's sake!" Qin Xiao exclaimed, for his new apartment was still being arranged, and the small space felt overwhelmingly cramped. Upon entering, he spotted a dark, egg-shaped head resting on his sofa. Cursing under his breath, he turned to see the Black Widow grinning at him. And it dawned on him that her visit likely aimed at arranging a meeting with Nick Fury. "All right, Nick's situation is coincidental. I genuinely wanted to see you. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future, little agent." The Black Widow smiled and planted a kiss on Qin Xiao's cheek. At this juncture, there was little left for Qin Xiao to say. A torrent of emotions was abruptly doused by a bucket of cold water. "If you continue in this manner, you shall lose me. I swear it, Natasha." With a kiss from Natasha, a portion of his resentment dissipated. Taking a deep breath, Qin Xiao lamented resignedly. However, his patience wore thin when it came to Nick Fury. "Even if you are my superior, you cannot enter my home without my permission. Understand that in such circumstances, I could call the authorities or even take your life, dear director." Grabbing a glass and a bottle of wine, he filled the glass to the brim and, in a fit of defiance, downed its contents in one swift motion. Chapter 42. In the realm of martial arts. Speed prevails. Every individual in a position of power invariably possesses an insatiable desire for control that transcends the ordinary. This is particularly true for Nick Fury, the chief of the intelligence agency. The evidence of this can be seen in the way S.H.I.E.L.D. was left in tatters by Hydra. Yet Nick Fury still commands a substantial network of loyalists and clandestine influence. He relishes in orchestrating the grand scheme, detesting any unforeseen events or individuals that slip beyond his grasp. Yet, he finds himself entangled with someone like Qin Xiao. Whether it pertains to the Iron Tyrant affair or Qin Xiao's exceptional prowess that surpasses that of the typical super soldier, he has never given Nick Fury prior notice. It is only in the wake of crises that he remembers he has a workplace, and his notifications seem solely aimed at dispatching personnel to rectify the mess. "If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have thought you forgot I was your superior. No wonder, considering you are now a celebrity, basking in the title of superhero and mingling with the likes of Tony Stark from high society." One cannot fault Nick Fury for his sardonic demeanor. During their last phone conversation, he was so infuriated that he shattered a mobile device. "You cannot blame me, my boss. It is you who has denied me the opportunity to integrate into my workplace. Aside from Natasha, Clint, Coulson, and yourself, I am unfamiliar with anyone else in our department. I am at a loss regarding my daily responsibilities. It is your lack of guidance that is to blame. Moreover, regarding the incident with Obadiah, it was Tony who summoned me for assistance, and I promptly informed Coulson once the situation was resolved." Qin Xiao was aware that his relationship with S.H.I.E.L.D. was largely utilitarian. He refrained from venting further and merely shrugged, feigning innocence. "And what of that incident in the Middle East? You were surely aboard the Quinjet, pilfered from the Los Angeles division, yet you spun tales of a yacht party." Nick Fury exclaimed, slamming his hand on the table in frustration. "Whose fault is it that my security clearance barred me from entering the division? I had intended to graciously request a jet, yet my credentials were insufficient even for that. Is this not a farce?" Qin Xiao maintained an air of nonchalance, wearing an expression that conveyed no blame towards Fury. "And Stark? Why were you remiss in informing me about that suit of armor beforehand?" Nick Fury pressed, his tone aggressive. "That was not within my purview, boss. Did you ever assign me the task of monitoring Tony Stark's every move? No, hence this cannot be attributed to me," Qin Xiao replied, displaying a defiant demeanor. Nick Fury felt a headache coming on. Logically, such matters should have been relayed to him. Yet he had never broached the subject nor provided this young man with any training. Thus, upon reflection, he realized he had little ground to stand on. "Very well, let us set aside past grievances. Now, regarding your abilities, could you elucidate on them? They do not align with the expected capabilities of a super soldier." Neither Captain America nor Isaiah could so effortlessly contend with that metallic behemoth. Qin Xiao showed no intention of greeting him. Nick Fury had no choice but to rise and fetch a cup for himself. After pouring a glass of wine, he remarked, "This is too simple. Chinese martial arts. You know, I am of Chinese descent. The mysterious East always harbors many enigmatic elements. Bruce Lee, are you familiar with him? Uh-huh. Chinese martial arts. Qin Xiao rambled on, striking a classic pose reminiscent of Bruce Lee. Chinese martial arts? Nick Fury, not a fool, inquired with confusion. Indeed, Chinese martial arts. Qin Xiao nodded earnestly, as if to authenticate his words. To further prove his point, he reached out to Natasha for a handgun, imitating the legendary figure from martial arts. He aimed the pistol directly at his temple, while contemplating how to articulate the phrase in English. Indiana, the realm of martial arts. Nothing is invincible. Only speed is unbreakable. He hesitated not a moment before pulling the trigger. Bang! As the gunshot reverberated, Nick Fury and Black Widow exchanged incredulous glances. Qin Zhao's prepared index and middle fingers swiftly extended towards his right temple. Boom! Just as his left hand was nearly parallel to his nose. The bullet mercilessly struck his temple. Completely focused on his left hand, Qin Zhao's body was left unguarded. The modified handgun in Black Widow's possession packed a formidable punch at close range. The temple experienced a tremendous impact, causing Qin Zhao's head to jerk sharply to the side, and his body crashed to the ground with a decisive thud. His left hand remained raised in a victorious gesture. Hulk's resilience was terrifying. Although it was merely 30, it was not something a single bullet could penetrate. Despite being a vulnerable area, the spot where Qin Xiao was struck bore no trace of a bruise. His earlier action was unmistakably an attempt to catch the bullet barehanded, and though both Black Widow and Nick Fury were taken aback, Black Widow could not suppress a chuckle. Ah, this is what I aim to demonstrate. The golden bell shield and iron cloth shirt of Chinese martial arts. Qin Xiao dusted off non-existent debris from his attire and sat up once more, unabashedly proclaiming, "Quite an impressive performance." Nick Fury clapped dryly a few times before adopting a serious tone. "Regardless of the origin of your strength, my concern lies with the Avengers Initiative. Now that you are here, along with Tony Stark, and we have a green behemoth who can transform, in addition to Agent Romanoff and Hawkeye, I believe we can officially commence this initiative. The big guy and Stark have favorable relations with you. I need you to facilitate their joining us. Natasha will assist you. Is there any issue?" Nick Fury's intentions were clear. In his mind, S-H-I-E-L-D and the Avengers Initiative were to be parallel lines, collaborative yet distinct. This was also the rationale behind compelling Qin Xiao to join S-H-I-E-L-D, without assigning him tasks or allowing him to engage with anyone other than his inner circle. Join the Avengers Initiative, establishing the Avengers under the formidable resources of Nick Fury. And then, at an opportune moment, unite with a group of like-minded individuals to carve out your own path. This was indeed one of the plans conceived by Qin Xiao and Tony, and he certainly had no objections. Particularly after hearing Nick Fury's suggestion to have Black Widow collaborate with him on preliminary preparations, it was even more aligned with Qin Zhao's desires. Nodding to express his complete agreement, Nick Fury finally nodded in satisfaction and continued, "Initially, we had arranged to meet tomorrow with you and Stark. But today I wish to speak with you first, so you could inform Stark in advance, facilitating my formal discussion tomorrow. I shall provide a base, funding, equipment, an array of weaponry, and transportation for you, and I will even arrange for some adversaries to help you hone your teamwork. Welcome to the Avengers." Chapter 43. Nicole, perhaps it was the presence of Qin Xiao that made a difference. Compared to the portrayal in the films, Nick Fury was remarkably candid with Tony. He immediately presented Howard Stark's relics, left behind at S-H-I-E-L-D, as a gift, and directly informed Tony that Howard Stark was one of the 3 founders of the Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement, and Logistics Division. Following the conclusion of World War II, a military general, a super agent named Peggy Carter, and the brilliant scientist Howard Stark established an organization known as the Strategic Scientific Reserve, or SSR. This was the genesis of S-H-I-E-L-D. Your father was not merely an old man who manufactured weapons. His perspective on the world and his influence extended far beyond your imagination. He firmly believed that science would ultimately provide a prosperous life for all and prevent the outbreak of war. However, constrained by the era, Many of his ideas remained unrealized. He believed you would one day change all of this. Despite having previously conferred with Qin Xiao regarding their stance on S-H-I-E-L-D, Nick Fury's words resonated deeply within Tony. After all, he had long harbored the belief that his father had never truly cared for him, feeling like a failure and utterly unreliable. Who could have guessed that his father held such high hopes for him? I understand it may be hard for you to believe these words come from your father. Here are the remnants he left for you. Take a good look, and you will see. The arc reactor embodies his greatest hope for eradicating war, renewable energy, which would spare nations from waging wars over resources, wouldn't it? Nick Fury proved to be a master of persuasion, never once mentioning Tony Stark's potential involvement with S-H-I-E-L-D, or the so-called Avengers Initiative. Those matters were left to Qin Xiao. He merely forged a bond and revealed the one thing Tony desired most, his father's acknowledgement. It struck at the heart. Thus, whether it was the relics presented by Nick Fury, the origins of S-H-I-E-L-D, or the personal plans shared between Tony and Qin Xiao, Iron Man's integration into the Avengers seemed inevitable. As for the Hulk, Black Widow mentioned that he continued his research while undergoing a series of specialized training sessions, enabling him to better control his emotions and heart rate, preventing him from transforming into the Hulk in daily life. Yet, Qin Xiao understood that in a certain sense, Hulk and Banner were two sides of the same coin. The more one suppressed their emotions, the more likely they were to encounter irreversible consequences. Just like Banner in the Avengers, who maintained perfect control most of the time, even during battles, allowing Black Widow to manage Hulk's temper. This ultimately led to Hulk dominating the body for 2 years on Sakaar. Qin Xiao was aware of this, yet he refrained from intervening excessively, primarily because he himself lacked any effective solutions. After perusing the artifacts left by his father, Tony immersed himself in his laboratory. Qin Xiao was acutely aware that Tony had likely discovered the palladium poisoning issue due to the problems with the arc reactor. Before officially commencing the site selection work with Black Widow, Qin Xiao's residence was finally in order. Driving the Audi R8, which he had acquired from Tony's garage, an automobile that frequently graced Marvel films. Likely due to sponsorship reasons, he found himself reflecting on a more pragmatic explanation for Tony's preference for Audi. It was Tony who had contributed to the enhancement of Audi's engine. It is well known that Tony Stark, a super scientist of considerable renown, lent an invaluable endorsement to the Audi brand, underscoring its significance. Audi also ensured that Tony received the latest models each year. Recently, they had delivered yet another vehicle, and Qin Xiao, rather audaciously, had taken one under the pretext of limited garage space. Upon arriving at his new apartment, he entered his fingerprint into the biometric lock. "Welcome home, Mr. Qin. I am your housekeeper. You may call me Nicole." A youthful voice, tinged with a hint of playfulness, resonated. Nicole? Qin Xiao mused over the name, finding it amusingly reminiscent of a boiled egg, though he deemed such trivialities inconsequential. What truly mattered was the practicality of the artificial intelligence. While it could not compare to Jarvis, who was a sophisticated amalgamation of all of Tony's knowledge and the known laws of the universe, enabling him to assist with any calculations or scientific inquiries Tony required, Nicole was decidedly more personable. In addition to controlling the specially designed furniture and appliances throughout the house, she offered various auxiliary functions, alarms, time reminders, weather updates, and even the ability to engage in discussions about films previously viewed at home. Of course, these films had to be ones already circulating in the public domain, as Nicole's role differed from that of Jarvis. She synthesized external movie review data to converse with her master. While Qin Xiao did not grasp the more complex aspects, he understood that, as a home assistant, she was utterly perfect. This was the essence of a truly intelligent living experience. In his previous life, similar artificial intelligence products had emerged, integrated with specific furniture and appliances, capable of executing commands directly. However, those devices often felt rigid in their command reception and execution, sometimes making it more convenient to perform tasks manually. Without taking the time to thoroughly explore his new home, he overlooked the mischievous touch of Tony. who had juxtaposed their playful peace sign gesture in a photo that found its way onto the headlines. Qin Xiao directed Nicole to unveil the hidden chamber behind the bed in his bedroom. This chamber featured a manual button concealed behind their photograph. Placing his palm on it would trigger an automatic scan to unlock. This was a specially modified room, fortified with a layer of unique alloy, courtesy of Tony's ingenuity. Even if the entire edifice were to explode, this secret chamber, severed from the surrounding concrete and steel, would transform into a formidable metallic container, capable of withstanding the might of intercontinental ballistic missile-level devastation. Within this chamber lies a modest study, furnished not only with a desk and computer, but also equipped with a compact army cot and a restroom. It is, in essence, a temporary sanctuary, and one must commend Tony for his remarkably thoughtful arrangements. Furthermore, the bespoke artificial intelligence program designed for Qin Xiao, known as Nicole, has its server housed within this diminutive refuge. This encapsulates Qin Xiao's ultimate objective, to replicate its program. Chapter 44. Return. After Qin Xiao and the system confirmed several times that both worlds had completely halted their flow, he resolutely chose to return to his original world. Although the system did not specify a time limit for his return, this world was, after all, the foundation of Qin Xiao's existence, his roots. The longer he lingered in the Marvel Universe, the weaker his sense of belonging to this realm became. Continuing down this path was untenable. Thus Qin Xiao made the decisive choice to return. As darkness enveloped him, a sense of disorientation followed. Gradually, everything around him began to come into focus, revealing the familiar garage-converted rental apartment. Transitioning from a luxurious apartment in Los Angeles to such a modest dwelling was undeniably jarring. Moreover, in that other world, he was a member of the Avengers, A.S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, a friend of Tony Stark, and a new generation superhero, among other accolades. Sudden re-entry into such a place felt somewhat disconcerting. Fortunately, the system had prepared everything for him. Points could be exchanged for wealth, and he possessed an artificial intelligence that transcended this era. System, if I were to traverse again, would it be at any time and place? Qin Xiao inquired, voicing his foremost concern. Although it had been mentioned that a return was possible, he had neglected to ask about the conditions. The system's voice, devoid of emotion, responded. The time limit is 15 days. To traverse to another world, sufficient spatial energy must be accumulated, requiring the host to remain in this world for 15 days before the next traversal can be initiated. 15 days it is, Qin Xiao mused. Considering that time was frozen in both realms, thus not affecting anything on the other side, he took a moment to gather his thoughts, preparing to contemplate how to advance in this world. Suddenly, a series of urgent knocks echoed at the door. Delivery for you. A booming voice called from the threshold. The garage-converted abode typically featured simple, inexpensive aluminum doors, often installed haphazardly, with a couple of movable sections serving as the main entrance. Consequently, the delivery knock reverberated through the entire row of aluminum. Furrowing his brow, Qin Xiao hurried to open the door. A folder awaited him. Glancing at it, he noted the absence of a sender's address. He was unsure if the phone number was in his mobile, and the name was unfamiliar. Upon opening the folder, he discovered a beautifully crafted invitation. The invitation was remarkably creative, revealing a sketch of a wedding photo of a couple upon opening. Without needing to see the names, Qin Xiao immediately recognized them as the deceitful couple who had wronged his previous self. Bastards! A surge of unbridled rage ignited within him, nearly compelling him to tear the invitation to shreds. It was only when he noticed a small slit on the invitation that he abruptly calmed himself. What had just transpired? A bead of cold sweat formed on Qin Xiao's forehead. Although he possessed all the memories of that unfortunate previous self, the events that unfolded were still profoundly impactful to him. As a mere observer, Qin Xiao had indeed resolved to avenge himself. However, he was determined not to lose his composure. Was this his final shred of obsession, or perhaps a lingering wish? Fear not, my brother, since fate has intertwined our paths. Having inherited your physical prowess, I have also embraced your enmity. They shall not have it easy. Qin Xiao murmured to himself. Whether it was a realization struck by Qin Xiao or from a scientific perspective. Residual hatred left in his brain from his predecessor towards these two individuals or this particular situation, he could not tell. Regardless, after uttering these words, the bitterness within his heart gradually subsided. System, please exchange for 500 points worth of currency. Qin Shao commanded the system. 500 points were sufficient to convert into 500 million in currency, a substantial amount indeed. Points held considerable significance for Qin Shao, who could predict the treasures the secondary marketplace might offer. Thus, he was cautious not to exchange too much at once. 500 million was already a considerable fortune. Should the need arise, Qin Shao could always exchange again. In less than a minute, the 500 million was directly deposited into his account. As the system put it, the process was swift, efficient, and secure. Glancing at the outdated items in the garage, Qin Shao felt no attachment. He strode confidently out, intent on living fully for the previous Qin Shao, which did not imply any nostalgia for the past. He was an independent entity. Casually, he dialed the landlord, informing him that he would no longer be renting the property and that he had no need for the belongings inside. He provided a card number for the deposit refund, which mattered little to him. Apart from his mobile phone and identification, Qin Shao carried only an invitation. The date inscribed upon it was 10 days hence, at a luxurious hotel in the bustling metropolis of Modu, a place once yearned for by the deceased Qin Shao during his entrepreneurial endeavors. At that time, he, along with his deeply affectionate girlfriend and his closest friend, resided in a county near Modu, dreaming of a day when their project would succeed, granting them access to the city to pursue their ambitions and carve out their own space in one of the world's foremost cities. With fervor, they brainstormed ideas and scoured the market. Qin Shao exhibited boundless enthusiasm. Their efforts bore fruit, and expectations for the project soared, yet at the critical moment, he was betrayed by the woman he cherished most and the brother he trusted implicitly. A self-deprecating chuckle escaped him, uncertain whether this emotion stemmed from himself or the deceased Qin Shao. Stepping off the high-speed train, Qin Shao surveyed the bustling platform, unhurried in his exit. Instead, he leisurely lit a cigarette. For the present Qin Shao, exacting revenge on that treacherous couple was merely a matter of lifting a finger. What truly mattered was to leverage the resources of the Marvel Universe, swiftly establish a foothold in this world, and thrive. He intended to dominate this city. Modu, here I come. A sly smile graced Qin Zhao's lips as he softly addressed the sign bearing the words Magic City in the distance. The train was on the verge of departing, yet he lingered behind the yellow line, tempting fate. Hurry and exit the station, bellowed a middle-aged woman clad in work attire, brandishing a loudspeaker not far from him. Hey, move it. I'm sorry. Qin Shao tightened the straps of his backpack and hurriedly made his escape. Head bowed low. Today features just 2 chapters. As I transition from the Marvel Universe back to the urban landscape, I must contemplate how to weave together this urban narrative. I fear that writing too extensively may diminish its allure, and I worry that it may not captivate your interest. I shall strive for a compact structure infused with more exhilarating moments. Should you have any suggestions, particularly if you find the urban segments less appealing, please feel free to leave a message, and I will endeavor to shorten them. Tomorrow, I shall present 3 chapters, with the first one to be released in the afternoon. Chapter 45. Engaging a coffin-long Fengxiang's flagship store in the magical city, in stark contrast to the opulent branches flourishing across the entirety of China, exudes a charm reminiscent of a bygone era. The decor of this century-old establishment leans towards the aesthetics of the last century, eschewing flamboyant colors and ostentatious lighting in favor of a subdued yet luxurious atmosphere, where the ordinary merges seamlessly with the extraordinary. It embodies the essence of the old magical city, a realm of vibrant nightlife infused with a distinct old-world elegance. The old store is modest in size, a 3-story building with a total area of no more than 1,000 square meters. A well-worn wooden plaque prominently displays the elegant characters of Long Fengxiang. The entrance boasts an expansive parking lot exceeding 1,000 square meters. Beyond its practicality, this vast space in a city where every inch of land is precious symbolizes a significant strength for a gold and silver jewelry shop. As an established flagship, the store's offerings differ from those of its branches. Here, the focus is primarily on custom pieces reflecting the essence of Chinese aesthetics. The dazzling diamond and gemstone business that flourishes in other locations is absent, replaced instead by bespoke gold, silver, and jade creations. A brand new Rolls-Royce Phantom glided to a halt in front of Long Feng Xiang's venerable doors, before the driver, clad in a black suit and white gloves, could exit. The doorman, adept in his duties, swiftly approached and opened the rear door. "Welcome to the century-old Long Feng Xiang." Upon the doorman's announcement, a casually dressed young man emerged from the vehicle, donned in flip-flops and shorts, complemented by a linen white shirt, a truly relaxed ensemble. The doorman, with keen eyes, immediately recognized that every piece of the young man's attire was from a luxury brand's summer collection. Even those flip-flops likely cost nearly a month's salary. His smile brightened further. The first floor displayed finished jewelry and jade, while the second floor was dedicated to customization, boasting the finest designers and craftsmen in the industry. "Would you like to browse the first floor or head upstairs for tea?" "I'll go to the second floor. Please have your manager join us. I'm looking for something rather special and would like to discuss it in detail," Qin Xiao replied with a smile. Naturally, someone guided Qin Xiao to the second floor. Upon ascending, they entered a grand hall adorned with the names and photographs of designers and master carvers, showcasing their past works and accolades. The top designers and craftsmen seldom engaged unless one was prepared to pay a premium or possessed exceptional materials. After a brief tour of the hall, the store manager hurriedly emerged, ushering Qin Xiao into a series of small rooms adjacent to the hall. Each room was designed to resemble a quaint tea room, specifically crafted to host high-end custom clients. The manager settled Qin Xiao in one of the rooms, allowing him to select a type of tea, after which a young lady responsible for brewing tea arrived with a pot. Once she poured a full cup, Qin Xiao savored the tea, relishing the flavor. The manager leisurely commenced discussing the matter at hand. "Mr. Qin, may I inquire what type of jewelry or ornament you desire? Or do you possess some rare materials that you wish our master craftsman to sculpt?" Holding an empty teacup, Qin Xiao gently pushed it toward the young lady, awaiting her to refill it with a steaming cup of tea. With a cheerful smile, he turned to the manager and said, "I do not require an exceptionally skilled craftsman. I intend to create something substantial from pure gold, necessitating a considerable amount of gold, yet I have no particular demands regarding the intricacy of the carving." A large quantity. The manager felt that this transaction might not be as grand as he initially presumed. "What exactly do you wish to craft from gold? A chair, a table, or perhaps a delicate ornament? May I inquire what you intend to customize? Furniture? A statue? Or something else?" Although slightly disheartened, the manager maintained his politeness. "A coffin," Qin Xiao declared, draining his teacup and placing it heavily on the table. He had given them 5 days to complete the task, insisting that he did not require elaborate carvings, just a standard coffin shape. Typically, such a request for a pure gold coffin would be declined by Long Feng Xiang. However, aside from the market price of the gold, Qin Xiao offered a processing fee of 1 million, making it difficult for the manager to refuse. Their establishment housed numerous processing factories, adept at creating everything from statues to furniture, merely a matter of crafting molds and melting materials. With payment assured, everything could be arranged. After agreeing on a delivery in 5 days, Qin Xiao gracefully exited the shop. "Uncle Wang, let us find a place to dine before heading to a nightclub, preferably one with a larger scale and a mix of clientele. No need for it to be in the city center." Qin Xiao instructed the driver as soon as he entered the vehicle. This marked the 3rd day of Qin Xiao's arrival in the bustling metropolis. The car was newly acquired, and the driver, an experienced local, had been hired temporarily through the hotel where Qin Xiao was staying, well-versed in navigating the city with daily wages. After a casual dinner, the driver parked beside a towering building in the eastern outskirts, an area renowned for its eclectic mix of establishments, including bathhouses, KTV venues, and nightclubs, where any service could be procured for the right price. Perhaps due to Qin Xiao's generous spending and courteous demeanor over the past few days, the driver, Uncle Wang, regarded him with respect. "Mr. Qin, if I may interject," he hesitated before continuing, You come from a good family and are in the prime of your youth. Engaging in a bit of revelry is not uncommon. However, there are certain things one must avoid, for they could lead to a lifetime of regret. Uncle Wang offered this well-meaning advice, suspecting that Qin Xiao sought out such vibrant locales for potentially unsavory indulgences, perhaps even substances that might lead to addiction. Qin Xiao chuckled heartily, giving Uncle Wang a reassuring pat on the shoulder. "Thank you, but your concern is somewhat unwarranted. I merely came here seeking assistance with a trivial matter." After speaking, I did not forget to hand a thin stack of banknotes to Uncle Wang. "Please finish your shift today. I shall drive back to the hotel on my own. Tomorrow, you can simply come to the hotel to find me." Qin Zhao's words left Uncle Wang in a state of ambivalence. However, being merely an employee, he felt he had little choice but to comply. With a faint sigh, he accepted the money and exited the vehicle. The dinner hour had just passed, and the nightlife venues had yet to open their doors. The bathing and KTV establishments were not particularly crowded. After parking the car, Qin Xiao sauntered casually through the entrance of the bathing establishment. Following the resounding welcome from the reception staff, a server escorted Qin Xiao towards the grand lobby. This bathing facility boasted an impressive lobby, soaring to a height of at least 10 meters. The server led Qin Xiao to a sofa on one side and said, "Sir, if you wish to take a shower, I can assist you in changing your shoes." Holding a pair of slippers, the server spoke with utmost respect. "I do not wish to bathe. I have come to discuss business with your boss. Could you summon someone with authority to converse with me?" Qin Xiao replied with a slight smile. In such an establishment, it seemed improbable that one could easily meet the proprietor. The server appeared momentarily taken aback, but maintained a polite demeanor, stating, "Sir, the boss is not someone I can easily arrange for you to see. If you have any matters to discuss, please share them with me. And if I am unable to assist, I shall fetch our manager to serve you." How does that sound? His words remained courteous, yet there was an underlying tone of assertiveness. Qin Xiao, unfazed, reached for the ashtray on the coffee table before him. "Are you capable of managing a situation should I decide to create a scene?" Chapter 46. The Groom and the Bride Bang. The heavy ashtray crashed violently onto the coffee table. With a resounding crash, the tempered glass shattered into irregular small circular fragments, each the size of a coin. Surrounding the scene were ushers clad in bellhop uniforms and security personnel dressed in black suits, equipped with earpieces. Out of nowhere, over a dozen individuals rushed in, swiftly encircling Qin Xiao. "What is happening?" A man, towering at least 6 feet tall and appearing to be over 35, pushed through the crowd. Approaching the waiter who had escorted Qin Xiao, "Brother Lu." The waiter, upon seeing the man approach, promptly lowered his head in greeting. He then leaned in and quickly recounted the events that had transpired. While listening to the waiter's account, the man scrutinized Qin Xiao from head to toe. Dressed in luxury attire, Qin Xiao maintained an expression of calm indifference. The man, hesitant to confront him directly, gestured for the crowd to disperse and seated himself on a nearby single sofa. "Brother, I am unaware if our services have failed to meet your expectations. But if our staff has displeased you in any way, direct your grievances towards me. Whatever you wish to enjoy tonight, it is my treat." Previously, Uncle Wang had informed Qin Xiao that this establishment was owned by a so-called local bigwig. Although not situated in the heart of the metropolis, this entire 6-story building housed numerous entertainment facilities, including KTV, bathing services, and nightclubs. Whether the building was constructed or leased, it was beyond the means of ordinary thugs or the average person to manage. Having ascended to such a position, the man would hardly notice mere brawls. And should one accidentally tread on his foot, he might be the first to apologize. Moreover, with Qin Zhao's opulent appearance and his unyielding demeanor, the man, who resembled the head of security, opted for polite conversation to ascertain Qin Xiao's background before proceeding. Qin Xiao, disinterested in idle chatter, swiftly produced a bank card with a resounding slap. "This card holds 2 million, with a password of 6 zeros. I do not care if this establishment belongs to you or your boss. Let us discuss a small business deal, regardless of the outcome. Consider this some a token of our introduction." With 2 million as an opening gesture, the man hesitated to take decisive action. He simply replied, "Please hold on a moment," and stepped away to make a phone call. In less than 2 minutes, The man returned, bowing respectfully to Qin Xiao. Our boss is currently occupied. If you do not mind, I can arrange for you to go upstairs to relax in a bath, while he returns shortly to meet with you. Very well. Qin Xiao responded without pretension, rising to follow the man upstairs. After ensuring Qin Xiao was comfortably settled, the man hurried back to the lobby. Swiftly checking his balance on the card, confirming the amount was accurate, he picked up the phone to call his boss once more. June 27, 2021, the 18th day of the 5th lunar month. Year of the Metal Ox, month of the Wood Horse, day of the Fire Horse. Caution: opening a business, logging, constructing beams. Favorable: engagement, completing hiring, traveling, moving. This day, for the people of Huaxia, does not qualify as an auspicious wedding day. It is rather unremarkable. Yet, Guo Xinliang chose this particular day, for it coincides with the lunar calendar date of 518, which phonetically conveys his desire for prosperity. At precisely 4:30, the landline on the bedside table rang. This was the wake-up call that Guo Xinliang had arranged with the hotel the previous night. After hanging up, he gazed at the alluring figure beside him, half covered by the sheets. Drawing back the curtains, he was greeted by the dawn's soft light. From the 30-plus floors of the opulent hotel suite, he could see the early risers beginning to meander onto the streets below. Lying on the bed was a long-legged model. Once a distant dream, Guo Xinliang was thoroughly content with his current life, even if it meant betraying his lifelong brothers and sacrificing his marriage. Standing on the balcony, he inhaled the fresh air, lit a cigarette, and dialed his wife's number. Hello? A muffled, irate voice came through the phone. Guo Xinliang's lips twitched. Her tone shattered his fleeting good mood. Aren't you awake yet? What time is it? Do you even realize what day it is? The makeup artist will arrive shortly. What were you up to last night? Did you spend half the night at the nightclub again? Guo Xinliang lowered his voice, striving to suppress his anger. Yet the reproach in his tone was unmistakable. Mr. Guo, what is your attitude? We agreed to go our separate ways. When you dragged me into swallowing Qin Zhao's company shares, you were like a lapdog in front of me. What is this? Now that the company is nearing its IPO, you think you're important? Turning your back on me, are you? Let me remind you, according to our agreement, the management rights of the company rest with both of us. Without me, you'll just be a minor shareholder, and eventually, the venture capitalists will oust you. The woman's voice rose several decibels, clearly displeased with Guo Xinliang's tone. Shut up. It's your own greed that's at fault. Don't shift the blame onto me. I don't interfere with your affairs, but today is our wedding day. And you had the audacity to bring a male escort back to the hotel last night. Guo Xinliang clenched his fist and struck the balcony railing with force. Mr. Guo, you truly are something else. Don't pretend you have no women around you. Stop putting on this melodramatic facade. Once the company goes public in a year and the shares can be traded, I'm leaving you. I warn you, do not bother me. If you provoke me, I will directly transfer my shares to someone else. The woman on the other end of the line harshly concluded and hung up. Chu Feng, you wretched woman. Guo Xinliang nearly succumbed to the urge to smash his phone. It's getting late. There's still a chapter left. Those who retire early can read it tomorrow morning. Chapter 47. The wedding gift 3 years ago. Qin Xiao mortgaged his only residence. He then endeavored to borrow over 3 million, ultimately amassing a total of 5 million to establish a company. This enterprise primarily focused on operating claw machines in various entertainment venues, such as cinemas and KTVs in 3rd and 4th tier cities. The company provided machines, plush toys, and maintenance services, while the entertainment venues supplied the space, power, and routine upkeep of equipment. At that time, Qin Xiao, working alone, enlisted his girlfriend, Chu Feng, to manage the finances, while his childhood friend, Guo Xinliang, was responsible for handling phone calls and maintaining client relations. Qin Xiao invested both capital and effort, holding a 60 stake, while Guo Xinliang and Chu Feng each retained 20. Initially, all seemed well. Although the company was small, Qin Xiao dedicated himself tirelessly, visiting 3 counties daily to target bustling locations like shopping malls and cinemas. Meanwhile, Guo Xinliang and Chu Feng diligently managed internal affairs, overseeing inventory and actively communicating with clients to enhance the appearance of the toys and promptly addressing any malfunctions or shortages. As profits grew increasingly stable, the company expanded into 70 or 80 counties. Unbeknownst to Qin Xiao, who toiled under the sun, Chu Feng and Guo Xinliang exchanged glances in the office daily. Not only had they forged a secret alliance, but they also schemed to usurp his company. Guo Xinliang, appearing increasingly dissatisfied with his 20 share, assumed a boss-like demeanor as he handled phone calls. With rising revenues, Chu Feng grew frustrated with Qin Zhao's refusal to distribute dividends, as he was solely focused on scaling the business, while she yearned for immediate enjoyment of life. Thus, the two conspirators, already entwined, placed a share transfer document beneath an innocuous contract, deceiving the unsuspecting Qin Xiao into signing it without hesitation. Consequently, he was ousted from the very company he had founded, left destitute and burdened with debt. Qin Xiao spent an entire year pursuing legal recourse, yet they had anticipated his actions, now with empty pockets. He could not afford even a decent attorney. Ultimately, he faced defeat in court. In desperation, he contemplated taking his own life by ingesting poison. However, unbeknownst to him, the company he had tirelessly built had undergone a second round of financing and was rapidly expanding, nearing the brink of going public. Poor Qin Xiao, who had laid the groundwork through relentless effort, found himself as merely a footnote in another success story. In contrast to Qin Xiao, Guo Xinliang and Chu Feng clearly recognized the immense value of the expansive market they had cultivated. By adeptly managing the company and leveraging their substantial customer base, they could seamlessly branch into numerous other ventures. For instance, with so many cinemas at their disposal, establishing a small factory to produce innovative popcorn at reasonable prices, while offering modest kickbacks to the managers of these venues, would guarantee a lucrative business, given the substantial clientele at hand. Unlike her counterpart, Chu Feng has a different approach. Once the company goes public, she intends to capitalize on the favorable market conditions by selling a portion of the stocks to acquire a substantial amount of cash, while retaining a fraction of the shares to enjoy annual dividends. For her, this arrangement suffices. This is precisely why, upon her suggestion to transfer shares to others, Guo Xinliang felt a sense of helplessness. While financing and going public can propel the company towards rapid growth, mismanagement could easily lead to relinquishing control of the enterprise. Once management rights are lost, no matter how many shares one holds, there are always ways to dilute that ownership gradually and eventually oust one from the company. This is why the duo initially clung tightly to one another, even resorting to the bond of marriage to intertwine their interests, all in a bid to resist capital encroachment and maintain their authority over the company. Beneath the veneer of disdain, Guo Xinliang seethed with resentment, biting down on his cigarette but with a crackling sound. Despite their current estrangement and mutual animosity, the wedding performance must proceed flawlessly. He contacted the planning company and makeup team, transforming himself before departing from their freshly renovated home to pick up Chu Feng at the hotel. Although neither hailed from the metropolis, they had purchased a residence there. However, for the sake of tradition, Chu Feng was having her makeup done and changing attire at a hotel, while Guo Xinliang set out to fetch her home before heading to the banquet venue. With the company on the brink of going public, Guo Xinliang, an adept socializer, had made numerous acquaintances within just a year of arriving in the city. A sleek Aston Martin led their procession, followed by over 10 BMW 5 Series vehicles. While this motorcade might not exude luxury, it radiated youthful exuberance and was quite impressive. The celebratory atmosphere was palpable as they paraded from home to hotel, accompanied by the sound of drums and gongs. At the hotel entrance, a grand red carpet and inflatable arch awaited, adorned with exquisite European-style floral arrangements. Friends and family stood ready with firecrackers and ribbons, eagerly anticipating the arrival of the bride and groom. Just as the motorcade approached within 50 meters of the hotel, another procession emerged from the side road, a Rolls-Royce Phantom leading a striking line of red Ferrari sports cars, numbering 30 to 40 in total. Coincidentally, this opposing convoy blocked the entrance just as Guo Xinliang's vehicles were about to enter. What was happening? Guo Xinliang's heart sank as he sat in the lead car. Having the wedding vehicle obstructed at the entrance was far from an auspicious omen. The other convoy remained eerily still, with no one exiting to communicate. Guo Xinliang's party quickly consulted with the hotel staff to confirm whether another couple was also set to wed that day. The hotel personnel, equally perplexed, confirmed multiple times that only one wedding banquet was booked for today. After a tense standoff lasting several minutes, Guo Xinliang's relative, accompanied by a hotel staff member, approached the luxurious Rolls-Royce to inquire about the situation. "Excuse me, we are in the midst of a wedding here. Would you be so kind as to move aside?" The hotel staff gently tapped on the car window, while Guo Xinliang's relative swiftly produced an envelope containing a red packet. According to the customs of the Huaxia people, on auspicious occasions, a red packet serves as a token to pave the way for good fortune, ensuring no disturbances arise. "I have come specifically for the wedding. Both the groom and bride are dear friends of mine," he added. Qin Xiao, the occupant of the car, lowered the window and offered a subtle smile to the two individuals before gracefully exiting the vehicle. Today, Qin Xiao had undoubtedly made a concerted effort to present himself well. Donning a pair of bespoke English-style leather shoes and a leisure suit designed by a renowned European designer, his tall stature, coupled with a confident smile, drew the attention of all present. The current Qin Xiao was a far cry from the person he once was. Not only had he seemingly acquired a new soul, but his daily interactions with Tony Stark in the Marvel Universe had also exposed him to countless upscale gatherings and soirees. Bolstered by his wealth and prowess, the aura of confidence he exuded was not something that could be easily replicated by ordinary individuals. "Sir, if you are here to attend the wedding, might I kindly ask you to move your vehicle? You are obstructing the newlyweds' procession," the hotel staff politely remarked to Qin Xiao. He responded with a slight smile towards the lead vehicle. "I shall move shortly, but I must wait for my gift to arrive first." No sooner had he spoken than a convoy of over a dozen large pickup trucks emerged from seemingly nowhere. Each truck's bed was laden with white floral wreaths, each adorned with photographs of the bride and groom. The fleet of pickups brazenly halted in the middle of the road, and from them surged a multitude of imposing men clad in black suits, their robust physiques unmistakably signaling trouble. Each one brandished 2 wreaths as they menacingly advanced towards the entrance of the hotel. Chapter 48. The Wedding with Flying Paper Money. Dozens of imposing, robust men and hundreds of floral wreaths were meticulously arranged along the street, flanking the red carpet from the entrance of the hotel. The unfolding of these events was both rapid and unexpected. A luxurious convoy blocked the entrance, while a group clad in black suits approached, laying wreaths along the carpet. Moreover, these individuals, after placing the wreaths, formed pairs and stood at intervals beside the carpet, indicating that the wreaths were not to be removed lightly. "Who are you? What do you want?" A trembling relative of Guo Xinliang pointed a shaky finger at Qin Xiao, his voice quivering with uncertainty. The hotel staff had wisely chosen to remain silent, recognizing the gravity of the situation. Delivering wreaths on such a joyous occasion hinted at deep-seated enmity, and observing the convoy, it was evident that the visitors were not of ordinary standing. Thus, the staff opted to retreat, avoiding any further involvement. Qin Xiao disregarded the relative's inquiry, waving his hand as more than 10 individuals in black suits disembarked from the Ferrari convoy. They swiftly apprehended Guo Xinliang's relative, while simultaneously blocking the family and friends of the bride and groom who had emerged from the hotel. In such a tense atmosphere, ordinary friends would certainly refrain from intervening. Only Guo Xinliang and Chu Feng's families ventured to confront the situation. Yet, they were promptly halted by the imposing figures in black suits at the hotel entrance. The guards neither struck nor insulted. They merely permitted shouting while ensuring that no one disrupted Qin Xiao. Even the wedding convoy was not spared, with the exception of the lead vehicle. Each car had 2 individuals in black suits positioned to prevent the bride and groom's relatives from disembarking. Once the scene had been aptly set, Qin Xiao approached the lead vehicle with a smile, taking deliberate steps. Inside the car, Guo Xinliang and Chu Feng were utterly bewildered as they witnessed Qin Xiao alight. Just over half a month prior, they had sought information regarding his circumstances, perceiving him as a disoriented individual fixated on reclaiming his company, without stable employment, residing in a garage, and frequently pursued by creditors. In an inexplicable act, Chu Fong even arranged for an invitation to be sent to him. However, the spectacle before them, this extravagant convoy, was far beyond what they could have anticipated, especially considering the multitude of people involved. Despite their self-assuredness about knowing Qin Xiao thoroughly, the scene astounded them. Moreover, Qin Xiao's attire and demeanor were striking. Had it not been for his familiar visage, they would scarcely have believed it was him. What? Do you not recognize me? I have come to celebrate your wedding and have even orchestrated this grand display for you. Is a simple thank you too much to ask? Qin Xiao gently tapped on the rear window, his tone light, yet imbued with a hint of irony. Exchanging glances, Gua Xinliang and Chu Fong were momentarily speechless. Summoning his courage, Gua Xinliang finally managed to stammer, Qin Xiao, what brings you here? Isn't it your invitation that prompted my presence? Qin Xiao retorted, producing an invitation from his pocket and tossing it into the car window. Upon seeing the invitation, Gua Xinliang shot a fierce glare at Chu Fong. Although the events surrounding Qin Xiao remain shrouded in mystery, the current situation leaves no room for evasion, nor is it an opportune moment for discord. The prevailing atmosphere indicates that any form of dissent would be futile. Chu Fong, typically fierce in demeanor, now finds herself rendered speechless in the face of this predicament. Gua Xinliang, feeling the weight of the moment, can only muster a smile that is more ghastly than a ghost's, and he speaks, Qin Xiao. I acknowledge that both of us have wronged you. However, today marks our wedding day. Can we not postpone any issues until after the ceremony? Indeed, Gua Xinliang's words ring true. With so many relatives and friends in attendance, they must endure and complete the wedding first. His tone suggests that I am here to collect a debt when, in fact, I only came to celebrate your union. Look at me. I even arranged a convoy and brought flowers. But what is this convoy? You are about to become the chairman of a publicly listed company. Such a display hardly befits your status, my friend, Qin Xiao remarked with a grin. Inside, Gua Xinliang felt his temper reaching a boiling point. Who brings funeral wreaths to a wedding as if they were flowers? As no disturbance or violence had occurred, reporting to the police would be futile. Delivering wreaths is not against the law, after all. Thank you for your kind intentions, but my convoy has already arrived. Could we please enter? The ceremony is about to commence. And as for those flowers, could you kindly remove them? Gua Xinliang said through clenched teeth. Of course, Qin Xiao exclaimed with a snap of his fingers. He waved toward the back, and the convoy, along with the pickup trucks, slowly exited the driveway. You have the convoy, but you cannot refuse my flowers. Hurry and get out of the car. I am eagerly waiting to welcome the bride and groom, Qin Xiao cheerfully insisted, producing a confetti cannon from seemingly nowhere. Gua Xinliang, caught in a difficult position, watched as the convoy made its way into the hotel. Chu Fong, reluctant yet apprehensive about facing Qin Xiao, stepped out of the vehicle. As they advanced along the red carpet, flanked by towering funeral wreaths, Gua Xinliang demonstrated remarkable composure. Taking a deep breath, he guided Chu Fong slowly forward. Qin Xiao felt a profound respect for Gua Xinliang's ability to endure this situation. However, after meticulously orchestrating this spectacle for over 10 days, Qin Xiao had more surprises in store. Upon seeing the newlyweds step onto the red carpet, he waved dramatically. The men in black suits stationed along the carpet simultaneously reached behind the wreaths to retrieve their confetti cannons. With a resounding pop, 2 blasts echoed in unison, releasing a shower of paper confetti into the air. Yet, instead of the customary sparkling streamers, what emerged were sheets of white paper resembling coins. At the entrance of the 5-star hotel, the red carpet was adorned with balloons, and a couple in formal attire was flanked by several bridesmaids and groomsmen. However, the ground on either side of the red carpet was lined with wreaths typically reserved for funerals, while above, a flurry of white paper money cascaded down. The scene was undeniably bizarre. Among the guests, some remained indifferent, while others had already dialed the police. Some captured this rare and peculiar moment on their mobile phones, while others engaged in a tussle with a group of burly men clad in black suits at the entrance. Finally, as a flurry of paper money filled the air, someone could no longer contain themselves. It was unclear whose relative it was, but they bellowed, "You scoundrels are taking this too far." However, before any action could be taken, Numerous vehicles in the hotel parking lot opened their doors. Another group in black suits surged forth, distinct from the previous ones, each wielding glimmering daggers. Although Qin Shao had instructed them to refrain from causing harm, it was impossible not to intimidate when such chaos erupted at a wedding. Indeed, as this armed assembly advanced, the previously unruly individuals swiftly regained their composure. Even those who remained impulsive were firmly restrained by their surrounding friends and family. Qin Shao observed the ashen faces of Guo Xingliang and Chu Feng and remarked, "Do you think I have gone too far? I too share that sentiment, which is why I have prepared a grand gift for you, custom-made specifically for the two of you, and it is quite valuable." Chapter 49. The end of the performance as a pivotal element painstakingly arranged by Qin Shao. The coffin, crafted entirely from pure gold, had been delivered well in advance. It resided within a modest cargo van parked in the hotel lot. In preparation for this day, Qin Shao had taken meticulous measures. With a subtle wave of his hand towards the van, two men clad in black suits emerged, each straining to maneuver a heavy-duty dolly. Two additional figures joined them, one inside and one outside, as they expertly pushed the resplendent coffin from the vehicle. With a resounding thud, it was securely positioned between the two dollies. "Brother Lu, is this coffin truly made of pure gold?" inquired one of the suited men, his voice barely above a whisper. "It must be," came the reply, "but why concern ourselves? The boss has declared this individual to be a god of wealth. Any disruption warrants a generous reward. Isn't this far safer than engaging in a brawl? Enough talk. Let's get to work." Together, they maneuvered the several hundred-pound golden coffin onto the crimson carpet. Its gleaming surface still bore a tag proclaiming its authenticity as a dragon and phoenix design made from exquisite gold. The gathering fell into a stunned silence. A coffin of pure gold weighed a minimum of 300 to 400 pounds, an unimaginable weight translating into a fortune worth several million, even at the lowest gold prices. Regardless of any personal grievances, the audacity of presenting such a lavish coffin was enough to leave many pondering the implications. In the minds of several attendees, a singular thought emerged. If someone were to disrupt their wedding and present them with a golden coffin, they would begrudgingly accept the ill omen. However, Guo Xinliang's thoughts were far more tumultuous. Today's assembly included numerous business acquaintances and partners he had met over the past year in the bustling metropolis. Setting aside the ramifications of this wedding, accepting such a coffin would inevitably tarnish his reputation in the industry. Countless thoughts swirled in Guo Xinliang's mind. Not out of fear of what Qin Shao might do, he doubted Qin Shao would dare to act violently in front of so many witnesses. What truly unnerved him was the source of Qin Shao's wealth and the extent of his network. Should Qin Shao rise again, Guo Xinliang feared that his own prospects would be bleak. "What are you truly aiming for, Qin Shao?" Guo Xinliang seethed, his teeth clenched. "What do I want? I have come to attend your wedding and bestow such an extravagant gift. What do you think I want?" Qin Shao retorted, "You wretched couple. You seized my company and my fortune. Do you have any idea what my life has been like over the past year? Do you know I attempted to end my life with poison? Now I have returned from the depths of despair, and you dare to question my intentions?" With rising agitation, Qin Shao struck Guo Xinliang with a forceful slap, sending him sprawling several meters away. Not only did a significant number of his teeth scatter, but half of his face swelled grotesquely, his head lolling as he lost consciousness. Guo Xinliang was sent flying by a slap from Qin Shao. Beside them, Chu Feng let out a terrified gasp. Qin Shao fixed his gaze upon his nominal ex-girlfriend. Qin Shao. Faced with Qin Zhao's penetrating stare, Chu Feng trembled, unable to articulate a single word. After years of close companionship with Qin Shao, she now found him strikingly unfamiliar. "What is it? You sent me an invitation to your wedding, intending for me to witness my own downfall, to relish my humiliation, did you not? Now that I am here, why are you rendered speechless?" As Qin Shao began to produce the invitation, Guo Xinliang cast an angry glance at Chu Feng, knowing full well that the decision to send the invitations had originated with her. I am sorry. Qin Shao had endured numerous tribulations, having taken many lives by his own hand. The aura he exuded was not something an ordinary person could withstand. With a simple step forward, he had Chu Fong quaking. At a loss for words. "I am sorry," Qin Xiao muttered, lowering his head before raising his hand and delivering another slap that sent Chu Fong sprawling. "Mr. Qin, please don't escalate this further. Someone inside has called the police, and they should be arriving shortly. You should leave this matter to us." The head of security from that day at the bathhouse, clad in a black suit, approached Qin Xiao with utmost respect. "Very well. I appreciate your assistance, my friend. Please ensure the last gift I requested is delivered." "Rest assured, Mr. Qin." After all the commotion, Qin Xiao dusted himself off and departed in a Rolls-Royce. The Ferrari convoy he had rented would naturally be returned by someone else. Just as Qin Xiao had taken his leave, a video suddenly appeared on the massive LED screen outside the hotel. It depicted Chu Fong and a man engaging intimately on a hotel bed. The scene quickly shifted to Gua Xinliang with another woman, and finally, it transitioned to footage of Gua Xinliang and Chu Fong engaged in a heated argument in a room. They initially accused each other of blatant infidelity, but soon their quarrel reverted to the time they had conspired together to deceive Qin Xiao into signing that shareholder agreement. Chu Fong pointed an accusatory finger at Gua Xinliang, claiming that without her cooperation, he would not have achieved his current status. Gua Xinliang retaliated by berating Chu Fong, labeling her as a worthless individual who had eagerly joined forces to deceive Qin Xiao out of greed. In essence, both were deflecting blame, each exchanging barbs, ultimately laying bare the entire scheme to deceive Qin Xiao. With the release of those 3 brief videos, the crowd erupted in chaos. Soon, the police arrived on the scene, finally bringing this farcical affair to an end. The group of men in black suits that Qin Xiao had summoned did not resort to violence. Their actions consisted merely of reasonable pushes. The previously displayed gleaming daggers were nothing more than magic props purchased from a local market. Such matters were well within the expertise of these individuals who skirted the edges of society and the law. A mere trip to the police station would suffice to resolve the issues at hand. However, there were indeed 2 matters of considerable severity. One instance involves the 2 slaps delivered by Qin Xiao, which constitutes a rather grave act of violence. Furthermore, there is the dialogue between Gua Xinliang and Chu Fong captured at the end of the video. However, both incidents are rather ambiguous. As long as the parties involved do not pursue the matter, there is no need to bear criminal liability. When Gua Xinliang opened his eyes in the hospital, it was already afternoon. The blow from Qin Xiao not only shattered his teeth, but also resulted in a mild concussion. The hospital reassured him that he was fine and merely required a few days of rest. His aunt and uncle had gone to attend to relatives at home, and his cousin inquired, "What exactly transpired, Liangzi? Is it true that you and Chu Fong colluded to deceive her ex-boyfriend's company?" His cousin poured a glass as he spoke. "Cousin, oh no." Gua Xinliang winced in pain as he opened his mouth, feeling a sharp ache in his jaw. "Who told you that this is his cousin?" Upon observing the expression on his face, deduced the gravity of the situation and coldly tossed him a phone. Displayed on the screen were the 3 videos aired that very morning. Except for the initial 10 seconds that were not recorded, the rest was perfectly clear. "This is impossible. How could someone have filmed this without my knowledge?" Qin Xiao. Gua Xinliang was acutely aware of the implications this had for him. Even if he were spared imprisonment, he feared that everything he currently possessed would dissipate like smoke. "By the way, cousin, what happened to that pure gold coffin from the wedding? Is it still around?" At this moment, Gua Xinliang recalled the coffin, which was indeed made of solid gold. Even if he were to face disgrace and lose everything, as long as that coffin remained, he could return to his hometown and still lead a respectable life. "After you lost consciousness," Qin Xiao struck Chu Fong once more and then departed. Before the police arrived, that group in black suits removed the coffin, leaving while cursing, claiming he did not recognize the worth of such an extravagant gift. Gua Xinliang, overwhelmed with rage, opened his mouth, and a gush of blood from his gums erupted, accompanied by a glimmering molar. Chapter 50. A return to the scene. Brother Qin, I've heard from the fellows below that your scheme was truly remarkable, offering wreaths, paper money, and a coffin at someone else's wedding. Haha. It was at that KTV in the eastern suburbs, in the exclusive suite reserved for VIPs, a man in his 40s, with a square face and an air of joviality, declared while raising his glass to Qin Xiao. His name was Shiraigwa, a rather cliché name that seemed somewhat amusing paired with his surname. Yet, he was a man of considerable renown in the underworld of the bustling metropolis. Amidst an increasingly stringent environment, many so-called social leaders, notorious for their petty crimes and brawls, had either fled or found themselves imprisoned. Yet, he navigated the gray areas with finesse, establishing a sprawling entertainment complex. His prowess in the social sphere was indeed remarkable. When Qin Xiao made his move, it was a staggering 2 million, without violence or injury, merely a gathering to stir up excitement, which hardly constituted a major offense. Thus, this occasion was one of mutual satisfaction. Everything was executed smoothly, and profits were garnered with ease. Moreover, that 2 million was merely the beginning. Brother Shi, I owe you a great deal. Your men executed their tasks with great efficiency, magnificent. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to present such a splendid performance. You're too kind, my young brother. It's merely a matter of receiving compensation for services rendered, Shiraigwa replied with a hearty laugh, clinking his glass with Qin Xiao's. My dear brother, as for that coffin, it wasn't cheap for them. My men brought it back, and you may decide how to handle it. Should we keep it at your place? Or shall we melt it down into gold ingots for you? Shiraigwa's attentiveness was indeed commendable. Qin Xiao, not one to be overly sentimental, had never intended for this transaction to be a one-off. With a grand gesture, he replied, once something has been given, it cannot be taken back. A coffin is a coffin, in light of the notion of promotion and wealth. Since that couple cannot enjoy their fortune, Brother Shi, if you don't mind, consider it a token of appreciation for your efforts. Truthfully, when they first met, he had thrown down 2 million as a form of greeting. He had anticipated that after the matter concluded, perhaps he would offer a few 100,000 more as a reward for his subordinates' hard work. They would undoubtedly have dealings in the future, but with such a hefty sum of tens of millions. Shiraigwa had clearly proven that he was not one to be easily swayed by money. Having facilitated a minor task, how could he possibly be at ease with such a significant amount being exchanged? Brother, let us speak plainly. I navigate this world with a certain code. I wouldn't mind if there was a corpse inside that coffin, but today, I've merely assisted with a trivial matter. The initial greeting has already been ample. I fear I might not be able to bear such a massive sum. A grand entertainment complex surely wouldn't be acquired for less than 100 million, right? A mere few tens of millions shouldn't be so significant, surely? Qin Xiao gestured towards the opulent decor surrounding them. Ah, my dear brother, I do not possess such formidable strength. Despite the easy flow of money, supporting a host of brothers requires considerable management, leaving me with scant earnings. This is merely a small personal venture of a prominent boss, and I am but a mere guardian, akin to a watchful dog. The fact that they do not disdain my humble origins and have granted me a minor stake is a mere token gesture, Shiraigwa stated candidly. Excellent. Since Brother Shi is so forthright, I shall not be pretentious. I do not wish to rely on my family for sustenance. I aspire to establish a modest enterprise in this bustling metropolis. However, as a newcomer, I find myself in unfamiliar territory and require guidance, as well as a formidable protector. Qin Xiao expressed, though he refrained from elaborating on his specific intentions. It was evident that he sought legitimate business opportunities, needing assistance in navigating the local landscape. In times of trouble, it would be advantageous to have someone to manage affairs on his behalf. Lacking friends in this city, he found himself, for instance, unable to independently rent a Ferrari fleet. It was Shiraigwa who facilitated that arrangement. Having a reliable and discerning local ally significantly eased the challenges of any undertaking. With both parties laying their cards on the table, Shiraigwa felt a sense of reassurance. Yet, he remained cautious regarding the golden coffin, merely stating it had been converted into a membership card for local consumption. This was nothing more than a rephrasing, a way to secure a fallback option for himself. Qin Xiao harbored no objections. Opportunities would abound in the future, allowing for gradual dealings. Concerning the troubles with Guo Xinliang and Xu Fang, Shiraigwa assisted Qin Xiao in securing legal counsel. They negotiated the return of company shares along with compensation in exchange for Qin Xiao's decision not to pursue legal action against the two individuals. Naturally, They both dared not challenge the matter of Qin Zhao's personal injuries. With Shiraigwa, an experienced figure, in the mix, their financial standing was swiftly assessed. Beyond the company's shares, the compensation was meticulously calibrated to hit their breaking point, leaving them destitute and burdened with debt. The fallout from the wedding scandal had tarnished their reputations, making it impossible for them to remain in this city. Concerned that Qin Zhao might harbor lingering resentment, Shiraigwa, after indulging in drink, cryptically suggested accidents such as car crashes or drownings, or even enticing those two unworthy souls with their own vices, would pose no issue. Betraying a brother and seducing a sister-in-law is the most reprehensible form of treachery. To this, Qin Zhao merely smiled and shook his head, content as long as the two no longer crossed his path. With the situation escalating, the once accustomed to luxury pair would soon find themselves living in far worse conditions. His ability to traverse to this realm and acquire a system owed at least some credit to their actions. Total annihilation was unnecessary. Initially, Qin Zhao had little interest in the company's shares and, upon acquiring them, promptly sold them at a low price to venture capitalists. Having initially invested $5 million into the company, the sale of these shares yielded over $80 million in cash. In retrospect, it was a substantial profit, compensating for the extravagant expenses incurred during this period. After dealing with the myriad of chaotic matters, Qin Zhao entrusted Shiraigwa to assist him in locating a suitable venue within the city, as he intended to establish a high-tech company. With the artificial intelligence designed by Tony, he aimed to penetrate the market and firmly establish a foothold in the bustling metropolis of Magic City. The tasks of site selection, registration, and recruitment were all delegated to others, allowing Qin Zhao to enter a phase of leisure. It had been over 20 days since his return, ample time for the energy required for another traversal to accumulate. Bored, Qin Zhao began to inquire of the system. If he were to traverse again, would he still need to advance the plot by a certain stage before being able to return? Indeed, a significant plot development in the Marvel Universe was required before the host could choose to return. The system. Is there a way in the future for me to freely switch between the Marvel world and reality? Qin Zhao continued to inquire. Insufficient permissions. I can only inform the host that this limitation will certainly change over time, yet reaching a level of free switching remains a formidable challenge. The specifics of this transformation will naturally unfold as the host grows stronger. Very well. Qin Zhao nodded and initiated the traversal once more. At last, I have reached 100,000 words. Starting tomorrow, I will update 4 times daily. How long this will continue depends on my endurance, but at least for this week, it will be manageable. Today marks the completion of 100,000 words, and the website has granted its first traffic recommendation. For those who enjoy this book, I hope you will add it to your shelf, bestow a 5-star rating, and request updates. Such metrics are critically important for a new book. Thank you all. Chapter 51. The first gathering of the Avengers. The process of traversing dimensions was peculiar, akin to passing through a mist-laden passage. Suddenly, one found themselves in a vibrant world, where everything gradually reassembled before one's eyes, transforming into distinct entities. For Qin Zhao, this experience felt more like the disorientation of a car ride combined with the haze of a hangover. Lacking the grandiosity often depicted in fantasy novels that speak of breaking through the barriers of worlds, with everything at one's feet. Upon returning to the secret chamber crafted by Tony, Qin Zhao sat at the computer desk for a while, before rising slowly to explore his abode. To speak candidly, when compared to the soaring real estate prices in first-tier cities back home, the cost of living in Los Angeles was relatively modest. With less than $2 million, he acquired a high-rise apartment with 1 unit per floor, boasting nearly 400 square meters of space. Although this translated to over 10 million yuan, one must also consider the differences in the cost of living. While property prices were not exorbitant, owning such a sizable residence in the United States necessitated an additional tax payment of nearly $100,000 annually to the government. It was no wonder that he had often heard it said that while purchasing a large house in America was easy, maintaining it posed a greater challenge. Indeed, the traditional mindset of the Chinese people lingered, making this place feel more like home. It seemed prudent to consider purchasing a property in the vibrant metropolis upon his next visit. Speaking of the house, given the temporal stasis in this realm, today marked a momentous occasion, the celebration of his housewarming. It was customary to host a feast, with 30% of the motive rooted in the desire to uphold the traditional virtues of his culture, 20% to showcase his luxurious new dwelling, and 50% simply to alleviate boredom. Qin Xiao sent a text message to nearly everyone he knew in this world, which read, "Hello, this is Qin Xiao. Today I have moved into my new home, and according to Chinese tradition, one must invite friends to celebrate a new residence. Therefore, I have decided to host a grand banquet featuring traditional Chinese cuisine at my home tomorrow evening at 7 o'clock p.m. You are all warmly invited to join me. P.S. Another tradition dictates that when friends move into a new home, they should bring gifts and hongbao. For those unfamiliar with the term hongbao, feel free to Google it. Additionally, a friendly reminder, hongbao can be purchased in Chinatown. Attached is a screenshot of an electronic map marking the location. To be honest, Qin Xiao was not particularly skilled in the culinary arts. While he could manage a few simple home-cooked dishes, entertaining guests was another matter entirely. Yet, could the rich tapestry of Chinese culture, spanning thousands of years, allow one to forego hospitality simply due to an inability to cook? Hadn't he heard of hot pot? A trip to Chinatown would suffice. He could procure all the necessary ingredients and sauces, even an array of eclectic Chinese seasonings. While some items might remain unused, it was essential to have them on hand to imbue the home with a semblance of life. With a dual-flavored hot pot, sliced lamb, and tender beef, Qin Xiao finally understood why the Chinese abroad often found themselves drawn to Chinatown. The variety of goods available in a single block far surpassed what one could find in a large supermarket back home. From an array of delectable snacks, traditional tang suits, martial arts training, to the culinary delights of Guangdong dim sum and Sichuan hot pot, one can find everything from preserved vegetable oil sticks to even little raccoon snacks. There are massage parlors and mahjong rooms, and even offerings for funerary garments and wreaths. For a recluse, the experience of stepping out to purchase necessities is hardly distinguishable from life back home. However, some dishes in certain restaurants have been largely westernized, resulting in a slight deviation from their authentic domestic flavors. After procuring a multitude of items, he returned home laden with bags, boiling water to prepare the base ingredients. He meticulously washed and chopped vegetables, arranging them neatly on the table. He also prepared an abundance of fruits. Before entertaining guests, the bustling activity had inadvertently infused his home with a touch of liveliness, a perfect ambience. After a long afternoon of preparation, Qin Xiao casually picked up an apple, nibbling on it while awaiting the arrival of guests. Oh, not just any guests, but the coveted red envelopes that accompany them. To his surprise, the first guest was none other than Dr. Banner. Qin Xiao had not sent him a message. In fact, since the day he was taken by S.H.I.E.L.D., Qin Xiao had lost all means of contacting him. He sat on the sofa, observing the screen displaying the view outside the door. "Nicole, please open the door." "Certainly, sir." The convenience of having a housekeeper became evident. "Greetings, Dr. Banner. Welcome to my humble abode." Despite their unfamiliarity, it was only courteous to extend a warm welcome in his own home. Banner, being an earnest man, felt a tad awkward after their last encounter in the desert, where Qin Xiao had indulged in theatrics and even shot himself. Yet, it was clear that in that situation, the Hulk was far more suited than he. Noticing Qin Xiao's warmth, Banner bashfully presented a bottle of red wine. "I've been managing my condition quite well lately, and I haven't transformed in ages. They mentioned a plan for the Avengers, suggesting I come to build rapport with you. However, Agent Romanoff informed me of your move, and in accordance with Chinese tradition, I brought a gift, a bottle of wine." "Did she not mention anything else?" Qin Xiao inquired, glancing at the wine in Banner's hand, noting the absence of a red envelope. "No. Is there anything I should be aware of?" "She is still parking downstairs." Banner indicated somewhat awkwardly towards the entrance. "Nothing of consequence." Qin Xiao, despite his audacity, felt a twinge of guilt about taking advantage of this now homeless man, and warmly invited Banner to sit. In just a few minutes, Black Widow arrived. "Hey, enough of the staring, Qin. I brought Dr. Banner from Canada today, and didn't he have time to stop by Chinatown for red envelopes? I hope this will suffice as a gift. Upon noticing Qin Shao's inquisitive gaze, Black Widow simply leaned in and gently kissed his cheek, adding, "All right." Qin Shao, exasperated, spread his hands wide. Beauty always holds privileges, but if the next guest arrives empty-handed, I curse their downfall, whether by coincidence or due to Qin Zhao's standing. The atmosphere was charged with unexpected energy. Tony, the workaholic, set aside his research on new elements, and even Nick Fury paused his tasks to join him, accompanied by Hawkeye. Of course, Agent Coulson, who has been stationed in Los Angeles, was also present. Thus, the original 6 superheroes of the Avengers gathered together, with the exception of Captain America, still frozen, and Thor, behaving like a child in Asgard. However, none of them offered Qin Shao a red envelope. Some brought wine, others brought paintings. But the most astonishing was Hawkeye, who gifted Qin Shao an arrow. "What am I supposed to do with this? Use it as a back scratcher?" Qin Shao complained as he scratched his back with the arrow. "Since you all are so miserly, don't blame me for turning against you," Qin Shao secretly grumbled. Seizing the opportunity while the fire was lit to add 2 packets of spicy hot pot base to the clear broth in the dual pot. Chapter 52. The power of spicy hot pot in this realm. Qin Shao may not possess the same wealth as in the real world. Yet he is still a person of considerable means, with over $1 million in his bank account. Consequently, when it comes to dining, he spares no expense in selecting the finest ingredients. With hot pot, culinary skill is secondary. What truly matters is the quality of the ingredients, which guarantees an exquisite meal. For these foreigners, this dining experience was unlike anything they had ever encountered. Even Tony, who had seen and tasted much, was left sweating profusely and singing its praises. When the heat became unbearable, a sip of cold beer provided an exquisite reprieve. "Qin, you are being rather stingy," Nick Fury remarked, "even if Banner brought you wine. There's no need to cling to it. Hot pot pairs much better with cold beer." Fury, rarely in such a relaxed mood, was hissing with pleasure while speaking to Qin Shao. In response, Qin Shao merely smiled mysteriously, saying little. Internally, he mused, a bunch of uncultured brutes, daring to pair this spicy hot pot with cold beer on their first try. I haven't had it in ages and wouldn't dare to indulge so. Let us see how your stomachs churn tonight, and how explosively you'll regret it without a red envelope in hand. As he entertained these malicious thoughts, he glanced at the equally perspiring Black Widow. Qin Shao produced a bottle of dark, chilled herbal tea from seemingly nowhere and seized Black Widow's beer. "Give this a try? What is this? It looks like flat cola," Black Widow remarked, taking a tentative sip. "The flavor is quite peculiar." Although modern herbal teas often contain numerous additives to enhance taste, in China, particularly in the northern regions where herbal tea is commonly consumed, many find it difficult to adjust, let alone foreigners. This is a superb concoction, beneficial for beauty and health. I specially purchased it from Chinatown today, trust me. Qin Shao playfully winked at Black Widow. Their meal extended nearly 2 hours, and this gathering of individuals, capable of dismantling a small nation in various ways, now lay sprawled on the sofa, utterly devoid of dignity. Except for Black Widow, being a woman who cared about her figure, she did not overindulge. Witnessing the others in such a state, she naturally took on the responsibility of tidying the dining table. After all, to simplify matters, Qin Shao had opted for disposable tableware from Chinatown. Thus all that remained was to toss everything into a garbage bag, save for the pot, which posed a slight inconvenience. Nevertheless, this circumstance evoked a sense of masculinity in Qin Shao. Hosting a group of friends for dinner, engaging in boastful banter post-meal while his wife tidied up in the kitchen. Observing Black Widow's diligent efforts, Qin Shao straightened his posture slightly. "Qin, Doctor, Banner should have conveyed his intentions to you. The Avengers Initiative has officially commenced. Once you all become more acquainted, I shall assign you a task to hone your skills. Agent Romanoff has already secured a base for you. In due time, you will be able to join us there." No longer the cool guy, Nick Fury, now languishing on the couch like a sleazy old man, remarked, "My focus in the coming period may shift towards New York. As you know, Stark Industries has ceased weapon manufacturing. We are now venturing into renewable energy and finance, and New York seems far more suitable than Los Angeles. In fact, Tony has already acquired a plot of land in New York and is in the process of erecting a new Stark Tower. As of now, he has yet to pass the chairman's position to Pepper, as he remains quite occupied, especially with Obadiah's recent demise and the ensuing chaos within the board. Conveniently, Stark, your base is right in New York. Nick Fury snapped his fingers. Damn. Qin Shao sat up straight. He understood that the future focus would undoubtedly be in New York. But surely not so soon. I just purchased a house. Do you have any idea how much effort I invested in decorating it? Do you have any inkling of how hard it was for me to buy a spacious home in downtown Los Angeles? I have only spent one night in this house. And damn it, I cannot afford to buy another one in New York. To be precise, the money for your house was won for you by Agent Romanoff at the casino, utilizing chips provided by Stark. The decor and furnishings were all arranged by Stark, making it seem as though you stumbled upon a fully furnished home. Despite Nick Fury having only one eye visible, the disdain in his gaze was unmistakable. No, I demand a raise. You've dragged me from the West Coast to the East Coast, transforming the Pacific outside my door into the Atlantic. I will surely suffer from the change in environment. Qin Shao adopted a defiant posture. Rest assured, this time, the salary will undoubtedly satisfy everyone. Nick Fury revealed a mysterious smile. Even within the Marvel Cinematic Universe, global crises are not as frequent as one might assume. Moreover, at this early stage, setting aside some hidden forces, there are only Odin and the Ancient One, two godlike beings. One resides in Asgard, thwarting cosmic forces from coveting the Nine Realms, while the other relies on the triad of sacred temples in New York, London, and Hong Kong to shield Earth from otherworldly intrusions. Thus, even Qin Shao was left in the dark regarding the targets Nick Fury had in mind. However, given the old man's cryptic words and flickering gaze, it was evident he harbored no good intentions. The meal was relatively pleasant, yet after the gathering, Qin Shao initially planned to take the widow for a leisurely stroll to foster some rapport. However, he was abruptly whisked away by Nick Fury, who had a mission at hand. That damned egghead will surely never know a woman in his life. I suspect the picture on his nightstand features a burly man. What a wretched scoundrel. Qin Shao complained to the only remaining Tony. Indeed, my friend. Not everyone has a photo with the genius playboy in their bedroom. Tony shamelessly retorted. Qin Shao's thoughts drifted to the oversized composite photo of himself and Tony, both flashing peace signs, positioned prominently on his bedside table, leaving him utterly speechless. That night, Tony, who typically immersed himself in the underground garage, found himself luxuriating in the opulence of his home's lavish bathroom. Hawkeye remained ensconced in the restroom aboard the flight to Washington, never once stepping out. The most unfortunate were Coulson and Nick Fury. The Black Widow had indeed departed early on a mission, leaving the two of them to temporarily accommodate Dr. Banner at the Los Angeles branch. In the early hours, around 3 o'clock, Coulson and Nick Fury stood amidst what had nearly become a desolate ruin of the branch. Nearby lay Dr. Banner, who had barely managed to control his transformation. Qin Shao, you are a damned rascal. Damn it. The potency of spicy hot pot is indeed terrifying. It seemed to resonate with Qin Shao's curse. Meanwhile, Qin Shao lay in his bedroom adorned with photographs of Tony and himself, turning over as he did so. Uncertain of the dreams he was conjuring, he suddenly erupted into a fit of laughter, reminiscent of a pig's squeal. Chapter 53, The Self-Funded Avengers. Nicaragua, one of Mexico's largest ports and a significant trade hub on the eastern coast of South America, has been almost entirely infiltrated by drug traffickers, consequently becoming one of the largest drug trafficking ports. The economic value generated by the narcotics that flow through this gateway to Europe each year would astound even the likes of Tony Stark, a billionaire with unparalleled wealth. The immense fortune derived from drugs not only corrupts the government of this nation, but also gives rise to numerous drug lords who command their own armies. Indeed, any notable drug lord in Mexico wields a military force capable of dominating a small country in Africa. This time, Qin Shao and his companions have set their sights on one of Mexico's largest drug trafficking organizations. Their combat team comprises Qin Shao, Tony, Black Widow, and Hawkeye. with support from Dr. Banner and logistical command by the ever-amiable Coulson. Do you know who is most welcomed by the drug traffickers here? Coulson, the mission leader, remarked with a smile as he stood on the bridge of the submarine. Corrupt anti-drug police or their government officials? Banner chimed in. It is Tony Stark. Weapons from Stark Industries are what they dream of possessing. Evidence from Obadiah's extensive criminal records indicates dealings between Mexican drug lords and arms trafficking. However, due to the CIA's suppression of Mexican traffickers, Obadiah is reluctant to sell arms in bulk to them, Coulson explained, gesturing towards the silent Tony. Let me clarify. I am entirely unaware of what Obadiah has done, and furthermore, Stark Industries no longer manufactures any weapons, Tony interjected, feigning innocence with a shrug. Tony could no longer contain himself and spoke up again. To be honest, although I joined this Avengers initiative to confront threats to the world, it seems peculiar to be training for synergy when there are terrorists abroad, particularly in the Middle East. Why are we in Mexico apprehending drug traffickers? That is the job of anti-drug police, my friend. It wasn't just Tony who felt this way. Even Hawkeye, a staunch member of the system, wore an expression of skepticism. As a top-tier agent, he took pride in his work, and dealing with drug traffickers seemed a bit beneath his capabilities. It is worth noting that, despite being deemed the weakest member of the Avengers, Hawkeye had single-handedly wreaked havoc on local gangs in Japan and Mexico following the tragic loss of his loved ones during the snap. Nick's position dictated that he could not place all his eggs in one basket. Your existence is classified, even within our ranks. Only a handful of us are privy to it. You require specialized equipment, transportation, and funding, all of which must remain opaque. Therefore, we must enlist a few wealthy individuals to generate our own resources, Coulson explained with a broad smile. Despite his sparse hair, this fellow is an ardent superhero enthusiast, having known about Captain America since childhood. Now, possessing an elite special operations team brings a sense of accomplishment that surpasses even the joy of regrowing hair. Qin Shao felt that battling drug traffickers was somewhat beneath him, disdainfully muttering under his breath. It's merely a matter of funding. With the three of you and myself, we could all draw a salary. Dr. Banner could easily secure a part-time position with Tony. As for Tony, we need not elaborate. It's simply about a few meals and accommodations. If worst comes to worst, I could donate my salary. It is rare for Qin Shao to display such generosity. I wish it were that simple. If your salary suffices, let us not even mention the costs of a Quinjet, which amounts to hundreds of millions. Donate 100 million, and we could turn back immediately. That was hasty. My apologies. Disregard that remark. However, you could always approach Tony. Qin Shao gestured toward Tony, whose expenses for creating a suit of armor could sustain everyone for a considerable time. To speak candidly, the Mexican drug lords possess formidable firepower and a substantial number of personnel. They indeed provide an excellent opportunity for us to hone our skills. Furthermore, their immense wealth and the significant threat they pose to society make them a worthy target, as Nick has astutely identified. Otherwise, had we indulged in hot pot the other day, surely our salaries would have increased, indicating that this plan had been in the making for quite some time. These traffickers have infiltrated the majority of government ranks, making their passage indistinguishable from legitimate means. Thus, they opted to discreetly board a small radar-evading submarine, approaching a deserted beach in Nicaragua under the cover of darkness. The objective was the opulent residence of Mexico's largest drug lord. This operation primarily aimed to incinerate their drugs and uncover the passwords to the numerous bank accounts they concealed in Zurich. Coulson effectively executed Nick Fury's directives, centering the operation around Black Widow and Hawkeye. Everyone stealthily infiltrated, aiming to apprehend the traffickers, destroy their drug warehouses, and swiftly exfiltrate. The immensely destructive Dr. Banner remained aboard the submarine as a secret weapon, ready to be unleashed should the situation become dire or unexpected changes arise. The drug lord's mansion was not far from the shoreline. Wherever there is sea, a wealthy man's estate must be visible from it. This conclusion can be drawn from Tony's own experiences. The estate was surrounded by nearly 10-meter-high walls, topped with a dense network of electric fencing, encompassing an area of almost 100 acres. Every 20 to 30 meters, There were watchtowers rising over 2 meters above the walls. This was no mere mansion. It rivaled the most heavily fortified military bases and prisons that Qin Shao had ever encountered. A few hundred meters from the drug lord's residence, Black Widow produced a blueprint and gestured to her companions. The security was excessively stringent, making a silent entry from the front nearly impossible. Seresto, the drug lord's name, resided in this area, which he frequently frequented. We could. Before Black Widow could finish her sentence, Tony, having grasped the location of the trafficker, suddenly darted forward. Damn it, Stark, they are unaware of the numerous tunnels dug beneath. Your frontal assault will only allow him to escape. Black Widow exclaimed with indignation. However, the speed of Iron Man's armor was extraordinary, and he was swiftly approaching the heavily guarded mansion. Damn it, Qin, you go. Qin? Black Widow looked around in confusion, but there was no sign of Qin Shao. Hawkeye pointed towards the target mansion. There, Qin Shao was sprinting towards the mansion, his speed rivaling that of Tony's armor. Chapter 54. It's all over for the love of God. Our plan was to infiltrate quietly and capture the targets. The Black Widow slapped her forehead in exasperation. It was anticipated that this was their way of expressing dissatisfaction with the operation. Activate the cloaking device. For I do not wish for tomorrow's headlines to proclaim the tale of two superheroes robbing drug dealers. Qin Shao and Tony Stark have become two of the most recognizable figures in the world. While Qin Shao could easily obscure his identity by covering his face, Iron Man's armor was unmistakable. They were determined to conceal both the team and the identities of the two heroes, having prepared accordingly. The voice of Coulson crackled through the earpiece. Let them be. You and Hawkeye focus on sealing any leaks. Ensure no one escapes. Our operatives in Mexico have reached the perimeter. We shall leave the rest to them. Indeed, S.H.I.E.L.D. Agents executed their tasks flawlessly. The forces deployed here, arranged by Nick Fury, comprised a covert unit within S.H.I.E.L.D., operating in the shadows. Even though these drug dealers were well-equipped and numerous, the sudden arrival of Iron Man left them dazed. In the dead of night, he descended from the heavens clad in impenetrable armor, rendering conventional weaponry utterly ineffective against him. These drug traffickers, comparable to a regular army, had yet to deploy their heavy artillery in response. With a thunderous crash, the wall beside the entrance collapsed. A seemingly frail figure barreled in like a beast, demolishing a 10-meter-high wall and obliterating nearby guard towers with sheer force. Every bullet that struck him ricocheted away. He was akin to a human tank, powered by immense strength and clad in formidable armor. As Qin Shao entered the fray, Tony promptly shifted to cruise mode above, circling the estate. He meticulously eliminated any drug dealers hiding in the shadows, while precisely pinpointing the locations of their arms and narcotics. 2 miniature missiles were dispatched, igniting tons of drugs and a skyward display of fireworks. In an instant, the expansive estate was reduced to a half-ruined wasteland. For the unprepared drug traffickers, Tony in his armor and the mini-Hulk, Qin Shao, represented an overwhelming force. By the time Black Widow and Hawkeye arrived, the scene before them was astonishing. Goodness, they gasped in unison. This lacks any finesse. Hawkeye scoffed, though a hint of envy was evident to the perceptive Black Widow. What hot-blooded man doesn't he relish a brawl? It appears our assessment of Qin's combat prowess was underestimated. He was like a shrunken Hulk, Black Widow muttered, then spoke loudly into her earpiece. Do not get caught up in battle. Stark has already destroyed the armory. Leave the outside to us, and do not forget my objective. Ensure no one escapes through the tunnel. Rest assured, he cannot escape. The confident voice of Tony Stark resonated through the earpiece. Qin, please investigate the Seresto room to see if he is still present. Jarvis, scan the underground passages of this estate. No matter how clandestine the hidden pathways may be, they are powerless against Tony's formidable technological prowess. Almost simultaneously with Qin Zhao's report of failing to locate Seresto, the screen within Tony's helmet displayed a detailed layout of the subterranean tunnels. Sir, beneath this estate lies a labyrinthine network of at least a dozen hidden passages, and it appears there are thermal shielding measures in place. Jarvis conveyed to everyone through their earpieces. A dozen passages seemed rather exaggerated. Think of something, Jarvis. Tony commanded without hesitation. Understood, sir. Jarvis initiated another scan of the underground passages, and within 30 seconds, the results emerged. A red line marked a particular tunnel on Tony's screen. This passage exhibits significant magnetic interference, likely due to dense metal reinforcements. If I were that drug lord, I would undoubtedly choose this route. Safety first, sir. The presence of magnetic interference from dense metal is uncertain, but let us assume it exists, ignoring the details. Well done, Jarvis. Tony's armor soared outside the estate, and the shoulder-mounted weaponry activated, launching an armor-piercing round toward the ground. Clearly, Tony had come prepared. Upon making contact with the earth, the mini-missile transformed into a drill. It burrowed deeply into the soil, reaching approximately 4 to 5 meters down, creating a small pit in the steel beneath before detonating with a resounding explosion, sending a cloud of dirt into the air. One could only wonder how thick the metal reinforcements were that the drug lord had employed. Tony's custom-made bomb had merely created a pit several decimeters deep. Sheen, I haven't prepared enough missiles. The steel plates cannot exceed 1 meter in thickness. Otherwise, the underlying rock layers would not withstand it. What about that weapon you have that can cleave steel? Coming right up, Qin Xiao replied, leaping into action and swiftly approaching the substantial pit created by Tony's explosion. Without further ado, he descended and, taking advantage of the layer of steel that had been blasted away, drew his Tang Dao and aimed at the remaining structure. The jarring sound of metal scraping echoed through the air. The formidable steel plate met the incredible strength of Qin Xiao and the razor-sharp Tang Dao, which effortlessly carved a square section the size of a tile from the thick metal, revealing a vast tunnel beneath, over 2 meters high and nearly 3 meters wide. Indeed, the drug lord is quite affluent, Qin Xiao muttered as he dashed into the tunnel, heading away from the estate. Whether it was due to the multitude of underground passages or the need to avoid various subterranean infrastructures, this tunnel was not straightforward. After running for over 10 meters, Qin Xiao encountered a bend. Fearless and undaunted by the prospect of ambushes, he charged forward with determination. Rat-a-tat-tat. Just as he had barely turned the corner, he could scarcely discern the situation ahead. The ominous whir of a Gatling gun accompanied by the crack of gunfire erupted, the terrifying rate of fire swiftly saturating the corridor with bullets. Damn it! Qin Xiao cursed inwardly, instinctively raising his hands to shield his head. Although he had achieved a state of invulnerability, being struck in the face by a barrage of bullets was certainly not a delightful experience. The clattering sounds mingled with sparks as bullets ricocheted between Qin Xiao's body and the steel plates of the corridor. Damn it! I will shove this machine gun right up your backside. Qin Xiao's ire flared as he was pelted by a relentless stream of bullets. Once the gunfire ceased, he lowered his hands and spoke with fierce indignation. Just as he revealed a pair of eyes, he saw a metallic arm swinging towards him with menacing intent. Chapter 55. Encountering Captain America's love at the corner. Aside from Iron Tyrant, this was undoubtedly the most formidable blow that Qin Xiao had ever received. Let us put it this way. The force behind this strike certainly surpassed anything Qin Xiao had experienced prior to imbibing the enhanced version of the Hulk serum. In the past, even if he had evaded the initial barrage of gunfire, this subsequent blow would have undoubtedly left him utterly dazed. However, now, bang! As Qin Xiao's palm met the opponent's wrist, a dull metallic clash resonated through the air. The metallic arm, disheveled long hair, and a black metal covering the mouth and nose unmistakably belonged to Bucky Barnes, the Winter Soldier, the lethal machine of Hydra and dear friend of Captain America. Bucky exhibited no semblance of surprise upon having his powerful horizontal strike effortlessly blocked, even after witnessing Qin Xiao withstand bullets from a Gatling gun at such close range. This brainwashed killing machine felt no ripple of emotion within. His mind was solely focused on the completion of his mission. As Qin Xiao contemplated whether to knock Bucky unconscious and take him away, Bucky's metallic arm, still gripped by Qin Xiao, shifted slightly. With a loosening of his hand, a faint clicking sound echoed. It was then that Qin Xiao noticed Bucky held a grenade-shaped object in his grasp. Before Qin Xiao could react, the grenade erupted in a dazzling burst of white light. A flashbang. though Qin Shao was not intimidated by the grenade itself, and an explosion in his palm would pose little threat to him now. The resilience of his eyes to brightness remained akin to that of an ordinary person. Struck directly by the flashbang at close range, Qin Shao felt as if a miniature sun had flared before him. A sharp stinging pain coursed through his eyes, compelling a cry of distress to escape his lips as he instinctively released his grip and shielded his tear-filled eyes. "Qin, what happened?" The voices of Tony and Black Widow echoed almost simultaneously upon hearing Qin Zhao's cry of anguish. "Damn it, my eyes feel as if they've gone blind. Hurry, come in and pursue, but be cautious. There's a fellow with a metal arm whose strength and speed surpass the limits of an ordinary human." "Is it him?" Black Widow, poised to rush in for support, hesitated as memories of the killing machine that had left her with scars resurfaced. Momentarily stunned, she recalled that Tony had already maneuvered his armor directly into the passageway. It wasn't too long before he reached Qin Zhao's side. "How are you? Are you all right?" Fearing that Qin Shao might lash out in his impaired vision, Tony spoke before attempting to shield him. "I'm fine. It's just a blinding white haze before me. I can't see anything," Qin Shao admitted candidly. "Do not worry. Your metabolism is significantly faster than that of an ordinary person, and your recovery should be swift. I believe you will regain your sight shortly." The damage inflicted by the flashbang to one's vision is substantial, often leaving an ordinary person in discomfort for several days. However, it is reasonable to surmise that Qin Zhao's physique would endure far better than that of an average individual. As long as one remains unharmed, it suffices. Just now, after being shaken, I heard 2 sets of footsteps, one behind the other. I believe that metallic arm has fled, separating from the others. I will search within the house. The outside is in your hands." No sooner had Qin Shao finished speaking than Hawkeye's voice echoed back. Tony wasted no time. With a swift motion, he unleashed his firepower in the corridor, soaring forward. Within mere seconds, a thunderous explosion erupted, reverberating through the metallic passageway. The sound indicated the direction Tony had been pursuing. Just as I was about to inquire about the commotion, a flurry of footsteps approached. A fragrant breeze swept in, and suddenly my arm tightened. A soft and familiar sensation enveloping me. It was none other than Black Widow, who had entered the secret passage and caught hold of Qin Shao. At that moment, Tony's voice crackled through the earpiece. "This Mexican drug lord exploded right before my eyes. There are fragments of a timer at the scene, suggesting the installation of a timed bomb. He must have been silenced by someone. It appears the situation is more intricate than we anticipated. Clint, what is your status? Have you spotted that metallic arm?" Tony's analysis was astute. If it were suicide, there would be no need for a timed bomb. "We have been played, my friends. This place is interwoven with several secret passages. This is the true escape route. I cannot ascertain from which passage the individual fled, as not a single trace remains. Forget the chase, Clint. That must be the legendary Winter Soldier. I have faced him before, and he is exceedingly difficult to contend with," Black Widow stated into the earpiece. Given the current predicament, we had no choice but to concede. Although the drug lord was deceased and this hideout eradicated, overall, our initial operation could be deemed a failure. "Well, now that things have calmed, are you all right? Is your vision still painfully blurred?" Black Widow finally found the opportunity to comfort Qin Shao. Sensing the concern in her words, he caught a whiff of her delicate perfume, while his arm rested against her ample form. Compared to when his sight was intact, this proximity evoked boundless imagination. "Hey, are you all right?" Noticing Qin Zhao's silence, Black Widow shook his arm gently. He finally regained his senses, displaying an expression of grievance. "I am not well. My vision is obscured, my head is spinning, and I can hardly stand." "Oh dear." With an exaggerated exclamation, Qin Shao collapsed directly into Black Widow's embrace, his head burying into her softness several times. Only then did he relax entirely, fainting in her arms. With a thud, Black Widow was not easily deceived. Seeing Qin Shao not only unscathed but also playing the rogue, she simply pushed him against the wall, allowing him to crumple to the ground. Truly inhumane. Qin Shao pouted as he stood, dusting off his rear, and began shouting into the earpiece. "Damn it, Tony. Where are you? Come quickly and take me out. I have saved you several times, and now is the moment for your repayment. The remainder of the situation would naturally be handled by others, but the emergence of the Winter Soldier cast a shadow of conspiracy over the entire affair. The Black Widow speculated that Seresto was merely a financial tool for the organization behind the Winter Soldier. However, only Qin Shao understood that this notorious drug lord was likely part of Hydra's funding network. The appearance of Bucky at this juncture raises the question of whether it was coincidence or a deliberate attempt to prevent Seresto from falling into their hands. Only fate knows the answer. The operation, though not without its losses, yielded some results. Despite Seresto's demise, Tony managed to uncover a login record for a Zurich bank on his private computer. The computer had not undergone any special modifications, allowing Tony to easily retrieve the account number and password through usage traces. This account contained $500 million, although, in comparison to Seresto's stature, this sum was merely a drop in the ocean. It would suffice to support them for an extended period. Chapter 56. The Egghead's Dilemma. In the basement of a farm on the outskirts of Washington, a clandestine stronghold of Hydra lay concealed. A sudden flurry of footsteps echoed through the passageway leading to the outside world, as a group of impeccably dressed men, their expressions grave, hurriedly entered. At the forefront was Alexander Pierce, the president of the World Security Council and former director of SHIELD. Surrounding the basement were a dozen stoic figures, their faces devoid of emotion. In the center stood an unremarkable wooden chair, upon which sat Bucky, who had recently clashed with Qin Shao. Come forth, soldier, and recount your mission. What adversaries did you encounter? Alexander Pierce casually leaned against the table as he spoke. Yes, sir, Bucky replied, his face impassive. I was tasked with retrieving the previous quarter's payment from Seresto, but upon arrival at his estate, we were ambushed. An airborne automaton and an immensely strong, bulletproof Eastern man were present, Tony Stark and that Qin Shao fellow, the two who made headlines recently. A bald man whispered an explanation into Alexander Pierce's ear. Pierce waved his hand to indicate his understanding and gestured for Bucky to continue. I managed to escape with Seresto through a secret passage, but the Eastern man pursued us. I was no match for him, so I resorted to using a flashbang to distract him. I then attached a small timed explosive device to Seresto's clothing to draw the enemy's attention while I slipped away through another passage. Bucky delivered his account in a methodical manner, word by word. Well done, soldier. Alexander Pierce offered a lukewarm commendation before turning to the bald man. Last night, SHIELD's covert forces raided Seresto's estate in Mexico. Upon arrival, they found the drugs and weaponry obliterated. This contingent is merely here to clean up the aftermath. Curiously, there are no records of this operation within SHIELD. Nick Fury would never suspect that many of his so-called elite operatives are actually ours. Just yesterday, Seresto transferred $500 million from one of his Swiss accounts. It seems that Tony Stark and that enigmatic Eastern lad have prompted Nick Fury's so-called superhuman initiative to commence. The bald man adjusted his glasses and inquired, "Is there anything we need to do?" Barnes is no match for them. That mysterious Eastern youth appears formidable. Not at all. Alexander Pierce replied with a confident smile. Nick Fury seeks to assemble a covert team, but has inadvertently exposed it over a paltry budget. A team that has already been compromised poses no threat to us. Our primary objective now is to gain insight into their plans and hasten Dr. Zola's work. He must finalize the Zola algorithm post-haste. The bald man nodded in agreement promptly. Alexander Pierce then patted him on the shoulder. Moreover, should we support another drug lord in Mexico? Our foothold in Eastern Europe could very well depend on these grand drug traffickers for sustenance. Regarding the Winter Soldier, Nick Fury, as the director of SHIELD, is undoubtedly aware of this. In truth, the organization capable of producing such a lethal assassin as the Winter Soldier has long haunted his thoughts like a specter. Particularly unsettling is the fact that this phantasmagoric Winter Soldier has executed numerous assassinations and kidnappings over the past 50 years, evading all attempts at tracking. This has left Nick Fury profoundly uneasy. Little does he realize that this organization is none other than Hydra, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s former nemesis, now insidiously embedded within S.H.I.E.L.D. itself, and alarmingly, in close proximity to him. The Avengers Initiative, which he holds in such high esteem, is thus entirely exposed to the enemy's gaze. For someone like Nick Fury, the inability to control a situation breeds a plethora of ominous imaginings. He is plagued with thoughts of what global threats may be afoot, how many super soldiers akin to the Winter Soldier might be at their disposal, and the potential for devastation they could unleash. To say nothing of the fact that, over the years, he knows of at least a dozen world-class scientists abducted by the Winter Soldier. These individuals are geniuses at the pinnacle of their respective fields. If they were to be coerced into creating weapons of mass destruction, the implications would be dire. Regrettably, the Winter Soldier's recent emergence appears to be but a fleeting moment, as he has spent months following leads on this Seresto line without unraveling the truth. As Nick Fury's mind spiraled into agitation, he unconsciously began to tap his fingers lightly on the desk. Suddenly, his phone buzzed, the caller ID revealing Coulson. He hoped fervently it was not bad news. Coulson had recently been tasked with aiding in the establishment of the Avengers Initiative. Aside from Hawkeye and Black Widow, Dr. Banner was manageable, a kind-hearted soul when not transformed. However, Tony Stark and Qin Shao had proven to be a constant source of frustration. Just a dinner at Stark's residence could provoke Banner's transformation, nearly reducing the Los Angeles branch to ruins. Thus, upon seeing Coulson's call, Nick Fury felt a headache brewing. "Director, as you know, before our trip to Mexico, we had identified 3 drug lords, correct?" Coulson began, meandering around the topic, which caused Fury's eye to twitch involuntarily, instilling within him a sense of foreboding. "Speak plainly, for the love of God, Agent Coulson. Why do you sound increasingly like Qin Shao and Stark?" Fury growled softly. "Very well, Director. This morning, while organizing files, I retrieved the documents on the other 2 drug lords. But now that file is missing, and the worst part is, I cannot reach Qin Shao. Damn it." Fury's penholder shattered against the desk. Coulson heard a cacophony on the line, followed by heavy breathing. The earnest man recognized that his superior was teetering on the brink of fury, and he held his breath, refraining from uttering another word. Almost half a minute had elapsed when Nick Fury's weary voice finally echoed from the phone. "How long has it been since you discovered the document was missing?" "I left it on my desk at noon, then went out, and only just now realized it was gone," Coulson replied somewhat hesitantly. Nick Fury glanced outside. The weather was splendid, with a full moon illuminating the night sky. With a resigned sigh, he rubbed his aching head and spoke into the phone. "Contact the Drug Enforcement Agency. They must have undercover agents close to those 2 drug lords. Gather some intelligence, and if that kid's identity is compromised, erase all traces." Chapter 57. The Explosion and No Turning Back. How could a notorious drug lord be devoid of the presence of narcotics officers? The distinction lies solely in the proximity of their loyalty. Soon enough, a video arrived on Coulson's phone. The footage was captured from a window of a building, revealing a group of fully armed soldiers, huddled and scrambling for cover below. On a vehicle riddled with bullets, a man adorned with the classic bandit hat, revealing only his piercing eyes and mouth, wielded a 6-barreled Gatling gun, unleashing a frenzy of gunfire around him. Upon exhausting one ammunition belt, he casually discarded the Gatling gun and retrieved a rifle slung across his back, loading it while bellowing at his surroundings. "You wretched drug traffickers, prepare to meet my righteous bullets. In the name of the moon, I shall vanquish you." Coulson swore it was the first time he felt a tinge of shame for having such a colleague. Why engage in a verbal tirade while firing? What on earth did he mean by "in the name of the moon"? Although the man's face was obscured, Coulson instantly recognized him as Qin Shao, not least due to the unmistakable attire he wore, identical to that of their meeting earlier that day. Legally speaking, a person is deemed a criminal only after being apprehended by the police, brought to court, and found guilty. Whether for murder, theft, or drug trafficking, this principle holds true. Thus, until they face trial, these drug lords remain lawful citizens of Mexico. Some even maintain commendable conduct, boast clean records, and have contributed significantly to local employment and charitable endeavors. The last time Qin Xiao and his associates attacked the estate of Serecto, the Mexican government expressed considerable discontent. It was only due to Nick Fury's covert intervention that the situation was pacified. Yet this time, Qin Xiao stealthily entered Mexico, having just dismantled a major drug lord stronghold, and brazenly stormed into another. This was nothing short of a slap in the face to the Mexican government. Moreover, in front of the drug lord, he audaciously threatened to transfer a substantial amount of assets into his own account, which included a share of profits for numerous high-ranking officials. Consequently, the government's regular forces swiftly mobilized, establishing a comprehensive net around the city's periphery. Reynosa, a border city in northeastern Mexico, lies a mere 100 kilometers from California. It serves not only as a vital hub for border trade, but also as a crucial city for drug lords to funnel narcotics into North America. Over 50% of the annual drug market in North America originates from this very location. The region's most formidable drug lord, Carlos, wields influence and power that surpasses even that of the mayor in this chaotic border city, heavily reliant on his arsenal in dollars. However, now, Carlos's armed forces have been reduced to remnants of defeat, and the vast sums once gracing his bank accounts have been transferred to others. In a lavish estate, nearly reduced to ruins, the masked Qin Xiao casually held a cigar pilfered from Carlos, striding boldly into a warehouse brimming with weaponry. Inside, two armed men instinctively snapped to attention upon his entrance. During Qin Xiao's previous assault, these armed men had been thoroughly intimidated by his formidable presence. Akin to a human tank, with a single punch wielding the destructive power of a rocket launcher, how could they possibly confront him? Those with even a modicum of courage had perished, leaving only the cowardly to seek refuge within the arms depot. As Qin Xiao entered, they dared not move, let alone engage him. Not one to indulge in mindless violence, he refrained from obliterating their heads with a mere fist. Instead, he surveyed the warehouse filled with munitions and casually selected a grenade, pulling the pin with a decisive click. "Aren't you two planning to leave? Or do you intend to be blown to bits alongside me?" he taunted, prompting the two drug dealers to bolt for the exit in terror. "Huh, look at how frightened you are. I haven't even loosened my grip." With the capture of these two drug lords, Qin Xiao had amassed a substantial fortune, and his spirits were high. After mocking the fleeing pair, he nonchalantly adjusted his clothing with one hand, leisurely lighting the cigar that had been perched in his mouth for some time. Finally releasing his grip, he hurled the grenade into the depths of the armory. He had long contemplated this action, deliberately leaving the arms room for last. As the explosion erupted behind him, enveloping the area in chaos, he maintained his composure, embodying the demeanor befitting a cinematic protagonist. While strolling forward, he recalled the moment he watched Iron Man, remembering how even Tony Stark, during a missile test in Afghanistan, had spread his arms wide, facing the distant explosion with an air of bravado. Boom! A blast resonated, followed by a series of cascading explosions. Adjusting his posture for an even more regal appearance, Qin Xiao's mind echoed with the iconic soundtracks of protagonists making their entrance in classic films. With an unwavering stride, he approached the estate's grand entrance. True warriors never glance back at the explosions behind them. The grenade's detonation triggered a chain reaction of explosions within the drug dealer's arsenal, where an assortment of rifles, pistols, and ample explosives lay in wait. In total, there was nearly 100 kilograms of explosive equivalent. While 100 kilograms of TNT might seem negligible on the nuclear scale, its explosive potential was more than sufficient to topple a 3- or 4-story building. The tremendous shockwave first obliterated a nearby crate housing several handheld rocket launchers, sending the rockets, now akin to iron rods, hurtling in every direction at bullet-like speeds. As fate would have it, one of these projectiles careened directly toward Qin Xiao. Indeed, the more one attempts to restrain oneself from certain actions, the more one is consumed by the desire to engage in them. For instance, when one is engrossed in their mobile device and an acquaintance of the opposite sex implores them not to glance back as they change attire, even devoid of any prying intentions, the temptation to sneak a look becomes irresistible over time. This psychological phenomenon is quite common among individuals. Qin Xiao found himself in a similar predicament, wrestling with the urge to turn around as the commotion behind him intensified. Perhaps just a fleeting glance would suffice. After all, no one should be watching him at this moment, and the pretense had been maintained long enough. Surely, the excitement must have reached its peak by now. Unable to resist, he surreptitiously glanced back. As he did, darkness enveloped his vision, and an unknown dark object struck him with startling suddenness. With a resounding thud, it collided precisely at the bridge of his nose and his eyes. "Ouch! My eye!" he exclaimed in dismay. Chapter 3. It is somewhat late. There remains yet another chapter to traverse this evening. Chapter 58. Justice from the skies, earning money, engaging with drug dealers, and daringly infiltrating perilous territories. Qin Xiao felt a sense of grandeur, elegance, and achievement today, as if he were truly remarkable. The climactic explosion served as a fitting conclusion to his extraordinary day. Alas, the conclusion was marred. A perfect circle transformed into AC. Perhaps this is what one refers to as the folly of boasting, only to be met with an unexpected twist. Rubbing his throbbing eyes, Qin Xiao pondered whether he was fated to an ill-fated relationship with them, as they seemed perpetually injured. As he approached the entrance of the estate, he looked up to see the ever-smiling Black Widow, leaning against a black SUV at the entrance. Beside the wall Qin Xiao had recently shattered, her beaming expression indicated she had witnessed his earlier escapade. "What brings you here? It's perilous to be alone." Qin Xiao attempted to divert the conversation, fearing she might mention the embarrassing incident. "Perilous? The people here were so frightened by you that they nearly sprouted wings and flew away. What danger exists?" The Black Widow teased, flipping her hair with an alluring grace. "You must have missed me, or else why would you come all this way to find me?" With a playful grin, Qin Xiao approached and draped an arm around her shoulder. "I've come to escort you home. You've stirred up quite a mess. Get in the car." The Black Widow playfully pinched his lips, prompting him to pout, before planting a quick kiss on him. "This is a reward for your earlier bravado. Compared to the superheroes who stride without looking back, I prefer the authenticity and charm of being struck by a rocket launcher." With that, she gracefully took her place in the driver's seat. "I knew you saw that. And why the affectionate gesture? I must reciprocate, lest I be at a disadvantage," Qin Xiao exclaimed as he hopped into the vehicle. As soon as he was inside, he yanked off the bandit hat he had worn all day. "It nearly suffocated me. Now I understand why so many robbers have taken to wearing stockings instead. Stop complaining about your hat. You've just taken down 2 major drug lords and made off with their bank accounts. The Mexican government has dispatched regular troops. This city is practically encircled. Come on, I merely eliminated a couple of drug dealers," Qin Xiao retorted, his confidence swelling as he dismissed the threat of the military. The Black Widow shot him a glance while driving. 3 drug lords, 3. Do you have any idea how much they pay government officials annually? Do you comprehend the billions lost when 3 cartel leaders are eliminated and a new one must be installed? This doesn't even account for the money you siphon from their accounts. A small nuclear warhead on the black market fetches less than 100 million. Qin Xiao, uninterested in the calculations of the past, was struck by her mention of a nuclear warhead. Surely, they wouldn't deploy a nuclear warhead for just me? That seems a tad exaggerated. Do not be misled into thinking that the Mexican government lacks allies close to the drug lords. Your capabilities are laid bare before them. And should they be provoked, who knows what may unfold? Very well. I shall exercise caution henceforth, for I have already reaped sufficient rewards from this endeavor." Qin Xiao adjusted his seat, reclining comfortably, assured that with Black Widow's arrival, there was little cause for concern. Indeed, SHIELD is omnipresent. Black Widow led Qin Xiao through a series of twists and turns until they arrived at a checkpoint, where she presented a pass stamped by an unknown department and nonchalantly escorted Qin Xiao onward. Despite Black Widow's support, the duo traversed directly from the northeastern region of Mexico to the west, entering through the border between Arizona and Mexico. They then veered into a quaint town in New Mexico. After a night of travel, the pair did not rush home, but instead chose to divert to a local restaurant, where much to their surprise, Nick Fury and Coulson were already waiting. A cup of coffee sat before Coulson, while Nick Fury's table bore an untouched breakfast, suggesting he had not taken a single bite. Both wore grim expressions, clearly intent on intimidating Qin Xiao. Undeterred, Qin Xiao pulled out a chair and seated himself opposite them, casually moving Nick Fury's untouched breakfast closer to himself. After a long drive, his rear felt as though it might fall apart. It was a rare kindness from his superior to prepare breakfast for him. With a grin, Qin Xiao promptly began to devour the meal. Were it not for the difference in skin tone, one could easily discern that Nick Fury's expression had darkened further. Was this breakfast intended for you? Had I known you would be so brazen as to disregard others' feelings, I would have started eating earlier. Why should I not eat first? Nick Fury shot a glance at Coulson. The earnest Coulson appeared bewildered, wondering why Fury was looking at him when it was Qin Xiao who was consuming his breakfast. Sir, do you have something to discuss? Coulson, being the subordinate, inquired with trepidation. Go fetch me another breakfast, will you? Thank you. Nick Fury gritted his teeth as he spoke. And bring me another cup of coffee, and one for Natasha as well, please. Qin Xiao interjected hastily. You certainly have a hearty appetite. Do you realize the trouble you've caused? Nick Fury, having failed to intimidate Qin Xiao, relaxed his stern demeanor and sighed, a hint of resignation in his voice. It is for the sake of our department's funding, Qin Xiao replied, handing over a note bearing 2 long sequences of numbers, bank account and password, totaling $1 billion, designated as funding for their group. But I must stipulate that this is exclusively for our small team. Do not allocate it elsewhere. I did take finance courses in college, and I will be keeping a watchful eye. Qin Xiao mumbled with his mouth full of scrambled eggs. Nick Fury would not believe, even under duress, that this billion-dollar sum constituted the entirety of Qin Xiao's ill-gotten gains from this venture. However, extracting further details from him would prove somewhat challenging. Furthermore, this was not the primary objective of his visit. However, Qin Xiao did not afford Nick Fury the opportunity to ramble on. He spoke directly. I understand your point. Focus on my responsibilities and adhere to the arrangements. I comprehend fully. However, the last $500 million did not meet my expectations. And there will be no next time, I assure you. Besides, I am wearing a mask. No one will recognize me. This bold rebuttal left Nick Fury with a plethora of unexpressed thoughts. After breakfast, the busy Nick Fury hurried back for a meeting. The 3 of them escorted him to a desert outside the small town, where a Quinjet awaited. Keep a close watch on this one, Nick Fury emphasized to Coulson and Black Widow. He turned back to Qin Xiao, wishing to impart further advice. Qin Xiao raised 2 fingers skyward in a gesture of oath. Rest assured, I will not cause any further trouble. I swear, should I act independently again. There is a Chinese saying, heaven's wrath will strike. It means I would be struck down by divine lightning. As Qin Xiao's words echoed, Nick Fury had yet to respond. Suddenly, the sky darkened ominously, and thunder roared. Above them, the clouds swirled like a tornado. The ominous storm and the thunderous rumble were too uncanny. And the group turned their gazes toward Qin Xiao. Why are you all looking at me like that? I swear, I was being sincere. This has nothing to do with me. Qin Xiao hastily waved his hands in denial. Unfortunately, it seemed the heavens were not inclined to grant him mercy. No sooner had he spoken than a lightning bolt, over a meter thick, struck down towards him. The group, seasoned in perilous situations, instinctively took a few steps back and hurled themselves to the ground at a safe distance. Boom! The lightning struck the ground like a bomb, creating a massive crater. The group, along with the aircraft, tumbled into the gaping void. Qin Xiao found himself at the very center of the crater, surrounded by a hammer crackling with electricity. Chapter 4 complete. Time for a shower. I humbly request 5-star reviews, and please add to your bookshelf. Thank you all. Chapter 59. The gamble of Coulson's hair. Despite Qin Xiao's resilience, he was still left disoriented after being struck by a hammer. It took him a while to regain his composure. While lightning did not strike him, the hammer landed firmly on his head, bouncing slightly before resting on the ground. Having done no wrong, merely swearing by his fingers, he found it inexplicable that such a hammer had come crashing down upon him. Had he known its origins, he would have surely cursed the heavens. However, at this moment, he felt he had no right to provoke Asgard, especially with Odin still reigning there. Spitting out the sand from his mouth, he surveyed the area, relieved to see that everyone else was relatively unharmed. Crouching down, he silently traced a large circle in the sand beside the hammer and inscribed 2 lines of characters within it. Throwing hammers brings doom to the family. Wife's monthly visitor every day. Coulson, investigate whether any aircraft passed through the sky just now. Agent Romanoff, contact Hill at headquarters. We require a team of specialized scientists. The inquiry about the aircraft was merely a habitual form of verification, for the hammer had been surrounded by lightning moments ago, which was now gradually fading. The one-eyed leader could easily discern that this was no ordinary hammer. What are you doing, Qin Shao? Bring that hammer over here. Nick Fury, positioned above the edge of the pit, issued commands to the 3 individuals below. While Qin Shao was aware of the hammer's true nature, he still complied and attempted to lift it. With both hands gripping the handle, he exerted all his strength. Yet, it remained immovable. Hey, boss, it seems you need someone with a bit more strength. 5 minutes later, the vicinity of the pit was adorned with a section of an aircraft landing gear, adjacent metal sheeting, and a damaged Quinjet. The hammer lay quietly in the sand, its weight seemingly insufficient to even disturb the grains. Yet, it was a force so great that even the Quinjet could not budge it. I loathe things beyond my control. Fury's displeasure was evident as he arranged for local police to secure the area before the arrival of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel. He assigned Coulson to oversee the situation while he hastened back to a meeting. Qin Shao, however, insisted on keeping Black Widow by his side. With the hammer of Thor now appearing, it was only a matter of time before the God of Thunder would not be far behind. True to the system's nature, the emergence of superheroes typically heralded the arrival of missions or opportunities for points. Coulson, I wager $50 on the origins of this hammer. After bidding farewell to Nick Fury, Black Widow, having driven through the night, sought a place to rest. Qin Shao and Coulson sat at the edge of the pit, watching as the police set up a cordon while engaging in idle chatter. Do you know about this? Regardless of whether it was the Tang Dao or Qin Shao's own strength, it was apparent to everyone that he harbored his own secrets. A hammer falling from the sky, one that no one could lift, had fortuitously struck Qin Shao on the head. Qin Shao, undeterred, challenged Coulson to a wager, prompting Coulson to indulge in a fanciful analysis of whether this hammer bore any true connection to Qin Shao. I possess the gift of divination, have you forgotten? Who was it that located the aircraft in Marbury's mansion? Qin Shao reminded him, a smile gracing his face as he highlighted his unique talents. Coulson rolled his eyes in exasperation. Do you dare to mention that aircraft incident? Everyone knows you two absconded with the plane to engage in a skirmish in the Middle East. You can fabricate lies on video, even denouncing yourself as an eyesore, painting your face with excrement. You nearly drove me to my wit's end with your shameless antics. I'm done betting. Speak if you wish, or else keep me company in this waiting game, Coulson declared, nostalgia for less pleasant memories etched across his face. Qin Shao quickly discerned Coulson's thoughts. He shifted closer and draped an arm around his shoulder. One must look forward, my friend. Let go of those unhappy memories. At most, I shall enlighten you about this hammer. Speak then, Coulson, now rather bored, urged. Once upon a time, in a distant divine realm, the All-Father Odin begot a rather foolish son. Qin Shao narrated the tale of Thor's birth and the origins of his mighty hammer in a soothing voice reminiscent of a storyteller lulling a child to sleep. He whimsically pretended to divine the circumstances of Thor's loss of power and subsequent exile to Earth. Haha, you claim this is Thor's hammer, yet the handle is fashioned from the branches of the world tree? Qin, you remind me of those medieval charlatans who thrived on absurd prophecies. Coulson laughed heartily. If your intention is merely to alleviate my boredom with jests, I thank you, dear friend. However, if you speak with sincerity, then I wager my hair against your claims. Coulson, having been with S.H.I.E.L.D. for over a decade, had witnessed countless marvels. In '95, he had even encountered Captain Marvel and the Skrulls alongside Nick Fury. It was unfathomable to him that deities existed in this world, much less the God of Thunder or the All-Father, especially when tales of a rainbow bridge facilitating universal travel were told. Did agents not read mythological tales? Unaware that this was Norse mythology? Are you serious? Qin Xiao cast a sympathetic glance at Coulson's receding hairline. Perhaps we should reconsider the wager. Doubting me could lead to your detriment. I assure you, I never speak falsehoods. Whenever I do, my heart races, and I struggle to breathe. To Coulson, Qin Xiao's words held as much weight as a passing breeze. No change. I steadfastly refuse to believe in your myths. I wager my hair, should I lose. I will purchase a hair treatment, but if you lose, Qin, you shall relinquish all the earnings from our venture in Mexico as our funding. Truly deserving of the title of the next director of S.H.I.E.L.D., one cannot help but admire his selfless demeanor, sacrificing his scanty locks for the sake of funding for the unit. Qin Xiao gave him a thumbs-up deal. The agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. arrived swiftly, a substantial contingent showing up that very afternoon. Coulson directed the assembly of a makeshift shelter, meticulously covering the entire pit along with the hammer. One after another, instruments were extracted from vehicles, commencing comprehensive monitoring of the hammer's myriad energy reactions and material compositions. Perhaps due to the presence of Qin Xiao and the Black Widow, Hawkeye was not summoned as depicted in the films. With the rudimentary shelter erected and barbed wire strung around the perimeter, various surveillance and defensive measures were put in place. Coulson established a temporary office for himself, where he, along with Qin Xiao and the well-rested Black Widow, observed the monitors. Qin, it appears the calculations were somewhat flawed. The so-called depowered God of Thunder seems to be absent, Coulson remarked with a grin. Winning against Qin Xiao was undoubtedly a cause for celebration. No sooner had he spoken than an alarm blared, signaling an intrusion. Coulson quickly turned his attention to the monitors, where he beheld a muscular man with flowing golden locks, brutally toppling several guards as he charged toward the hammer. While the film does not explicitly state it, the hammer presumably landed at night, coinciding with Thor's arrival as he collided with Jane Foster's vehicle. Here, however, Qin Xiao was struck by the hammer in the morning. Let us simply consider it a delay of a night. Please do not take offense. Chapter 60. Is this hammer your boyfriend? For reasons unbeknownst to him. When Coulson glimpsed a robust young man resembling a bull through the monitor, he instinctively felt a twinge of danger in his hair. Everyone retreat. Ignore this individual. I repeat, retreat to your positions and let him through. To validate his suspicions, Coulson commanded all guards to clear a path. Let us proceed. We must see for ourselves. Qin Xiao pulled Coulson and Black Widow directly to the location of the hammer. As the trio arrived, Thor had just reached the same spot, blissfully unaware of the three approaching from behind, lost in his infatuation with the hammer, murmuring to himself, "At last, I have found you. I must. Apologies, sir, but it appears this area is restricted to the uninvited. However, judging by your demeanor, it seems you have lost your most cherished companion. Is this your boyfriend? The shape appears rather impractical for use." Qin Xiao interrupted the God of Thunder's reverie, pointing at the hammer with a playful smile. Thor tilted his head, contemplating for over 10 seconds before grasping Qin Xiao's implication. Do you dare to blaspheme? I am Thor, the God of Thunder from Asgard, son of Odin. And I am. Once more, Qin Xiao interrupted the irate deity. All right. Your lengthy monologue merely reveals your desire to reclaim your partner. It is right there. Go retrieve it. Coulson and Black Widow exchanged astonished glances, as the words of the man seemed to echo Qin Xiao's sentiments. Being top-tier agents, their understanding of human psychology was exceptional, and it was evident that the seemingly deranged man spoke a truth that could not be mere coincidence. Before arriving on Earth, Thor was undoubtedly a brutish individual whose words flowed unchecked by thought. Faced with Qin Xiao's casual dismissal, he did not immediately seize the hammer. Instead, he delivered a fierce retort. Very well, you blasphemous wretch. Once I reclaim my hammer, I shall teach you a lesson on what it means to respect divinity. Qin Xiao, Black Widow, and Coulson simultaneously rolled their eyes. Black Widow and Coulson began to doubt their instincts, pondering if the man before them was indeed mad, for he certainly exhibited signs of mental instability. Thor, however, paid no heed to their judgments. intent on reclaiming his hammer to prove his worth to Odin. Striding confidently to the hammer's side, he grasped it with unwavering certainty. Yet, despite his might, the hammer remained immovable. Even as he employed both hands and summoned every ounce of strength, his face turning crimson with exertion. "Father, why? Why, Regardless of being reprimanded by Odin or exiled to Earth, Thor resembled a child untouched by hardship, never truly heeding parental threats. To him, reclaiming his hammer meant returning to Asgard and proving his worth to Odin. However, the immovable hammer stripped him of his delusions and confidence, leaving him with a sudden, poignant sense of abandonment. Is your boyfriend upset with you? Perhaps it's due to your newfound acquaintance with another suitor? Let me guess. Is it an axe or a mace? Qin Shao jested. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the sight of the serious and somewhat adolescent-looking Thor always compelled Qin Shao to tease him. Despite being over 1,000 years old, Thor appeared as a teenager who had lost his cherished toy. You bastard. Qin Shao's words transformed all of Thor's sorrow and resentment into fury. With a fierce roar, he charged at Qin Shao in rage. Poor child, you need a good night's sleep. Lacking the power of a god, Thor was no match for Qin Shao. A mere sidestep allowed Qin Shao to deliver a swift strike to the back of Thor's neck, sending him crashing to the ground. Let us find a place for this unfortunate fellow. He poses no threat now, and someone will likely come looking for him tomorrow. Someone will come looking for him? Are they other deities? Despite Thor's inability to lift his hammer, Coulson instinctively felt that Qin Shao was correct. As an astrophysicist, it would be prudent to assign a few individuals to monitor them. Their research may yield unexpected revelations. With that, Qin Shao turned and departed. Natasha, what are your thoughts on Qin Shao's remarks? After Qin Shao left, Coulson inquired with some confusion about Black Widow's opinion. It sounds hard to believe, whether it concerns the gods of Asgard or someone coming for him tomorrow. However, this hammer speaks volumes. Though I am uncertain how Qin Shao possesses this knowledge. He may seem frivolous at times, yet he is trustworthy, is he not? Qin Shao, having stepped outside, directly queried the system within his mind. System, I must have completed the task involving Thor, so why have I not received any reward points? I swear, this fellow will remember me for a lifetime. For every superhero encountered, the system always assigned Qin Shao a task that left a lasting impression, and this time was no exception. Thor still did not know the host's name, hence the task remained unfulfilled. The system's unperturbed voice echoed in his mind. You forgot to introduce yourself. That is rather awkward. However, given the circumstances, an introduction would have seemed rather abrupt. There is a new task. The host may choose to accept or decline. The system's voice resonated once more. Oh, pray tell? During Thor's exile on Earth, he underwent a profound transformation, ultimately regaining the favor of his mighty hammer. Upon the successful completion of this endeavor, the host shall be bestowed with the friendship of Odin, the All-Father of the gods. This task bears a resemblance to the serendipitous encounter with Banner, albeit the reward of the Hulk's serum was far more tangible. Odin's friendship? Qin Shao pondered the implications of such a reward within his mind. System, why does this task explicitly remind me that I can choose to accept or decline? Qin Shao voiced his internal curiosity. The All-Father, Odin, sought to ensure that Thor matured into a worthy king, thus opting for his banishment to Earth. Should the host assist in this transformative journey, he would inevitably attract Odin's attention, garnering his gratitude. For the host, this appreciation could lead to unforeseen advantages. However, entering Odin's gaze may not necessarily herald positive outcomes. Qin Shao comprehended the duality of this situation, recognizing it as a double-edged sword. After a brief moment of contemplation, he decisively addressed the system. I accept. Chapter 2. Although it is a tad late, well, I may have overslept during my afternoon nap. There are still 2 chapters remaining for this evening. Chapter 61. The moon above the willow tips Asgard, a realm of enchantment, is not merely defined by its myriad of magic or deities. Rather, it is the tumultuous internal strife within the Odin family that has rendered Asgard incapable of manifesting even a fraction of its purported cosmic might. The entire realm has been ensnared by the conflicts surrounding Thor, Loki, and ultimately Hela, a saga of familial discord that culminated in the obliteration of the Asgardian kingdom. A brother plots against another, one sibling safeguards another, a sister seeks to slay her father, and the brothers unite to bring about devastation. In essence, aside from the absence of incestuous entanglements, Asgard rivals the chaotic tales of Zeus found in Greek mythology. It is a melodrama of familial ethics. Odin stripped Thor of his powers as the god of thunder, banishing him to earth. To Qin Shao, this was akin to a wealthy father. In an effort to foster his son's growth and impart the essence of true living, freezing his credit cards and casting him into a quaint village. A transformation akin to that depicted in the Marvel Cinematic Universe. Upon accepting the task at hand, Qin Zhao's role resembled that of a director overseeing a reality show. However, unlike the benevolent director, Qin Shao was far less forgiving, and Thor was not particularly selfish or unreasonable. He was merely a bit naive. Before possessing sufficient strength for self-preservation, Thor found himself under Odin's scrutiny, much like a small enterprise being eyed by a global conglomerate. One must either leverage the resources of others to thrive or risk being devoured by a corporate leviathan. Familiar with all the narratives of this world, Qin Shao pondered deeply before ultimately deciding to accept the challenge. In the stillness of the night, Qin Shao sat alone upon a gentle slope, gazing at the stars, contemplating whether to follow the storyline or devise a means to help that foolish boy find tranquility within himself. Hey, it is rare to see you in such a serene moment. How are you? Are the stars beautiful tonight? The Black Widow appeared behind Qin Shao, holding a bottle of wine and 2 glasses. If given the choice, I would prefer to gaze upon you rather than the stars, Qin Shao remarked with a smile. Such sweet words deserve a reward, a glass of wine. The Black Widow chuckled as she settled beside him, uncorking the bottle and pouring 2 glasses, offering one to Qin Shao. To the stars above. Very well, to the stars. The two gently clinked their glasses. That fellow has awakened. He neither fled nor raised a commotion, simply sitting there in a daze. Is he truly the legendary god of thunder? Indeed, without a doubt. Qin Shao cast a glance at the Black Widow beside him. She was clad in her timeless black attire, yet her face bore an unusual tranquility, a rare softness that made her all the more endearing compared to her usual serious demeanor. Next, do you wish to inquire how I know all this? Qin Shao said with a smile. Oh, if I were to ask, would you speak the truth? The Black Widow took another sip from her glass. That would depend on the identity you choose to adopt when asking. She is the renowned Black Widow, or as I affectionately call her, Natasha. Qin Shao responded with a non-committal retort. Since my earliest memories, I have been confined with a group of young girls in a crimson house, where survival necessitated enduring shameful training and engaging in mutual slaughter. Rather than directly addressing Qin Zhao's inquiry, Black Widow began to reminisce about her past. Consequently, from a tender age, I learned to distrust those around me. Gradually, I became adept at discerning the malevolent intentions of others. They would gaze at me with smiles, while concealing daggers behind their backs. From the moment I first encountered you, your demeanor was irreverent, your words often lacking in truth. Yet, I could perceive through your gaze that you harbored no ill will towards me. How I came to this conclusion is of little concern to me. I am well aware that, whether as a partner or a friend, I can place my trust in you. My past is a painful chapter one prefer not to revisit, and thus I shall not compel you to divulge your own secrets. In truth, my sole intention in coming here today was to gaze at the stars with you and engage in casual conversation. As she spoke, Black Widow rested her head upon Qin Zhao's shoulder. For the first half of her life, she had been solely focused on training to kill, targeting individuals, and confronting foes. It was only upon meeting Hawkeye and joining S.H.I.E.L.D. that she experienced the sensation of having trustworthy companions. Yet, never had anyone transformed from an objective into a friend, a partner, and more significantly, a man like Qin Shao. He allowed her to set aside her missions and all else, to simply engage with him from a woman's perspective. This feeling, though common for ordinary individuals, was unique for Black Widow. She cherished it deeply. You appear rather slender, yet I must admit, your shoulders are surprisingly strong. Do you enjoy this? You can rest against me for the rest of your life, but only on this side. As you know, I am quite the charming man. There will invariably be others who fall for me, and I am not the sort to deny a beautiful woman. I must leave a glimmer of hope for others. Don't you think? Black Widow's response left Qin Shao immensely satisfied, prompting him to indulge in a spirited monologue. There was no topic too trivial or grand for him to discuss. Black Widow leaned against him, quietly listening to his earnest ramblings, a subtle smile playing at her lips that conveyed her fondness for this moment. The moon hung low among the willow branches and amidst the silence. They sat together for half the night. Although no physical intimacy transpired, on a spiritual level, they found themselves drawing closer to one another. This sensation was delightful, a source of joy. Thus, the following morning, Qin Shao rose with invigorated spirit, eagerly awaiting the arrival of Dr. Eric Selvig, Jane Foster's mentor, to escort Thor back. In the film, Thor descends from the heavens, colliding with their vehicle, prompting others to perceive him as mad. However, Jane Foster finds herself inexplicably enamored with this foolish god and chooses to believe his words. If all goes as planned, they should arrive today to retrieve Thor. After waiting from early morning until noon without seeing anyone come for him, I received a video call from Tony. Qin, I heard you encountered a peculiar hammer in Mexico. Was it enjoyable? If so, I might come over to take a look. By the way, take a look at me. Do you notice anything different? Tony deliberately zoomed out the camera to reveal his upper body. After a careful observation, Qin Shao finally discerned that the arc reactor on his chest had transformed, the light now resembling a blue triangle. There will be another chapter later. Chapter 62, The Pauper with a $3 billion fortune indeed. It seems that villains possess an uncanny longevity. Congratulations, Tony, for being consigned to God's blacklist. However, this news is rather unfortunate for me, as I have long harbored an interest in the vehicles residing in your garage. My humble butterfly wings may have hastened the resolution of your palladium poisoning, which appears promising. Yet, I remain uncertain whether this alteration will allow Rhodes to procure a suit of armor from you and transform into War Machine. You are an unrepentant scoundrel. Sharing joyful tidings with you was a grievous mistake. When do you plan to return? Are you awaiting the conclusion of the hammer business? After exchanging a few idle words with Tony, Qin Shao seemed to have an epiphany and deliberately stepped into a secluded area, mysteriously addressing Tony. I have a matter to discuss with you, Tony. Only you can assist me. Your furtive demeanor evokes the image of a thief. Have you contracted some affliction peculiar to men? I cannot assist you in that regard, my friend. After all, I am in excellent health and quite robust. You would be better off consulting Banner, who seems to have dabbled in medicine. Seeing Qin Zhao's enigmatic expression, Tony wore a look of disdain. Be quiet, you wretched lecher. I am in peak condition, with my virility capable of shattering your armor. Did I not just return from Mexico? You know, I managed to transfer quite a sum from those drug lords. I have opened an account in a Swiss bank. This was initiated at the homes of those traffickers. And as you might know, Zurich hosts numerous banks. I wish to inquire which one is the most secure, as I intend to relocate my funds. Qin Shao glanced around to ensure no one was nearby and whispered into his phone. Is that all? Tony's expression was one of disappointment. He had anticipated a grand revelation from Qin Shao. Mind your tone, Tony. I am now a billionaire, with a staggering $30 billion. $30 billion. Goodness. I scarcely know what to purchase. A mansion? A yacht? Do you have any sound recommendations? On the screen, Tony Stark regarded Qin Shao with an air of disdain. As if from a lofty perch. I expected you to have accomplished something significant. Is $30 billion worthy of such fuss? UBS, which is a major banking group resulting from the merger of Union Bank of Switzerland and Swiss Bank Corporation, is trustworthy as long as the bank's website displays those three letters. Is there anything else? Though Tony did not verbalize it, Qin Shao discerned the term pauper reflected in his gaze. Tony, I concede your immense wealth. However, $30 billion is no trifling sum anywhere. I believe you should accord me a modicum of respect. Do you grasp the significance of this figure? Having resolved his financial quandaries permanently in this world, with a fortune in hand, Qin Shao felt a swell of pride, standing tall and unyielding, unable to tolerate the disdainful gaze of Tony any longer. I find myself in a state of uncertainty, my friend. The sum of $3 billion, previously an order from Stark Industries to the Department of Defense, or perhaps a mere fluctuation in stock prices, eludes my comprehension. Truth be told, I am not particularly concerned with the numerical figures residing in my bank account. Darn it. Qin Xiao abruptly hung up the phone, realizing that this was indeed the epitome of ostentation. Billionaires exist in varying tiers, and one would be foolish to mention monetary matters in the presence of Tony Stark. Pardon me for the interruption, but how are you? I am not well. Do you have something to discuss? A voice nearby interjected, prompting Qin Xiao to respond with unwarranted irritation. Turning to face the source, he was confronted by a disheveled old man. Was it not the genius astrophysicist, Eric Selvig? This individual had made quite the impression throughout the Avengers series, appearing prominently in Thor 1 and 2, as well as in the Avengers 1 and 2. In the first Avengers film, he was manipulated by Loki to devise a device that harnessed Stark's immense energy to scientifically control the Tesseract, thereby opening a stable portal through which the Chitauri army poured into New York. Qin Zhao's demeanor startled the old man, who timidly remarked, "I have a friend whose mind is somewhat. You know, he went missing yesterday, and I heard he has come here. I wish to inquire if he has been apprehended by your organization." Doctor. Eric Selvig gestured towards a sign atop the large tent camp behind him. Department of Homeland Strategic Defense, Attack, and Logistics. Quite a mouthful, isn't it? If your friend is the one who daily proclaims himself the god of thunder, son of Odin, then it must indeed be him. Dr. Selvig eagerly nodded in agreement, admitting he had reluctantly come to retrieve the individual at Jane Foster's behest. Otherwise, he would have preferred to avoid dealings with such a clandestine intelligence agency. Well, your friend appears to be quite unwell. Don't forget to take him to see a doctor, he advised. Qin Xiao gestured for a nearby guard. Please inform Director Coulson that the madman's friend has come to claim him. He will understand my meaning. After pulling Eric Selvig aside to wait, Qin Xiao quickly lost interest in idle chatter. These brilliant scientists often exhibit a profound dullness in conversation, taking ages to respond unless the topic pertains to their expertise. Individuals like Tony Stark, who are exceptionally gifted yet also engaging, are indeed a rarity. Before long, Coulson arrived, escorting Thor with 2 guards. Ever since he had failed to lift his hammer the previous night, Thor had appeared utterly disheartened, silent, and dazed. "Thor, are you all right? Jane sent me to bring you home." Whether it was the familiar voice of Dr. Eric Selvig or the mention of Jane's name, Thor lifted his gaze, a glimmer of color returning to his eyes. "Dr. Eric Selvig, are you here to take me away?" "Indeed, Jane is waiting for you outside. I have come to escort you back." With Qin Zhao's prompt, Coulson did not request any identification from Dr. Selvig, allowing them to depart without hindrance. This rendered the counterfeit documents they had hastily procured the previous night utterly futile. However, once Dr. Selvig and Thor had departed, Coulson discreetly instructed an agent to follow them at a distance. With the 4 chapters complete, the ensuing narrative will oscillate between Thor and Iron Man 2. I wonder if I should let Qin Xiao and Tony create some mischief in Asgard. Chapter 63. Deceiving the god of thunder. Qin Xiao decided to have Coulson send someone to shadow him, and subsequently retrieve the research data from Eric Selvig and Jane Foster. This was a small attempt to rectify the changes brought about by his arrival, allowing Eric Selvig to come under the purview of S.H.I.E.L.D. to study the Tesseract, thereby seamlessly setting in motion the events of the first Avengers film. For Qin Xiao, the system was pivotal in ensuring his growth and strength within the Marvel Cinematic Universe. His familiarity with the majority of the plotlines served as his greatest advantage. Upon his arrival in this world, the 3rd phase of the Marvel Cinematic Universe had just concluded, and the 4th phase had yet to commence. He gleaned from trailers of upcoming films and series that the 4th phase might herald the complete emergence of a multiverse, suggesting that the combat prowess of superheroes and villains would ascend to new heights. Thus, while Qin Xiao could effectuate certain changes, he would refrain from tampering with the main narrative, opting instead to preserve it where possible to avoid attracting the attention of ancient, enigmatic beings, such as those rumored to be associated with the Eternals, which had been long discussed prior to his crossing over. Given Qin Zhao's significant presence in this world, still situated in the early phases dominated by Tony Stark and Black Widow, It was inevitable that alterations would ensue. His goal was to maintain control over the future within a scope he could still perceive, utilizing the system to expedite his growth. Of course, minor alterations were permissible, such as intervening in Thor's transformative journey. When Qin Xiao approached, he found Jane Foster dining with Thor at a restaurant. It was unclear how she had managed to console him, but Thor appeared revitalized, in stark contrast to his earlier despondency. They exchanged glances across the table, igniting a spark of jealousy within Qin Xiao. Having been in this world for a considerable time, he had only just begun to forge a bond with Black Widow, while Thor, having been on Earth for merely days, enjoyed the affections of a beautiful woman. It was infuriating. He was living in comfort, seemingly blessed by fortune. Yet, reflecting on Thor's eventual tragic fate, his family annihilated, Asgard reduced to ruin, and even Jane, his girlfriend, casting him aside, brought a semblance of solace to Qin Xiao. He reassessed his emotions and approached them with a smile. Uninvited, he pulled out a chair and seated himself beside them. Upon noticing Qin Xiao, Thor sprang to his feet, protectively positioning Jane behind him. Pointing an accusatory finger at Qin Xiao, he declared, "I recognize you. You have insulted me and my hammer, and yesterday you knocked me unconscious. I may not be your equal now, but do not think you can harm my friend. Behold, who dares to label Thor as foolish? He is as astute as a clever monkey. Yesterday, indeed, Qin Xiao rendered him unconscious. However, he neither confined him nor subjected him to any abuse. And today he even released him. It was evident that he bore no animosity towards him. As for the pretense of displaying a formidable demeanor before Jane Foster, it was rather transparent. Indeed, after Thor articulated those words, one could almost perceive little hearts sparkling in Jane Foster's eyes. In her perspective, those affiliated with the Strategic Security Bureau were nothing short of the most despicable government agents. They had just returned Thor only to follow up by confiscating all their equipment and research materials, truly akin to bandits. The fact that Thor had been captured yesterday, yet stood resolutely before her today, unafraid of these brigands, was nothing short of a testament to his formidable boyfriend qualities. Thus, in a display of valor reminiscent of a heroine, Jane Foster stepped boldly forward, shielding the towering Thor behind her, her expression fraught with tension as she addressed Qin Xiao. "You bandits! Your associates have already taken everything from us. You shall not take my friend away." Well, just as he sat down, being mistaken for a villain was one thing, but being fed a mouthful of dog food before uttering a word was quite another. How utterly vexing. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Qin Xiao rubbed his nose and spoke with a hint of frustration. "Please, do not be agitated. I am not here to take anyone away, nor to seize your belongings. Look, it's just me. There's no one else outside." Jane glanced outside, confirming that indeed, it was only Qin Xiao. Her expression softened slightly, yet suspicion lingered as she responded, "Then what brings you here? We have nothing to discuss with you. Do not disturb our meal, or I shall call the authorities. Could you at least sit down to converse? I only wish to speak with him. Please take a seat. Others are watching us. I will grant you 5 minutes. Once you are done, kindly leave," Jane reiterated, casting several cautious glances outside before carefully guiding Thor to sit down. "First and foremost, I wish to clarify that I harbor no ill intentions towards you. Otherwise, I would not have allowed him to leave today. Secondly, I am not affiliated with the Strategic Security Bureau. I am merely an advisor, understand? Thus, there is no need for such trepidation." Qin Xiao endeavored to alleviate the hostility between them. "But you insulted my hammer and knocked me out," Thor retorted, akin to a child, unable to let go of the perceived slight against his weapon. "I rendered you unconscious because you were overly agitated yesterday." "Thor, my remarks regarding your hammer stemmed from your excessive anxiety over him. You are the god of thunder, not merely the god of hammers. Are you truly so diminished without your hammer?" Qin Xiao spoke with a familiar ease towards Thor. "My Mjolnir is my battle companion, the source of my strength. You wouldn't comprehend, you mere mortal," Thor declared, displaying the typical arrogance of Asgardians, quick to forget past grievances. "Thus, it is evident why your father sent you to Earth. You have accomplished nothing since losing your hammer and failed to respect humanity. Qin Shao languidly snapped his fingers. Wait, do you truly believe he is the thunder god from Asgard? Jian interjected, her skepticism lingering despite her outward acceptance of Thor's claims. However, Qin Zhao's words caught her off guard. Thor's reaction was even more pronounced. Do you know why my father banished me to Earth? Upon sensing the bait had been taken, Qin Zhao's spirits lifted. I certainly do. Not only do I understand the reason for your presence here, but I also know how you can reclaim your hammer and regain the power of the Thunder God. Chapter 64. A business card. Qin Zhao's attempts at bravado typically culminate in failure. However, this time, in the presence of the towering Thor, he effortlessly garnered the giant's trust. Particularly notable was the moment when Qin Shao recounted the tale of how, at the tender age of 8, Loki transformed into a serpent, only to revert to his original form and stab Thor upon being picked up. This incident was known only to their mother, the goddess Frigga, and even Odin was oblivious to it. Since entering the Marvel Universe, Qin Shao had frequently masqueraded as a fortune-teller, and at last, he achieved success with Thor. Moreover, he seized the opportunity to take a small revenge on the earlier incident of being fed dog food. I also know that Loki visited you last night and deceived you into believing that Odin was dead. In truth, your father merely slumbers. He wishes to prevent your return. For you know, there can be only one king. These words invigorated Thor, for he realized that the most devastating blow was not his inability to lift Mjolnir, but rather Loki's stealthy visit, revealing that his recklessness had led to their father's demise. I understand that Heimdall currently disregards your calls, but should you learn to embrace the ways of an ordinary man and complete your trials, you shall reclaim your lost power. Furthermore, your companions, the three warriors, and your betrothed, the goddess of the earth and harvest, Sif, will come to Earth in search of you. What? You have a fiancée? Jane, clearly taken aback, questioned Thor with a hint of betrayal in her voice. Although their relationship had not been formally established, an undeniable spark had ignited between them since their first encounter. A subtle tension of intimacy had blossomed in their unspoken understanding, but before it could fully flourish, Qin Shao had violently torn open a rift. In truth, Thor had never contemplated this issue. For over a millennium, he had regarded Sif as a comrade and a brother. Before meeting Jane, he had only known that upon ascending to the throne, he would wed Sif, yet he had never given it much thought. Qin Zhao's probing remarks caused a sudden jolt in his heart, and he found himself inexplicably flustered. Jane, allow me to explain. My father designated her as my betrothed at my birth, and I have always viewed her as a sister. I never entertained thoughts of marrying her. You need not explain yourself. I am merely an ordinary mortal. You, however, are the god of thunder, and your future wife should undoubtedly be a goddess of some sort, befitting your stature, the goddess of earth and harvest. Qin Shao interjected with a mischievous grin. Yes, the goddess of earth and harvest. She is the one who should be your future wife. Also, thank you for your reminder, Jane proclaimed, snatching the nearby cup and splashing it across Qin Zhao's face in a fit of anger before storming off. Damn it, why did you douse me with water? Qin Shao lamented, feeling more wronged than doughy. I sincerely apologize. Jane did not mean to do that. What I meant to say is that I must pursue her and then return to seek your guidance, as I have many matters that require your expertise. Thor stammered as he spoke to Qin Shao, clearly revealing his affections for Jian. It's all right, you may go. Once you've resolved your matters, feel free to find me. You know where to locate me, correct? Qin Shao wiped his face and, with a resigned demeanor, presented himself with an air of wisdom. The large fellow cast an apologetic glance at Qin Shao before hastily pursuing the direction Jian had taken. Meeting you has truly been a stroke of bad luck. Yet, on the brighter side, the completion of a system task had granted him 500 points, bringing him a mere 500 points away from unlocking the second-tier marketplace, a small consolation indeed. After the large man departed, Qin Shao grumbled as he prepared to leave. However, he was halted in his tracks by a restaurant staff member who extended a hand. Sir, that table has yet to settle their bill. Please take care of that first. And also, we need compensation for a cup that was broken. Oh, those two wretched scoundrels. Why did I have to choose this moment to seek them out? I don't know them. I refuse to pay. I merely recognized them and exchanged a few words, I ordered nothing. Qin Xiao felt utterly cheated and was loath to settle the bill. Sir, if you persist in this manner, we shall have no choice but to contact the authorities. Very well, I shall pay with my card. He wondered how Thor would manage to charm his little girlfriend back. By the following afternoon, Qin Xiao had yet to see the large man return. Instead, he received an invitation from Tony. True to his nature, Tony had sent a formal invitation through Stark Industries, inviting Qin Xiao to attend the Stark Expo taking place in New York in 3 days. In this world, Stark Industries was undeniably the titan of technological enterprises, and the Stark Expo was one of the largest technology exhibitions globally. The vast exhibition area showcased the latest products from renowned tech companies worldwide, running for an entire year. Stark Industries had chosen this moment to hold the expo to demonstrate its recent inventions and applications in renewable energy. Even without manufacturing weapons, they possessed formidable capabilities to achieve significant advancements in other fields. The expo's opening ceremony was a monumental event for Stark Industries. In fact, Tony had sent invitations to every member of the Avengers. However, the others, being genuine agents, had little time to attend the ceremony, and Dr. Banner was still associated with the military, making it inconvenient for him to appear. Though not particularly interested in the expo's opening, Qin Xiao found himself somewhat intrigued at the thought of the glamorous women who had danced alongside Tony in the film. Yet, considering his recent progress with Black Widow, remaining here could provide an opportunity to advance their relationship. Just as Qin Xiao pondered this, Agent Coulson entered with a stern expression. What has transpired? Qin Xiao inquired, noticing Coulson's demeanor resembling that of someone in distress. A business card, inscribed with your name in elegant Chinese characters. In his hand, Coulson held a card. Qin Xiao took it, only to discover a rather ordinary piece of cardstock, adorned with the flamboyant calligraphy of his name, Qin Xiao. Upon flipping it over, he found an address, 177A, Blick Street. This address struck a familiar chord within Qin Xiao, prompting him to inquire of Coulson, "Do you recognize this place? Perhaps you should take a look at this first." Coulson responded as he activated his phone to play a video. The footage displayed a surveillance clip of Thor's hammer, revealing an otherwise empty space save for the hammer itself. Suddenly, a resplendent, swirling energy ring manifested in the void above the hammer. As the energy ring came to a halt, a portal framed by the ring emerged, from which a business card gracefully descended. Chapter 65. The Supreme Ancient One. In this peculiar situation, SHIELD has undoubtedly dispatched personnel to investigate. However, their findings revealed that Bleak 177A is merely an ordinary antique shop, peddling old furniture and antique clocks. The individuals within are of impeccable character, exhibiting not a trace of wrongdoing. It is only natural the Ancient One, a master of celestial rank, wields spatial magic with extraordinary finesse. If she wishes to remain concealed, SHIELD would be hard-pressed to uncover any flaw. The Ancient One's sudden appearance, accompanied by a business card bearing an address tossed near Thor's hammer, suggests an undeniable connection to Thor or Asgard. The nature of this connection can only be discerned through Qin Xiao's personal visit. It seems that attending the Stark Expo's opening ceremony has become imperative. Unable to await Thor's arrival, Qin Xiao proactively sought him out once more. To his astonishment, the towering figure had somehow reconciled with Jane, restoring their previous rapport, marked by glances that ignited sparks in the air. Such swift resolution surely involved sweet words. Revealing his shallow nature, Qin Xiao felt a surge of indignation. Yet, he maintained a facade of comfort, assuring Thor that he had matters to attend to and would return shortly. As for the Ancient One, regardless of how Coulson reported to Nick Fury, Qin Xiao would proceed as he deemed fit, sharing only what he chose to disclose. He journeyed from New Mexico to New York, hitching a ride with Stark Industries and arriving at Bleak 177A. This street lies in the heart of the bustling Manhattan district. It is unclear how the three great sanctuaries operate. If their locations could be altered, Qin Xiao would prefer to lease out the sanctuary and relocate to a more affordable area, sparing himself the embarrassment of being a penniless mage. As depicted in Avengers: Infinity War, Standing at the entrance, he mused on the wastefulness of the sanctuary occupying such a prime location. After a brief hesitation, he was about to knock when a flash of golden light appeared beneath his feet, and a portal opened. In an instant, he found himself plummeting through the air. In the corresponding study on the second floor of the sanctuary, Qin Xiao tumbled out of a portal, landing directly onto a single sofa. The room was encased by 3 walls lined with bookshelves, forming a small, doorless alcove. 3 single sofas were arranged according to the bookshelves, and upon his arrival, Qin Xiao found an unoccupied sofa to his right, while directly in front of him sat the Ancient One, engrossed in a book. It was her spell that had transported Qin Xiao from the entrance to the second floor. Yet, upon his arrival, the Ancient One remained silent, merely absorbed in her reading. This is the advantage of possessing strength. One can flaunt their superiority without fear of reproach. Were it an ordinary individual, they would likely bow their head in silence while engrossed in their reading. Qin Xiao would undoubtedly have sent them sprawling with a single slap, sending their book soaring into the air. However, before him stood the supreme sorcerer, Gu Yi, and Qin Xiao merely grumbled internally, refraining from taking any action. Naturally, Qin Xiao was not one to remain idle. Observing Gu Yi's unwavering focus on the book, he retrieved a cigar from his pocket and began to exhale clouds of smoke in her presence. Since you choose not to speak, let me see if my smoke will provoke a reaction, he mused with a mischievous intent. Taking a deep drag, he casually directed a plume of thick smoke towards Gu Yi. Yet, the supreme sorcerer remained unfazed. Suddenly, a golden hula hoop, the size of an ashtray, appeared before him, suspended less than half a meter away. As this small portal emerged, the smoke he exhaled surged toward it as if drawn by an invisible force. Upon closer inspection, Qin Xiao realized that the portal revealed a snow-capped mountain. Though he was unaware of its location, it was undoubtedly a high-altitude region. The weather was clear, with little wind, and due to the atmospheric pressure, the smoke and ash from his cigar were effortlessly drawn into the portal. The effect was akin to smoking with the window slightly ajar while driving at high speed. In reality, if a small portal were to open in a room at high altitude, all the books on the shelf would likely be swept away. But let us not dwell on such details. After all, Gu Yi is the supreme sorcerer, and she surely has her methods. How impressive, a self-ventilating ashtray. It would be a marvelous addition to my bedroom. Not only would it eliminate the need for an air circulation system, but it would also render a trash can unnecessary. Qin Xiao found himself searching for conversation, feeling a degree of pressure in Gu Yi's presence, especially as he remained uncertain about why she had summoned him here. Should you open one in your bedroom during a snowstorm, it could fill your house with snow in an hour. Are you certain you want to proceed with that? I could assist, Gu Yi remarked with a smile, looking up from her reading. You've summoned me from afar. Do you have nothing to say or inquire about? Gu Yi finally closed her book and set it aside. Indeed, I have questions, Qin Xiao replied, casting the cigar into the ashtray. Now that I stand at your doorstep, why did you not simply teleport me directly from New Mexico? Airfare is rather expensive. Since Gu Yi had initiated the conversation, he took the opportunity to pose a rather trivial question. Firstly, I bear no cost for the ticket, and secondly, if I were to come down to open the door for you, or to create a portal for you, the energy expenditure would be nearly equivalent to transporting you here. Gu Yi waved her hand, closing the small portal, and then addressed Qin Xiao's question with utmost seriousness. The statement is irrefutable. I never anticipated that Gu Yi would so earnestly reckon with her own affairs. Thus, Qin Xiao, aligning himself with her sentiments, inquired, Might I ask what brings you to summon me? It seems he struck upon the query that Gu Yi sought to address. As she regarded Qin Xiao with earnestness and declared, Odin and I share a rapport. He has exiled his son to earth, while he himself remains ensnared in slumber. Naturally, I must remain vigilant. However, I am taken aback by the emergence of an unexpected individual. You ought not to be in that location. Therefore, I am intrigued. What compels your presence in a place where you should not be? And how is it that you have yet to be apprehended by the Temporal Anomaly Management Bureau? Chapter 66. The terrifying Supreme Mage Qin Xiao found himself at a loss to answer the 2 questions posed by Ancient One, merely feigning ignorance as he replied. I'm sorry, I do not comprehend what you are saying. Meanwhile, his mind was frantically calling out to the system. System, shouldn't my identity be unproblematic after traversing here? Why does Ancient One claim I should not be present? Hurry, devise a solution. The system, however, paid no heed to Qin Zhao's concerns and instead continued its monologue within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have made contact with the Supreme Mage Ancient One, leaving a profound impression on her. Reward, 500 points. It has been detected that your total accumulated points have surpassed 5,000, triggering a system upgrade. The secondary marketplace is now accessible. The upgrade commences now. Then, a countdown ensued. 47, 59, 59. Hey, hey, Qin Zhao shouted again in his mind. But the system remained ensnared in its countdown. Damn it, Qin Zhao seethed internally. Upon regaining his composure and facing Ancient One, he found her unexpectedly bent down, standing mere inches from him. Their faces were so close that a slight elongation of their eyelashes would lead to contact. Ah, what are you doing? Qin Zhao froze for an instant, then squealed and recoiled. What was happening? Was Ancient One, who had lived for at least a millennium, harboring some malevolent intentions towards him? Who were you speaking to just now? I sensed your mental fluctuations, akin to communication, yet there are only the two of us here. Curious, Ancient One asked, disregarding Qin Zhao's bewilderment. A tempest of shock surged within Qin Zhao. He was aware of Ancient One's formidable prowess, but he had not anticipated that she could perceive his mental dialogue with the system. I truly do not understand your words. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. At this moment, Ancient One was not someone to be trifled with. He could not overpower her, and there was a chance she might inadvertently unveil his secrets. Qin Zhao felt an urgent need to retreat, and for a fleeting moment, he regretted accepting Thor's task, as Odin was also a god-level expert, who knew how many arcane methods these beings possessed. If they discerned that he did not belong to this world, who could predict their actions? In the face of such uncertainty, Qin Zhao's decision to flee was undoubtedly prudent. Yet, the disparity in power was too vast. It was not as simple as walking away. Interesting, I shall observe, Ancient One declared, speaking to herself. No sooner had her words left her mouth than her hands, like lightning, pressed against Qin Zhao's forehead. Qin Zhao felt his entire body stiffen. A sensation akin to being paralyzed in a nightmarish dream enveloped him. He was acutely aware of his surroundings and of Ancient One's palm resting upon him, his senses intact, yet he was utterly immobilized. Damn it, they say that possessing a system renders one invincible. Surely he would not meet his end here. If he were to perish, he would prefer to do so in a climactic battle against formidable foes such as the Purple Yam Spirit, rather than succumb to Ancient One. It was simply too humiliating. He hadn't even spent his $30 billion yet, and Black Widow was still waiting for him. Qin Zhao found himself utterly immobilized, his thoughts racing with the absurdity of dying in such a manner. Fortunately, Gui merely probed his soul and spiritual fluctuations. The sensation of being confined came swiftly and departed just as quickly. In an instant, Qin Zhao regained his freedom, collapsing onto the sofa. The feeling of being unable to control oneself was undeniably unpleasant. Taking a couple of deep breaths, he resolved that since he could neither fight nor flee, he would embrace his characteristic boldness. What on earth do you intend to do? Speak plainly. You come here touching and asking incomprehensible questions. If not, let us just settle this with a fight. In his agitation, Qin Zhao unleashed a torrent of Mandarin. To his surprise, Gui responded with even greater fluency. Oh, you certainly possess a temper for one so young. You're cloaked in mystery, concealing countless secrets. I must unveil them. Are you certain you wish to engage in battle with me? Upon the mention of Mandarin, Gui's demeanor transformed entirely, shedding the earlier air of enigmatic eccentricity. With remarkable skill, she rolled up her sleeves, her right hand flickering slightly as a golden energy whip materialized. With her left hand, she formed a seal, a ring of green energy shimmering around her wrist. Damn! Qin Zhao exclaimed involuntarily. It had not been long since he traversed into the Marvel realm, and he had yet to fully grasp the situation with Captain America. Gui, disregarding her status and wielding the time stone right off the bat, was quite a shock. Although Qin Xiao had only glimpsed the green energy ring in the films a few times, its significance was vividly etched in his memory. It was indeed one of the 6 infinity stones, the Time Stone. Regardless of Qin Xiao's internal musings, Gu Yi caught his exclamation and responded with an inscrutable smile. Raising her left wrist, "You indeed recognize the Time Stone." Qin Xiao inwardly conceded he had been outmaneuvered. The threat of the infinity stones loomed large over him, and he had acted impulsively. At this juncture, to feign ignorance would be an insult to their intelligence. Resolutely, he straightened his neck and declared, "I know very well what makes the Time Stone remarkable. Do you think you alone can glimpse the future? Have you not heard of the I Ching and the 8 trigrams? I can calculate, foreseeing 500 years past and 500 years ahead." Upon witnessing Qin Zhao's candid admission followed by his whimsical claims, Gu Yi smiled faintly, dissipating her energy. "A stubborn duck, are we? Rest assured, since I could not detect anything amiss earlier, I shall not press you for revelations. However, your presence indeed contravenes the laws of this universe, and even—" She trailed off abruptly. "Even what? Are you brave enough to finish your thought?" Despite Gu Yi retracting her magical energy, Qin Xiao instinctively distanced himself, a wary expression on his face. "If you choose not to disclose your secrets, I too must keep my cards close to my chest. So, young man, are you interested in collaborating with me?" "Collaborate on what?" Qin Xiao felt a persistent unease, uncertain of Gu Yi's true intentions. "I cannot divulge the details of our collaboration at this moment. However, would you be interested in learning magic with me?" Gu Yi settled back onto the sofa, a smile gracing her lips. "Why would I want to learn magic from you?" Qin Xiao replied, still standing behind the sofa. Indeed, Gu Yi's magic piqued her interest, particularly the convenience of that portal. Yet, at this moment, Qin Xiao felt an overwhelming sense of wariness towards Gu Yi, entirely unaware of her true intentions, and thus could not agree recklessly. Why would you want to learn magic from me?" "That is a pertinent question," Gu Yi mused, stroking her chin thoughtfully. Suddenly, she formed a hand sign with both hands, and the ornament upon her chest began to emit a brilliant green light, gradually revealing itself. In her right hand, a verdant gemstone materialized. Is this reason sufficient? Chapter 67. The Pact with Ancient One. Qin Xiao could hardly fathom that the Ancient One would so readily cast aside the Time Stone. In Avengers: Infinity War, Doctor Strange utilized the Time Stone to glimpse over 14 million potential outcomes. Furthermore, in Avengers: Endgame, when Banner sought out the Ancient One to request an audience with Doctor Strange, she remarked that he had arrived 5 years too late, as Strange was currently performing surgery several blocks away. This clearly indicated that the Ancient One possessed the ability to foresee the future. If that were indeed the case, she must have recognized that Doctor Strange was her successor and the next guardian of the Time Stone. So why did she insist on passing the Time Stone into her own hands? As for the so-called Time Variance Authority, based on the trailers for Loki and the Ancient One's initial remarks, it seemed their purpose was to apprehend anyone who disrupted the predetermined timeline. For instance, Loki, destined to be imprisoned in Asgard, had somehow managed to escape with the Tesseract. Undoubtedly, Qin Xiao had also interfered with the established timeline. So why had they not come to apprehend him? Was it due to the system? If the system could indeed shield him from the Time Variance Authority, then why could it not do the same for the Ancient One? What had she seen in the future? Why was it imperative for him to accompany Doctor Strange to Kamartaj to learn magic? Initially, Qin Xiao felt he had gained a godlike perspective within the Marvel Universe. Yet now he was ensnared in a labyrinth of confusion, waiting to unravel its layers one by one. He contemplated reaching out to the system, but it remained in an endless state of upgrading. Why, of all times, did it choose to upgrade now? The more he pondered, the more irritated he became. In a fit of frustration, he kicked a massive trash bin, towering over 1 meter and nearly 2 meters wide, sending it and its contents soaring at least 2 stories high. As the metal bin crashed to the ground, a scattered shower of refuse fell from the sky. "I don't care anymore. Let whatever happens happen. I shall grow stronger in due time, and then none shall dare challenge me." With a resounding clang, Qin Zhao's outburst came to an end as the trash bin thudded heavily to the ground, providing a slight release of the pent-up frustration within him. There was no sense in dwelling on the incomprehensible. With the system at his disposal, he could bide his time until his strength grew, rendering him fearless. Having reassured himself, he was about to exit the desolate alley when he unexpectedly spotted a Caucasian man standing before him, a knife clutched in his hand, staring blankly. Adorning his head were two twisted pieces of toilet paper and a visibly blood-stained sanitary napkin. The knife itself bore remnants of meat sauce and strands of spaghetti. It appeared he had been lurking behind the large trash bin, ready to ambush him, but Qin Zhao's kick had left him in a state of shock. The man was as thin as a lightning bolt, likely a drug addict. Yet, his frozen stance reminded Qin Zhao of a character from Shaolin Soccer who practiced the praying mantis fist. The standing posture was strikingly identical. Robbery? Qin Zhao stepped forward and inquired. No, you misunderstood. I am merely dining. The robber, with a dazed expression, raised the noodles dangling from his knife as a gesture, his head swaying, causing a sanitary napkin to flutter in the wind. Dining here, you say? Indeed, the air is quite pleasant, is it not? A fine hat you have there. Do you carry any cash? $50. Is that sufficient to take a cab to Stark Industries? It is. Hand it over, then. Thank you. Qin Zhao accepted the banknote, casually patting the robber's shoulder. Crack. A subtle sound echoed. It was evident that Qin Zhao had fractured the robber's scapula with his palm. Meanwhile, within the sanctum of New York, the enigmatic Ancient One, who had previously exuded an air of absolute control before Qin Zhao, now sat on the sofa with a furrowed brow. How could this be? What transpired? Ancient One murmured to himself. After a while, he seemed to resolve something within. He sat cross-legged on the sofa, hands forming intricate seals, and between his palms, the time stone floated, radiating a faint green luminescence. As the green light gradually spread, Ancient One's body began to tremble violently, the intensity increasing, leaving behind a series of ephemeral shadows in the air. In that instant, it appeared as though countless iterations of Ancient One were overlapping in the same space. Numerous visages of Ancient One emerged from various angles, some in agony, others solemn, and some filled with joy. The trembling accelerated, and the frequency of the green light's expansion intensified, resulting in an ever-increasing multitude of phantoms surrounding Ancient One. Just as everything approached a critical threshold, all tremors, phantoms, and green light surged and then receded, restoring tranquility. With a sudden gasp, Ancient One expelled a copious amount of blood, his face adorned with an expression of incredulity, soon followed by an overwhelming ecstasy. Ha! Were Qin Zhao to witness Ancient One in such a state, he would undoubtedly believe he was observing a different individual altogether. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth, seated cross-legged on the sofa, he laughed maniacally, akin to a madman. However, Qin Zhao was oblivious to all this. After robbing an unfortunate thief and acquiring $50 from his pitiful form, he hailed a cab and sped directly towards Stark Industries' New York branch. Though termed a branch, it had increasingly become the focal point of operations, especially following Tony's explosive dismantling of the Los Angeles facility. After all, more business was gravitating toward New York, the international financial hub. It was no wonder that this Stark Expo was hosted at this location. The taxi carrying Qin Zhao came to a halt right in front of the imposing edifice, and as he stepped out, a cacophony of car horns erupted nearby. A striking dark red convertible Acura NSX pulled up beside him. Who else could it be but Tony Stark? I recall generously lending you my company's business vehicle along with the driver. Why did you return by taxi? It is rare for me to be so magnanimous. To be honest, I initially thought it would take quite a while, so I allowed the driver to leave, only to discover that it was all over rather quickly. Qin Zhao shrugged, expressing a hint of exasperation. It seems your day hasn't been particularly enjoyable. Hop in, and I'll take you somewhere that will surely lift your spirits. Tony patted the seat next to him. Perhaps we should switch vehicles. This convertible is rather ostentatious. And I am not fond of the color. Dark red is too garish for my taste. Tony. This car of Tony's is a limited edition, truly unattainable even for the wealthy. Qin Zhao suddenly recalled the way Tony had looked at him previously, as if he were a pauper, and felt a twinge of envy. Promise me that you will accompany me to handle a certain matter, and this car shall be yours. What do you say? As I mentioned, It is not often that I am so generous. Qin Zhao's eyes brightened as he promptly ushered Tony into the passenger seat. Tony? Do you know? When I was a child, I heard my parents say that the specialty of my hometown is bayberries. Have you ever tasted bayberries? They are delightfully sweet and tangy, and the ripe ones are the same color as this car. Oh my, I adore this color. It reminds me of my homeland. Tony. Chapter 68. Secondary Mall. It has been demonstrated that there is always a higher peak. Although Qin Xiao possesses a thick skin and a substantial fortune, he cannot compete with Tony, a seasoned capitalist who has thrived in the realm of capitalism for decades. After accepting a luxury vehicle worth several $100,000 from Tony, he found himself being dragged to a newly opened upscale luxury apartment building for a ribbon-cutting ceremony. Surrounded by a bevy of scantily clad hostesses, and with Tony incessantly engaging him in conversation, Qin Xiao, having recently come into a windfall, found it difficult to maintain his composure. In a daze, he inadvertently acquired 2 penthouse duplex apartments, totaling over 1,000 square meters, at a cost exceeding $10 million. Even after signing the contract and handing over the money, Qin Xiao, still bewildered, inquired of Tony, even though we will be in New York quite often, why must I purchase 2 apartments? No, my friend, you are mistaken. It is 1 apartment, the other is under my name. Tony triumphantly waved his right index finger. Oh my God, you must have misread the contract when you signed, correct? How do you feel about being my neighbor? Surprised? My villa in New York is rather dilapidated, and the new Stark Tower has just begun its foundation. It will take at least 2 to 3 years to complete. Surely, you wouldn't want me residing in that old villa for the next few years, would you, my friend? Tony grinned like a wily fox who had just pilfered a hen. Tony, you dragged me to the ribbon-cutting ceremony. That apartment building must have been constructed by your friend, correct? Can I inquire about a refund? Qin Xiao turned away in disbelief, gritting his teeth. Unless there is a formal document proving quality issues from the relevant authorities, a refund is absolutely out of the question. Believe me, that apartment building is a new venture under Stark Industries. I cannot be mistaken. Tony urged Qin Xiao into the car, taking on the role of driver. So, I paid for 2 apartments, but only received 1, gifting you another. And it is constructed by your company, correct? Relax, my friend. Do not be agitated. You might damage the car door. Good heavens. This is your vehicle, Qin. Can I return this car? Qin Xiao lamented, on the verge of tears. No, what I, Tony Stark, gift to a friend shall never be reclaimed. Tony replied with conviction. Tony? My linguistic abilities have recently deteriorated. Could you translate for me what the hell surprise means? As the apartments were not immediately habitable, Qin Xiao clung to Tony, indulging in several days of luxurious living in the presidential suite of New York's most opulent hotel. He confined himself to the suite for 2 full days, etching Tony Stark's name repeatedly on the toilet. Finally, the moment arrived when the system upgrade concluded. It was merely an opening of the secondary mall, disguised as a system upgrade. In the secondary marketplace, the intermediate super serum grants the Asgardian primary divine body, with an unawakened divine power state, extending lifespan up to 5,000 years for 3,000 points. The intermediate combat technique, an upgraded version of the primary combat technique, allows for a more rational application of skeletal and muscular strength, enhancing the performance of physical attributes, strength and speed, by at least 20 compared to the primary combat technique. Priced at 800 points. The intermediate weapon mastery, an enhanced version of the primary weapon mastery, enables a more adept handling of most cold weapons and approaches the threshold of the unity of man and weapon, also at 800 points. The D-Class Combat Suit. An upgraded E-Class Combat Suit not only retains the functionalities of the E-Class suit, but also adds an additional 30 kinetic energy absorption, costing 700 points. The D-Class Cold Weapon Customization, an upgraded version of the E-Class weapon, can barely penetrate high-end alloys, such as Iron Man's gold titanium alloy, though it still lacks the sharpness to cut through iron effortlessly. The weapon's resilience and sturdiness are enhanced, priced at 700 points. The primary spatial storage device offers a storage capacity of 10 cubic meters, with a customizable appearance, ranging from rings to bracelets, watches, necklaces, and more. Note, if you prefer, it can even take the form of a diaper, provided you are unconcerned about the contents being soaked in liquid. This is available for 1,000 points. The secondary marketplace has opened, and prices have surged, rendering Qin Zhao's previously ample points insufficient. After careful consideration, he concluded that strength must come from within. Nothing surpasses the importance of personal power. With a determined resolve, he purchased the intermediate super serum, leaving him with a meager 500 points, rendering him unable to acquire anything else in the secondary marketplace. System, why is this intermediate super serum associated with the Asgardian divine body? It seems unrelated to the term super serum, Qin Zhao inquired, puzzled. Because the host previously integrated the Hulk's serum, and for the host's strength to develop healthily, the intermediate serum, which merely doubles the effects of the primary serum, holds little significance. Thus, it has been slightly elevated in level, requiring a marginally increased number of points. As for the name, it is inconsequential. Please do not dwell on such details, the system replied monotonously. Indeed, you present a compelling argument. I struggle to counter it. Qin Zhao conceded, acknowledging that he could not dispute the rationale. Completing the Hulk's random task rendered the intermediate serum's doubling of the primary serum's effects of little value to him, as he already possessed 30 of the Hulk's strength. As for the spatial storage device and similar items, he could always purchase them later when he accrued more points. System. I have another question regarding the unusual behavior of Master Ancient One that day and the so-called Spatial Anomaly Management Bureau. Qin Zhao expressed his lingering doubts. First, this is not merely a question. Rather, it encompasses several inquiries. Furthermore, I serve solely as a facilitator, enabling my host to acquire strength in a more convenient and straightforward manner. To put it plainly, I am but a supplementary tool. The act of contemplation is one that the host, as a sentient being, should engage in using their own biological intellect, rather than seeking assistance from me. A mere auxiliary instrument. If I possessed all the knowledge, what purpose would the host serve? Host, what are you even pondering? How frustrating it is to be rendered speechless by a supportive tool. Qin Zhao felt an urgent need to enhance his cognitive abilities. Since the system had spoken, Qin Zhao chose to refrain from further inquiries. After all, he had already resolved to focus on his own empowerment, disregarding any distracting complications. However, he harbored a subtle intuition that the items within the secondary marketplace, particularly the divine body cloaked in the guise of an advanced super serum, were undoubtedly linked to the current task assigned by the Thunder God. It seemed likely that they were intended to pave the way for future rewards from Odin and Asgard. Chapter 69. The Thunder God's new job. It is uncertain whether it is due to the habitual consumption of the Hulk serum or the extensive modifications my body has undergone. But this time, as I ingested the so-called intermediate super serum, I experienced no significant pain. Just a mild, tingling sensation coursed through my body for a few fleeting minutes. A mere trifle compared to the agony of my previous experience, akin to the sting of a few mosquito bites. After consuming it, I felt an enhanced resilience in my physique. My capacity to withstand blows had undoubtedly improved. However, the changes in strength and speed were negligible, detectable, yet certainly not exceeding a 10% increase. Intriguingly, I sensed an indescribable transformation within my body. Yet, given its divine designation, this godly form must possess unique attributes. I fervently hope that upon my arrival in Asgard, this divine physique will bestow upon me unforeseen advantages. Otherwise, if I were to rely solely on a body devoid of awakened divine power in Asgard, it might be wiser to continue on the path of the Hulk. Of course, this assumes I do not consider the prospect of extended longevity. After all, I bear no divine rank, nor do I possess divine powers. Unlike Thor, who can summon lightning with his bare hands upon awakening, the third-tier marketplace remains inaccessible until I accumulate over 10,000 points, which seems an interminable wait. However, there is a silver lining. During the next upgrade of the marketplace, a selection of items will be made available for purchase, which can be utilized by others. Currently, the items are effective only for me, Qin Zhao. This alleviates my concerns. Should I find a few companions in this world, the issue of longevity must be addressed. It would be rather disheartening to live for thousands of years while watching those around me perish one by one. Ultimately left with a solitary giant. What joy is there in that? Especially when one has a goddess fiancée to consider. Having endured the tedious opening ceremony of the Stark Expo, I pondered whether I should find the giant and tease him a bit. After all, children require some form of discipline to hasten their growth. Just then, I received a call from Thor. "Gene, I require your assistance. I wish to find a job." His opening line left me somewhat bewildered. Why would he seek employment right off the bat? "All right, a job is fine, but do enlighten me on your reasoning," I replied, adopting a tone of a concerned elder. "I am currently unable to regain Mjolnir's favor, forced to accompany Jane daily. Yet, I am a man. I cannot rely on her for sustenance. Do you comprehend my predicament?" Thor spoke somewhat awkwardly. "Have you been eating too much, and now they find you burdensome?" I jestingly teased. "No, Jane treats me well. Indeed, I consume quite a bit, but my point is that Jane has never demanded anything of me. However, I must learn to sustain myself. Did you not tell me that to become the true god of thunder, one must first learn to live as an ordinary person? I am endeavoring to learn how to lead a life akin to that of an ordinary individual, working, earning a livelihood, dining with my girlfriend, and bestowing upon her small tokens of affection. Do you grasp my intention? Gene, you shall assist me, will you not? Indeed, my dear friend, while you may meander through a plethora of reasoning, the crux of the matter lies in the act of treating one's girlfriend to a meal and presenting her with modest gifts. After all, as the heir to the throne of Asgard, one ought to possess a modicum of self-respect. In truth, securing him a job could prove beneficial, allowing him to experience the life of an average person, thereby accruing merit when he eventually faces Odin. However, should he genuinely be assigned to work, the potential intervention of Loki with the Destroyer could inadvertently endanger innocence. Although Qin Shao is not a paragon of virtue, he cannot allow others to suffer because of this. After much contemplation, it seems prudent for him to venture forth himself. In New Mexico, the Black Widow has been dispatched on another assignment by Nick Fury. Coulson, alongside a cadre of scientists, is fervently investigating the hammer that lies upon the ground, bolstered by the research conducted by Jane and her colleagues. It is almost certain that the so-called Asgard and the Nine Realms are indeed real, interconnected through subtle links in the fabric of space. It is essential to recognize that the findings of Jane and her team are grounded in scientific principles, not merely the fabrications of Norse mythology. Consequently, when Coulson encounters Qin Shao, he is reminded of their wager concerning his hair, prompting him to act somewhat evasively. Qin Shao is unperturbed. It was merely a jest, and he has come prepared to take the large fellow out for a broader experience. However, he requires a bit of assistance from Coulson, otherwise, the counterfeit identification procured by Jane's group for a few $100s could easily be uncovered by a state trooper. Initially SHIELD, intended to confine Thor and Jane within this small town. Yet, considering the implications of their research findings, if everything is indeed true, then Thor is akin to a ticking time bomb, potentially inviting trouble at any moment. With Qin Shao by his side, the situation feels comparatively safer. Although Qin Shao sometimes embodies a harbinger of trouble, his formidable capabilities are readily apparent. Now, might we discuss the matter of Blick 177A? After conversing about Thor, Coulson deftly redirects the conversation back to that sudden appearance of the business card. After all, the technology of spatial portals is somewhat daunting, whether for assassination or espionage. SHIELD seeks to control or comprehend it. Qin Shao is fully aware of Coulson's concerns. I would advise against attempting to meddle with them. This is an organization on Earth, possessing combat prowess that rivals that of the Allfather Odin. Their primary interest lies in the matter concerning the large fellow, and in truth, their leader is a friend of Odin's. Coulson, understandably unsettled by Qin Zhao's ambiguous response, presses on, exclaiming, "But that pertains to spatial transport. Do you comprehend what that signifies? I am aware of your concern for the safety of the world. However, trust me, my friend, their guardianship of the world far precedes yours. Extending back to a time long before the invention of the electric light, at least a millennium since they last elected a leader. Gently patting the somewhat bewildered Coulson on the shoulder to allow him to process this information, Qin Xiao made his way directly to Thor and his companions. Here are the documents, passport, and bank card for your time on Earth. I have deposited a sum of $100,000 for your expenses during your stay. Qin Xiao handed Thor a brown paper envelope. $100,000? Why offer me money? A job would suffice. It was evident that Thor, having spent recent days in Jane's company, had begun to grasp the concept of currency and had acquired a certain understanding of local customs. A dear old friend of your father on Earth has entrusted me with your care, so seeking employment is unnecessary. After all, you are a prince. It would be beneficial for you to experience the joys and sorrows of those around you. If you insist on finding a job, consider this role as my personal bodyguard. This is your salary for the first month. Chapter 70. The spring breeze on the airplane with a mere phrase casually mentioned by the Ancient One. Qin Xiao now stood beside Thor with a newfound confidence. The task bestowed by the system had transformed into a legitimate endeavor. Even if Odin were to stand before him, Qin Xiao could assert that the supreme sorceress had entrusted him to look after Thor. This was far more respectable than previously masquerading as a fortune teller. Thus, Qin Xiao boldly approached Jane and her companions. Thor has caused us quite a bit of trouble lately. As a token of gratitude, I would like to invite you all to Monaco to witness the F1 Grand Prix. His demeanor mirrored that of a guardian deity on Earth. Regarding the Ancient One, Qin Xiao refrained from divulging too many details, merely indicating that Odin was an old friend of hers. In light of Qin Xiao's sudden enthusiasm, Thor could only explain to Jane, is he referring to a revered friend of the Allfather? An ancient deity on our planet? God, Zeus, or some other divine being? Jane, embodying the curiosity of a scientist, inquired with keen interest. Thor's presence had validated her previous research, igniting her fascination with ancient myths and legends. She mused that such so-called deities were merely advanced civilizations, and aside from their powers, the gods of Asgard bore little difference from humans, perhaps even exhibiting less societal openness. Qin Xiao shrugged non-committally and turned back to Thor. This is also what Odin hopes you will comprehend. Jane smiled, saying nothing further. She had no objections to being in Thor's company. It was Daisy, another student of Erik Selvig, who suddenly exhibited immense enthusiasm. The F1 World Championship. I've always wanted to see it live. Handsome, will you cover the round-trip airfare? Upon seeing Qin Xiao nod with a smile, Daisy leaped in place, cheering with excitement. You all go ahead. I have some matters to attend to. Dr. Erik Selvig interjected abruptly. Erik, come with us. I owe you for your care lately, and I wish to repay you. Thor earnestly urged. I have just received a new position, becoming a consultant for the Department of Strategic Homeland Security and Defense. Much like Mr. Qin here, they have a research project in need of my expertise, and I am quite intrigued. In the film, Agent Coulson had confiscated the research findings of Dr. Erik Selvig and Jane, which ultimately led Nick Fury to recruit Erik for the Tesseract project. It seemed Thor's appearance, coupled with the ancient organization Qin Xiao mentioned, had instilled a sense of urgency within SHIELD, prompting Nick Fury to begin recruiting for the development of weaponry utilizing the Tesseract. Congratulations. Jane and Daisy approached Dr. Erik Selvig for a heartfelt embrace. The old man possesses remarkable talents, yet his earlier years were consumed by the pursuit of ethereal concepts, leaving his groundbreaking research unacknowledged by others. It was a rare delight when someone finally recognized his genius, and the joy was palpable among them. Perhaps it was the ease with which wealth flowed to him, or perhaps a newfound clarity after being severely taken advantage of by Tony, that led to his change of heart. Typically frugal, Qin Xiao this time chartered an entire private jet. My goodness, I had braced myself for an arduous 10-hour flight, even preparing a neck pillow for comfort. To my surprise, the experience was anything but mundane. Qin Xiao had indeed arranged for a grand aircraft, complete with 3 small bedrooms, a living area that doubled as a bar, and even a compact KTV. As soon as Daisy boarded the plane, she discarded the neck pillow that had hung from her backpack. Jin was noticeably more composed, yet still brimming with excitement as he led Thor on a tour of their surroundings. I must take selfies in every corner of this magnificent space. This would provide me with enough material to boast on social media for half a year. Daisy raised her phone and snapped a photo of herself, then promptly seated herself across from Qin Xiao, her curiosity evident. To be frank, your wealth surpasses my wildest expectations. Is it true what the newspapers say about you and Tony Stark? Daisy extended 2 fingers, playfully bending them slightly. I mean, how unfortunate it is. Well, I mean, for both of you. She cast a sly glance at Qin Xiao. Actually, you are the one who is more unfortunate. He is considerably older. First and foremost, I am not inclined that way. Qin Xiao interjected, twisting Daisy's fingers back. Furthermore, even if I were, I would never pursue someone like Tony Stark. That cat. Do you have a girlfriend then? Upon hearing Qin Xiao assert his heterosexuality, Daisy boldly broached the subject. Her inquiry was rather direct, and Qin Xiao found himself in a bit of a quandary. Technically, he and Natasha had yet to solidify their relationship, but they certainly did not behave like mere friends. Adhering to his principle of honesty, Qin Xiao replied with a rather shameless truth. A girlfriend? Not yet this evening. Haha. Daisy chuckled lightly. I was specifically asking about tonight. Very well. Qin Xiao mused that perhaps a smaller plane would have sufficed. 2 bedrooms would have been adequate, wouldn't they? Daisy, having recently graduated, was straightforward and playful, lacking any intentions of settling down. Qin Xiao, youthful and affluent, with a striking appearance and the allure of a superhero, presented an enticing prospect for Daisy. A delightful dalliance, indeed. Little did they know that their first foray into romance in the Marvel Universe would take place aboard an aircraft. Could this be termed as an airborne rendezvous? The plane was staffed with a dedicated chef, and the 4 of them savored a sumptuous meal, followed by some raucous fun at the KTV. Subsequently, Qin Xiao and the towering giant each escorted the 2 ladies to their respective bedrooms. For the next 10 hours, they did not emerge. Feel free to imagine the content within the ellipsis. Thank you. The Principality of Monaco, the smallest country in the world aside from Vatican City, is enveloped by France on 3 sides, with only a proximity to the Mediterranean Sea. Its total area measures a mere 198 square kilometers, and its population is fewer than 40,000. The nation primarily thrives on its flourishing gambling and tourism industries, rendering it one of the wealthiest nations globally. However, this wealth is not merely a reflection of economic volume. Beyond its renowned casinos and royal gossip, Monaco is most famous for its Formula One racetrack that weaves through both the circuit and the city's streets. Each year, it hosts a world-class Formula One Grand Prix, attracting teams, drivers, and behind-the-scenes moguls who flock to this diminutive nation, significantly bolstering its tourism sector. Notably, this small country lacks its own airport. Its size simply does not permit it. Travelers wishing to visit Monaco typically opt to land at the nearest airport in Nice, France. Qin Xiao, too, was no exception, yet he was taken aback to encounter an acquaintance immediately upon disembarking from the plane. Chapter 71. The invitation from Justin Hammer. Behold who we have here. Our superhero, Qin Xiao. What a delight to see you. This aircraft is truly impressive. I am Justin Hammer. Perhaps you have seen my visage gracing the cover of the recent Time magazine, a mere trifle compared to your remarkable exploits. Qin Xiao was taken aback by this encounter. It was difficult to categorize Justin as a villain, nor could he be deemed a hero. He resembled more of a comedic figure, distinctly trying to emulate Tony Stark. To Qin Xiao's astonishment, Justin Hammer exhibited an unexpected enthusiasm upon seeing him, greeting him warmly and even mimicking the iconic moment when Qin Xiao wielded his broadsword to cleave through the ironmonger's leg armor. I must say, that strike of yours was truly magnificent. By the way, in comparison to Stark, I am your devoted admirer. Justin Hammer extended his right hand towards Qin Xiao, who reciprocated with a handshake. This was a perplexing individual, simultaneously viewing Tony as a rival while idolizing him. He had long imitated Tony's mannerisms and speech, particularly after Stark Industries declared its cessation of weapon manufacturing. Hammer's company subsequently received a deluge of orders from the Department of Defense, witnessing a significant surge in stock prices and gracing the cover of Time magazine on multiple occasions. This led him to become rather conceited, believing himself to have surpassed Stark. Alas, with the emergence of Tony's iron armor, no matter how many orders his company secured, in the public's perception, Tony remained unequivocally number one. Observing this man striving to embody Tony's persona, Qin Xiao found it somewhat laughable. The imitation was akin to Dong Shi attempting to mirror the beauty of Shi Shi. His overly animated demeanor and self-assured humor starkly contrasted with Tony's inherent nonchalance. Hello, Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao had no intention of engaging further with this awkward character and planned to leave with Daisy and the others. However, Justin Hammer abruptly stepped in front of him, obstructing his path. Wait a moment. I have something I wish to discuss with you. Are you headed to the race? So am I. There is a helicopter awaiting me. I believe we could ascend together and converse, if you don't mind. Are these lovely ladies and this strong gentleman your companions? The old adage of fool who does not seize an opportunity came to mind, since he needed to find a way to get past. Hitching a ride on the helicopter seemed like a splendid idea. Qin Xiao nodded slightly, prompting a cheer from Justin Hammer, who hurried ahead to lead the way. I do not care for this man. His manner of speaking is so affected, reminiscent of a stage actor. Thor remarked bluntly. Nor do I appreciate him. I would wager that his intentions are far from benevolent. Daisy said, grasping Qin Xiao's hand. The two enjoyed a swift journey aboard the aircraft, with Daisy thoroughly pleased with Qin Xiao, who was equally exhilarated by her presence. Thus, they decided to nurture their fleeting romance throughout the duration of their voyage. It matters not. We merely find ourselves in need of a mode of transportation, and that helicopter appears quite splendid. In contrast to Tony Stark, Justin Hammer embodies the essence of a pure businessman. In terms of material wealth, he is not at all inferior to Tony. One might even argue he surpasses him. The helicopter that has come to fetch him is a modified Mi-26, originally developed by the former Soviet Union, boasting an impressive length of over 40 meters. It resembles a small passenger aircraft, lavishly adorned within, akin to an intimate nightclub, exceedingly ostentatious. As you may know, our company is unveiling exoskeletons designed for individual combat, reminiscent of Tony Stark's Iron Man, with its signature BBU. However, ours is larger, stronger, and more formidable, in collaboration with a project developed alongside the Department of Defense. I am confident a tangible product will emerge soon. Upon boarding the helicopter, Justin Hammer promptly seated himself on a sofa beside Qin Xiao, launching into a series of disjointed remarks. However, I have heard that your project has been put on hold following the last congressional session, after Tony showcased your experimental footage. Qin Xiao ruthlessly exposed his sore spot. Just days ago, Tony had utterly outclassed him in the congressional hearing. That was merely for show. In truth, we have continued our work and even signed a confidential agreement. Justin Hammer's expression was one of smug satisfaction. Well, I wish you success. Yet, I fail to see how this pertains to me. Qin Xiao retorted bluntly, showing no courtesy. To be candid, we have secured a contract with the Department of Defense. The orders are guaranteed. However, the public is not so convinced. They require our nation to present armors more potent than Iron Man to ensure their safety. The populace seeks confidence, and you embody that confidence. Me? Qin Xiao was somewhat perplexed. Indeed, you. Tony was defeated by Obadiah's Ironmonger, but you vanquished that behemoth. The entire world witnessed the footage. Tony sat in tatters while you triumphed, did you not? At the Stark Expo? I shall request a booth from Stark Industries to showcase our new armor. I hope you can attend and engage in a light-hearted skirmish with our armor. No need for seriousness, just a performance, if you catch my drift. Qin Xiao certainly comprehended his intent. This fellow wished for him to publicly lose to his armor, thereby demonstrating his superiority over Tony Stark to the world. This was not only his desire, but also had an undercurrent of political significance. It is worth noting that just days prior, Congress had convened a hearing demanding Tony Stark surrender his armor, regardless of the motivations. The government aspires to possess weaponry that appears more formidable than Iron Man, even if only on the surface, merely to instill a sense of strength in the populace. I fully grasp your proposition. I am to create a spectacle of astonishing effects and then succumb to your armor. Am I correct? Qin Xiao remarked with a smile. Bingo. Justin Hammer snapped his fingers. Indeed, This is the essence of the matter. Naturally, we shall not require your efforts without due compensation. I shall provide you with a substantial endorsement fee, commensurate with the value of the most prominent celebrities globally, and you shall also gain the camaraderie of certain influential parliamentarians. Justin Hammer laid forth his conditions. Initially, Qin Xiao contemplated teasing this individual before flatly rejecting his proposal. However, after a moment of reflection, a mischievous smile crept upon his lips as he responded, "Certainly, that is agreeable. However, we must engage in a thorough discussion regarding the endorsement fee. After all, I cannot afford to lose before the eyes of the entire world. This pertains to the honor of my superhero persona, does it not? What might that be worth?" For Justin Hammer, nothing eclipses the importance of vanquishing Tony Stark. Unless he truly develops an armor capable of defeating Tony, no one else is more fitting for this task than Qin Xiao. With both parties willing to negotiate, a historic endorsement fee of unprecedented magnitude was soon established aboard the helicopter. Chapter 72. The Whip Lock makes its debut. Monaco, the Paris Hotel. The most luxurious hotel in all of Monaco, without exception. Whether it truly is the most opulent, I cannot ascertain. Yet this hotel is indeed the one. I took a moment to glance at Iron Man 2, and it is unmistakably this establishment. The Monaco royal family has vacated the entire hotel for this event, accommodating team owners and affluent dignitaries attending the race. Not only are there specially designated hotel rooms for them and their entourage, but also a high-rise bar offering a splendid view of most of the racetrack. As Tony Stark arrived, Qin Xiao was engrossed in a lively conversation with Justin Hammer at the bar. Meanwhile, Daisy and Jane were indulging in an array of exquisite delicacies at a window-side table alongside a towering companion. "Hey, Tony, you finally made it. We've been discussing you for ages." Justin Hammer adeptly spotted Tony amidst the crowd. As Tony and Pepper Potts entered, he immediately recognized them. "Oh, how could I forget you? Dear Miss Potts, congratulations on becoming the CEO of Stark Industries." Justin Hammer swiftly approached, greeting Pepper with a kiss on the cheek before enthusiastically draping his arm around Tony Stark's shoulders. While Pepper returned a polite smile and adhered to basic social niceties, Tony's expression was one of unmistakable disdain, as if the words "I detest you" were etched across his face. He pushed Justin Hammer's arm away with evident irritation, ignoring him entirely as he approached Qin Xiao. "I seem to recall you mentioning a lack of interest in racing. What brings you to this event with this fellow? I must say, your taste in friends has significantly declined of late. Shall we have a word?" "Absolutely," Qin Xiao replied, picking up 2 freshly prepared cocktails from the bar and heading toward an unoccupied spot by the window. "We still have matters to discuss," Tony called out just as Justin Hammer interjected from behind. "I'll return Qin Xiao to you shortly. For now, enjoy a drink and take in the beautiful women around you." Tony patted Justin Hammer's shoulder in a childlike manner and made his way directly to Qin Xiao's table. "Very well. I have an appointment with a female reporter for an interview anyway," Justin Hammer muttered weakly from behind, reaching out for a cocktail only to grasp at empty air. "Hey, that drink is mine. How did you end up with that guy? I loathe that insufferable clown. Seeing his face reminds me of the time I fell into the gorilla enclosure at the zoo as a child and was stepped on by a gorilla while holding a slice of apple pie." Qin Xiao burst into laughter at the vivid imagery. "Damn it, I swear I'll never eat apple pie again. That guy wants me to endorse their upcoming armor. Defeated by his suit in front of everyone at your expo. $350 million. Huh? He must absolutely despise you to offer such a staggering sum." Tony has dealt with government officials for half his life, fully aware of the sordidness involved in their political machinations aimed at deceiving the public. They wish to vanquish me, yet lack the courage to confront me directly, and instead of producing anything of merit, they attempt to overpower you with their wealth. How absurd. It seems your work resembles that of the blonde girls in the Dutch red light district. Surely, you would not acquiesce to him? Until the contract is signed. Once he sends it over, I will have your company's legal team review it. After fulfilling the contractual obligations, would my accidental destruction of a few suits of armor be considered a breach? Tony's eyes sparkled with excitement. Suddenly, a plethora of more entertaining ideas came to mind. The two huddled together, whispering, occasionally exchanging smiles that inexplicably raised the hairs on the back of one's neck. In the film, Iron Man, due to palladium poisoning, spirals into a life of reckless abandon. His subsequent actions led many to believe they were a direct result of the poisoning. For instance, he appointed Pepper as the CEO of Stark Industries and personally participated in a race in Monaco. It was not until the arrival of the butterfly, Qin Shao, that Tony upgraded the arc reactor, eradicating the threat of palladium poisoning. Yet, Tony Stark remained engrossed in his laboratory, focusing on developing new armor, while delegating all matters of the company to Pepper. This is a matter of character. If he were to manage the company with unwavering diligence, he would no longer be Tony Stark. He is always full of surprises. For instance, like now, I must take my leave. It is my turn to shine. Our team's driver has not won a championship in 5 years, nor even made it to the top 3. I intend to show him what true racing is. By the way, do not breathe a word to Pepper before I swap out the driver. Tony rose, casting a furtive glance around to see if Pepper was watching, and hurriedly prepared to depart. Tony, be careful, Qin Shao urged with a mysterious smile. Thor was still chatting and eating with 2 girls. Qin Shao greeted him and mentioned he was stepping out. He made his way directly to the rooftop via the fire escape. He needed a vantage point to fully appreciate the spectacle that was about to unfold. In the employees' lounge of a certain racing team, Ivan Vanko sat, absently chewing on a matchstick. He had prepared for this day for nearly 6 months, successfully developing the arc reactor, all for the sake of today's race. This was his chance for a close encounter with Tony Stark. He had studied Tony's behavior for an extended period, noting the lack of any discernible pattern. Save for this race, which he attended annually and always descended afterward to take photographs with his team. This was his opportunity. He sought to avenge his father, who had perished in Siberia amidst ice, illness, and despair. He yearned to reclaim justice for the injustices he had endured over the decades. The wealth of the Stark family and the title of Iron Man were all stolen from his father. As I reminisce about the reluctant gaze of my father in his final moments, the television screen abruptly shifts, transitioning from the racetrack to a scene featuring the Stark racing team. To my astonishment, Tony Stark himself has donned a racing suit and taken his place behind the wheel. The footage captures Tony Stark, seated in the car, waving to the crowd, while beside him, an irate driver discards his helmet in frustration. If you crave the spotlight, then let us settle this on the racetrack, Iron Man. Huh. Ivan Vanko observes the spirited Tony on the screen, feeling a surge of defiance. He pulls at the collar of his jacket, and in the dim glow of the reactor's blue light, he erupts into a fit of maniacal laughter. Chapter 73. The villain's attempt to show off is futile. Tony's capricious behavior caught Pepper off guard, yet it elicited jubilant cheers from the media present and the audience alike. Even the journalist conducting a personal interview with Justin Hammer dashed to the television to watch Tony Stark enthusiastically wave at the camera, fervently concocting thoughts for an exclusive interview. This is precisely why any venue graced by Tony Stark inevitably becomes the epicenter of news. Justin Hammer's expression was more grotesque than one who had just consumed excrement. Earlier, he had learned from Pepper that this female journalist had once engaged in a profound exchange with Tony Stark. He had hoped to showcase his own charm and seduce this strikingly attractive journalist into his bed, at least to revel in the triumph of besting Tony Stark on another battlefield. To this end, he had even instructed his subordinates to prepare some auxiliary substances. But little did he know. With a furious gulp, he downed a large glass of wine from the table. Feeling somewhat agitated, Justin loosened his tie. The next moment, his gaze was irreversibly drawn to the image suddenly appearing on the television screen. It featured a rugged man, unmistakably of warrior lineage. Clad in the attire of a vehicle maintenance crew, a seductive matchstick clamped between his lips. He brazenly emerged from the vehicle maintenance area on the racetrack. At this point, the race had commenced, and the track was filled with roaring cars. One must realize that F1 racers typically navigate corners at speeds exceeding an average of 300 kilometers per hour. The sudden appearance of a person on the track can result in catastrophic collisions, where even 9 lives would be insufficient to escape unscathed. Yet the emergence of this warrior-like man was merely the beginning. With a flick of his wrists, 2 whips materialized in his hands. He then unfastened his orange jumpsuit, revealing a miniature arc reactor glowing with blue light at his chest, which began to operate at full power. Energy surged through the simple circuitry of his outfit and into the metallic whips he wielded. His flimsy work attire disintegrated into ashes, swept away by the wind. The whips, now infused with a tempest of energy, glided gracefully across the ground, carving small trenches into the racetrack surface. My God, this is truly a stroke of fortune. Justin Hammer could not contain himself and rose from his seat. The arc reactor. This could undoubtedly resolve the majority of the world's energy crises. It was rumored that Elon Musk had leveraged a substantial portion of his company's shares to negotiate the usage rights for this technology from Tony Stark, promising to confine it solely to his own vehicles, only to be rebuffed by Stark. In truth, Justin Hammer's military projects had stagnated at this very juncture. Even if he stripped the armor of all weapon systems and filled its interior with the most advanced batteries, he remained at an impasse. Such energy could not elevate the armor even a single meter off the ground, let alone sustain prolonged combat. Regrettably, Tony Stark, even under the immense pressure of the Senate, steadfastly refused to relinquish this technology. At this moment, however, another seemingly well-developed miniature arc reactor emerged, pulsating with a ferocious energy that, if installed in his company's armor, would be formidable. Justin Hammer gazed at the arc reactor, particularly noting Ivan Vanko's rudimentary equipment and his rugged visage that spoke of hardship. And he couldn't help but smile with pride. In stark contrast to Justin Hammer, Qin Xiao stood on the rooftop of the hotel, seething with indignation as he observed the scene below. Striding confidently along the racetrack, he remained unperturbed by the roaring cars approaching from all directions, even nonchalantly holding a matchstick in his mouth, truly the image of bravado. Frustrated, Qin Xiao spat disdainfully over the edge of the rooftop, his right hand instinctively brushing against his nose and eyes. He recalled how, during his previous display of bravado in Mexico, he had been struck head-on by a rocket launcher within mere seconds. The memory of the pain in his eyes still lingered. What audacity for a villain! Qin Xiao fumed, his anger intensifying as he scanned the rooftop for Ivan Vanko. The appearance of Vanko elicited gasps of astonishment from the affluent elites in the bar of the Paris hotel. The crowd was thrown into chaos when he effortlessly cleaved a speeding F1 car in two with his whip. At this moment, Happy, accompanied by Tony Stark's newly developed Mark V suitcase armor, hurriedly ushered Pepper into the car, racing towards the racetrack. The reactor in his chest bore a striking resemblance to Tony's, suggesting a direct confrontation with Stark. Upon witnessing this, Thor immediately stood up. "Thor, what are you doing?" Jane exclaimed loudly. "Didn't you just say this man was targeting Qin Xiao's friend? Qin Xiao is missing, and I must go help rescue his friend." Without heeding Jane's protests, he dashed outside like a gust of wind. Meanwhile, on the racetrack, Tony's car came into Ivan Vanko's line of sight. With a slight shift to the side, Vanko lashed out with his whip, striking Tony's car with a force akin to that of a lightsaber, severing the front end entirely. Tony found himself airborne, twirling several times before crashing heavily to the ground. He watched as Ivan Vanko menacingly twirled his whips, advancing towards him with lethal intent. In the chaos, several cars, witnessing the unexpected incident, attempted to evade, resulting in a collision that led to explosions and overturned vehicles, debris flying through the air. Amidst this turmoil, they narrowly missed Vanko, who remained unscathed. He remained oblivious to the explosions behind him, resolutely striding towards Tony Stark, who had just emerged from his racing car. As he approached the threshold of attack, Ivan Vanko deliberately cracked his whip against the ground twice, intent on instilling greater psychological pressure upon Stark. Just as Ivan was poised to strike, a sharp, piercing sound sliced through the air. He abruptly turned his head, only to see a shadow hurtling towards him. Bang! In an instant, he could scarcely comprehend what had occurred. It felt as though a high-velocity object had shattered against his face. The force of the impact propelled him into the air, crashing into the barbed wire beside the racetrack, leaving him dazed and unconscious. Oh yes, on a nearby hotel rooftop, Qin Xiao triumphantly flashed a victory sign. Chapter 74. Tony, unable to engage the turn of events, unfolded so abruptly that the audience remained utterly oblivious to what had transpired. While the onlookers were bewildered, Tony had a clear view of the situation. At that moment, Qin Xiao stood on the rooftop, brandishing a section of PVC pipe that he had pried from an unknown vent, greeting Tony with a wave. Despite his painstaking efforts to create a portable suit of armor, it was ultimately this fellow who came to his rescue. Yet, who could blame him for lacking combat prowess without his armor? Exhaling heavily, Tony sat beside the wreckage of a race car, a look of resignation etched upon his face. Suddenly, with a resounding crash, the ground beside him shattered as Qin Xiao leaped down from the rooftop, landing effortlessly by his side. The spectators lining the racetrack erupted in excitement. Many among them were fans of both Qin Xiao and Tony, and upon witnessing the duo together once more, they could not contain their exhilaration, unleashing a chorus of delighted screams. "Get up quickly. There are plenty of people calling your name from above. You aren't scared enough to wet yourself, are you? Oh, and by the way, I hope you don't expect me to cover the cost of all those PVC pipes I dismantled up there," Qin Xiao quipped, extending a hand toward Tony. As he helped Tony to his feet, a piercing screech of brakes echoed nearby. Happy, driving a car with Pepper Potts, arrived at Tony's side. They exchanged glances at Qin Xiao and then at Tony, visibly relieved to see him relatively unscathed. "You should probably take that with you the next time you shower, boss," Happy exclaimed, tossing the Mark V suit beside Tony. "I shall seriously consider it. I can't let this guy steal the spotlight every time, can I? What a pity for my inaugural racing career," Tony remarked, retrieving the briefcase and glancing towards the direction where Ivan Vanko lay unconscious. The sudden emergence of another miniature arc reactor instilled a sense of impending danger within Tony, simultaneously filling him with incredulity. He was confident that his technology could not be deciphered by anyone, at least not in the foreseeable future. Thus, he was eager to discern the differences between that reactor and his own. However, as he observed, Ivan Vanko staggered to his feet, having regained consciousness. With a swift crack of a whip, he cleaved the vehicle that Happy had driven in half, perfectly separating Pepper in the back seat from Happy in the front. "Ah!" Pepper screamed, her voice piercing through the chaos. Yet, Tony's expression was one of exhilaration. "At last, it's my turn to take the stage. You keep them safe. I shall confront him. Next time, you should find a steel pipe to break apart," he instructed, a smirk on his lips. Qin Xiao pouted slightly, realizing his earlier haste in searching for a suitable item had been in vain. It was no small feat to recognize a PVC pipe from such a distance. And who could have predicted that the man would recover so swiftly? What a remarkable constitution he possessed. After issuing his command, Tony placed the Mark V suit on the ground, stepping onto it with precision, gripping the handrails firmly. The armor's main body had already enveloped Tony, while other sections began to extend, automatically aligning to cover him entirely. The transformation was executed with flair, as Happy and Pepper exited the vehicle, sheltered behind Qin Xiao. A flash of white light illuminated from within Tony's visor, signifying the complete activation of the armor. He extended a foot and forcefully kicked a half-crushed car out of his path. In truth, Ivan Vanko posed little threat at this point. His earlier movement had merely been a reflexive gesture. He was currently reeling, his vision unfocused, struggling to maintain his balance. Tony contemplated unleashing a laser blast upon his adversary when, suddenly, a figure emerged from the barbed wire behind Ivan Vanko, brandishing a brick seemingly unearthed from nowhere. With a powerful leap, the person grasped the wire fence with one hand and propelled themselves over the 2-meter-high barrier. As they descended, they swung the brick downwards, striking Ivan Vanko squarely on the head. The force of the blow, compounded by the gravity of the fall, shattered the brick upon impact. Ivan, already unsteady, collapsed to the ground with a resounding thud. "I was unaware you had arrived. After running around, it seems my efforts were not in vain. To defeat an enemy, one must ensure they are utterly defenseless. Otherwise, one risks incurring harm," said the newcomer. "Greetings, Iron Man. I am Thor, a friend of Qin Xiao. No need for thanks." It was indeed Thor, who had rushed down to assist, delivering a lecture alongside his self-introduction after vanquishing Ivan Vanko. Tony lowered his raised hand. the brilliance of the laser cannon dimming. I do not wish to thank you. I pondered the true purpose of donning this armor, he mused, gazing skyward with a pensive expression. When the police arrived, Ivan Vanko remained unconscious, the arc reactor in his chest having been crushed by Tony's hand. The competition had come to a complete halt, and an influx of reporters surged onto the track, cameras trained on Qin Xiao and Tony. It's a pleasure to see both of you together once more, having defeated a criminal wielding high-tech weaponry. Might I request that you strike a peace sign for a classic photo to grace the cover of our magazine tomorrow? A reporter exclaimed, nearly reaching them before articulating her request. This female journalist was an ardent fan of the duo. The previous headline photo had been a composite of individual shots, and capturing them together this time would be exhilarating for her, regardless of potential magazine sales. Oblivious to the expressions on the faces of the two subjects, she excitedly retrieved her compact camera, eager to snap a keepsake alongside the official photos. Without inquiring for permission, she aimed the camera at them, commencing a countdown. Peace sign. Thank you. Here we go. 1, 2, 3. Cheese. In response to her were two middle fingers raised defiantly towards the sky, accompanied by the simultaneous exclamation of bitch from the two individuals. Chapter 75. Palladium poisoning? Ivan Vanko remains in the hospital, likely to remain unconscious for several more days. The competition has concluded without incident, leaving two individuals, beleaguered by relentless reporters, unperturbed by the scandalous nature of their actions. One soared into the sky, while the other leapt from the ground to the rooftop of a nearby building. A series of grand leaps rendered them invisible to the crowd, entirely indifferent to the many rooftops they shattered beneath their feet. That evening, aboard a yacht off the coast of Monaco, Pepper Potts assumed control of Stark Industries. The chaotic aftermath left by Tony had her spinning like a top, racing about in a frenzy. Thus, as soon as the day concluded, she whisked away with Happy, now transformed into her personal bodyguard and chauffeur, leaving Tony to wallow in discontent, primarily due to the presence of two pairs of couples before him. Though Jane and Thor were genuinely in a normal romantic relationship, Tony couldn't help but label them as a couple in his mind. Gene, you should have informed me earlier that you would be bringing a companion today. Had I known, I would have invited some delightful young ladies to join us. Tony lamented, casting a mournful glance at Daisy, who sat beside Qin Xiao. Initially, the atmosphere was pleasant as Qin introduced his guests, transitioning from discussions of Asgard to Jane's research in astrophysics, and the conversation flowed amiably. However, as their familiarity grew and the mood began to relax, the occasional affectionate gestures between the couples began to sour Tony's mood. It's your own fault. In the past, you didn't care if a girl brought her companion. Speaking of which, it seems there haven't been many women around you lately. Qin Xiao furrowed his brow, pondering, and realized it had indeed been since the incident with Ironmonger. Surely you're not developing feelings for me, are you? Oh God. Strike this lecherous fool with a bolt of lightning. I'm still a recent graduate, and this scoundrel is about to turn 40. Qin Xiao regarded Tony with disdain. Blast it. My sexual orientation has always been perfectly normal. I've merely been exceedingly busy modifying the arc reactor, working on my armor, and preparing to join that eccentric costume club with you. A rare hint of panic flickered across Tony's face. Qin Xiao, well aware that Tony wasn't genuinely infatuated with him, found Tony's reactions to be quite intriguing. Something is amiss, Tony. He raised his glass and took a deep sip, savoring the taste. Come, tell me, what has transpired? Is there some unspoken truth? You're insane. My health is splendid. It's just, regarding Pepper, you know Tony uncharacteristically broached his feelings for Pepper. Although we haven't formally established a relationship, it has always been. I certainly wish to be together. But lately, both of us have been preoccupied. A sense of resignation enveloped Tony, intertwined with a hint of trepidation. Outside, women were plentiful, often approaching him without invitation. However, when one truly encounters someone they admire, they often find themselves at a loss for words. Even if the object of their affection knows that the fiery spirit harbors feelings for them, articulating such sentiments remains a challenge. Qin Xiao tilted his head in contemplation, recalling similar scenarios depicted in films. In Iron Man, There was a moment when Tony nearly shared a kiss with Pepper Potts, only to be interrupted and subsequently questioned by a female reporter about his dealings in arms with terrorists, prompting him to confront Obadiah. Despite his efforts to confess before a press conference, he ultimately remained silent. It was only during a critical moment in Iron Man 2, after rescuing Pepper, that they found themselves embracing on a rooftop, finally solidifying their relationship. One was a seemingly carefree figure plagued by insecurity, hesitant to express his love in the face of true affection. The other, aware of the numerous women lingering around Tony, grappled with her own insecurities. Countless mornings bore witness to girls being chauffeured away from Tony's home, leaving both parties reluctant to take the first step. In this regard, outsiders could offer no assistance, leaving Tony to wallow in solitary melancholy that evening. Ivan Vanko lay in a coma in Monaco for 3 full days. Upon awakening, Qin Xiao and Tony visited him in the hospital. I saw the earliest designs. Inscribed there was the name Anton Vanko, your father? Ivan remained silent, prompting Tony to speak first. You do not deserve to mention that name. Your family are thieves and robbers. Everything you possess rightfully belongs to the Vanko family. Ivan responded with an air of indifference, seemingly unperturbed by his failed attack on Tony and his current status as a prisoner. Your father sought to exploit this technology for profit, intending to turn it into a weapon. My father intervened. Anton Vanko made his own mistakes. Tony countered, falling into a heavy silence after their exchange. They locked eyes, both understanding that this was not merely a matter of right or wrong. It held no significance. After a prolonged silence, Ivan suddenly proclaimed, "You have lost, Stark. You have been defeated from the very beginning." Ha ha. His laughter was so intense that he could scarcely catch his breath, the handcuffs clattering against the bed frame. Qin Xiao exchanged an awkward glance with Tony, scratching his head in confusion. Has his mind gone awry? I employed PVC pipes, and though my strength is considerable, surely this is not a result of Thor's intervention? What are you laughing at? Ivan gasped, directing his mirth at Qin Xiao. You ought to inquire of Stark just how agonizing palladium poisoning can be. Huh? Palladium poisoning? Qin Xiao feigned surprise while casting a worried glance at Tony. Concern etched across his face. Ivan's laughter grew louder. It seems your friend is still oblivious to this matter. You should enlighten him about the adverse effects of harboring an arc reactor within his body. Oh, good heavens. Tony, is this true? Why did you not inform me sooner? Let us contemplate a solution together. What shall we do now? We should visit the doctor. There must be a remedy, right? Oh my goodness. Qin Xiao is indeed quite cooperative with Ivan Vanko, though regrettably, his performance is excessively theatrical. Tony, initially intending to play along, could no longer restrain himself and forcefully pushed Qin Xiao aside. Your performance is far too exaggerated. Even the theatrical styles of Broadway from a century ago are more natural than yours. It is utterly distasteful. Oh, is that so? Surely it cannot be that bad. I have read the book on the self-cultivation of actors. I believe I performed rather well just now. What do you think, Ivan? Qin Xiao asked Ivan Vanko with a mischievous grin. Chapter 76. The Illuminati. As Qin Xiao and Tony emerged from the hospital room, they were met with the cacophony of Ivan Vanko's ire, a blend of Russian and English curses that resonated through the air. The police outside, apprehensive and tense, presumed that Qin Xiao and Tony had inflicted some harm upon the prisoner. Yet, what truly gnawed at Ivan Vanko was not Tony's escape from palladium poisoning, but rather the moment Tony unveiled his new arc reactor and divulged its origins. It struck Ivan like a thunderbolt to realize that his father had ultimately succumbed to Howard Stark, an acceptance he found profoundly painful. In truth, those who are cast aside often perceive their contributions as paramount, relegating those who oust them to insignificance. From a tender age, Ivan had been convinced that Howard Stark was merely a name-dropper, devoid of genuine scientific prowess. He attributed all of Stark's accomplishments to his father and other scientists. Therefore, the revelation that Tony Stark's father had invented a new element decades ago, significantly enhancing the arc reactor's potency, but unable to realize it due to the limitations of contemporary technology, was a bitter pill for him to swallow. Tony, that fellow is now a living arc reactor. Countless eyes are fixated upon him, and the stick you wield may soon be seized by others. Qin Xiao murmured to Tony as they stepped out of the hospital. This sentiment was born from an internal struggle from the outset. Qin Xiao believed his greatest advantage lay in his omniscience. Although he had glimpsed the trailers of Loki and was aware of the Time Variance Authority's existence, he had always trusted that his system would shield him from their scrutiny. However, the words of Ancient One transformed his perspective. He resolved not to attempt altering the narrative, but would not adhere rigidly to it either. He would follow the inclinations of his heart, recognizing that the butterfly's wings had already begun to flutter. Thus, with Ivan Vanko left in the hospital, Qin Xiao knew that if the original storyline were to unfold, he would likely still be rescued by Justin Hammer. While Qin Xiao was indifferent to the prospect of a final confrontation, he chose to issue a subtle warning to Tony from the vantage point of friendship. After all, Ivan Vanko's primary animus was directed at Tony Stark. Should we inform Nick Fury to address this? Tony inquired tentatively as they stood by the seaside at the hospital's entrance. To be candid, I have complete faith in Nick Fury when it comes to safeguarding the world. However, let us not forget, Tony, that he is backed by the World Security Council, populated by politicians from various governments. You are well aware of the American government's fervent desire to acquire your armor. This matter had been broached during their initial sojourn to the Middle East, where they had contemplated the formation of a clandestine organization, one that would operate independently of S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Avengers. Its purpose would be to tackle issues obstructed in certain regions, ultimately serving as a more unrestrained protector of the world, both on a grand scale and in more localized terms. In the previous operation in the Middle East, where two individuals executed a strike against the Ten Commandments gang, alongside Qin Zhao's solitary endeavor to uproot a drug lord in Mexico, the latter was primarily motivated by financial gain. In fact, I had already conceived a name for it, and even developed a mobile application. Tony unveiled the interface of his phone, revealing an app named Illuminati. This Easter egg from Iron Man 2 remains a mystery as to when Marvel might address it, especially considering Iron Man's demise. Perhaps I shall delve into it myself. Albeit the members will surely differ from those in the comics, given this is the cinematic universe. Oh, Qin Xiao observed Tony's phone with keen interest. I have yet to fully develop it. It essentially functions as a blend of chat and task-sharing software, detecting crises, uploading tasks, and resolving them in proximity, all while ensuring secure communication. Prior to his journey to the Middle East, one could say Qin Xiao was sowing the seeds for the future of the Avengers. However, after witnessing the massacre in the Middle East, his perspective shifted. He genuinely believed that certain organizations and individuals warranted extreme measures. Following his encounter with the Ancient One, his thoughts expanded further. Nevertheless, those considerations were now trivial. What mattered was the consensus reached between Tony and himself. I can now input the name Ivan Vanko into the app, Tony stated, accessing it on his phone. You can simply mark a cross over his name. He likely has no tomorrow. Qin Xiao glanced toward the hospital as he spoke. Boom. No sooner had he finished speaking than a thunderous explosion erupted from the hospital across the street. The blast was so powerful that it cleaved the multi-story building in half. The shockwaves surged through the entire street. Quick to react, Qin Xiao turned to shield Tony, protecting him from the lethal debris, steel, concrete, and various other hazards that posed a grave threat to ordinary citizens. While the fragments were effectively blocked, the shockwaves still propelled both men into the sea. Splash! Qin Xiao grasped Tony, and they both surfaced, expelling seawater from their lungs. The entire hospital had been obliterated, collapsing sideways onto an adjacent structure. Dust blanketed the street. Car alarms blared, and cries for help emanated from the ruins. First, we must rescue the survivors. Tony, with a complex expression, cast a glance at the hospital, his deep sense of responsibility weighing heavily on him. Qin Xiao regarded him silently, then swam toward the vehicle they had arrived in, which was gradually sinking into the water. With a single punch, he smashed into the trunk, extracting Tony's Mark V suit. Utilizing the suit's built-in scanning capabilities, along with Qin Zhao's superhuman strength, the two collaborated with the incoming government personnel to rescue those trapped below. In total, there were numerous minor injuries, 52 severe injuries, and 37 fatalities. including a pregnant woman and 5 children, with one individual still unaccounted for. Tony's face was ominously dark as he relayed a few numbers to Qin Xiao. Qin Xiao's expression was equally grim. Such matters, when viewed through the lens of news, merely present as cold statistics. Yet, when one gazes upon the lost lives, particularly those of innocent children among them, it undoubtedly evokes a profound emotional upheaval. Ivan Vanko. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Xiao uttered this name. For if there were only one person missing, it could only be him. Chapter 77. The puppet master Justin Hammer exhibited no signs of irregularity. Neither his personnel communications nor his financial transactions raised any suspicion. Qin, your conjecture was indeed accurate. This matter bears no relation to Hammer. Excellent. I comprehend now. It appears we need not concern ourselves further with Justin Hammer. The agents in France have been fully mobilized, and should they attempt to leave the country, we shall be promptly informed. Our adversaries this time are exceptionally skilled, ruthless, and leave no room for mercy. Exercise caution. You too. Expedite the completion of your mission and return swiftly. We shall meet in New York. Until then. As Qin Xiao concluded his conversation with the Black Widow, the commotion stirred was significant enough for both him and Tony to surmise that Justin Hammer was not involved. Nevertheless, Qin had requested Black Widow to investigate, and indeed, everything remained normal on Hammer's end. Who could it be? Qin's brow furrowed in contemplation. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed through the room, prompting Qin to rise and open the door. Tony barged in unceremoniously, pouring himself a generous glass of water and downing it in one gulp. He exhaled deeply before speaking. A police officer has regained consciousness. He claims there were 5 intruders, 3 Caucasians, one of whom was female and 1 African American. Their speed is astonishing, and their strength is beyond comprehension. He fired 4 shots yet did not hit a single target. From his description, it sounds remarkably like you. 5 super soldiers. Qin, do you recall the incident in Mexico? That individual with the metallic arm. I suspect they are all part of a formidable, clandestine organization. They possess drug traffickers, super soldiers, and potentially even a powerful team of scientists. When Tony mentioned the police report of 5 individuals, Qin felt a sense of familiarity. Now, with Bucky's name invoked, the pieces began to align in his mind. 5 super soldiers, Hydra, the Siberian base. They activated the 5 super soldiers in Siberia without dispatching Bucky. Could this not be the handiwork of Alexander Pierce? Just as the name Hydra suggests, it is an organization with numerous branches. Alexander Pierce, the former director of S.H.I.E.L.D., is merely one of its leaders. Qin recalled the creation of Scarlet Witch and Quicksilver using the Mind Stone. Had he been involved? Qin found himself in a fog, realizing that even with his current strength, he was powerless in the face of such circumstances. While he was aware of many plot lines from films, the locations of Hydra's bases remained a mystery, let alone the prospects of locating them. Washington, World Security Council, Alexander Pierce's office. That wretched Francis, who permitted him to activate the Siberian base without authorization. That was one of our trump cards, the damned fool. Now all of Europe is crawling with S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. He will bring about our ruin. You would do well to exercise caution as well, Stark. Alexander Pierce was unusually furious, entirely shedding his usual composed demeanor. Fear not, my old friend, for you are the esteemed leader of the World Security Council, and most agents within S.H.I.E.L.D. are aligned with your interests. What do I have to fear? Baron Strucker's voice exuded a remarkable calmness. Indeed, it was a logical conclusion. The primary threat within S.H.I.E.L.D. comprised predominantly of their own, and with no Avengers-like organization monitoring them. Hydra currently faced no formidable adversaries. Do you think Nick Fury is a fool? I know him well. He is not easily deceived, and I am uncertain of what hidden cards he still possesses. We previously agreed upon the Insight Project, which is now of paramount importance. Should we expose ourselves now, we would face the wrath of the entire world. If that were to occur, I would merely resign myself to my role as chairman, patiently awaiting future opportunities. Do you comprehend? We have waited so many years for a chance to realize our ideals. We cannot afford to reveal ourselves at this critical juncture. Perhaps Alexander Pierce's fervent reasoning and table-thumping had somewhat swayed Baron Strucker. His tone grew markedly more serious, shedding the nonchalant demeanor he had previously exhibited. I understand the gravity of the situation. The arc reactor is undeniably enticing. I have been tempted myself, yet this is not the right time. I shall instruct my subordinates to remain hidden, avoiding any provocation of S.H.I.E.L.D. personnel, and I will exert every effort to locate that fellow, Francis, to bring this matter to a close and ensure our safety. Strucker's assurances calmed Alexander Pierce considerably, prompting him to take a deep breath as he spoke. If he is exposed, I will eliminate him without hesitation, for the safety of all, for the glory of Hydra. Long live Hydra! Long live Hydra! Meanwhile, in New York, at a golf course, Justin Hammer stood on the grass, his frustration palpable as he swung angrily at the ball. The escape of Ivan Vanko, a prize long anticipated, had left him utterly despondent, especially since he had gone to great lengths to secure the cooperation of the police and prison officials, expending considerable influence and resources to ensure Vanko's immediate release upon incarceration. In the end, he felt as though he had drawn water with a basket. Take it easy, Justin. Golf is an elegant sport. You cannot treat it as though you are striking Tony Stark's head. Sometimes, excessive force hinders rather than helps. A middle-aged man approached Justin Hammer with a measured gait. Senator Stern, I recall you were quite insistent about hastening the development of the armor just a week ago. Why do you now seem so unfazed? Justin Hammer, in a foul mood, responded to the senator, with whom he had collaborated extensively, rather brusquely. Having spent many years in the Senate, I have learned that we reside in a world of cooperative success, much like our partnership. The armor project is no different. Anger resolves nothing. Allow me to introduce you to a friend, Mr. Francis O'Brien. Senator Stern stepped aside, revealing the man behind him. This was a middle-aged gentleman, appearing to be in his 50s, impeccably groomed with meticulously styled hair. Francis was one of the nobility with the purest European lineage, possessing an unimaginable potential influence across Europe, be it in stocks, political elections, or large-scale energy projects. Whatever one might need, he had a means to acquire it, including the remarkable feat of rescuing a genius from Siberia in Monaco. Senator Stern flashed a grin, revealing a set of small yellowed teeth. Chapter 78, Collaboration. Europeans, particularly those of the upper class, place great importance on the purity of their lineage. Justin Hammer is well aware that many of the old aristocrats prefer to seclude themselves within their ancient castles, adhering to the most archaic of customs. They look down upon those newly wealthy individuals of impure bloodlines, even including the Queen of England among their scorned. Numerous contemporary literary works and films about vampires often draw inspiration from these antiquated figures. This very group wields considerable power over vast resources throughout Europe. However, Justin Hammer remains indifferent to such matters. He is an American, and Americans value pragmatism and reality. The concept of bloodlines can be cast aside. Yet Ivan Vanko is someone whom Hammer cannot afford to relinquish. The miniature arc reactor represents his singular opportunity to ascend over Tony Stark. Setting aside his golf club, he slightly bows and greets this relic of European nobility with impeccable decorum. As you know, our project has been underway for quite some time. We possess the finest weaponry and sensor systems in the world. The only missing component is that small luminescent light from Stark's chest. Senator Stern raised a finger to tap his own chest, attempting a joke he deemed humorous. He then turned to Justin Hammer, stating, Francis is quite interested in the armor. Of course, he has no ambitions regarding the Defense Department's contracts. He merely wishes to equip his bodyguards with some finished suits. However, there will be ample opportunities for further collaboration, particularly in renewable energy. If you are interested, you know how these nobles prefer not to take the stage themselves, as it would seem rather undignified. Justin Hammer, undoubtedly intrigued, recognized the immense potential applications of the miniature arc reactor. Focusing solely on military applications would be a disservice to such a groundbreaking invention. Thus, under Senator Stern's auspices, the two engaged in an enthusiastic exchange. Future collaborations would unfold gradually, with Francis's associates bringing Ivan Vanko into Hammer Industries later that day. Naturally, the technology of the arc reactor would remain undisclosed. Francis's people would oversee the proceedings to prevent Hammer from extracting the reactor's secrets from Vanko. Following this incident, Francis intends to invest in a renewable energy company in the United States, with Justin Hammer as the figurehead, aiming to establish the world's largest renewable energy enterprise. These terms were non-negotiable for Hammer. After their conversation, he departed hastily to prepare for Ivan Vanko's arrival. Observing Hammer's swift exit, Francis remarked to Senator Stern, "You have found yourself a fine pawn, ambitious, yet not particularly astute. Allowing him to take center stage is a wise choice. From this point forward, I shall rely on your guidance." Senator Stern laughed heartily. "Pierce is searching for you everywhere. If he were to discover that you've been hiding right under his nose, he would likely be so enraged that he would leap from his office." Francis erupted into hearty laughter. He could not afford any mishaps now, for the success of the Insight project hinged upon his efforts. The notion of placing a gun above the heads of every individual worldwide was indeed a stroke of genius by Dr. Zola. Such a plan, which could dictate the fates of humanity, ought to be in the hands of individuals like us, rather than those conservative types like Alexander Pierce. Wouldn't you agree? Francis's words elicited a broad grin from Stern, who, in the face of the tantalizing prospect of global control, unhesitatingly opted to ally with Francis, betraying Alexander Pierce. Little did he notice that behind him, Francis continued to laugh heartily, his gaze towards Stern mirroring that of one observing a simpleton. Meanwhile, the agents of Hydra had successfully transported Ivan Vanko to Justin Hammer's company. Qin Xiao and Tony remained ensnared in a fruitless search in Monaco. Ever since Ivan Vanko's emergence, or rather, since the second individual capable of constructing a miniature arc reactor had appeared, the pressure from the American government on Tony had intensified. Initially, Tony had chosen to withhold his technology, boldly asserting that no one would be able to replicate the arc reactor for at least several years. This declaration had somewhat alleviated the government's and military stance. At least in Tony Stark's possession, it was equivalent to being in American hands. Although the government had not gained access, Iron Man was still American, wasn't he? However, with the appearance of a second individual, especially one who had been rescued by those lacking influence, the government was no longer easily placated. Should such technology fall into Russian hands, it would signify that the United States would remain under the looming threat of the combat-hardened nation for years to come. This statement is devoid of any political connotations. In the realm of cinematic narratives, the combat-hardened nation is often portrayed as malevolent. Tony Stark received numerous calls daily from Pepper and Rhodey, relaying pressures from various quarters. "Tony, this cannot continue. What do you intend to do?" Qin Xiao inquired, sprawled across the hotel sofa. He had been tirelessly searching for clues regarding Ivan Vanko, having already dispatched Jane, Thor, and Daisy back home. Only he and Tony remained in Monaco. "I was unaware, but now I have conceived a new idea," Tony exclaimed just after hanging up on Rhodey. "Rhodey is military. I trust him. If I provide him with a suit of armor, it will not only deter the government from harassing me for the time being, but also ensure that the armor does not fall into the wrong hands. Most importantly, the Illuminati requires new members. Just the two of us are insufficient. Currently, we can only rely on SHIELD for intelligence. That plan has merit. Since we are merely wandering aimlessly here, we might as well return together, thereby pooling our resources," Qin Xiao declared as he sprang up from the sofa. "Indeed, I share the same sentiment. Those individuals have taken Ivan Vanko. It is implausible that they could keep him hidden indefinitely. The armor is their true objective. I have already instructed Jarvis to monitor the whereabouts of various precious metals in the market, including the raw materials required for the construction of the arc reactor and the metals necessary for the armor. Unless those individuals possess an array of metal mines and have advanced extraction and smelting technologies, the moment they commence the production of the armor, I shall undoubtedly track them down," Tony Stark declared with unwavering confidence. Chapter 79. Locking onto the target due to mass production. The armors at Hammer Industries cannot possibly utilize the precious titanium alloy as extensively as Tony Stark does. The warehouse is stocked with an array of ordinary alloys. However, the manufacturing of the miniature arc reactors necessitates a substantial amount of palladium. Each missile alone requires a modest 0.2 grams of this precious metal, and he does not possess a considerable stockpile. Moreover, although Ivan Vanko is unable to create new elements, he has adjusted the rotation speed of the reactors in an effort to match the standards of Tony Stark's arc reactor, much like in the movies. This upgrade requires additional palladium. Yet, the inventory at Hammer Industries is merely sufficient for fulfilling this year's Defense Department weapon orders. Consequently, Hammer has commenced purchasing palladium in large quantities through a small company registered under his name, despite Hammer's meticulous efforts to acquire it in batches through various companies. He was swiftly detected by Jarvis, who monitors the market. Soon, the identities of the small company's owners were unveiled. The data regarding Hammer Industries' palladium purchases over the last 5 years, the weapon orders received, and the palladium required for the orders already signed this year, as well as potential future orders from the Defense Department, were comprehensively presented before Tony. Justin Hammer, could it truly be you? Tony murmured, reopening the data Jarvis had sent to his phone the previous day. It seemed unlikely that Justin Hammer possessed such audacity. Hey, fish finder, what's your take? Qin Xiao was standing by the floor-to-ceiling glass, observing the fish swimming beneath. Initially, the New York base was intended to be located at a farm in the suburbs. But Qin Xiao, having donated $1 billion to the Avengers Initiative, insisted on securing this secret underwater base, believing that his financial contribution warranted a position of leadership. In his own words, this was the style befitting a secret organization with $1 billion backing. Indeed, it was about style. To embody this, he often mimicked Nick Fury, standing motionless by the window with his hands clasped behind his back, gazing at the fish below. This earned him the nickname Fish Finder from Tony. How should I know? I'm not Yuan Fong. Let us wait for Natasha to return. She went for an interview at Hammer Industries today. Qin Xiao rubbed his eyes and returned to his seat at the table. Who is Yuan Fong? Tony inquired, pulling out a bag of chips and munching as he questioned. The Chinese version of Watson. He has solved many significant cases alongside China's Sherlock Holmes. Speaking of Holmes, Tony, it reminds me of a movie I watched, Sherlock Holmes, where the actor portraying Holmes bears a striking resemblance to you. Do you have any distant relatives working as actors in Hollywood? Qin Xiao remarked with a sudden playful curiosity. None. Tony replied after a moment of contemplation. It is high time you refined your cinematic tastes. This film, of which I have never heard, is undoubtedly a dreadful flop. Indeed, especially that lead actor, who appears utterly ridiculous. I have yet to encounter a more abysmal performer. Qin Xiao remarked with a peculiar smile. Tony instinctively sensed something amiss, yet he could not articulate what it was. Finally, he could only retort to Qin Xiao. You ought to consult a doctor. Spending your days amidst a crowd has evidently affected your mind. Just as Qin Xiao was about to deliver a biting comeback, the entrance of the base swung open. Natasha, clad in a striking red dress, strode in with confidence. Qin Xiao promptly stepped forward, pulled out a chair for the Black Widow, and thoughtfully poured her a glass of water. Ever since his days of revelry with Daisy in Monaco, he felt an inexplicable sense of guilt upon seeing the Black Widow. Look, oh my God, how can there be such a beautiful woman? I wager $1 that scoundrel, Justin Hammer, would undoubtedly desire to keep her as his personal secretary. The Black Widow, being an operative, particularly in light of the recent significant events in Monaco, was quite aware of the situation. Though she may not have known the specifics of Qin Xiao's rapid journey, she was certain he had accompanied a woman in Monaco. However, the Black Widow did not delve into the matter further. She merely shot Qin Xiao a glance, took a sip of water, and said, "In truth, I did not encounter Hammer. However, after spending the morning at his company, I discovered quite a lot. Tony, does your computer have the blueprints for Hammer Tower?" Tony quickly tapped a few keys and turned the screen around. Here. The Black Widow pointed to several locations on the blueprint. These subterranean sections were originally designated as a research base for the Joint Military Armor Project, with Hammer Industries investing considerable scientists and resources here. Yet, Just a few days ago, he abruptly withdrew all personnel, including scientific researchers and security staff, turning this place into a no-go zone for Hammer Industries. I managed to slip 2 cups of fine coffee into the building's surveillance room and discovered that all surveillance footage regarding the entrances and exits of the underground research facility, elevators, and even the parking lot had been erased. Coupled with the list of companies purchasing palladium discovered by Jarvis, I am convinced he is constructing an arc reactor. Or rather, Ivan Vanko is indeed within Hammer Tower. Unfortunately, access to the lower levels now requires a special pass, aside from Justin Hammer. No one knows who possesses that authority. The Black Widow conveyed her findings in one breath, nearly confirming that Ivan Vanko resided within Hammer Tower. So what are we waiting for? You are the most formidable intelligence agency in the world. Connect with operatives, strike teams, special forces, and initiate an immediate raid. We can capture him red-handed, Tony exclaimed, spreading his hands. The Black Widow sighed and rolled her eyes. That is a military cooperative project's experimental base. You should understand better than anyone what that implies. Otherwise, will you persuade more than 2/3 of the senators? What then? Shall I don my battle armor and charge in? After all, the target has been locked in. Why bother with so many formalities? As long as Ivan Vanko is confirmed to be here, it becomes manageable. It is not an impossible task. The Black Widow is not one to adhere to rigid conventions, yet she ultimately rejected this proposal. However, we possess more ingenious methods that can yield the same outcome. What methods? Qin Xiao and Tony inquired in unison. Well, it will require the 2 superheroes to endure a bit of discomfort and perform a grand action scene. The Black Widow replied with a smile. Chapter 80, The Embarrassing Performance Scene, Rooftop of a Building 30 meters east of Hammer Industries in Manhattan. Starring Qin Xiao, Tony Stark director, Natasha Romanoff screenwriters, Natasha Romanoff. Qin Xiao, Tony Stark having just received a call from Rhodes. Qin Xiao and Tony learned that Hammer was currently at the Air Force Base installing weaponry onto Rhodes' new armor. The moment they detect Ivan Vanko, Rhodes would swiftly apprehend him. Upon their return, Tony had a lengthy discussion with Rhodes, resulting in the military acquiring a suit of armor. While the list of the Illuminati now included War Machine. Everything is set. How about you two? Are you ready, heroes? The voice of Black Widow echoed through their earpieces. Absolutely, Tony replied with unshakable confidence. Qin Xiao turned to glance behind him, nodding affirmatively. Let us go. Action. Black Widow gently tapped the table, signaling the start. Boom. As her words faded, the thrusters of Tony's suit roared to life, forcefully propelling him into Qin Xiao's abdomen, shattering the rooftop railing and sending them both soaring into the air. Tony, you jerk. I wasn't ready. Qin Xiao yelled, suspended midair. The director has called for the start. You must learn what professionalism entails, my friend. We are adversaries now, Tony retorted, grasping one of Qin Xiao's arms and executing a swift turn, converting kinetic energy to slam Qin Xiao onto the ground below. Crash. The ground at the entrance of Hammer Industries visibly cracked upon impact. Huh, didn't hit the ground? Tony's suit appeared above Qin Xiao, trailing flames. A radiant white light flickered from the thrusters, and 2 laser cannons aimed directly at Qin Xiao, unleashing a barrage of fire. Damn it, Tony. This isn't in the script. Qin Xiao murmured under his breath, narrowly evading the lasers and sprinting towards the interior of Hammer Industries. Without hesitation, Tony piloted his armor to crash through the glass doors. Just as he entered, a coffee table was seized by Qin Xiao and hurled sideways at Tony. Crash. Glass shattered everywhere, yet Tony was slammed against the wall with force. Impromptu additions, huh? You're picking this up quite rapidly. Tony's voice came through the earpiece, bemused. Tony regained his footing, pointing a finger at Qin Xiao. The screen within his helmet displayed a line of dialogue, which he glanced at and read with a crinkled brow. Qin, I considered you my most trusted friend. Yet you dare to discuss business collaborations with that clown Justin Hammer. Do you not realize that he is the very embodiment of pretense that I detest? The subsequent lines convey a profound sense of betrayal by a friend, intertwined with feelings of sorrow and indignation, imbued with a hint of fury and an overwhelming sense of helplessness. The lengthy annotations rendered Tony's lines as bland and insipid. A sigh escaped Black Widow's lips through the headphones. Turning to observe Qin Xiao, he witnessed Tony standing still, pointing at him, and with a resounding thud, he discarded a coffee table that had reduced to mere remnants. It was merely a business collaboration, devoid of any personal sentiments. And we have yet to formally sign a contract. Is that your justification for casting me off from such great heights? I yearn to unleash my fury. As Qin Xiao spoke halfway through, a girl, presumably from the front desk, screamed while clutching her head and dashed between them, stepping on shards of glass as she fled. I long to kick your backside, Tony. As the girl rushed past, Qin Xiao completed his line. Meanwhile, Black Widow, infiltrating Hammer Industry surveillance, covered her face in exasperation upon witnessing the scene unfold. Kick my backside. I am Iron Man. Do you think my suit is as easily vanquished as the rubbish produced by Hammer Industries? Tony monotonously recited his lines once more. Then, tick-tock. The sound of the wall clock's seconds reverberated between the two. A sudden gust of air fluttered a few documents, whisking them delicately between the two men. Is it your turn now? Tony's voice echoed through the headphones. You altered your lines, Tony. I am at a loss as to how to respond. The latter part of what you said was your own addition, Qin Xiao whispered into the earpiece. Gentlemen, our lines are meant to make the audience perceive your confrontation as more authentic. Now the entire first floor has cleared out. Cease this pretense and charge in directly. Black Widow gritted her teeth, wishing she could deliver herself a sharp slap for allowing these two to perform. It was the most regrettable decision of her espionage career. The embarrassment was unbearable. In the subterranean laboratory, the tremors from above prompted the personnel below to instantly adopt a state of alert. 5 super soldiers remained, leaving behind the sole female to monitor Ivan Vanko's work. The other 4 converged with a batch of guards brought in by Hammer, vigilantly observing the elevator entrance. What they failed to notice was that the moment they departed, Ivan Vanko cast a sly glance at the female super soldier by the door, swiftly switching screens on the computer. His fingers danced across the keyboard at an astonishing speed. At the elevator entrance, a tremendous boom echoed as the elevator plummeted at an abnormal velocity. Dust billowed forth from the elevator doors. With a swift motion, the guards raised their firearms, aiming at the elevator entrance. Bang! A deafening noise erupted as the elevator doors were violently smashed open, and a golden-red figure surged through the doorway, plunging into the crowd. Rat-a-tat-tat. A group of guards instinctively pulled the trigger, but alas, before they could fire more than a few shots, they were sent flying by the combined force of Tony's armored suit and the impact of the elevator doors. Before they could even react, a thunderous crash echoed from above. Qin Xiao descended from the ceiling, and the two of them charged through the guards like wolves among sheep, creating chaos and leaving the group scattered on the ground, unable to rise for the time being. Surrounding the research facility below were hundreds of fully formed suits of armor. Tony recognized these as the creations of Justin Hammer in collaboration with the military. He even possessed detailed information about them. While these suits were commendable for individual combat, they lacked a power source, relying solely on charging to execute simple movements. However, among them, some suits emitted a faint blue glow from their chests. The arc reactor. Tony and Qin Xiao exchanged a knowing glance. They had indeed found the right place. Just as they were about to venture further in search of Ivan Vanko, a figure flickered into view. 4 imposing men, expressionless and with vacant eyes, clad in combat boots and camouflage pants, with only vests on their torsos, stood before them. Super Soldiers. Chapter 81. Ivan Vanko's counterattack. 4 super soldiers stood before him, their expressions devoid of emotion, their gazes as frigid as those of cold-blooded creatures. Under the simultaneous scrutiny of these 4, Tony felt akin to a hapless prey ensnared by 4 serpents, their slick scales and the rustling of their flickering tongues haunting his thoughts. A shiver coursed through him, clad as he was in his armor. Do not regard me with such eyes. None of your girlfriends, or perhaps mothers, are on my list of conquests. Bang! Bang! The response was a pair of thundering punches. The 4 super soldiers, pairing off in twos, lunged towards Tony and Qin Xiao, eager to gauge the disparity in strength between himself and these formidable adversaries. Qin Xiao engaged 2 of the super soldiers, employing less than half of his power in a tactical skirmish. Tony, having provoked them, was met first by one super soldier who landed a solid blow, forcing him back several steps. At that moment, his thrusters ignited, propelling him into a direct confrontation. "Capture them first. Leave them to me," Qin Shao shouted from the side. Heeding his words, Tony adjusted his arms, soaring through the air with a swift acceleration, diving into the fray. As the two super soldiers prepared to pursue, Qin Shao endured a couple of strikes to his back and seized the waistband of the two super soldiers, exclaiming, "Come back." He forcefully hurled them towards the ground, turning to engage the remaining super soldiers in combat. Meanwhile, Tony soared past Qin Shao and the others, heading into a corridor. Upon reaching the entrance of the innermost chamber, the last remaining female super soldier emerged with an air of nonchalance. She closed the door behind her, beckoning Tony with a dismissive gesture. At that moment, Tony had no inclination to show her any mercy. He raised his palm and unleashed a laser cannon. The female super soldier deftly evaded, but the blast obliterated the door behind her, leaving a gaping hole. "Ivan Vanko!" Tony exclaimed, his tone revealing his recognition of the situation. Ivan Vanko lifted his head, displaying a knowing smile before returning his attention to the keyboard before him. In the expansive hall beyond, the eyes of suit after suit ignited with a blinding white light. Disinterested in grappling with the woman, Tony aimed to accelerate past her and seize Ivan Vanko. Unfortunately, the corridor's height was insufficient, barely allowing 2 or 3 individuals to pass side by side. As Tony initiated his acceleration, the female super soldier leapt, propelling herself off the wall to grasp his armored legs. With his momentum still building, he was caught off guard as she yanked him down, slamming him hard against the ground. The impact reverberated as the armored suit crashed down, and seizing the opportunity, the female super soldier lunged forward, delivering a crushing stomp to the prone Tony. In response, Tony activated his thrusters, flames erupting from his arms and legs, propelling him backward several meters before he finally lifted off the ground. Suspended in midair, he declared, "All right, you've provoked my ire. Considering you are a woman, I shall refrain from striking your visage." No sooner had he uttered these words than a cacophony of whistling air reached his ears. Tony instinctively glanced back, only to behold over a dozen towering battle suits hurtling towards the interior. Turning his attention to Qin Shao, he discerned that after a brief skirmish, the prowess and velocity of these super soldiers were not as formidable as he had anticipated. They seemed to be slightly weaker than his own initial capabilities. It remained uncertain whether this was due to the absorption rate of the serum or the prolonged period spent entombed in the Siberian ice, which hindered their full recovery of strength. Having endured numerous blows, Qin Shao began to fathom the extent of their abilities. Just as he contemplated launching a decisive offensive, he suddenly heard the unmistakable whirring of Gatling gun barrels. This sound was familiar to him. He had wielded such a weapon during his time in Mexico. Whether firing or ceasing to shoot, there was always a fleeting moment marked by the sound of rotating barrels. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, a barrage of bullets rained down upon him. In an instant, Qin Shao felt every inch of his rear body struck by projectiles, a testament to the simultaneous firing of countless firearms. Beside him stood a super soldier, and Qin Shao watched helplessly as the bullets ripped through the soldier's skin and muscle, transforming him into a bloodied figure that collapsed lifelessly to the ground. 3 more super soldiers positioned ahead of Qin Shao, using him and another comrade as cover. After withstanding the initial wave of bullets, they swiftly darted to the sides, sustaining injuries yet managing to evade the bullet-laden area. Qin Shao took several hurried steps forward, feeling sharp stings in the areas not protected by his combat suit. Particularly, the back of his head throbbed as if struck repeatedly by an iron finger. He felt dazed, wondering how many bullets had been fired at his back. As if in response to his thoughts, a Gatling gun mounted on a battle suit behind him discharged 2 more rounds, striking the back of his head and causing his head to bob forward like a chick pecking at grain. Fortunately, the weapons on these battle suits were equipped with small magazines, preventing a deluge of ammunition from being fired. Otherwise, Qin Shao would have undoubtedly faced a relentless barrage for at least 2 minutes. "Is it over? Now it is my turn," As he listened to the empty whir of the Gatling gun, he abruptly turned around to find more than 10 battle suits that had previously leaned against the wall advancing in unison, forming a line before him. It was unmistakable that they were the ones who had just unleashed a hail of bullets upon him. As Qin Shao turned around, more than a dozen armored suits retreated a step in unison, while another group of over 10 advanced forward, their Gatling gun barrels on the right arms beginning to rotate slowly. Come on, let's see who is faster. Qin Shao propelled himself forward, his left leg launching him into the ground, shattering it beneath him, as he surged like a cannonball towards the cluster of armored suits ahead. On Tony's side, a multitude of armored suits roared through the narrow corridor, catching not only him, but also the female super soldier off guard. The two were thrown into disarray by the onslaught of the armored suits. Amidst the chaos, Tony spotted one of the suits entering a room and then soaring upward, breaking through the ceiling to escape outside. Another suit followed closely behind, cradling Ivan Vanko, who had been merged with a laptop as it ascended through the newly formed opening. No, Tony shouted, preparing to devise a way to shake off the nearby armored suits. However, to his astonishment, every suit around him suddenly emitted a pulsating red light from their chests, accompanied by a deafening alarm. Arriving late, there will be another chapter shortly. Chapter 82. The death of Hammer. Not only was it Tony's side that faced peril, Qin Zhao's situation was equally dire. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed over a dozen suits of armor soaring into the sky, clutching unidentified metallic components. All the suits surrounding Qin Zhao, whether they had expended their ammunition or were actively firing at him, were pulsating with a frantic red light from their chests. Tony, we must flee. Qin Zhao shouted frantically into his earpiece. Tony, too, yearned for escape, yet he found himself encircled by at least 7 or 8 suits of armor. Desperately, he engaged his thrusters, attempting to break free from the entanglement. I wish to escape as well, but it appears I have garnered quite a few admirers among the suits. Perhaps you should leave first? Trust me, I am likely in a far more troublesome predicament than you, Qin Zhao remarked, observing the 20 suits that had him surrounded. Upon encountering Ivan Vanko, Tony instructed Jarvis to promptly inform Rhodey. This earnest man, Rhodey, displayed a rare streak of cunning, choosing to wait for Justin Hammer, accompanied by a cadre of individuals, to finish modifying the armor system and complete the weaponry before launching a direct assault to apprehend Hammer. In addition to the alarming news, Jarvis provided Rhodey with a continuous video feed of Tony descending from the elevator in Hammer Industries' lobby, culminating in his confrontation with Ivan Vanko. The evidence was irrefutable. Even if Justin Hammer were to implicate Senator Stern and Francis in collusion with terrorists, his guilt was firmly established. The explosion at the Monaco hospital, regardless of the motivations behind it, had already been classified by the international community as an act of terrorism. Regrettably, Justin Hammer had just been escorted out of the base when a sniper's bullet abruptly ended his life. The assailant, clad in the uniform of a base soldier, nonchalantly boarded a fighter jet and vanished within a minute from the base's radar. In the office of Alexander Pierce at the World Security Council, Senator Stern, who had previously spoken with such arrogance in front of Justin Hammer, now stood trembling before Pierce's desk. Buzzing, the mobile phone on the desk began to vibrate. Stern's gaze snapped to the device, fixated. Alexander Pierce swiftly picked up the phone, responding with a curt hum. He then turned to Stern and declared, "Hammer is dead. I've cleaned up your mess. If it weren't for the utility your Senate position provides us, you would be the next head on the chopping block." Faced with Pierce's menacing tone, Stern exhaled deeply, relief washing over him as he nearly collapsed to the ground. "I truly cannot fathom the foolishness behind your actions. Collaborating with Francis? Did you genuinely believe that the two of you could manipulate the Insight program? Did you think that with my demise, you would ascend to leadership in North America? Absurd." Alexander Pierce seized a folder from the table and forcefully struck Stern on the forehead with it. Stern did not dare to move. "Let us go. Remember to expedite the promotion of the Insight program in the Senate, otherwise." Alexander Pierce left his sentence hanging. Stern nodded in haste, quickly departing. In a mansion on the outskirts of New York, 3 super soldiers, who had narrowly escaped death due to Qin Zhao, sat in silence on their chairs, They allowed those nearby to use small knives to slice open their wounds, extracting bullets from their muscles and bones with tweezers, their faces betraying no emotion, as if the knives were not piercing their flesh at all. Francis lounged on an antique sofa, observing the expressionless super soldiers, replaying in his mind the encounter with Qin Shao and Tony Stark. It seemed that Qin Shao was even more intriguing than the armor itself. Such formidable combat power and defense. Was this truly the result of the super soldier serum? My interest in you is piqued. At the moment before the explosion at Hammer Industries, Tony had still been pulling Qin Shao out of the building. Tony's new weapon, a high-intensity laser beam, had sliced through all enemy armors in the corridor at the last moment. They dashed out just in time to encounter Qin Shao, who was using an armor as a weapon to break through the encirclement. The two managed to escape the building just before the explosion. Unfortunately, the main target, Ivan Vanko, had slipped away, taking with him a considerable stock of armors from Justin Hammer's inventory, from the metallic components held by certain armors as they departed. Tony quickly deduced that it must be a suit crafted specifically for Ivan Vanko. He had done the same in the caves of Afghanistan, fashioning a plethora of seemingly unrelated items before assembling them into an armor. Considering the presence of those super soldiers, it seemed Ivan Vanko had been held captive to create the reactor and armors. However, Qin Shao and Tony's intrusion inadvertently provided him with an opportunity to flee. Regrettably, Hammer had been assassinated. Otherwise, there would have been a chance to extract the truth from him regarding who was orchestrating the events. 5 super soldiers were beyond Justin Hammer's capabilities. Black Widow had reported the matter directly to Nick Fury. Only Qin Shao among those present understood that it was Hydra's hand at play, though it likely was not Alexander Pierce. One must remember that in the films, Alexander Pierce maintained a rather restrained demeanor, operating under Dr. Zola's Insight program. He would not risk revealing himself at such a juncture. The assassination of Hammer, however, bore the hallmark of Pierce's methods. Only he possessed the capacity to kill someone within the United States, even on a military base, and depart unscathed. Were it not for the fact that Ivan Vanko remains concealed, clandestinely crafting his battle armor, and that Loki persistently monitors Thor's every move from the skies, Qin Shao might have already sought an audience with the former director of SHIELD. It seems that once these two matters are resolved, it will be time for Captain America to emerge ahead of schedule to confront his arch-nemesis, Hydra. There is no regret in this. Ivan Vanko's target is me. He cannot stealthily depart with so many suits of armor without eliminating me first. He will not pursue any other endeavors until I present myself. I shall reach out to Rhodey, for the Stark Expo provides an excellent platform to showcase military capabilities. In conclusion, it is rather late now. I shall retire early tonight, and tomorrow morning I will take my time with the chapter, yet it will remain at 4 chapters unchanged. Chapter 83. The fierce battle at the Stark Expo despite the unfortunate events that befell Hammer Industries, which rendered the military's exosuit project a complete failure. The situation was not entirely bleak. The absence of a few arc reactors as a power source had left some exosuits to maintain appearances. However, following Ivan Vanko's interference, even those few suits vanished without a trace. Nevertheless, the government invested heavily, utilizing the exosuit originally designed for Rhodes to restore its dignity. Apart from Rhodes' heavily modified exosuit, the government had seized this opportunity to craft several exquisite yet superficial suits. In essence, these were mere plastic shells adorned with metal, with LED lights serving as makeshift arc reactors on their chests. While they were ineffectual in combat, their static presence alongside Rhodes offered an illusion of robust security to the uninformed public watching from their homes, all due to Tony's strategy to lure out adversaries. The majority of attendees were military personnel, save for a few media staff responsible for broadcasting. Qin Shao, backstage, shrugged in confusion. I genuinely do not understand what the government officials are thinking, knowing full well that danger looms today, yet still inviting so many media outlets for coverage. That is precisely why you will never become a politician, Tony remarked, standing beside Qin Shao in his exosuit. My father once told me that to be a competent politician, one must learn to speak without uttering a single truth. However, It was this broadcast that led Ivan Vanko to believe in the authenticity of the situation. Tony, already having publicly declared his attendance at the government's exosuit exhibition, prepared to make his entrance. "All right, it's almost my turn," Tony exclaimed. "Qin Xiao," he called out, feeling as though he had forgotten something. It's nothing, you go ahead," Qin Xiao replied, unable to identify any discrepancies. Tony cast a puzzled glance at Qin Xiao before his helmet sealed shut, allowing him to soar into the sky, ultimately landing gracefully next to Rhodes. "Oh, it's Tony Stark, our Iron Man. Is he here today to challenge our war machine and see who truly possesses the most formidable exosuit?" the host provocatively offered, handing the microphone to Tony's exosuit. "In truth, I am here to assess the performance of my imitators and determine how many measure up to my standards." Indeed, Tony's words were as acerbic as ever. Before the host could pass the microphone, War Machine's right arm had already extended several gun barrels, aimed directly at Tony. "Oh, look at Colonel Rhodes, who has been promoted in his exosuit. He certainly retains the essence of a soldier, responding to provocation with gunfire," the host remarked, once again extending the microphone. "Stand back," Rhodes' urgent voice echoed. "What?" The host believed he had misheard. "I said stand clear. It is not my armor that I control, but rather I am being manipulated. Tony, I am locking onto you. Damn it, my armor has gone rogue," Rhodey shouted anxiously. Simultaneously, Qin Xiao slapped his forehead, finally recalling what he had forgotten. Rhodey's armor had also been modified by Hammer's team, encompassing not only the weaponry systems, but the entire control system, akin to those armors commandeered by Ivan Vanko. Without concern for decorum, Qin Xiao shouted to Black Widow and a cadre of SHIELD agents, "Evacuate. Everyone must disperse. Rhodey's armor is under Ivan Vanko's control. Tony, Rhodey's armor has been seized. Swiftly take him away from this location." As Qin Xiao's voice resonated in Tony's earpiece, the sound of gunfire echoed from outside. "You should have thought of this sooner. Now everyone is aware." The clattering sound of bullets striking Tony's armor was evident, as he had evidently deflected numerous shots. Although the soldiers and agents below were well trained, they were no different from ordinary individuals in the face of the armor. Nevertheless, during the evacuation, everyone maintained an orderly and expedited pace. Even so, the majority of those present had yet to exit the venue, drawing fire from all directions. Tony recognized that this was untenable and ascended rapidly, braving the hail of bullets. "Qin, I will not engage Rhodey directly. Think of a way to disable that damned reactor in his chest." As Qin Xiao emerged, he observed Tony ascending, while Rhodey's armor raised its arm, relentlessly firing at Tony. Just as Qin Xiao intended to intervene, Rhodey's armor activated its thrusters, hastily pursuing Tony. The weapon systems locked onto Tony's armor, revealing multiple cannons and several mini-missiles aimed at him. "If you want me to dismantle his reactor, you better make a detour and return. Or devise a way to transform me into Hawkeye," Qin Xiao remarked, watching the two fiery trails darting through the air. Meanwhile, in the distant sky, a cluster of armors soared forth, trailing flames. A cadre of armors followed closely behind Tony and Rhodey, racing toward them. "Damn it, how many armors did he take last time? Think of something, Qin." A swarm of armors pursued relentlessly, firing indiscriminately at Tony. He dodged while ensuring he did not lead them into populated areas. The pressure escalated immensely. "What the hell could I possibly devise? You better attach a rocket jet to my backside, or at least a hot air balloon," Qin Xiao exclaimed, jumping in frustration. "I should have equipped you with something capable of flight. Damn it, why didn't you remind me sooner?" The sounds of explosions and gunfire accompanied Tony's voice. "Such matters should be addressed with more initiative on your part. As a descendant of the Huaxiao, I am rather reserved. Let us dispense with trivialities. The crowd has largely dispersed. Bring them back to me, and I shall devise a means to incapacitate Rhodes. Do you not possess a disposable laser cutting line?" Qin Xiao shouted loudly, surveying the desolate surroundings. "Incoming." Suddenly, Tony ascended sharply into the sky, ensuring that all the armored suits aligned beneath him. With a swift maneuver, he veered towards the exhibition area, soaring rapidly. "Are we ready? I am on my way. Here I come. Hold on a moment, my friends." Should you not inquire about my thoughts? Rhodes's voice echoed through the earpiece. Silence, traitor. Qin Xiao and Tony replied in unison. Chapter 84. The emergence of the strengthened whip lock. Upon arriving at the exposition, Tony executed a sudden descent, transforming his aerial trajectory into a flight that was merely 2 meters above the ground. Accompanied by a legion of armored suits, he hurtled directly toward Qin Xiao. The relentless barrage of bullets from behind compelled Qin Xiao to instinctively shield his head with his hands. The intensity of the assault rendered him nearly unable to open his eyes. As Tony's sword passed overhead, he could only rely on instinct to grasp a suit of armor, which he forcefully hurled toward the earth. Damn it, wrong target, Qin Xiao exclaimed, observing the armored suit below that continued to fire at him with outstretched arms. With a flick of his wrist, a tang knife was plunged directly into the reactor core of the suit, extinguishing its power. Could you be more precise? I don't have a protective visor. Let's do this again. The two exchanged fervent banter while Tony hastily maneuvered, initiating a sharp turn to charge at Qin Xiao once more. This time, Qin Xiao did not disappoint. As Tony's suit passed overhead, he leapt and tackled Rhodey's armor. To ensure Rhodey's suit complied, Qin Xiao thrust a tang knife into the reactor core. With a resounding crack, the outer layer of ordinary metal alloy was effortlessly penetrated. However, the inner titanium alloy held firm against the blade's edge. Clearly, Qin Xiao needed to accumulate points swiftly to upgrade his weaponry. Muttering under his breath, he focused all his strength into a punch aimed at the knife's hilt. With a thrust, the tang knife embedded itself more than 10 centimeters deep, the blade nearly piercing Rhodey's t-shirt, almost resulting in a fatal wound. Fortunately, the reactor's core was shielded by a mere thin layer of titanium alloy. Had it been situated elsewhere, it would have been far more difficult for Qin Xiao to achieve such penetration. Had it not been for that thin layer, he might have inadvertently killed Rhodey. Rhodey, have you resolved the issue? Tony inquired. All good, just nearly got stabbed to death by Qin Xiao, Rhodey replied, cautiously eyeing the blade's edge at his chest, wary of exerting any force that might result in self-inflicted harm. You both better lie down and gaze at the stars for a while. Do not attempt to stand, Tony instructed, landing nearby after a few aerial loops. As the suits descended around him, Tony extended his arms and spun, unleashing 2 beams of crimson laser that swiftly circled twice, slicing the surrounding suits into neatly severed thirds. Qin Xiao marveled at the devastation wrought by the lasers, noting that even trees 100 meters away had been cleaved into 3 segments. This technique is truly remarkable. Could it not last a bit longer? He mused. Alas, that's the nature of a finishing move. If it were easily deployable, it wouldn't earn such a title, Tony shrugged. I must ask, could we extract this knife first? The main antagonist has yet to make an appearance, Rhodey lamented from his prone position. All right then. Qin Xiao approached and firmly placed his foot on Rhodey's chest. Amidst the piercing sound of metal slicing, he gradually extracted the tang dao from Rhodey's torso. Is it over? Tony, are you all right? Rhodey, is he unhurt? Suddenly, Pepper, clad in a pristine white business suit, appeared alongside Black Widow. Pepper, what brings you here? Did I not instruct you to remain at the office? Tony inquired, perplexed. You didn't inform me that you were coming here as bait today. I thought it was a regular expo. When chaos erupted and armored suits were flying everywhere, of course, I had to come and see. Wait, are you blaming me? Did you tell her? Tony cast a glance at Black Widow. Could someone assist me in removing this armor? Rhodey interjected, but his plea went unnoticed. In this situation, what more can I conceal? Besides, she is already here. Black Widow raised her hands in a gesture of innocence. Tony, stop deflecting and blaming others. For heaven's sake, could you inform me of your decisions in advance next time? I don't wish to be left in the office watching television, oblivious to what is transpiring. Pepper asserted with strength. I did it to spare you worry, Pepper. You know this is perilous. Rhodey's voice was once again disregarded. As Tony and Pepper bickered, Qin Xiao and Black Widow observed quietly, leaving Rhodey momentarily forgotten. Oh, that excuse is splendid. To prevent me from worrying. You instead made me fret so much that I couldn't sit still in the office and rushed here. What was that sound? A sharp, slicing sound pierced the air. Ivan Vanko has arrived. You two first." Before Tony could finish his sentence, the armor in midair opened fire upon the ground. Qin Xiao swiftly leaped forward to shield the two. "You must leave," without pausing to consider their opinions. Qin Xiao tucked both under his arms and leapt 100 meters away before setting them down. "Ensure your safety. It's best to run as far as possible." Exchanging cautious glances with Black Widow, Qin Xiao returned to the battlefield. Unsurprisingly, Tony, having exhausted his ultimate move, was indeed no match for Ivan Vanko. Here, Vanko's armor was even more formidable than depicted in the films. The chest and both shoulders were equipped with 3 arc reactors simultaneously. It appeared that one provided power, while the other 2 supplied energy for the whips wielded by the armor. After all, his moniker was Whiplash, and mastery of the whip was his forte. When Qin Xiao returned, Tony found himself ensnared by 2 whips that tightly coiled around his neck and legs. The furious energy crackled violently along the whips, causing Tony's armor to shatter and splinter under the relentless assault. "In order to confront you, I deliberately sacrificed the mobility of my battle armor. Had you chosen to flee directly just now, I would have found myself at a considerable loss for effective recourse. Alas, one must acknowledge that the energy output of the arc reactor is extraordinarily formidable. Carrying 3 arc reactors simultaneously presents a significant challenge to the output circuitry of the battle armor. Much like a Gatling gun, the extreme rate of fire results in 6 distinct barrels rotating to unleash a barrage, necessitating a cessation of fire after mere minutes to allow for the barrels to dissipate heat. The design of the battle armor is even more intricate. The addition of 2 reactors has rendered the output circuitry more than twice as complex. In this regard, Qin Xiao certainly lacks the understanding that Tony possesses. As he watches Tony being gradually pushed towards Ivan Vanko, without hesitation, Qin Xiao leapt up, thrusting his tang knife forcefully towards the nape of Ivan Vanko's neck.